Chapter 231. Luo Su took out several basins and buckets from the space, and everyone worked together to get the water out of the cabin. At this time, all players received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Safely survive the disaster, and get a level 2 wooden boat and 500 shell coins as rewards. In a blink of an eye, 8 level 2 wooden boats appeared on the water around Luo Su's wooden boat, and everyone received 500 shell coins. Everyone was immediately surprised. Now they can finally repair the wooden boat. Luo Su's ship swallowed up 8 level 2 wooden boats, and she received a reminder sound of the wooden boat upgrade. Ding! Congratulations, your ship has been upgraded twice, reaching the level 7 double-decker pleasure boat. Everyone was surprised. Wow, upgraded twice. Double-decker boat. Cool. Great. Great. Everyone swept away the unhappiness in their hearts and smiled again. Wow, I want to go upstairs and take a look. Daodu excitedly ran to the wooden stairs in the cabin. Long Jimo hurriedly chased after him. Everyone was very curious and went up to the second floor to watch. The 7-level pleasure boat has a lower deck length of 15 meters and an upper deck of 12 meters. The layout of the lower deck is similar to the previous one, except that there is no open-air kitchen. There are 2 more lounges in the back, with a total of 4 1.2-meter beds. What Luo Su is most satisfied with is that the 7-level ship has a bathroom, and the hot water system consumes electricity. If hot water is used too much, it will affect the endurance of the entire ship. Fortunately, each upgrade can recharge the battery. Luo Su distributed 2 sets of sportswear to everyone, and everyone went back to the room to change clothes. Luo Su's family of 3 lived in the only suite on the second floor, with a unique view. She and Long Zimo stood by the second floor window, looking at the small wooden boats that set sail again from the Heji Island pier. They rowed the boats, constantly salvaging intact wooden blocks floating on the water, and they could upgrade the wooden boats after collecting a certain number. Some boats have been upgraded to level 3 wooden boats, and the salvage army is increasing, and even disputes, collisions, and annexations have begun to occur. Luo Su shook her head, retracted her gaze, and said in the group, Xiao Wu, let's set sail. Xiao Wu and Xiao Tsung were ready to sail, and the cockpit became more spacious and comfortable. Their sailing skills became more and more proficient. The boat was moving very fast. When it was more than 400 or 500 meters away, Luo Su saw white birds foraging on the river again. Looking around, he could see an island vaguely 500 meters to the right. Luo Su pointed in the direction of the island and said to Long Zimo, Zimo, there is a deserted island there. Should we go up there to collect supplies? Long Zimo followed the direction of her finger and saw nothing, but he believed in Luo Su's vision. Of course, although we bought a lot of supplies, it's only the 3rd day of a 25-day game. You see, our ship suffered heavy losses from a disaster. What if there are no more supplies, and no trading islands in 10 days? How can we survive? Luo Su also thought so. She sent a voice message in the group, Xiao Wu, change course. There is an island about 500 meters to the right. We need to go to the island to collect supplies. Xiao Wu, got it. Although he could not see any trace of the island, he immediately changed course according to Luo Su's command. He Tsuehua and the others heard the news, and climbed up to the second floor deck. They stretched their necks to check, but did not see any island. What kind of eyes are those of my cousin? Why can't I see where the island is? I can't see it either. Xiaoya retracted her gaze and said. The boat soon arrived near a deserted island. Everyone realized that there really was a deserted island covered by layers of white fog. Our captain is amazing. Xiaoyu looked at the deserted island in front of her and was amazed. The boat slowly approached the shore. She shouted in the group, Don't go to the island yet. Chapter 232. Luo Su and her family of 3 came to the bow on the first floor, and saw that everyone was standing on the deck waiting. She said to everyone, We can only stay on the deserted island for 1 hour, and we will be killed if we exceed the time. We went to the island mainly to find food, dry firewood, bark, and various vines that can be used as ropes. Long Zimo, there are still 22 days left in the game, and it is still unknown how many disasters there will be along the way. It is better to stock up on supplies. Everyone agreed. Luo Su released Xiao Bai and the panda Xiao Han to lead the way, then jumped off the boat and began to land on the island. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Land on the island 3 times. Get a special reward wrist weapon. Luo Su was surprised. There was a reward weapon. She quietly put it in her backpack. Long Zimo got off the boat holding Do Do, and the others followed him to the deserted island. Xiao Han had experience, and once he entered the bushes, he consciously used his skills to hunt, and Xiao Bai picked up 2 gray rabbits from the bushes. Luo Su put the hare into his backpack. Everyone was surprised, and soon Xiao Wu and Xiao Tsong followed Luo Su's method and released their panda pets to hunt. Don't go too far, so as not to fall behind, Luo Su reminded. Oh, got it. Xiao Wu and Xiao Tsong responded and spread out to both sides. After walking 40 or 50 meters, they had already harvested a lot of game. Xiaoya and the other 3 were responsible for collecting wild fruits, and they also harvested along the way. Luo Su and Long Zimo followed Xiao Bai, but Xiao Bai suddenly stopped. Xiao Bai howled at the bushes. A wuh! Roar! A tiger roared from behind the bushes. Everyone was startled. There's a tiger! Luo Su reminded loudly. As soon as the words fell, a big tiger emerged from the bushes. It's over now. Everyone was so shocked that their faces turned pale. Xiao Wu and the others had already taken their weapons, axes, in their hands. This level of the game banned the players' combat skills. Even if they had axes, how could they beat the tiger? Long Zimo hurriedly released the little bull, who rushed up directly to use skills and control the tiger. Fortunately, this tiger was an ordinary wild beast, not a fantasy beast, and Xiao Binyu's immobilization skill worked. Xiao Bai's lightning and ice storm skill blasted it. Boom! The tiger felt pain, but it couldn't avoid being immobilized, so it resisted it, and several parts of its fur were torn and blood flowed. The other 3 pandas rushed forward. Everyone was surprised and took the opportunity to quietly retreat more than 10 meters away to watch the battle. After the first round, the tiger was injured and turned around and ran away without hesitation. But how could the aggressive Xiao Bai let it go? Boom boom. Xiao Bai used 3 skills in a row, and all the beasts within 100 meters were also affected. The tiger wailed and looked very embarrassed. At this time, Xiao Binya threw out another immobilization skill. The tiger was completely desperate. The 3 pandas chased after it, surrounded the tiger and beat it up with their skills. With Xunyo's brute force collision skill, the tiger was completely knocked down. Everyone watched the tiger lying on the ground and wailing in pain. They were immediately surprised. Too miserable, this tiger hit a wall. Xiao Wu gloated. 5 against 1, too unethical, tut tut tut. Xiao Tsong said. Xiao Yu was surprised. She wanted a pet that could help people fight. Hitsuewa turned from surprise to joy and rolled up her sleeves to cheer. Well done. You ran out in broad daylight to scare people. At this time, everyone received the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Kill the beast and get a set of long-range crossbows as a reward. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Wu, fuck, a bonus weapon. Xiao Tsong, and it's a long-range weapon, love it. Hitsuewa took it in her hand, squinted her eyes, and glanced at it, very happy. Everyone received shooting training during the new training at the base, and Hitsuewa was no exception. Xiao Yu whispered, Xiao Wu, I don't know how to use this. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to use it, I will protect you. Or, give me the weapon to avoid accidentally hurting yourself. Xiao Wu said. Xiao Yu nodded and gave him the crossbow. Long Zimo put the tiger meat into his backpack. Everyone continued to move forward. In a blink of an eye, they came to a lush bamboo forest with many bamboo shoots. The 3 pandas excitedly went into the bamboo forest to look for food, fearing that they would not be able to grab bamboo shoots if they walked too slowly. Luo Su carefully searched near the bamboo forest, and indeed found a piece of wild sweet potatoes. Everyone come quickly, there are sweet potatoes here. After Luo Su finished speaking, she took out her weapon, an axe, to dig sweet potatoes, and the others followed her, and used weapons to dig sweet potatoes. Soon the whole piece of sweet potatoes was dug up. Everyone dug up all the bamboo shoots in the bamboo forest. 40 minutes had passed. We have to go back. It's almost time. Long Zimo reminded. Luo Su nodded, let's go back. This trip is a good harvest. There were still 20 minutes left, and everyone was relaxed on the way back. They also discovered several new wild bananas and harvested a lot of bananas. Some were ripe, and some were still green. They cut them all and took them away. Luo Su asked them to take the banana leaves back as well. There were still a few minutes left when they returned to the boat. Luo Su took the opportunity to search carefully on the shore. Cousin, what are you looking for? Wild ginger? Luo Su happened to find a clump of more than a dozen plants, and she pulled them out decisively. She washed them in the water, discarded the rhizomes and leaves, and only kept the rhizomes, and put them in her backpack. Everyone got on the boat, and Xiao Wu started the boat to leave the deserted island. Everyone sat on the sofa in the cabin hall to rest. After upgrading to level 7, the 2 benches in the hall became 2 sets of long sofas, which were quite comfortable. Oh, I'm so tired. This trip to the deserted island is really interesting. Not only did I get food and dry firewood, I also got a weapon. While everyone was chatting, they didn't realize that the boat had returned to its normal route. Maybe because climbing the island was too tiring, everyone was a little drowsy leaning on the sofa. Suddenly, Xiao Tsong shouted outside, "Sister Luo Su, there is a boat ahead, and there is also a panda." Luo Su was startled and looked up at Long Zimo. He smiled and said, "Yes, you guessed it right, it should be him." Luo Su hurried out to see. Everyone was curious and ran out to watch. Who is it? It turns out that he has a panda war pet like them. Chapter 233. Luo Su had just walked to the bow when she discovered that there was indeed a panda on a level 5 ship with a dilapidated cabin 20 meters ahead. Next to the panda, an old acquaintance was waving at her. "Shell, it's me." Luo Su smiled and turned around and said, "Xiao Wu, stop the boat." Xiao Wu slowly stopped the boat and asked excitedly, "Are we going to annex that broken ship? Should we hit it?" Long Zimo smiled and stopped him. "No, don't hit it yet." Luo Su glanced at him. Want to make trouble again? The boat slowly stopped. Long Zimo held an oar, squatted at the bow, looked at the shabby level 5 boat that was shorter than them, and smiled. He shouted gloatingly, "Hey, brother-in-law, why don't you fix your boat when it's so broken?" Jiang Hao angrily retorted, "Who are you calling brother-in-law? You're still gloating. If you have the guts, hit us." Long Zimo raised his mouth, shook his head and said, No, we can't hit it. We can't afford the compensation." Luo Su laughed in his heart. These 2 men, are they so childish? Obviously one of them wanted to board the boat, and the other wanted to take him in, but they still had a quarrel. Jiang Hao ignored the gloating guy, and went straight to Luo Su. "Shell, my boat is leaking." Long Zimo laughed. "Do you want 2 buckets? Scoop water faster." Jiang Hao rolled his eyes in anger. "Do you think I'm the one who is short of 2 buckets?" Long Zimo nodded and continued to tease him. "Oh, you are still short of 2 helpers. I'm really sorry. We have just enough manpower here. One is indispensable." "Shell, this boat is yours, right? Say something." Jiang Hao was almost out of patience, seeing Luo Su smiling and not saying anything. "If you don't say anything, I take your consent and come on board." Jiang Hao found a piece of wood and rowed the boat over. Long Zimo hurriedly used a long oar to hold Jiang Hao's bow to prevent him from getting close, and said with a smile, "What do you want to do? Forcibly board the ship? Are you a pirate?" Jiang Hao felt that his boat sank a little more. Anxiously cursed, "You Long Zimo, are you really not going to help? My boat is about to sink, didn't you see it?" Long Zimo continued to tease him. "It seems that the bucket is useless. How about giving you 2 lifebuoys?" Seeing Jiang Hao was so angry, Luo Su whispered to Long Zimo, "That's enough. If the boat really sinks, we can't swallow it." Long Zimo smiled and took back the oars. Jiang Hao climbed up in a few steps, and saw that the luxurious 7th level ship was intact, and was a little puzzled. "Didn't you encounter a storm? I just came out of Julian Island and encountered a storm. It's so unlucky." "Julian Island? Is it an island that is open to the system?" Luo Su heard the new information and asked hurriedly. "Yes, Julian Island. You didn't land on that island, right? When I left the island, I didn't see a ship as big as yours at the dock." Jiang Hao said. "No, we landed on Heji Island," Luo Su said, and fell into deep thought. It seems that players all landed on the nearest island. In this way, there are many tradable islands along the way, but the system is not open, so players can't see them. Jiang Hao turned his head and looked at his ship, and hurriedly reminded, "My ship is going to sink." Luo Su opened the ship information, and saw a system prompt. Detected that there is an unmanned level 5 ship nearby. Do you want to annex it? Luo Su chose to annex it. Ding! Congratulations on annexing a level 5 ship. Your ship has been upgraded to a level 10 small luxury cruise ship that can carry 100 players. Everyone felt that the ship under their feet was suddenly raised a few points, and the wooden boat turned into a metal cruise ship. The sightseeing floor is surrounded by glass. Wow! A cruise ship, cool! It has really become a big cruise ship. Everyone was amazed and ran out of the deck to see the appearance of the ship. This is a 2.5-story small cruise ship. Each floor is surrounded by sightseeing glass, and there is also a cargo hold in the bottom cabin. The first floor is the restaurant and lounge, the second floor is the room, and the top half of the floor has a large suite and a small sky garden. On the second floor deck, there is a row of beach lounge chairs and sun umbrellas, which is really the standard cruise ship. Haha. Look, my broken boat is still very useful. It has been upgraded 3 levels in a row. Friends, you have to thank me, Jiang Hao said proudly. Long Zimo, yes, to express my gratitude, you will be the helmsman in the future, how about it? Jiang Hao, don't try to fool me, I am a guest, how can I let a guest work? The two men continued to bicker. Luo Su ignored them, took Dao to the top floor, looked at the room, and was quite satisfied. At this time, Jiang Hao also came up to take a look. Wow, a luxury suite. So many rooms, can I stay in one? Long Zimo's smile froze, and he got angry. Get lost. Jiang Hao said to Luo Su, this guy is really boring and can't take a joke. Beak, you have to think carefully. Being with a man with a bad temper will make you age quickly. Do you believe I will throw you off the boat? Long Zimo pushed him out of the door, and slammed it shut. Speechless, Luo Su went to the kitchen and saw Xiao Tsung and Cui Hua cleaning the tiger meat in the kitchen. He also saw a large freezer in the kitchen, so he took out all the game in his backpack. This backpack is not a space, and it cannot preserve freshness. Clean the meat as soon as possible and put it in the refrigerator to keep it longer. Back in the hall, Jiang Hao was making tea for himself, and she took out some bananas and wild fruits. Jiang Hao was not polite, and broke off a banana and ate it. Very sweet. You still have spare money to buy fruits, I'm really impressed. Not bought, wild. Luo Su said. Forget it? Don't tell me that you can still pick up wild bananas in the water. Jiang Hao looked incredulous. Luo Su smiled. Go into the kitchen and take a look. What to look at? Jiang Hao was puzzled. You know when you go in and take a look. After Luo Su finished speaking, he watched Jiang Hao walk into the kitchen, and waited to see his reaction when he came out. Sure enough, Jiang Hao ran out in shock. Fuck, tiger meat. Is the Heji Island you landed on a zoo? Luo Su took a sip of tea and said nothing. Jiang Hao said again, no tigers, pheasants, rabbits, and wild bananas. Did you land on a deserted island? Thinking of this, Jiang Hao felt extremely excited. This level prohibits skills and props. How can you beat the tiger with bare hands? Luo Su took out the transparent weapon. Crystal axe? Transparent? Is this a game reward? Jiang Hao looked carefully and found a message on the axe. Weapon maker? Long Zimo? He suddenly widened his eyes, and the degree of surprise was more shocking than when they killed the tiger with bare hands. He carefully looked at the attributes of the weapon again. 1,500 additional attack, 500 defense break. You can actually make weapons with attributes? Chapter 234. Under Jiang Hao's guidance, Luo Su's ship returned to the dock of Juliang Island. Ding ding, the ship is heading in the wrong direction. Please turn the bow immediately. The alarm sounded as usual. The ship slowly approached the dock. Everyone stood on the deck and found that the Juliang Island in front of them was blurry, like an oil painting, very unreal. Jiang Hao shook his head and said, it's useless. It's not the time for the system to land on the island. We can't go up. Sure enough, the edge of the dock was covered with an invisible membrane, and the bow was held up by some force, and could not stop at the dock. Long Zimo poked the membrane with the oar, but there was no response. Luo Su walked to the bow, and reached out to touch the invisible membrane. It was very elastic and felt a little cold, but no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't penetrate it. Long Zimo tried with a dagger, but couldn't cut it either. Try using the battle pet skill? Jiang Hao said. Luo Su released Xiao Bai, and was about to give him a skill command, but unexpectedly, Xiao Bai jumped and rushed directly into the dock and disappeared. Ah! Everyone was surprised, and Luo Su hurriedly shouted, Xiao Bai, come back. Xiao Bai didn't come back, nor did he respond. It was as if the diaphragm blocked the sound. Luo Su had no choice but to put Xiao Bai back in the pet warehouse. When she let Xiao Bai out again, she immediately ordered Xiao Bai to stay where he was. I try it first, check the group message, and wait for my reply before you come in, Long Zimo said, letting the little bull out. He grabbed the bull's tail and followed the calf into the dock and disappeared. Ah! He went in. Everyone on the boat was excited and began to pay attention to the group message, waiting for a reply. Long Zimo stepped onto the concrete floor of the dock. He saw people coming and going on the dock in front of him. Some were pulling goods, some were shouting. No one paid attention to his presence. He did not feel uncomfortable being suppressed. He said in the group, it's feasible, everyone come in. Then, a panda led Xiao Wu and Xiao Yuan, and Xiao Song also led his panda out, and went in with his mother. Xiao Bai went in with Dodo. Panda Xiaohan went in with Luo Su and Xiaoya. Finally, Jiang Hao was left dumbfounded, because he saw that everyone in the novice village had a panda, and his own panda was no longer attractive. He also released a panda, and followed into the dock. "Fuck, Long Zimo, are you going to form a panda army?" Jiang Hao said smoothly. "Yes, the panda army, don't forget, you are also a member." Long Zimo smiled and said, "Everyone put away the battle pets first, they are too eye-catching." Everyone put away the battle pets. "Did you notice? There is no countdown for landing on the island this time," Luo Su said in surprise. "Yes, I don't have a countdown either," Hitsuiwa said. Long Zimo nodded and said, "Even if there is no countdown, we must find clues to leave the game as soon as possible, otherwise we will be wiped out by the system." Everyone felt cold all over. Eliminated? Why? Jiang Hao was also shocked. "How do you know?" "I didn't receive any prompts." Long Zimo didn't know how to explain for a moment, so he had to say, "It may be a game secret that can only be peeped at the king level or above." Jiang Hao looked at the three kings in front of him, and said helplessly, "Okay." At this time, an NPC came over to collect the boat storage fee. "Welcome to Julian Island. Please pay 500 Bei for the boat storage fee before going to the island." 500 Bei? Everyone was speechless. Wasn't it 50 Bei last time? However, they only questioned it in their hearts, but did not dare to speak out. After all, they were illegally landing on the island. Long Zimo took out 500 Bei and paid the boat storage fee. The NPC collected the huge storage fee, smiled, and took out a map from his arms and asked, "Do you need a map?" "Only one copy." "How much?" Luo Su asked. "Only 1,000 Bei." The NPC was still smiling. 1,000 Bei? Everyone was surprised. It was really a steal. The NPC shook the map in his hand and said with a smile, "This is not just a map. It is definitely worth the money. I bought it." Luo Su took out 1,000 Bei and paid. The moment she got the map suddenly disappeared in her hand. Everyone was shocked and didn't know why. A panoramic 3D map of Julian Island appeared in her mind. Every street, every shop, and every corner could be quickly checked. "Why is the map gone? He's playing tricks on us. He's a liar." Everyone was a little indignant. "Everyone calm down, the map is already in my mind," Luo Su said, looking at the back of the NPC who turned and left, thinking. He was also seen asking the owner of the boat next door for protection money. "Welcome to Julian Island. Please pay 50 shells for the boat parking fee before going to the island." "Let's go, we go to the island quickly," Luo Su said, leading everyone to Julian Island. No one knows what the clue is? Everyone followed Luo Su all the way, walked through the streets and alleys of Julian Island, and walked until the evening, but still found nothing. Everyone felt very frustrated. Chapter 235. As night fell, Luo Su and his group entered a restaurant near the dock. There were not many guests in the restaurant, with booths on the first floor and private rooms on the second floor. They went to a large private room on the second floor. "Everyone, please order whatever you want. I treat you tonight," Jiang Hao said with a smile. It was rare for Jiang Hao to treat everyone, so everyone was not polite at all and ordered a full table of food. 10 minutes later, the dishes were served one after another, and everyone was busy eating. Luo Su glanced at the waiter, with the 3 big words NPC on his head, and he was not surprised. They wandered around the streets for a few hours today, and the streets were full of NPCs. Julian Island is not open now, and there should be no other players except them. Luo Su ate silently, but was thinking in his heart, "Where is the clue? Your dishes are all here, please enjoy." The waiter NPC smiled and said, turned and went in, closing the door of the private room. "Mom, I want to go to the bathroom," Daodu suddenly said. "Okay, Mom will take you there." Luo Su put down her chopsticks. She took Daodu out of the private room and walked to the end of the corridor. She didn't see the toilet sign either. At this time, a male waiter came up from downstairs with a fruit plate. "Waiter, where is the toilet?" Luo Su held Daodu's hand and stopped to ask the waiter. The waiter was wearing a mask and a pair of glasses. When Luo Su asked him, he was obviously stunned. Luo Su looked up and found that the waiter's head was not NPC. At this time, she hurriedly pulled Daodu back and pushed him towards the door of the box. "Looking for Daddy." At this time, the male waiter threw away the fruit plate, raised the dagger in his hand, and stabbed at her. Luo Su hurriedly dodged. But the corridor was too narrow, the two were too close, and their movements were restricted. She was cut on her arm and blood flowed. Luo Su reached out to grab the knife in his hand, and the two were in a stalemate. Seeing that her mother was injured, Daodu was very anxious and let Xiaobai out. Xiaobai, blow him up. Boom boom, a thunder and ice storm skill came down. The man was hit by the skill and fell to the ground. At the end of the corridor, his three companions were about to rush over, but when they saw the one who was killed by thunder and lightning on the ground, they stopped. Isn't this level a skill ban? How can she use skills? It's a bug. Damn it, the system asked us to eliminate the bug, but didn't give us the skill permission. Quick, call the boss up. The three turned around and ran down the stairs quickly. Luo Su had a thought, and Xiao Bai's skill blasted into the stairwell. The loud noise shook everyone in the building and made them run out. Su, Long Zimo, and the others rushed out first. Shell, Jiang Hao, and the others came out, and everyone surrounded her, ready to fight. Sister Luo Su, are you okay? Cousin niece, are you okay? Hitsuehua ran behind the team, but her voice was the loudest. Kill all three people on the stairs, but there are still their accomplices downstairs. Everyone be careful. Luo Su said hurriedly. We can't go back to the box. Go downstairs from the other corridor. Let's release the panda to clear the way. It has skills. If the panda dies, it can be resurrected. Long Zimo said. I clear the way. Jiang Hao released the panda and rushed down the stairs first. Unexpectedly, there was an ambush on the stairs. Jiang Hao's panda was hit by a skill, and half of its health was destroyed as soon as it went down. Fuck, the other party also has battle pet skills. Jiang Hao turned his head and said. Long Zimo whispered in Luo Su's ear. Su, I go down and attack from behind, you guys be careful. Luo Su nodded, yeah, you be careful too. Long Zimo entered the box, opened the window, and wanted to slip down the water pipe outside the window. But as soon as he stuck his head out, bang bang, two cold arrows shot up. Someone is squatting at the window downstairs. Long Zimo couldn't figure out their position, so he released the flame bird and bombarded the downstairs. Soon there was a painful howl. Ah, this phoenix can breathe fire. Dog system, such a difficult bug mission, but they don't give us skills. The boss has skills. Why don't you run? Do you want to be burned to death like them? The molten bird hovered near the back window, and there was no movement below. Long Zimo stretched his head out to take a look, and sure enough, there was no one. He seized the opportunity, and the water pipe outside the window slipped down. As soon as he stood on the ground, he immediately put away the molten bird, replaced the little bull, and sneaked into the first floor. The stairwell on Jiang Hao's side was constantly bombarded with skills. They had already killed 3 pandas, and they didn't find out where the person who used skills downstairs was squatting. At the staircase on Luo Su's side, cold arrows kept shooting up, but no enemy showed up. It was probably because they were worried about Xiao Bai's long-range lightning skills. The NPCs in the restaurant were scared and ran out of the restaurant to hide. Chapter 236. Luo Su couldn't see the situation downstairs, so she also learned from Long Zimo to release the flaming bird and bombarded the downstairs. It really worked. 2 people on fire rolled out from under the eaves downstairs, and they were in great pain. Luo Su stretched out her wrist-hidden weapon. Puff, puff! Killed the 2 people directly. At this time, Luo Su heard the sound of Xiao Binia downstairs, and knew that Long Zimo had already gone down. She said to Xiaoya and the other silver-level people, you just help me keep an eye on Daodu in the 2nd floor. After we have cleared the enemies, we will call you down. Okay. Okay. Xiaoya and the others took Daodu back to the box and waited for news. Luo Su and Jiang Hao were at one end, ready to fight down from both sides of the stairs at the same time. Boom boom. Xiao Bai used his skills to clear the way and slowly walked down the stairs. Luo Su followed behind, holding a wooden crossbow in his hand, ready for battle. The situation on Jiang Hao's side was not very good. His panda died in the battle and entered a weak period, and could not be resurrected immediately. He had to use a crossbow instead to confront the 2 men. Luo Su followed Xiao Bai and soon reached the 1st floor. Just then, they saw a black afterimage, which quickly fled towards the dock. Long Zimo chased after it with Xiao Niu. Luo Su and Xiao Bai also followed. There were very few people at the dock at night. Long Zimo chased and attacked with skills, but the attack range of Xiao Niu's immobilization skill was too narrow, and he couldn't hit the enemy who kept teleporting. Luo Su chased to the dock square. The lights were a little dim. She had a sharp eye and could see the monster's position clearly, but Long Zimo couldn't see it clearly. She released the flaming bird, creating a series of fire walls in the square, and the man in black's range of movement became smaller and smaller. Luo Su threw out dense fireballs. Bang! The fireballs hit the man in black. Ah! With a sound, the man in black also caught fire. I thought he was dead, but unexpectedly, the man in black suddenly crushed a prop and disappeared on the spot. Su, be careful, he's invisible. Long Zimo reminded. Yeah. Luo Su nodded. She took back the flaming bird, called Xiao Bai out again, and locked the entire square. Boom! Skill X10 combo. Although the man in black was invisible, the green damage value was still floating above his head. He couldn't withstand Xiao Bai's 10 consecutive hits of lightning and ice storm, and fell to the cold concrete ground of the square. A different sound from the usual system sounded in Luo Su's ears. Ding! All the privileged groups were killed, the special task was completed, and 5 million survival points were rewarded. At this time, the chat group in the novice village exploded. Wow, received a system prompt, received a special reward, 500,000 survival points. I got it too. Sister Luo Su, can we bring Dowda down? You can bring Dowda down. We be waiting for you at the dock square. We go back to the ship tonight. Luo Su said to Xiaoya and the others in the group. Okay, we be down right away. Xiaoya and Dowda came down, and they were just at the dock square. Suddenly, the sound of a police car came from far away, driving towards the dock. A loudspeaker was reading out the warning. Block the dock, no one is allowed to leave. Block the dock, no one is allowed to leave. She guessed that it might be the restaurant owner who called the police, but their current money was not enough to compensate. She hurriedly shouted in the group, everyone hurry up and get on the boat. At this time, 2 NPCs who were walking nearby were whispering. I heard that the island owner's son died. I heard that he was stabbed to death by a little girl in his own home. It's what he deserves. He always relies on his father's wealth and power to bully other people's little girls. Luo Su and his party had just boarded the ship. The map in Luo Su's mind suddenly gave a plain map of the cabin, and there was a red mark flashing in the bottom cargo hold. She was secretly surprised. After searching everywhere, it was easy to find. She said loudly to Xiaowu, sail now, get away from the dock. Chapter 237. Xiaowu drove the boat out of the dock, and the diaphragm blocked the images and sounds on the dock. Everyone was still standing on the deck, staring at the direction of the dock nervously, worried that the NPC police from Juliang Island would chase them. It was not until the boat sailed far away, and no speedboats or other ships were seen chasing them, that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, go into the cabin and take a rest. I have something to discuss with you. Luo Su whispered. Everyone followed Luo Su into the cabin hall. Luo Su's expression was a little mysterious, and everyone gathered around. I heard her whisper, the clue to leaving the game is on our ship now, don't disturb her. Everyone widened their eyes in surprise, and looked around, but found nothing unusual in the cabin. Where is the clue? Long Zimo asked in a low voice. Luo Su pointed to the floor under his feet. Cargo hold? Long Zimo was surprised. Luo Su nodded and whispered, if I guess correctly, the clue is a girl who killed the son of the owner of Juliang Island. The whole island is looking for her, so she hid on our ship. So those policemen weren't chasing us. Xiaowu finally understood, and was nervous for nothing. It shouldn't be. Long Zimo seemed to be thinking. What should we do now? That girl is on our ship, she's a murderer, how can she be a clue to leaving the game? Hitsuewa was puzzled. Catch her and ask her, and we know. Luo Su said leisurely. You all wait in the hall, Luo Su and I can go down. Long Zimo said. Jiang Hao saw the two of them walking towards the cargo hold door, and hurriedly followed them. What are you doing here? Long Zimo heard the footsteps, and turned around to ask. I'm just joining in the fun, hee. Jiang Hao grinned. Don't provoke her, if she does something stupid, we will lose our clues. Luo Su whispered. Got it. Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. Long Zimo let Xiao Niu out, and kept him on the deck, so that he could activate the immobilization skill at any time. He pulled open the cargo hold door with force, and walked down the stairs slowly, and Luo Su followed him down. Long Zimo and Jiang Hao stood at the stairs. Luo Su took 2 steps forward alone. The map showed her that the girl was squatting at the other end of the shelf. She said in a very calm tone, Girl, come out. The boat is far away from Juliang Island now. After waiting for a long time and seeing no response, Luo Su said again, I know you are at the shelf. Come out. We have no ill intentions. We are just passing by Juliang Island. What happens on the island has nothing to do with us. Since you are taking our ride, you have to let us know where you are going, right? After a while, a girl poked her head out from the shelf, looking a little nervous. Luosu smiled at her. The girl hesitated, but still walked out slowly. She was about 17 or 18 years old, with a ponytail on her head, looking young and beautiful. It was hard to associate her with a murderer. The girl was about to speak, but when she saw the blood on the back of her hand, she immediately hid behind her and said in a panic, "My father is the owner of Heji Island. If you send me back to Heji Island, I will reward you handsomely." After the girl finished speaking, an orange special mission prompt popped up in front of Luosu. Trigger. Escort. Mission. Do you want to accept the mission? Luosu was immediately delighted and chose to accept the mission. No problem, we go to Heji Island now. Luosu said with a smile, and sent a voice message to Xiaowu. Xiaowu, turn around now, we're going to Heji Island. The girl's eyes showed surprise and gratitude. Luosu said again, let's go, we sit up there and wait, Heji Island will be there soon. The girl didn't move, and suddenly asked, why are you helping me? Luosu smiled and said, didn't you say that your father is the owner of Heji Island? We are naturally here for a generous reward. The girl nodded and said firmly, a generous reward. Since we have the same goal, we can sit down and have tea and chat. Heji Island is not far away, Luosu said. The girl followed Luosu out of the cargo hold. There were many people in the hall, so she didn't dare to go in. Luosu asked everyone to go back to the room to rest. Long Zimo carried Daodu back to the third floor, and only Jiang Hao stayed behind. I make tea for you. He boiled water and made tea, looking leisurely and carefree, which made people feel not disgusted. The girl went to the bathroom on the first floor to wash up, and when she came out, she looked a little reserved. Luosu didn't intend to ask her about what happened on Juliang Island. It didn't matter if it happened to the NPC. Her mission was just to escort, and it was fine as long as she completed the mission. Looking at the scenery outside, the ship was moving quickly towards Heji Island, and the alarm sounded every 10 minutes. Why does your ship keep sending out alarms for going in the opposite direction? The girl asked. Oh, the alarm system has some problems, don't worry about it, Luosu said, picking up the teacup and drinking tea. The girl was very cautious, and didn't touch the teacup from beginning to end. She didn't relax her brows until the ship entered the Heji Island pier. She jumped off the boat first, and saw Luosu and his friends leading the panda off the boat, which she thought was very strange. Are you from the circus? She asked Luosu. No. Luosu shook his head, and denied it directly. After a few words, the island owner came and invited Luosu and his friends to visit the island. Luosu politely declined, saying that he had urgent matters and could not delay, so he had to leave immediately. The island owner gave them 50,000 shells as a reward. Ding! Congratulations on completing the special task and receiving the special reward. Destination pass. Luosu and his party left Heji Island with the island owner's warm farewell and returned to the normal route. The alarm was lifted. Luosu activated the terminal pass, and suddenly the surrounding scenery quickly flowed and became blurred, as if traveling through time and space, and soon their boat arrived at the terminal pier. Welcome to the Water Survival Terminal. The dock manager smiled very enthusiastically. Pay 50,000 shells, and you can take your own ship back as a souvenir. Luosu paid 50,000 shells, which were all game coins anyway, and there was no use in returning to reality. The cruise ship that they had just docked at the dock disappeared and turned into a small cruise ship model in the hands of the NPC. The NPC handed her the cruise ship model with a smile. Luosu took the cruise ship model, and a system prompt popped up in her mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a permanent water prop, which can be activated and used in the corresponding waters. Luosu was happy, and held the model in her hand. She was a little worried that if she put it in the player's backpack, it would be confiscated by the system when she left the game. They quit the game and, very unusually, did not enter the game transfer station, but went directly back to the novice village. Luosu felt that they did not complete the game, but the dreamer used special means to help them leave the game in advance. Everyone was very grateful to be able to return to the novice village safely. Jiang Hao came to the novice village for the first time, looking at the two luxurious villas and the scenery of the village in spring. Thinking about living in the Crouching Tiger base, where every day when he opened his eyes, he saw the bleak scene of muddy yellow slopes. This place was simply a paradise. He clamored to move to the novice village and become a villager. Chapter 238. Luo Su said Jiang Hao away without saying anything. Jiang Hao pulled her aside and asked, I am serious about living in the novice village. Please consider it. Luo Su shook her head, no, you can't enter and leave the novice village freely. It's very inconvenient. Jiang Hao said, don't Xiao Wu and his group live in the village? One more is not too much. They are different. You are the leader of Crouching Tiger. How will others think you live in the novice village of Hidden Dragon? Luo Su said seriously. I don't care. I just want to live in the novice village. Jiang Hao whispered, at most, I won't be the leader. Luo Su was shocked. Why do you have such an idea? Haven't you always been ambitious in your career? In troubled times, being strong is the hard truth. If you are not capable enough, you can't lead so many people and make mistakes. Jiang Hao said helplessly. Luo Su sighed lightly. After experiencing the countdown to the erasure incident, many people have a new view of this troubled world. It was normal for Jiang Hao to have such thoughts. We will return to Blue Star to fight the aliens soon. Let's finish this battle first and see what happens. Luo Su finally said. Jiang Hao nodded, of course. Luo Su returned to the novice village. Long Zimo was playing with Daodu in the living room on the second floor, and Grandma was drying clothes. Grandma? Luo Su walked out of the terrace and greeted Grandma. Susu, you are finally back. Are you exhausted? Grandma had just finished drying clothes and glanced at the living room. Seeing Long Zimo playing with Daodu, he quietly pulled Luo Su to a farther place to talk. Susu, how are you two doing? If you have feelings for each other, get the certificate as soon as possible. I think he likes Daodu very much. At first glance, these two look like father and son. Grandma said with a smile. Grandma, there is something I forgot to tell you. In fact, Long Zimo is Daodu's biological father. Luo Su said in Grandma's ear. Ah? Grandma was very surprised. You kid, why didn't you tell me about such an important thing earlier? Grandma was instantly unhappy. Then why did he ignore you and Daodu for so many years? Grandma looked at Long Zimo in the living room from a distance, and suddenly got angry. Oh, I had a good impression of him. But when you said he was Daodu's biological father, I felt uncomfortable. You said how much you have suffered over the years. How could he? Grandma? Luo Su interrupted her grandmother hastily. You can't blame him for this. It was my decision to give birth to Daodu. He didn't even know Daodu existed during those years. Luo Su said. Later, when we met again, we first had a good impression of each other, and then we found out that he and Daodu were related by blood. Grandma, let's not talk about the past, okay? It's not easy to live a few days in peace in these troubled times. Luo Su whispered. Grandma sighed softly. Fate is playing tricks on people. If he can treat you sincerely, it's a good thing. He is Daodu's biological father, so there is no need to worry about him being a stepfather. Grandma is the most insightful, I know. Luo Su said, smiling at Grandma. You have been together for a while. If you feel it's appropriate, get the certificate, otherwise people will gossip. Grandma reminded quietly. Luo Su, Grandma, it's a chaotic world now. Where is the Civil Affairs Bureau? Where can you get the certificate? Grandma smiled bitterly. Yes, in this world, even if you don't get the certificate, you still have to set up a few tables of banquets to inform relatives and friends that you are officially married. Luo Su nodded. She understood her grandmother's concerns. Everything was for her good. We are going to go back to Blue Star. After we finish our work on Blue Star, we will consider this matter again. Don't worry, Grandma. Luo Su promised her grandmother that she would take this matter seriously. After the two of them finished chatting, they came in and found that the father and son had fallen asleep on the sofa, with Daodu sleeping on his father's belly. Oh, he will get a stiff neck if he sleeps like this. You hold Daodu to me, I will take a nap with the child, and you can ask him to go back to the third floor to rest. Grandma said. Luo Su took Dodo back to the room, and Grandma accompanied him to sleep. When she came out, she found that Long Zimo had woken up. You must be tired too, go back to your room and rest. Long Zimo pulled her up to the third floor. Luo Su laughed. My room is on the second floor. Why did you pull me up here? The third floor is quiet, good for sleep. You haven't rested well because of the games these days. Long Zimo said. Grandma said that we will be gossiped about if we do this. Luo Su looked at him and said. Long Zimo paused, then asked with a smile, how about us? Just live together without getting married. She was halfway through her words when Long Zimo lowered his head to stop her. After a long while, he let her go, saw her blushing cheeks, and then asked with a smile, is that so? Luo Su rolled her eyes at him, asking knowingly. He raised his lips, carried her into the room, and said domineeringly, "Then we will get married right here and get the marriage certificate tomorrow." The next morning, before they even got up, they were woken up by a phone call. Something happened at the headquarters. The two changed their clothes and rushed to the headquarters. The playground was in a mess, and some family members were crowded at the door of the conference room. What happened? Long Zimo asked Du Yifan and the others. Our people went out to explore these days, and were ambushed. Those who came back before were only slightly injured. I didn't expect that 2 members would die today, Du Yifan said sadly. Where are they? Let's go and see, Luo Su asked. In the base hospital, Du Yifan said. They came to the hospital of Sanlong Base, and saw 2 people covered with white cloth lying on 2 beds. Luo Su and Long Zimo carefully examined the fatal wound of the deceased. The wound on the chest was not caused by a sharp weapon, but more like an attack by a wild beast. The wound was shocking. Luo Su frowned. Could it be that aliens from Blue Star came here? It is possible, Long Zimo said. He told Du Yifan to suspend all outbound work for a while, and all members stayed in the base until the cause was found and the hidden danger was solved before going out. Family subsidies and comfort work must be done well. For those with old and young at home, the follow-up support issues must be implemented well, Long Zimo explained. Don't worry, we will do a good job of follow-up work, Du Yifan said. Where did the accident happen? We need to go to the scene to see, Luo Su asked Du Yifan. Chapter 239. Du Yifan marked the location of the accident on the map and gave it to Luo Su. Luo Su and Long Zimo rushed to check it out. This was a flat area under a stone wall by the river. There were traces of fierce fighting at the scene, and blood was everywhere, which was shocking. The crossbows of the 2 members were smashed to pieces. There were deep claw marks on the stone wall next to it, as if they were carved by a knife. This doesn't look like a weapon mark, it looks more like a claw mark, Luo Su said as he looked at the marks on the stone wall. It's definitely not done by humans, Long Zimo said, squatting down to carefully study the large footprints on the ground. He followed the direction of the footprints and searched all the way. Luo Su followed. The 2 walked along the messy footprints for more than 10 minutes, and came to a cliff with traces of sliding down. The cliff was not high, about 7 or 8 meters. Under the cliff was a remote mountain village in Guala Star. Let's go down and take a look, Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded, took out a bundle of fire escape ropes from the space, put them on a huge rock on the top of the cliff, and tied them. Long Zimo pulled the rope hard and said, Okay, I go down first. Wait until I wave, then you can come down. Okay, Luo Su replied. Long Zimo put the escape rope on himself, fastened the movable lock, and slowly slid down. He untied the escape rope, observed quietly for a while, and confirmed that there was no movement around, then waved to Luo Su. Luo Su slid down quickly. The 2 teamed up, with protective shields and auxiliary skills, and sneaked into the village quietly. This is a small mountain village with only a dozen households. Under the giant tree at the entrance of the village, there are smooth stone steps. Obviously, this is a place where villagers often sit and chat. But now, there was no one under the tree. It was past 9 in the morning, and the village was so quiet that no one could hear a chicken or dog. This made Luo Su feel too abnormal. The 2 walked towards a farmhouse with an open door. As soon as they approached the door, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Luo Su took out 2 black masks and medical gloves from the space. The 2 were fully armed, and then quietly walked into the house to check. A family of 5 fell in the yard, and the blood had not yet coagulated. In addition to the corpses of people, there were also the corpses of cats and dogs in the yard. The 2 were shocked. This method was too cruel. They killed the whole family, not even the cats and dogs were spared. They found a deep claw mark on the door panel of this family. It's the same murderer, Luo Su said. After the 2 looked at this farmhouse, they looked at all the farmers in the village again, and soon found that the whole village was massacred. There was no one left alive in the whole village. Even the poultry and cats and dogs on the roadside were not spared. Could it be that the aliens from the blue planet came to capture slaves? But why did they massacre the village? Luo Su was very puzzled. Long Zimo shook his head. Although he had experienced many battles, it was the first time he had seen such a scene where even the old, weak, women and children were not spared. The 2 members of Sunlong were of the gold level, and were carrying weapons, but they were not its opponents. It can be seen that the opponent was not only very powerful, but also cruel. Let's go and carefully looked for the whereabouts of the murderer. Long Zimo said, stood up, and began to look for the oversized footprints. As soon as the two of them reached the entrance of the village, they were blocked by a group of villagers, who hurried over with iron shovels and wooden sticks. Everyone, look, the murderer is still in the village. It's them. My brother said on the phone that two people wearing black masks came into the village and hacked people indiscriminately. Kill them! Don't let them get away. Luo Su and Long Zimo were regarded as the murderers of the village massacre. For a moment, the villagers rushed over with shouts of killing. Chapter 240. Hey, listen to me, we are not the murderer. Long Zimo took several steps back and shouted loudly. But the villagers did not listen to his explanation, still holding shovels and hatchets, chasing after him with murderous intent. Run! Luo Su pulled Long Zimo to run to the village, but after running around, he found that the village was surrounded by cliffs on two sides and a river on one side, and the only way out was the village entrance. The two found a secret place and hid for a while. Zimo, use the invisibility skill quickly, let's run out of the village first, get rid of them, and then find a way to find clues. Luo Su said, and activated the stealth function of the prop shoes. Shwa. She became invisible. However, as a teammate, Long Zimo could see her position. Long Zimo also had the stealth skill. After being promoted to the king, his protective shield came with the stealth function, but the skill level was not high enough, so he could only be invisible by himself, not the group. He covered himself with the stealth protective shield, and followed Luo Su to quietly walk out of the village. The villagers were still shouting and running to the end of the village. The two ran out of the village 1 kilometer away, and they were relieved until they confirmed that no one was chasing them. Luo Su took off his mask, sat on a big rock by the roadside, and said breathlessly, those people should be villagers from other nearby villages. Well, let's take a break, and go back to the village entrance later to find clues. Long Zimo said. Luo Su took out 2 bottles of mineral water, and handed one to Long Zimo. Come, drink some water. Long Zimo just unscrewed the bottle cap, and didn't start drinking when his cell phone rang. It was a call from Du Yifan. Boss, it's bad. The 2 members who died turned into zombies, and several family members were bitten and are now in isolation for treatment. You guys are out there investigating the whereabouts of the murderer, be careful. What? It turned into a zombie. Long Zimo. Whoosh. And stood up, have you controlled it? The 2 mutant zombies have been eliminated, and their families are closely observing and treating them. Du Yifan said. That's good, we've encountered some troubles here, so we can't go back so soon. You can make the decision on the matters in the base. Long Zimo said. Long Zimo hung up Du Yifan's phone, and called Xiao Wu again. Hey Xiao Wu, I have an urgent task for you and Xiao Dao. You must keep an eye on Daodu, and don't let him go to the base to play. He hung up the phone and saw Luo Su was also on the phone with his grandmother, telling her to keep an eye on Daodu. The 2 of them told their families about it, and then faced the next problem with peace of mind. Those 2 members turned into zombies. Long Zimo said. That means those villagers who were slaughtered may also turn into zombies. Luo Su looked in the direction of the village entrance with a frown. This place is too close to the base. We must eliminate these zombies to avoid future troubles. Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded, and tried to use the space skill to collect the boulders on the roadside into the space. The space skill can be used, so she is relieved. The 2 checked the skills and battle pets, everything is normal. Luo Su took out 2 sets of military camouflage uniforms, and put them on, then put on masks and gloves. The 2 were fully armed to ensure that not an inch of skin was exposed. After everything was ready, they slowly walked towards the village entrance. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from the direction of the village entrance. It seems that those villagers have also turned into zombies. We have to hurry up, otherwise there will be more and more zombies. The 2 rushed all the way. As soon as they arrived at the village entrance, they saw a group of people running out in a tumbling manner. Run, zombies! Don't get bitten, otherwise you will become like them. Damn, those zombies are unkillable. Zombies will only die if they are shot in the head. Have you never seen the movie? Luo Su and Long Zi silently stood guard at the entrance of the village. Watching the villagers run out one after another, they killed those who were bitten directly to prevent them from running out and harming the whole village. Those villagers had just died and mutated so quickly, which showed that the virus was very fierce, and the people who were bitten were basically hopeless. The last villager ran out of the village. The village was full of lost shoes, and there were more zombies with various weapons stuck in their bodies. Some zombies had a kitchen knife stuck in their heads, and some had a fruit knife stuck in their chests, but they didn't feel any pain at all and still wandered around mechanically. Luosu locked onto the zombies and used a skill. Ding! Kill the mutant zombies in a group and get 3,000 survival points. Luosu was embarrassed. This is clearly reality, but the game system treats it as part of the game. Watching the zombies surrounding a small house, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Luosu looked from a distance and was surprised. Is there still a living person in there? She quickly locked onto all the zombies outside the small house and killed them instantly. Luosu and Long Zimo quietly approached the small house and looked in through the window. They found that the person hiding inside was actually an old acquaintance. How could it be her? Why is she here? Luosu and Long Zimo looked at each other in surprise, and vaguely felt that the whole thing was far from simple. Chapter 241. The shivering girl hiding in the utility room looked out the window in horror, and found that the zombies that had just surrounded the outside were gone. 2 people in camouflage uniforms stood outside the window. They were wrapped tightly, and their faces could not be seen clearly. When she heard their conversation, the girl stood up suddenly, ran to the window, and asked excitedly, "Excuse me, are you Sister Luosu?" Luosu nodded and asked in a deep voice, "Xiaoyu, why are you here?" She and Long Zimo checked the whole village before, and found no living people. And when the villagers from the next village came to catch the murderer, they were all men, no women at all. Then where did this Xiaoyu come from? Luosu stared at Xiaoyu through an iron window, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Xiaoyu had tears in her eyes, and shook her head in fear. "I don't know either." Luosu asked again, "Didn't you go back to Guabel City in Kuala Star yesterday?" Xiaoyu nodded, "Yes." "Then what are you doing here?" Luosu was puzzled. 10 minutes ago, I was still at home drinking milk tea and watching idol dramas," she said, raising the half cup of milk tea in her hand. Luosu was secretly surprised. Unless she teleported, it would be impossible to run so far in such a short time. But this girl didn't look like she was lying. Long Zimo knocked on the window and asked calmly, "Then can you recall what happened 10 minutes ago?" Xiaoyu nodded and said, 10 minutes ago, I was sitting in my living room, drinking milk tea and watching dramas. Suddenly, my heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, accompanied by a strong sense of fear, and even that fear had its own picture, which appeared clearly in my mind. I became more and more scared, and then I was teleported here in the blink of an eye. This village full of zombies is exactly the terrifying picture that appeared inexplicably in my mind. Xiaoyu said, paused, and then said, "After I exited the game yesterday, I found that I had awakened a new talent, which may be related to this talent." "What kind of talent?" Luosu asked. "Crisis perception. Please control your emotions, otherwise you will be in a crisis." Xiaoyu read out the talent and description word by word. Luosu listened and thought this talent was really wonderful. Originally, being able to sense the crisis in advance is a very practical talent, but if you are too scared, it will be too wonderful to teleport people to the crisis site. This requires a strong heart and courage to make good use of this talent. Then can you still teleport back? Long Zimo asked another question. Xiaoyu shook her head. "This is my first time being teleported. I don't know how to get back yet." Woof woof woof. Aim. At this time, even the cats and dogs have mutated, and once they wake up, they rush over madly and attack people. Luosu moved his mind, and with a group attack skill, all the cats and dogs were taken away. Long Zimo patrolled the entire village, and found no living people or zombies. "It has been confirmed that this village has been cleared," Long Zimo said. Luosu nodded. "Let's go, I take you back." After she sent Xiaoyu back to Guabel City on Kuala Star, she came back with Long Zimo to continue looking for clues about the murderer. Following the clues, she found the entrance to a cave in a pile of messy straw on the cliff at the end of the village. The two entered the cave, and the other exit of the cave was on the cliff by the river. In the cave, there was nothing except a large gray square stone slab on the ground. What are the aliens doing in this cave? The other side of the cave is a cliff by the river, and there is no way out. Luosu and Bai Si were puzzled. The only suspicious thing is that gray stone slab. Luosu squatted down and studied the stone slab carefully. But the light in the cave was very dim. Luosu took out a flashlight and looked carefully, only to find that there were densely packed unknown words and symbols on the stone slab, as well as patterns similar to Taoist talismans mixed in it. There is a groove in each of the 4 corners of the stone slab. Luosu compared the size with her hands. This groove, could it be? She thought of the portal. So she took out 4 super blue crystals from the space and put them into the 4 grooves of the stone slab. Buzz! The 4 blue crystals shone brightly. At the same time, the words and symbols on the stone slab all emitted a faint light. Then, each of the 4 blue crystals cast a beam of blue light, and when the 4 beams of light intersected, only a bow sound was heard. A blue light gate appeared on the stone slab. Portal! Luo Su and Long Zimo exclaimed at the same time. The two clicked on the teleportation interface, and there was only one destination to choose from, and there was no exact place name. There were only 4 words displayed on it: Unknown Area. Chapter 242. In the glowing portal, the only destination is Unknown Area. Luo Su was very curious and asked, Zimo, should we go and see where the unknown area is? Okay. Long Zimo was happy. Having an adventurous wife, it feels like opening Easter eggs every day with constant surprises. The two entered the portal and found that the other end of the portal was actually in a huge ancient tomb. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at the tomb in front of them and were immediately surprised. This is a rectangular ancient tomb, and the portal is located in a side room of the ancient tomb. The huge tomb has only a dim wall lamp, the light is dim, and the air is filled with a decaying smell. Luo Su activated his fire eyes and saw the surrounding scenery more clearly. This tomb was actually arranged like a residence, with not only a sofa, a coffee table, a wardrobe, but also a large freezer. Various bottles were neatly arranged in the freezer. The bottles on the upper half were filled with dark green liquid, and the bottles on the lower half were filled with red liquid. There were some bubbles floating on the red liquid, which looked like blood, and was dazzlingly red. Luo Su was looking at the red liquid inside through the glass door of the freezer, when Long Zimo suddenly pulled her. She turned her head, and Long Zimo winked at her. Following his line of sight, Luo Su found that on the other side of the closet, there was a half-closed sarcophagus. Judging from the layout of this residence, there should be a bed in that position, so how could there be a coffin? Luo Su was startled, and felt that the air around her suddenly became a little colder. Long Zimo reached out, and took one of her hands. He felt her hand was a little cold, so he couldn't help but tighten it a little. He gave her a look. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Luo Su nodded, calmed down a little, and decided to follow Long Zimo to see what was in the sarcophagus. The two quietly approached the coffin. When they were still 1 meter away, footsteps suddenly came from the direction of the tomb door. Someone is coming. Long Zimo hurriedly pulled her down and squatted, quietly hiding behind the coffin. At this time, 2 female orcs, one tall and one short, walked into the room. The short one was holding a tray in her hand. They approached the freezer, opened it, and carefully took out 2 bottles of dark green liquid from the freezer. Be careful. This is the nutrient solution that the prince loves to drink the most. The short female orc reminded her companions. I know, last time AMU accidentally broke a bottle, and the queen was furious and killed her. The prince is still in the sleeping period, right? There are still 7 days before he wakes up. Why did the queen ask us to get the nutrient solution now? I don't know. In the Misny Palace, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, so that you can live longer. The 2 female orcs took the things and left quickly. Luo Su breathed a sigh of relief, but at this moment, a terrifying grinding sound came from the coffin next to him. Gaga Jie. Luo Su shuddered and felt cold all over. What kind of monster was lying in this coffin? The grinding sound stopped. The surroundings returned to silence. Long Zimo quietly stood up and took a look at the gap in the palm-sized coffin. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Long Zimo whispered in her ear, Do you have a flashlight? Luo Su nodded, took out a flashlight from the space and handed it to him. He asked her to step back a few steps, and then he went forward to look. The flashlight shone into the coffin, and Long Zimo's reaction was very calm, as if the things inside were nothing special. Luo Su couldn't help being curious, and quietly walked over to take a look. There was a good-looking man lying in the coffin. His eyes were closed, his skin was delicate, his lips were slightly pale, and his chest was rising and falling rhythmically. He slept peacefully. This puzzled Luo Su. But the man was clearly breathing, so why was he sleeping in the coffin? Luo Su was wondering when the man in the coffin suddenly opened his eyes. This really scared Long Zimo and Luo Su, and they took several steps back. Emma, didn't you say he would wake up after 7 days? Chapter 243. The two turned off the flashlight and retreated quietly. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the coffin, trying to open the lid a little wider, but after several attempts, the lid did not move at all. Apparently he did not have enough strength. AMU. He called out weakly. No one responded. There was no one else in the room except Luo Su and the others. Now the person sleeping in the coffin had woken up, and Luo Su was a little worried and felt that they could not stay here any longer. She pulled Long Zimo and was about to leave. Suddenly, the alarm rang loudly, and soon there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. The people outside came too quickly, and Luo Su and Long Zimo had no time to leave. They quickly activated their invisibility and quietly hid in the side of the closet. The three orcs rushed into the door and ran straight to the coffin, anxious. His Highness has awakened. You go inform the queen and prepare a warm nutrient solution to wake her up. Yes. Okay, Butler 1. The two orc girls said, and hurried out the door. The butler stepped forward and pulled open the lid of the coffin, carefully helped the man inside, and asked, Your Highness, how do you feel now? I feel exhausted. The man said weakly, and then asked, How long have I slept? Why do I feel like I haven't slept enough? Your Highness, you have only slept for 3 days. It's still a long way from 10 days. The butler said. Only 3 days? The man was slightly angry. How could you wake up so soon? Is the blood replenisher out of stock again? The housekeeper was terrified and said hurriedly, The chi and blood supplement is available. Ah Lang and his friends just went to the second-level planet and brought back a lot of chi and blood source materials, filling up the freezer. They said that after a few days, when there are enough mutant creatures on the second-level planet, there will be countless nutrient solutions in the future. Well, that's about right. After the man finished speaking, with the help of the housekeeper, he stepped out of the coffin and slowly walked towards the sofa. Shua in a flash, Luo Su and Long Zimo's invisibility time was over. The two of them quickly shrank their necks into the corner. If she hadn't wanted to find out more information, she would have left with Long Zimo long ago. Tell Alung and the others that they must keep a low profile about going to the second-level planet. Otherwise, if the Mizmi royal family takes the lead in breaking the covenant, it won't be good if the news gets out. The prince said weakly. Okay. The housekeeper nodded. At this time, 2 female orcs walked in carefully, carrying 2 cups of liquid, one red and one green. The prince picked up the red liquid and drank it all in one gulp. He closed his eyes and savored it carefully. Well, this is the taste, the unique taste of pure human blood. I haven't tasted it for a long time. The butler smiled triumphantly. It was his idea to secretly go to the second-level planet to look for human blood. Your Highness, the second-level planet will be our back garden in the future. You can drink as much as you want. The prince was very pleased with what he heard and said happily, Well, thanks to your suggestion, these 2 maids will be rewarded to you. Thank you for the reward, Your Highness. The butler hurriedly thanked him, glancing at the 2 young girls in front of him, his eyes green. Ah! Ah! The 2 maids were immediately terrified and looked at the butler as if he were a monster, and they were completely desperate. With a shake of his hand, the cup of green liquid on the tray fell to the ground. Bang! The glass broke, and the green liquid spilled all over the floor. Ah! Your Highness, spare me! The 2 maids fell to their knees with 2 thumps, kowtowed and begged for mercy. The Highness felt cold all over. The housekeeper's face turned green immediately, and he loudly rebuked the 2 maids. Are you tired of living? How dare you knock over the Highness's nutrient solution? Do you know how precious it is? Your lives combined, you can't afford to pay for it. The 2 maids kneeling on the ground were trembling with fear, and one of them even fainted. Your Highness, calm down. It's not worth getting angry at these 2 idiots. I personally heat up a new cup for you. The housekeeper said flatteringly. Well, hurry up. I'm waiting to recover my strength. The prince urged unhappily. Okay, I go right away. The housekeeper said, trotting towards the freezer. A maid was cleaning the residue on the floor in fear. It was her companion who broke the cup, and she suffered as well. The butler opened the freezer and took out a bottle of green liquid. Just as he was about to close the refrigerator, his hands were suddenly empty, and with a bang, the bottle fell to the ground and broke. Ah! The butler was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. He was holding it well. How could it suddenly fall? At this time, the cold voice of the prince came over. Butler? Ah, yes, I'm sorry, my hand slipped. This refrigerator is too cold. The butler explained stutteringly. Forget it. Considering your merits, I forgive you this time. The prince said weakly, Hurry up and heat another cup for me. Okay. The housekeeper was worried, but fortunately he didn't hold him responsible. He took out another bottle of green liquid from the freezer, and this time he held it tightly in his hand and carefully protected it in his arms. Unexpectedly, as soon as he closed the freezer door, the bottle in his hand was empty, and there was a bang. This bottle broke again. This time, Even the maid looked at him with a gloating look. Long Zimo in the corner turned his head and looked at Luo Su. Seeing the smile in her eyes, the corners of his mouth rose. He gave her a look. "You are so naughty." The housekeeper was almost crazy. What's going on? He obviously protected her very well. The prince was so angry that his face turned pale. These nutrients are what he needs to prolong his life. How could they be so careless? AMU is still the best. AMU has taken care of him since he was a child and grew up with him. AMU is the one who really cares about him. The prince asked angrily, "Where is AMU? Tell her to come back and serve me. All of you get out." The maid helped her companion up and left quickly. The housekeeper looked embarrassed. AMU. On the first day of the prince's sleep, AMU was beaten to death by the queen because he broke a bottle of green nutrient solution. But he didn't dare to say it. He is now guilty of the same crime as AMU. 2 lives are not enough. It's too hard for him. "Housekeeper, I'm asking you a question. Where's AMU? Call her back." The prince growled, looking angry and weak. AMU? She quit her job with the queen and went back to her hometown. The housekeeper made up a reason on the spot. The prince was even more angry after hearing this and said, "Why don't you go and heat up the nutrient solution? Do you want to die?" If the nutrient solution had not been specially heated to be effective, he would have drunk it iced long ago. These idiots are all unreliable. The housekeeper nodded and bowed hurriedly, and took out another bottle of green liquid. This time it was finally stable, and he walked out the door carefully. Not long after, the housekeeper came in with the heated nutrient solution, but just after walking a few steps into the door, the bottle in front of him was suddenly empty, and then bang! The cup fell to the ground and broke. The housekeeper collapsed. He looked up in horror, and found that the prince had collapsed on the sofa with a pale face. He didn't know whether it was because of anger, or because he had been lacking nutrient solution for too long. No matter which reason, he would die. He simply walked closer to the sofa step by step, with a fierce look in his eyes. Your Highness," he called softly, but the prince on the sofa only responded weakly. The housekeeper showed a hint of cruelty in his eyes, picked up the pillow on the sofa, and covered it with it. "Your Highness, you have been living like a ghost for so many years. It's time to be free." The housekeeper stood up, picked up the prince, and walked towards the coffin step by step. Luo Su was shocked, and quickly activated the invisibility skill in the group. Cute baby bubble. She and Long Zimo both became invisible, and the two became completely transparent air people. They walked out from the corner. I saw the housekeeper carry the corpse of the prince into the coffin, and then carefully tidy the appearance of the prince, and finally close the lid. At this time, a tall boy rushed in with 2 followers. Brother, butler, didn't brother wake up early? Why did he fall asleep again?" The butler looked calm and said respectfully, "After waking up, the prince drank the nutrient solution and said that he still felt very tired, so he laid down and fell asleep again." Seeing this, Luo Su felt that she had witnessed a royal murder case of aliens, and also got these useful information. There was no point staying any longer, and the invisibility effect would soon wear off. She took Long Zimo back to the small mountain village. Chapter 244. Luo Su and Long Zi returned to the cave in the small mountain village. Luo Su collected the blue crystal on the portal, and the portal suddenly shut down. This blue crystal is the starting energy of the portal, which can be reused until the energy in the crystal is consumed. Should we block the 2 sides of the cave to prevent aliens from teleporting in again? Long Zi touched his chin in thought. If we are blocked, it will be very inconvenient for us to explore the ancient tomb next time. Luo Su said. Long Zimo put a firewall on the portal. My firewall can only last for half an hour. What if the aliens come again after we leave? This place is too close to our base. It's not safe. What's more, those aliens are too brutal. Even if he sends a team to guard here, ordinary gold level members may not be able to do it. Luo Su thought for a while and said, I have a way. After that, she raised her hand and put the entire portal into the space. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the teleportation device, which can be installed and used anytime and anywhere. Ah, this works? Luo Su was surprised. Try somewhere else. She ran out of the cave quickly, and Long Zimo followed her out without knowing why. Luo Su ran to the willow tree by the river outside the village, and put out the teleportation portal. System prompt. The teleportation device has been installed. Luo Su took out the blue crystal and put it into the 4 grooves of the teleportation portal, and the teleportation portal lit up. Long Zimo gave her a thumbs up. Great. An unexpected gain, hee hee. Luo Su happily put the portal into the space. In the future, The unknown area will be our back garden. We can go there whenever we want. After Luo Su finished speaking, she showed a female bandit's signature smile, which made Long Zimo feel happy. He had a hunch that his family would have many back gardens in the future. The territory was so large, he would have to have more children in the future to make it lively. Pa. Luo Su patted him. Why are you smiling? You don't have any idea about the two maids in the back garden, do you? Long Zimo smiled lightly, with deep affection in his eyes. In the whole world, I only have ideas about you. Luo Su rolled his eyes at him and teased him with a smile. It doesn't matter. If you really have ideas, I will catch two for you, one to wash your feet and one to massage your back. How about it? Long Zimo was angry and lowered his head to bite her lips. After a moment, he let go and whispered, If you keep guessing, I bite you. Luo Su smiled and said, Okay, we should go back to the base. When Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the base, it was already dark. Long Zimo called a few senior executives for a simple meeting and told them what they had learned. The murderer is not an alien from Blue Star? Su Jin was surprised. Indeed, from the current clues, the murderer is indeed not from Blue Star. They are half-orcs, and it is very likely that they came from a first-level planet. Long Zimo said. Another first-level planet? Su Jin was very curious about what a first-level planet was like. According to the data from the information source, first-level planets have more resources, more advanced technology, and most of the players are above gold level. Yes, a first-level planet. After we take back Blue Star, our next goal is to explore the first-level planets, find more resources, and seek a bigger way out for the Songlong organization, Long Zimo said. After hearing the boss's ambitions, everyone was immediately excited and full of expectations for the future. You should train more capable assistants, so that they can go with us to experience the world, Long Zimo said. Okay. Du Yifan missed the days when he followed the boss around. Su Jin also yearned for it. She had long wanted to visit the first-level planet. Li Chonggang and Wu Di were relatively calm. They preferred to stay in the base. There were families here, and subordinates, who could be scolded endlessly. Working and fulfilling every day, training new people for the boss, and stabilizing the rear were their lifelong wishes. Chapter 245. When the meeting was halfway through, 3 representatives from the Blue Star base camp suddenly visited. After a round of greetings, the delegation stated the purpose of this trip. We want to drive away the aliens and take back the Blue Star, but the current environmental pollution on the Blue Star is serious, and ordinary people have to wear protective clothing to enter the Blue Star. It is unrealistic for tens of thousands of people to wear protective clothing for large-scale combat. The protective clothing is easy to break, has poor mobility, poor vision, and low combat efficiency. Therefore, the environmental expert group of the Blue Star base camp has developed an air purification device. After installation and use, it can purify air pollution within 10 kilometers nearby. One for every 10 kilometers, the entire blue planet is so big, that's a huge project, Long Zimo said. It's impossible to purify the entire blue planet. At present, we are only considering the purification work within the territory of our country. We only need 1,200 devices to cover the entire country. After the environment is purified, we just need to drive away the aliens and move back to rebuild our home, the head of the delegation said. Rebuild our home? Everyone was encouraged by hearing this. What work do we need to do? Long Zimo asked. The head of the delegation continued. The official headquarters is mass-producing this equipment, and 1,200 units will be completed soon. It's just that this purification device needs continuous energy drive to work, but now the world is short of energy, and you can't buy this energy crystal with money. So the official sent the sample to everyone to see if our supernatural agency can find this energy crystal. As the head of the delegation said, he carefully put out a portable safe, opened the layers of locks, and a finger-sized green crystal appeared. Long Zimo walked over, picked up the green crystal, and examined it carefully. He felt that it looked familiar. It was very similar to the blue crystal that Luo Su used to activate the portal. It was just that this sample was green, while Luo Su's crystal was blue. Let's take it, and study it carefully. Long Zimo pointed to his position. The head of the delegation nodded. He took the green crystal, and handed it to Luo Su. Luo Su took it, and used his golden eyes to look carefully, and found some familiar information. Green crystal ore can absorb pollutants, can be used as a material for purifying the environment, or as a material for making equipment. She immediately understood that this energy stone was actually the primary green crystal, or she had found in the king's advanced dungeon. But she no longer has this kind of primary crystal ore. Last time, she was worried that the system would confiscate the crystal ore she had hidden in her space when she left the dungeon, so she fused all of them into super crystal stones. Luo Su checked the super green crystal stones in her space, and found that there were more than 700 of them. She couldn't help but feel happy. Long Zimo came over and asked in a low voice, "Does it look familiar? Are you sure?" Luo Su smiled, and cut out a piece of egg-sized super green crystal stone from the space, and gave it to Long Zimo. Long Zimo carefully compared the two crystals, and found that the official one was rough and dark with more impurities, while Luo Su's was crystal clear and full of color. "Your one seems to be more advanced?" Long Zimo asked in a low voice. "Theirs is a primary crystal ore. After the primary, there are intermediate, advanced, and super. Mine is super," Luo Su said in a low voice. "Oh, no wonder it looks so advanced." Long Zimo was surprised and asked again, "Do you have more? Are you going to hand this crystal over to the official?" Luo Su said with a look of reluctance, "It's not much. Handing over 1 or 2 pieces will be a contribution to my hometown." Long Zimo understood. He handed the 2 crystals to the delegation leader. "Take a look at this. Is it the energy stone you are looking for?" The delegation looked at the crystal that Long Zimo brought over, and was immediately surprised. "Oh, Long Zimo, your crystal is of higher purity, and contains very full energy." Several people in the delegation rushed to see the egg-sized super green crystal, and everyone looked excited. "Great, we finally found it," the head of the delegation said excitedly. "Each device needs to be installed with a finger-length energy crystal to operate. And your high-purity crystal, or only needs a fingernail-sized piece to operate." Long Zimo nodded and said, "This kind of high-grade crystal is very rare. We have finally got 1 or 2 pieces." The head of the expert group was surprised when he heard this. "Can you sell them all to us?" 1,200 devices. This small piece is not enough. Long Zimo called Luo Su over. "Leader, this crystal is not from our organization. It is Luo Su's personal property. If you want to buy it, just talk to her directly." Hearing that a small piece was not enough, Luo Su took out another fist-sized piece. The head of the expert group smiled and said excitedly, "With this big one, it is completely enough." He called his superiors on the spot to report the situation, and finally offered a price of 2 billion interstellar coins to buy the 2 stones. Luo Su was stunned. He didn't expect this kind of crystal to be so valuable. The expert group was very efficient. As soon as they put away the 2 crystals, Luo Su immediately received a remittance of 2 billion. Chapter 246. Luo Su and Long Zimo assisted the official to go back to Blue Star to install the purification device. Every time they arrived at an installation site, the mutant plants and animals within 10 kilometers were cleaned up. She locked the maximum attack range of 820 meters, and activated the space storage skill. Ding! Destroy the mutant creatures, and get 4,000 survival points as a reward. Then the infinite fusion function of the space was activated, and the target was locked. The corpses of mutant creatures and vines. She and Long Zimo cooperated tacitly, and the places where the purification device was installed were basically cleaned up, leaving only gray-black land, bare. However, the entire Chinese country is vast, and if she and Long Zimo want to clean it up, the power of the 2 of them is too small. She pulled the Panda Army and Jiang Hao from the novice village to form a 16-person cleaning team. Every day, Long Zimo led the team to play in the wild, and she mainly assisted in the installation of the purifier. The teammates found that they could level up again by cleaning the mutant vines and gaining survival points. They were immediately excited. "Shell, it turns out that playing in the wild can also be upgraded. You should have said it earlier. I thought you had to go into the exile land inside the high wall to fight aliens to get survival points rewards," Jiang Hao said. "Before, the authorities did not install purifiers, and the air pollution was serious. They were afraid that it would be dangerous for you to come in to kill monsters, so they didn't tell you." Luo Su smiled and said, "Now everyone is fully armed, with standard field special forces camouflage uniforms, plus Long Zimo's super protective cover, which can block most of the haze, and then put on masks and gloves. You can upgrade in the wild." The wild team followed the route where the purifiers were installed, clearing monsters all the way, and progressed quickly. Luo Su has teleportation skills, and he transports equipment and picks up people every day. It only took 10 days, and the purifiers in the whole of China have been installed. It is said that it will take another half a month to achieve the expected purification effect, which means that the large-scale war on Blue Star will have to wait at least half a month. As a reward for assisting in the installation work, Luo Su received 10 purification devices given by the official for free. After installing the purifier, Luo Su also joined the ranks of junglers. She locked the maximum attack range of 820 meters and enabled space storage. Ding! Eliminate mutant creatures and get 5,000 survival points reward. Wow! Since Sister Luo Su came, our survival points have increased rapidly. The attack range is 820 meters, which is 10 times that of mine. You are in the silver rank, and they are in the king rank. You can't compare with them. Hee, I feel like I won the dungeon without doing anything. Don't always want to win without doing anything. Look at your panda, it is more diligent than you, and it is serious about killing monsters. The Novice Village Jungle team has 16 teammates, plus 11 battle pets, and the battle speed is super fast. At the end of the 15-day purification time, they have cleaned up all the ground outside the high wall. The most gratifying thing is that all the silver teammates have been promoted to the gold rank. Even Wang Dajiang and He Tsuehua have also been promoted to the gold rank. They were so excited that they burst into tears and expressed their gratitude. After Xiaoya and Su Imo were promoted to the gold rank, their healing skills had a great breakthrough. Sumo's group and single blood adding skills were both quite outstanding. Xiaoya's source of life skill, after breaking through the gold level, turned out to be the tree of life. In other words, she could transform a small sapling in her palm, and then quickly grow it. After more than 10 seconds, it grew into a tree of life behind the team. The tree of life could purify the negative status of all teammates and have the function of resurrection. As long as the teammate has obtained Xiaoya's life tree guardian status, Xiaoya can revive him once within 30 seconds after death, but Xiaoya's resurrection skill is a single resurrection, and the cooldown time is 1 hour. In other words, if several teammates die at the same time, she can only choose one to revive, and cannot revive all. However, as long as Su Imo and Xiaoya are in the team, basically there will be no death. Luo Su also gained a lot. In these 25 days, the mutant creature she harvested merged more than 500 energy balls, and she accumulated enough survival points to upgrade to the next level. Her current rank is King level 2, and her attack range has become 900 meters. Long Zimo is King level 1, and his protection shield proficiency has been maxed out, and the protection value has increased a lot. The happiest person was Jiang Hao. He didn't expect that after hanging out with Luo for half a month, he would level up 4 times. He is now at Diamond level 4. Shell, I will hang out with you guys every day from now on. Please let me move to the Novice Village. Jiang Hao has been begging Luo Su for half a month. Luo Su had no choice but to accept him into the Novice Village. He was so happy that he visited other people and gave gifts all day long, fearing that other villagers in the Novice Village would dislike him. The 4 elderly people in the village were all delighted by him. They all said that Luo Su's brother from the old hometown was really sweet. The grandmother was happy when she saw him. Oh, are you really the little peach next door, in the dormitory of the food factory? Chapter 247. The Blue Star War will begin in 3 days, and several bases are preparing for it. All gold rank players will participate in this war, which makes Wang Dajiang and He Tsuehua very nervous. Early in the morning, she dragged Wang Dajiang to the yard to wait for Luo Su. After breakfast, Luo Su saw Wang Dajiang and his wife hesitated to speak, and felt that they had something to do. Uncle, don't you want to participate in the war? Luo Su is a straightforward person, and he gets straight to the point, since they are all family members. Wang Dajiang shook his head hastily when he heard it. He Tsuehua interrupted and said, No, the organization has worked hard to cultivate us to the gold level. Now that our hometown is in trouble, of course we can't back down. Luo Su nodded, and he really didn't make a mistake. He said, Then if you have any ideas, you can tell me. Wang Dajiang pulled He Tsuehua and wanted to take her home. He Tsuehua knocked his hand away and said with an awkward smile, My cousin, I have been playing with everyone in the wild for a month. Dajiang and I saw that everyone's battle pets are very powerful, and we both want one, Wang Dajiang was a little embarrassed and scolded, Tsuehua, you woman, why are you so greedy? Luo Su gave our family a battle pet, didn't she bring it to Shao Tsung? Luo Su smiled, Oh, so that's what happened. I was busy and neglected it. Originally, everyone above the gold level should be rewarded with one. As soon as Luo Su finished speaking, everyone else in the yard was happy. Among the 5 young people including Mu Yeli, only Mu Yeli and Yang Cheng had pandas. The other 3, Xiao Bing, Yang Ji and Huang Jian, did not have battle pets, and they were also at the gold level. Luo Su and Long Zimo went to the interstellar hunting ground. When they landed on the island, they brought back all the fantasy beasts they saw. The animal enclosure in the village was almost full. The interstellar hunting ground was very large, with a total of 3 islands. They had not yet landed on the main island, but just wandered around the 2 small islands outside, and they had already brought back more than 100 fantasy beasts. Jiang Hao looked at the animal enclosure covering an area of 1 kilometer in the novice village. It was as lively as a zoo, and he was immediately shocked. Now, if someone said that Luo Su had dinosaurs, he would not find it strange. Jiang Hao felt that it was the wisest choice for him to join Luo Su in the novice village. He used his eloquence to persuade, and finally got another heaven-class war pet. It was a blue moon snow fox cub. Its body was covered with snow-white fur, and its tail was a touch of blue, curved like a moon. Although this blue moon snow fox was only a few months old, its skills and talents were very helpful to Jiang Hao. The phantom talent increased the owner's agility and speed. The clone can transform into a fox clone. Charm Strike is a skill that combines charm plus teleportation plus critical strike. It first charms the opponent to relax his vigilance, and then teleports suddenly to appear behind the enemy, giving a fatal blow to sneak kill. The skills and talents of this Blue Moon Snow Fox allow a close-range attack player like him to maximize his speed and critical hit advantages. Jiang Hao was so happy that he started distributing gifts all over the village, like a Santa Claus every day. He Suehua and Wang Dajiang also have battle pets. The cubs do not need intimacy, and can be contracted immediately. They also chose 2 Earth-level panda cubs. Xiuya's battle pet is a plant-type heaven-level fantasy beast, Sunflower. Plant-type fantasy beasts are very rare. This is the only plant-type fantasy beast among the more than 100 fantasy beasts brought back by Luo Su. Sunflower has only 2 skills at present: transplant and replace health points with designated teammates. Sunflower Fortress can remotely project unlimited sunflower bombs. The 3 young men in the village, Zhao Bing, Yang Tian and Huang Jian, all got a ground-level porcupine, which has a very practical remote projection skill. The remaining 29 cubs were sent to the base, and handed over to Dihifun and others to be assigned to elite members of the organization. There are still 70 or 80 adult fantasy beasts in the animal breeding circle. They cannot be contracted directly. They need to be fed for about a month, and have a certain degree of intimacy with humans before they can be contracted. It will definitely be too late before the war. However, at present, Songlong's war pets have added up to more than 50, and the overall combat power has increased a lot. Luo Su was busy all day, his mind was full of fantasy beasts and war pets, and he collapsed on the sofa when he returned to the living room on the 2nd floor. I saw Daodu taking the turtle out of the tank to play again, and I was speechless. Mom, the little turtle actually snatched the small fish and shrimp from Xiuhua. It's really amazing. When Xiuhua spit fire at it, it retreated into the turtle shell and didn't move. It's so funny. Yeah. Luo Su responded, too tired to play with him. Mom, look at the 2 hearts on the turtle's head. They want to tell me that they are happy to play with me. Daodu said happily. Yeah. Heart? Luo Su looked up and found a faint red heart floating on the heads of the 2 turtles. Yeah. Luo Su sat up with a start. Only when the intimacy of the fantasy beast increases will the red heart appear on the head. Could it be that these 2 little turtles are also fantasy beasts? Luo Su hurriedly activated his fire eyes and looked carefully and found a row of information. Heaven-level warrior turtle meat shield-type battle pet can be used on land and water. Ah! These 2 little turtles are actually heaven-level fantasy beasts. Luo Su suddenly shuddered and became energetic. Chapter 248. Luo Su never expected that the 2 little turtles in the fish tank in the living room were actually heaven-level fantasy beasts. These 2 little turtles were caught by her when she fished in the river outside the village last time. She didn't expect to pick up a treasure. She was happy and exchanged a battle pet contract book from the Points Mall and took one of the little turtles as a battle pet. Battle pet name, Little Turtle. Contract owner, Luo Su. Battle pet level, Heaven level Martial Turtle level 1. Battle pet skills, Roaring Roar attack, attract enemy attention, and increase hatred value. Auxiliary skills, Anti-damage shield group defense shield. When the shield is attacked, there is a certain probability to return 100% of the damage value. Talent, the owner's health value is permanently increased by 30%. Battle pet health value, 100, 000/100, 000. This little turtle's anti-damage shield is quite powerful. Luo Su looked at her and Daodu's 4 battle pets, all of which were collected from land, sea and air, and was immediately excited. At this time, Long Zimo and Jiang Hao came up. Daodu was very excited. Daddy, Uncle, Let me tell you a secret. The little turtle in the fish tank is a battle pet. Mom collected one. Dowdu said, and with a thought, he released the little turtle from the battle pet backpack. Seeing the surprised look of the two, Dowdu became more excited and pulled them into the group, giving each of them an anti-injury shield. Anti-injury shield? It actually has counterattack. Looking at the auxiliary status that Dowdu just added, shield defense plus counterattack, this is definitely a great auxiliary in fighting. Great, give me another one. Jiang Hao said with a smile. Long Zimo kicked him. Can you be thicker? Stingy. Jiang Hao rubbed his calves and grimaced in pain. Dowdu suddenly said, one is not enough. Why don't you two fight and give it to whoever wins? Luo Su was full of black lines. Long Zimo, my dear son, Jiang Hao, uncle applauds your justice and courage, but to be honest, your proposal is not good, and I can't beat your father. Long Zimo contracted with the turtle, and suddenly thought of a question. Can the anti-injury shield be superimposed on his protective shield? I want to go to Blue Star to try the effect. Long Zimo said. Now? Jiang Hao looked outside, the sun was setting, and it was almost dark. So why go? Unexpectedly, Luo Su agreed, and even opened a group and pulled him into the group. The worst thing is that Dowdu also wanted to go, and Luo Su actually agreed. Jiang Hao was embarrassed. A family of adventurers. In front of the steel building of Blue Star, Luo Su and his group squatted behind a pile of waste. Jiang Hao looked at the crooked and weird building in front of him. Is this an alien base? Mom? Do aliens also assemble cars? In Dowdu's eyes, the building in front of him was assembled from abandoned cars. There are many cameras in the building. We can only walk around nearby. Try not to make any noise. Just follow closely. Luo Su warned. Long Zimo observed for a while and said, Su, you stay here. I'm going to fly a kite. Then he added a super protective shield to everyone. Fuck, your protective shield can make you invisible for 5 minutes? Jiang Hao exclaimed. Long Zimo rushed out first. Jiang Hao came here for the first time, so he also rushed out. Luo Su held Dowdu, and the two squatted there and watched. As soon as Long Zimo approached the outer 3 meters of the building, the alarm sounded. Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Hao was shocked. Damn, he was discovered so quickly. Seeing Long Zimo running around the building, he followed him. Luo Su stared nervously, waiting for Long Zimo's instructions. Suddenly, boom, boom. A sound. The waste next to her shook violently, and she hurriedly pulled Dowdu away. She saw the pile of waste scattered, and a small turret stretched out from the ground. The rumbling sound continued, and looking around, there was a turret on the pile of waste near the building. Be careful, there are many turrets around. Luo Su hurriedly reminded the team. Duh, 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 duh. The turret began to fire automatically. The turret was connected to the building's sensor system. No matter where Long Zimo ran, the turret near him would start firing. Luo Su locked all turrets within 500 meters. Storage batch storage failed. Luo Su tried to lock a turret next to it and store it individually. Storage failed. If it can't be stored, we can only try to destroy it. Luo Su smashed out a huge piece of 3-ton iron. Bang! In one go, a turret was destroyed. Storage. The damaged turret was easily stored in the space. Luo Su was surprised and followed the same method, destroying them one by one, and gradually collected all the surrounding turrets. As the alarm continued, a large number of soldiers gathered near the building. They held guns and moved in unison, like robots with unified programs. Boom! Dowdu's skills attacked the soldiers' ranks, causing a commotion. Luo Su received a series of system prompts. Ding, group kill enemy soldiers. Get 2,000 survival points. Dowdu is awesome. Luo Su praised, and then continued to smash the turret. The cooperation between the two was very tacit. Long Zimo brought Xiaogui as a double shield to attract firepower. Dowdu brought Xiaohua to bombard the soldiers remotely. The flames were raging, creating chaos. Luo Su brought Xiaohan to smash the turret, and the group continued to recover blood. Jiang Hao brought the Snow Fox to sneak attack their commander. The invisibility effect was over. Long Zimo and Jiang Hao were injured to varying degrees, and their blood bars were reduced by half. Luo Su activated the group invisibility skill, restored their health, and shouted in the team. We will fight for another 4 minutes, and retreat before the invisibility effect ends. Received. Received. Long Zimo and Jiang Hao replied at the same time. Suddenly, the alarm in the building changed and became another sound. Ding dee dee hashtag 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 alien language. Ding dee dee hashtag alien language. For a moment, all the alien soldiers retreated quickly, and all the doors and windows of the building were closed. Luo Su looked at the invisibility time, and saw that there were still 2 minutes left. But she felt something was wrong and shouted, "Come back quickly, we are retreating." Long Zimo and Jiang Hao were on the other side of the building, and ran back quickly after hearing it. But it was too late. Suddenly, there was a ping sound. A black shock wave was emitted from the building to the surroundings, like waves of black ripples. A strange sound rippled out, not loud, but the frequency of the sound was very strange. She felt a sharp pain in her eardrums, a strong palpitation, and a faint urge to dizziness. "Mom!" Daodu shouted. He might be feeling uncomfortable. Luo Su picked up Daodu, and saw Long Zimo and Jiang Hao in his sight. He quickly locked onto them, and retreated to the novice village. When they returned to the living room on the 3rd floor of the villa, everyone had a brief dizziness and tinnitus. They recovered after a few minutes of rest. "It's so scary. What kind of weapon is that? Ultrasonic?" Jiang Hao pulled his earlobe and felt that there was something wrong with his hearing. Long Zimo looked solemn and said, "It should be a sonic weapon. My stealth skill can only filter most sonic attacks, but not completely block them." Luo Su made a new discovery. This test made them vaguely feel that the battle 2 days later would be more difficult. They met with the Blue Star headquarters and the Crouching Tiger organization overnight. They reported the latest situation. Before the aliens occupied the Blue Star with highly corrosive haze, it was essentially a biological weapon. Now that sonic weapons have appeared, they may have more powerful means that they have not yet used. The heads of the 3 parties frowned. If even the king of Yutzonglong can't withstand the attack of aliens, then our large army going in will be tantamount to death. After all, most of the warriors in the base camp are at the level of silver rank. Luo Su thought it made sense. Although all the warriors selected by Songlong were gold rank, thinking back to the sonic attack just now, if it weren't for Long Zimo's double shield and her stealth skills, I'm afraid no one could withstand it. We may have to change our strategy. The territory within the high wall only accounts for 1/10 of the entire Chinese territory. We don't need to fight head-on. We should conserve our strength and take it slowly. Long Zimo said calmly. I think what Long Zimo said makes sense. We have already cleaned up all the areas outside the high wall. Once the environment is purified, we will gradually send troops to garrison and establish multiple bases for mutual defense. This is the best strategy. Jiang Hao seconded. They discussed until late at night, and finally decided to recover most of the territory first. The remaining territory inside the high wall in the south will take time to slowly penetrate and break through. Chapter 249. For the next few days, Luo Su, Long Zimo, and Jiang Hao all went to harass the alien base. They retreated every time they heard the sonic weapon warning. We have to find the location of the sonic weapon and destroy it, Luo Su said to Long Zimo. Long Zimo looked at Jiang Hao and said, this time we have to break into the steel building. It's too dangerous. Just the 2 of us go. Don't bring him. Jiang Hao, whoosh, stood up and said, no, I want to go too. How could he be missing from such an exciting event? The invisibility time is only 5 minutes, and it is immune to damage. We are fast, more than 100 meters per second. Long Zimo said. When I lead the Snow Fox, the speed is 120 meters per second, okay? Jiang Hao was not to be outdone. Let's go together, more people will find it faster. Luo Su said, pulling them both into the team. The trio added auxiliary skills to each other and teleported directly to the corner of the stairs on the 1st floor inside the steel building. This is the place Luo Su came to last time. As long as she has been to a place and recorded the teleportation point, she can be teleported directly. The 3 of them followed the 2 aliens into the elevator after the invisibility. The 2 aliens were not wearing armor, their gray skin was wrinkled, and their bodies were skinny, as if they were malnourished for a long time. They looked like aliens in the movie. They had a big bald head, a long face, 2 big eyes that were bulging like goldfish eyes, the eyeballs were black and a little hollow, there were no eyebrows, the nose was 2 small holes, and the 2 wrinkled lips were closed together, like a scar that had been stitched but not removed. Luo Su and his companions stood in the elevator invisibly, observing the 2 aliens closely, but they were unaware and were still chatting. The elevator went directly to the top floor of the steel building, the 18th floor. They followed the 2 satellite people out of the elevator. Luo Su found a hidden corner and recorded the teleportation point. We start from the top floor and search down 1 floor at a time. There was a hall in the middle of the top floor, and the entire wall was covered with large and small surveillance screens. It seemed to be a surveillance room. There are 3 minutes left. Let's go to the monitoring room to see if there is any useful information. After Luo Su finished speaking, the three of them entered the monitoring room and looked for information on the huge monitoring screen. 13th to 17th floors. These 5 floors are their dormitories. 10th to 12th floors, offices and research rooms. Look at the 2nd floor. The laboratory has many dissected human corpses. The sonic weapon seems to be in the southeast behind the building. Look at that picture. Jiang Hao pointed to a picture on the screen and said. The three of them looked at it for a long time and had a rough idea of the distribution and number of people in the whole building. Let's go, the invisibility time is almost up. Let's go back to the novice village first, and after 15 minutes, when the cooling time is over, we will continue to explore. Luo Su said, and took the two back to the novice village. After finding the location of the weapon, they planned to sneak in and destroy it. Suimo, Xiaoya, we are going to Blue Star to attack the alien base. We need to treat our teammates. Can you go with us? Luo Su asked Suimo and his wife to form a team. Of course I want to go. Both of them were very excited. This time, with the two doctors Suimo and Xiaoya, there were a total of 5 people in the team. After Luo Su formed a team, he used the injury-free invisibility skill to teleport to the outside of the steel building, and the group quickly walked southeast. There are only 5 minutes, everyone should be faster. After Luo Su finished speaking, she left a trace of afterimage on the spot, and the person had disappeared. Long Zimo and Jiang Hao also ran at the same speed as her, only Suimo and Xiaoya ran on their own legs, following far behind. Luo Su and his 3 companions first arrived at a high tower behind the building. The high tower was surrounded by 2 turrets and 8 soldiers wearing armor and holding weapons. There was a large weapon on the high tower, covering an area of 8 meters, about 3 meters high, and made entirely of black metal. Luo Su activated his fiery eyes to check. Unknown sonic weapon, attack distance 1 kilometer, lethality level, high. It was indeed a sonic weapon. Luo Su locked onto it and stored it directly. Storage failed. At this time, Long Zimo and Jiang Hao had already dealt with the 8 guards and 2 turrets. Stay away, I'm going to smash it. Luo Su said, retreating 10 meters with them. The dozen running towers that were stored in the space last time have been fused into an 8-ton giant iron. Luo Su smashed the giant iron fiercely, and with a bang, the sonic weapon was smashed. At this time, the beep-beep alarm sounded rapidly. Storage. She stored the giant iron and the entire scrapped sonic weapon into the space, and activated the infinite fusion. Suimo and Xiaoya had just arrived, panting, and heard the alarm, so nervous that their hearts almost jumped out. Many soldiers with weapons rushed over from all directions, and various gunshots rang out. Long Zimo pulled up the firewall, and put a super protective shield on everyone, which could make them invisible for 5 minutes, but not immune to damage. Suimo added a state of increasing health points, and a skill of continuous blood recovery for everyone. Xiuya was stimulating the growth of the life tree. Everyone released their war pets. Prepare for war. Luo Su said, locking the surrounding 900 meters range and activating the group attack skill. Ding! Kill the photophobic aliens in a group, get 100 game points. Bang! Chirp! The dense weapons attacked. Long Zimo's firewall was quickly broken, bang bang bang. Luo Su smashed 2 huge iron blocks on the side, with the strongest firepower, as a trench defense line to block the enemy's attack. The enemy's bullets hit the trench, making a ping-pong sound. Everyone hid behind the iron blocks and attacked from a distance. Suddenly, a smoke bomb flew over, and the smoke spread. Everyone felt choked and began to cough. The smoke quickly blocked their sight. Their special forces are coming. Jiang Hao, who had gone out to attack in stealth, ran back with a snow fox. Chapter 250. Luo Su listened and began to lock the 900-meter range nearby. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Xiaobai's lightning and ice storms roared out densely, and with Long Zimo's molters, the front position was submerged in a sea of lightning and fire. The photophobic aliens couldn't get close at all. Occasionally, weapons similar to grenades were thrown in, but Luo used the power of space to throw them back. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, the stealth skill cooldown time was over, and Luo Su added the stealth skill to everyone, immune to damage for 5 minutes. Let's go out and fight. Luo Su and Long Zimo rushed out at the same time. They left the giant iron trench in stealth, and ran to the other side of the building for a sneak attack. I saw a group of aliens carrying rocket launchers, running to the southeast of the building, where they had been hiding just now. Luosu put all their weapons into the space backpack. Ding! 48 rocket launchers and 106 long-range weapons seized. Luosu locked the surroundings and activated the group attack skill. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Luosu and his group launched another sneak attack and gained a lot of game points. But as soon as the invisibility effect wore off, their whereabouts were quickly discovered by the enemy. A wave of intensive attacks came over, and although Long Zimo's protective shield and firewall offset most of the attacks, everyone was still injured. The two doctors even lost most of their blood. Fortunately, Suimo and Xiaoya both had blood-adding skills, and with the help of the life tree and sunflower, the teammates' blood bars were quickly restored. After persisting and fighting for an hour and eliminating a large number of satellite people, no more soldiers appeared. Suddenly, buzz buzz buzz. A series of roars came from overhead. Everyone looked up and saw many drones flying out of the steel building, flying densely over their heads, and dense bullets attacked from the sky. Attack drones! Long Zimo shouted, raising his hand to pull up an all-around firewall, stacking 10 layers. But there were too many drones, and the firewall was quickly defeated. Everyone was attacked fiercely, despite the continuous blood recovery skills of the two doctors and two pandas. The health bars of teammates were still decreasing rapidly. I can't hold on any longer. I can't add more health. Suimo shouted. Let's retreat first. Jiang Hao shouted. Suddenly Shua. The roar above disappeared instantly, and the surroundings became quiet. Luosu collected all the drones within 900 meters. Ha ha ha, so cool. Jiang Hao was immediately excited. Come on, keep fighting them. Everyone retreat 30 meters away. Luosu said, taking the lead and quickly retreating away from the steel building. Everyone squatted behind a low building and took a short break. Everyone take a 5-minute break. Luosu put out a box of mineral water. Everyone replenished some water and took a short break. Luosu looked up at the steel building, which was crooked and twisted, with so many cars stuck to the outer wall. Her mouth curled up immediately, and a smile appeared in the corners of her eyes. Long Zimo paused while drinking water, and felt a familiar aura of a female bandit. Looking at the steel building again, it was being quickly stripped of its outer coat. Huh? It turns out that the alien's building is transparent. Jiang Hao also noticed something strange. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Isn't that transparent metal? The material you use to make weapons? Yes, the materials for our weapons are taken from this building. Long Zimo said. Then take more. I don't have any weapons or equipment yet. Jiang Hao was immediately excited. He rubbed his hands and shouted, Shell, quickly take down their building. We're making weapons. Luosu had the same idea. But first let these shady invaders bask in the warmth of the sun. In the building, people kept running out wrapped in thick curtains and ran to the residential area in the distance. Luosu first ordered the entire floor of glass windows on the 18th floor. Storage. Ah! Screams were heard from afar. Starting from the top floor, Luosu collected all the glass windows into the space layer by layer, and activated infinite fusion. Then he removed all the transparent wall panels layer by layer. Great, the building is demolished. Jiang Hao was excited. Suddenly, a large hole suddenly opened up in the ground on a large open space behind the steel building. A small spaceship flew out. The spaceship circled back and forth in the sky for a long time, as if scanning something on the ground. That spaceship may attack us, Jiang Hao said. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light covered them. Luosu and Long Zimo were startled, and at the same time pulled up the people next to them, and flew out with a teleportation. Looking back, the low building where they were standing just now had been melted into pieces. Luosu hurriedly looked at the health bars of her teammates. Fortunately, everyone dodged in time. When she pulled Xiuya to run, Long Zimo also pulled Suimo to run out, and Jiang Hao's talent for agility and acceleration, reaction ability, and escape speed were definitely not behind others. Luosu looked at the small spaceship in the sky and made a bold decision. She locked the spaceship and stored it. The spaceship shook a few times and began to sound an alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Luosu felt a strong resistance, but she did not give up. She continued to activate the power of space to store the spaceship. Suddenly, Shua. Luosu felt that the resistance disappeared instantly. Then, a system prompt sounded in her mind. Ding, congratulations, you have obtained a small interstellar spaceship. She grinned. Let's go! Luosu led everyone back to the novice village. Chapter 251. Everyone returned to the novice village and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao was the first to ask, "Shell, the spaceship suddenly disappeared. Did you take it away?" Luo Su smiled, walked out of the yard, chose an open area in the village, and released the spaceship. "Ah! Can this thing really be collected?" Xiaoya and Su Imo were shocked. At this time, other people in the village came to watch, and Daodu ran over excitedly. The little guy asked happily, "Wow, Mom, is this a big toy you bought for me?" Seeing her mother smiling and dancing with excitement, she said, "Open it quickly, I want to sit on it." "We don't know how to drive it, it's too high-tech," Luo Su said with a smile. At this time, Zhao Bing, a young man from the village, stood up and said, "Sister Luo Su, let's try it. We used to fly this kind of aircraft to perform missions in the army." "Oh, you guys?" Luo Su was surprised. Zhao Bing said, "Yes, the three of us used to train together in the army to drive man-made spacecraft." He pointed at his two companions, Yang Tian and Huang Jian. Yang Tian and Huang Jian nodded and responded. "Okay, you three try it." The three opened the cabin and found 3 alien corpses inside. Luo Su put them into the space to clean them up, and then took Daodu down. "The brothers have to work, so don't come up to make trouble." Long Zimo came over and took Daodu away. Zhao Bing and the other two fumbled in the cabin for 10 minutes. The cabin slowly closed, and then, with a chew sound, the spacecraft started, and the ground was dusty. Everyone got out of the way, and when they looked back, they found that the spaceship had begun to rise slowly, and then slowly flew towards the river. Daodu was so excited that he shouted loudly, "Brother, come down and pick me up. I want to ride the spaceship too." Jiang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, "Awesome, this novice village is really full of talents." The spaceship flew around, flew back a few minutes later, and landed slowly. Daodu shouted that he wanted to ride the spaceship, so Long Zimo had to accompany him, and the curious young man followed him. After a round trip, I still wanted more. "Well, this spaceship has limited flying energy, so don't waste it," Zhao Bing said with a smile. Everyone got off the spaceship, and Jiang Hao hurriedly asked Luo Su, "Beiku, didn't you collect a lot of transparent metal just now? Can you help me make a few sets of equipment?" "Ask Long Zimo, he is the only one who can make weapons," Luo Su said with a smile. Long Zimo came over with Daodu in his arms, and said, "Put out the materials, I'm also coaching proficiency. Let's go back to the yard and sit down and build it slowly. After all, it's built with thoughts, and there's no noise or smoke," Luo Su said. Long Zimo nodded, and called Jiang Hao back to the yard. Daodu and his brothers and sisters were playing near the spaceship. Luo Su returned to the yard, and put a pile of transparent metals against the wall. They were all dismantled door panels, and wall panels with irregular edges. Long Zimo began to build weapons. Luo Su felt a little tired, so he put out a row of chairs and a table, sat down to rest, and put out a pot of tea, some snacks, and invited Long Zimo and Jiang Hao to come over for tea. Long Zimo took a sip of tea and continued to forge. "You know how to enjoy yourself." Jiang Hao took a sip of tea and took a piece of dessert to taste. Luo Su smiled. "That's right. I've been running around these past 2 years. If I don't enjoy myself, I'd be exhausted." Jiang Hao also smiled. "It's good this way. It's fulfilling." Soon, Long Zimo forged a weapon, a level 4 forging, and a blue attribute. Jiang Hao took the weapon and looked at it happily. It was a transparent dagger, smooth to the touch, sharp blade, and very easy to hold in the hand. Jiang Hao was satisfied and checked the weapon attributes again. Warrior dagger, add 1500 attack, add 2% critical hit chance. It actually increased critical hit. Jiang Hao immediately loved it. Chapter 252. Jiang Hao, Long Zimo, make me 2 more weapons. Isn't this forging? Long Zimo continued to forge weapons. At level 4, he could choose 5 or 6 different weapons to forge. In an hour, he forged 17 weapons, including knives, swords, axes, daggers, crossbows, and wrist-mounted hidden weapons, all with good attributes. Jiang Hao picked a dagger, a crossbow, and a wrist-mounted hidden weapon and put them in the player's backpack. He asked, "If I upgrade to the king rank, can I also learn the skills of forging equipment?" "Yes, everyone can learn 2 crafting skills. You have to work hard to level up." Luo Su encouraged him. "Shell, what are your crafting skills? Make a few for me too," Jiang Hao asked. "I learned to make armor and jewelry, but unfortunately I have no materials," Luo Su said, and took out the previously made level 2 hand guards and level 1 shoulder armor from the space and gave him 2 sets. Jiang Hao put on the hand guards and shoulder armor, and his defense attribute increased by 700. Not bad, the defense has increased. Jiang Hao asked. At this time, the others came back from the spaceship and gathered around when they saw a pile of weapons on the ground. Everyone can pick one. If there is a better weapon than the one you are wearing, please change it quickly. I will take the rest to the base and distribute it to my comrades. Luo Su spoke, and everyone thanked her. Thank you, Sister Luo Su. Thank you, Luo Su. Everyone picked weapons happily. After everyone had chosen their weapons, Luo Su made a list of materials and sent it to the chat group of the Novice Village and the announcement of the Songlong base group. When you see these materials in the future, you can collect them and give them to me. I will make equipment for you. I am short of materials now. After reading the notice, everyone started to look through their backpacks. Sure enough, they found some materials. Some were enough to make a pair of hand guards, and some were enough to make a pair of shoulder armor. Everyone put them on happily. Luo Su's equipment proficiency improved a little. Jiang Hao followed the material list and went to the Star Network platform to ask for purchase. Because the price was high and the location was eye-catching, he also paid someone to post the purchase information, and soon collected a lot of materials. Here, shells, all of these are for you. Jiang Hao took out a large pile of materials and gave them to Luo Su. Luo Su was surprised. They were all materials for making armor, and some for jewelry. They were so rare. Where did you get so many? Luo Su was surprised. Don't worry about it. Anyway, it's from a regular channel. You can use it with confidence. Jiang Hao said with a smile. You are really good. You are worthy of being the top leader of Crouching Tiger. Luo Su praised him. Jiang Hao sipped tea and was in a particularly good mood. After Luo Su finished making that pile of materials, his armor skill was upgraded to level 4. He only made a pair of earrings as jewelry, which he wore himself, adding 400 attacks. She took out a bunch of armor here. For you, these are all made from your materials. I've upgraded my production level by 2 levels. Thank you. Jiang Hao said, I picked 2 sets with good properties for myself, and you can do with the rest. No, your equipment shouldn't be given to me. You should take it back to the members of Crouching Tiger. Don't you need equipment? Luo Su said. I've collected materials for Crouching Tiger's equipment. I make as much equipment as they give me. It doesn't make sense for me to pay for it myself. Jiang Hao said with a smile. He clearly distinguished between public and private. Luo Su thought his idea was normal. After all, resources were limited, and everyone wanted to have more resources and rush to the advanced level. If she didn't have the space and bulk storage, she probably wouldn't have the time to care so much. As the saying goes, those who are capable should do more work. While thinking about things, Jiang Hao threw out a bunch of materials. Luo Su's manufacturing level rose to level 5, and she made 2 necklaces with 2% crit. She gave one to Jiang Hao and Long Zimo. It increases critical strikes. Why don't you bring such rare equipment? Jiang Hao asked. My current critical strike rate is 52%. Luo Su said. Fuck so high? My talent increases critical strikes, and the total critical strike rate is only 38%, which is the highest among the players I have seen. I didn't expect yours to be higher. Jiang Hao was surprised. It was really unfair. I really suspect that you are cheating in life. Jiang Hao said again. It is cheating. And you are hunted by the system every day. It's not my choice. Luo Su secretly complained. Du Yifan called and said that he had collected a lot of materials for making equipment and asked her to go to the base to get them. Luo Su put all the weapons and protective gear on the ground into the space and went to the base. Yifan, take these equipment and distribute them to everyone. Luo Su said, putting a pile of materials collected from the base into the space. The equipment for the 4 of you senior executives will be distributed separately later, don't worry. Luo Su reminded him. I understand. I'm not in a hurry. Du Yifan said happily. Luo Su brought a lot of materials back to the Novice Village and started making equipment. She could make 3 pieces of armor at level 5, gauntlets, shoulder armor, and belts. She made dozens of belts with the material she brought back. Luo Su picked a few with the best attributes, increasing dodge by 10%. Long Zimo also stopped and picked 2 of the best weapons for Luo Su and Daodu. My skills have been upgraded to level 7. These materials can't increase my proficiency. You can keep them for later use. Long Zimo said. With so many materials, can't we improve our proficiency? Luo Su looked at the large translucent metal in the yard, and she still had some in her space. Well, these materials can't make level 7 weapons, Long Zimo said. Then let's go to the level 1 planet tomorrow, Luo Su said with a smile. Level 1 planet? Does Blue Star not care? Jiang Hao was surprised. The most difficult bone to chew on Blue Star has been solved, and the rest can be handed over to the official, Luo Su said. They can't get through the high wall either, Jiang Hao said. When Blue Star just disappeared, he had led his team to enter the land of exile to level up, but the high wall was indestructible. Even explosives couldn't blow it open, so he came to find Luo Su and his team. A small door has been opened, Luo Su said. Jiang Hao was surprised. Where is the small door? When was it opened? How come I don't know? It's at the entrance of the Blue Star dungeon before. Didn't we say we were going to fight? That day, Long Zimo and I were cleaning up mutant creatures around the high wall, so we opened a door by the way and sealed it back. It didn't look unusual to the naked eye, Luo Su said. You guys are really watertight when doing things. Jiang Hao sighed. No wonder he couldn't beat them. Tomorrow we're going to explore the first level planet. Are you going? Luo Su asked Jiang Hao. Go, you have to. Jiang Hao decided to hang out with them every day. He was only 2 levels away from becoming a king. Chapter 253. The next morning, after Luo Su, Long Zimo, and Jiang Hao had breakfast, they discussed going to the first level planet. The 3 of them went up to the top floor, and Luo Su put out the portal, then inserted 4 blue crystals, and the portal lit up. Portal? Where did you get it? Jiang Hao was very shocked. How could there be a portal? I got it from aliens. Luo Su smiled. Jiang Hao gave a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome. Long Zimo added a super protective shield to everyone, making them invisible for 5 minutes. The 3 of them walked into the portal together. The light dimmed, and they came to the ancient tomb they visited last time. But this tomb was different from the last time. There was nothing but the stone coffin in the middle. The coffin was tightly closed. If I guessed correctly, the unlucky prince was lying inside. Now, this place has completely become a tomb. Luo Su put the portal in the side room of the ancient tomb into the space. Jiang Hao looked at the dark ancient tomb in front of him, and felt a chill down his spine. You guys are not here to rob tombs, are you? Long Zimo's mouth curled up. Why, are you afraid of ghosts? Jiang Hao stared at the coffin without saying anything. Let's go quickly, Luo Su said, and walked to the door of the tomb first. Long Zimo and Jiang Hao followed. The 3 of them came to the door of the ancient tomb, pushed open a heavy stone door, and walked out of the tomb. Only then did they realize that this was a cemetery, and the ancient tomb behind was just a very inconspicuous one. The cemetery was very quiet. Looking around, there was no one there, only a pile of yellow leaves lying quietly on the ground. Luo Su and his companion stepped on the yellow leaves on the aisle, making a crunching sound, which seemed particularly strange in this quiet cemetery. Because their invisible state had not yet ended, if there were other people at this moment, they would definitely feel very strange if they could not see anyone, but only heard footsteps. The 3 of them left the cemetery gate, and found that there was an invisible portal here. As soon as they stepped out of the cemetery, they arrived at a magnificent palace with an exotic style. The 2 huge pillars in front of the palace were carved with patterns of unknown creatures. The creatures had ferocious heads and horns, and their bodies were covered with green scales, which looked a bit weird. There were 2 giant canine creatures guarding the palace gate. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, 2 giant dogs rushed towards Luo Su and the other 2, barking non-stop. Shell, we've been discovered. The 2 giant dogs have a very sensitive sense of smell, Jiang Hao said. At this time, a patrolling team of guards rushed in from outside the door, and seeing the 2 guard dogs rushing out frantically, they hurriedly chased after them. Luo Su hurriedly activated the invisibility skill that made him immune to damage. Cue baby bubble. In a flash, Luo Su and the other 2 became invisible. Super harvest. Luo Su locked onto one of the giant dogs and put it into the space. Ding! Killed a heaven-level fantasy beast giant dog and gained 10,000 survival points. Long Zimo also killed another giant dog at the same time. Ding! Killed a heaven-level fantasy beast giant dog and gained 10,000 survival points. Jiang Hao released the snow fox, and with a stealth sprint, he appeared behind the 2 guards, holding 2 transparent daggers, and killed the 2 guards on the left and right. Ah! Where are the guard dogs? Someone attacked. The guards just reacted, and were wiped out by the invisible enemy. Jiang Hao sighed. It's really worthy of being a first-level planet. Even the guard dogs are heavenly fantasy beasts. Luo Su looked at the corpses on the ground. There was a tuft of soft cat hair on the ears of each person. This should be the Catman planet, one of the 3 first-level planets. Luo Su said. Let's go! Long Zimo glanced outside the door and walked out first. As soon as Luo Su and his companions walked out of the door, they saw several guards rushing towards them from different directions. The location where Teen One sent out the distress alert just now is right at the entrance of the cemetery. Chapter 254. Luo Su saw that the damage-free invisibility had 2 minutes left, so she locked onto the surrounding area of 100 meters and used a group attack skill. Super Harvest X10 combo ding, kill a group of cats, gain 5,000 survival points. Not bad, I've gained more than 20,000 survival points in just a few minutes. Jiang Hao said happily. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 2 orcs sneaking in from one of the doors. One of them was the butler Wang he had met before. Wolf, when you go to the 2nd level planet this time, you must collect more plasma. With enough plasma, I can develop a nutrient to improve the physical fitness of cat people and present it to the king. Butler Wang said. Why present it to that tyrant? We can sell it at a high price on the black market and save enough money to run away, leaving this palace in fear every day. The wolfman said. Luo Su saw that the werewolf looked a bit strange, with a human head and a wolf face, a very strong upper body, thick wolf hair all over his body, and a pair of sharp claws. Judging from the size of the claws, it should be the murderer who massacred the villagers on Guara Star. The werewolf said again, I am going there this time mainly to see how the mutant factors injected into those people are spreading now. You want to collect mutant plasma? Butler Wang was surprised. The werewolf looked around and whispered, the price of mutant plasma on the black market is 10 times more expensive than fresh plasma. So last time, you mixed a lot of blood from cats and dogs into the nutrient plasma of the prince, right? Butler Wang said with a smile. The werewolf grinned and was about to say something, but suddenly, Shwa! It saw 3 humans appearing out of thin air not far away. The werewolf was surprised. I didn't expect someone would dare to die. After saying that, he quickly sprinted over, and his 2 wolf claws suddenly attacked the tallest man. Super Harvest X10 combo. Luo Su moved his mind and activated the group attack skill to capture the ferocious werewolf. Ding! Congratulations on killing the half-orc werewolf and gaining 2,000 survival points. Butler Wang was frightened when he saw the scene and ran away. But how could he have such an opportunity? Jiang Hao cut his neck with a sharp dagger. Ding! Congratulations on killing the cat star and getting 2,000 survival points. It turns out that the 2 orcs did it in Gualixing 2 village. Long Zimo said. What Gualixing 2 village? How come I don't know? Jiang Hao asked in surprise. Hey, there are so many things you don't know. Long Zimo said with a smile. The invisibility time has expired. It will take 12 minutes before it can be used. Next, we have to be more careful. Luo Su said. Luo Su turned on the map function, locked the surrounding 900 meters, and then a 3D map appeared in her mind. She quickly looked through it with her fiery eyes and said, Let's go out and go east. There is a royal treasury in that palace. Hearing the words royal treasury, Jiang Hao's eyes lit up immediately. Shell, do you want to rob the palace treasury? Let's go to the royal treasury for a stroll. Long Zimo said, and covered everyone with a super protective shield, and all of them became invisible. The 3 of them went out, quickly teleported eastward, and soon arrived at the gate of this magnificent palace. The plaque on the door read, Palace Palace? 3 big characters. The strokes were vigorous and powerful. The palace was heavily guarded. Luo Su locked the surrounding 100 meters away, and with one skill, he killed all the guards. But the alarm system was alarmed. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 255. The treasure house is inside this palace. Luo Su stared at the door in front of him and said, But now the alarm has sounded, and the damage-free invisibility skill can only be used for 11 minutes. For safety reasons, the 3 decided to go back to the novice village to rest. Did you hear the conversation between the 2? They said that the black market bought mutant plasma at a high price. Luo Su asked Long Zimo and Jiang Hao. Long Zimo nodded and said, From this, it seems that their purpose of slaughtering the village is to create zombies, and then extract mutant plasma from the zombies to develop physical enhancers. The 3 of them discussed it, and thought it was terrifying. For the orcs on the first planet, the second planet is just like their own farm, and human life is worthless. We must become stronger than them to break this fate of being bullied by others. Luo Su frowned and said, Could the survival game be created by the people on the first planet? Let humans kill each other in order to better oppress and control the second planet? Jiang Hao suddenly thought of this possibility. It shouldn't be. It is said that the survival game comes from the end of a distant galaxy. Both Luo Su and Long Zimo denied this. People from the first level planet also have to enter the survival game. They are no different from us in the game. If they don't pass the level, they will die. Luo Su thought for a while and said, "Last time when the king advanced to the copy, I heard from the people of the first level planet that they were going to send people to the wasteland planet to explore and collect resources." Wasteland planet? Where is it? Jiang Hao asked. Does the information provider have any information about the wasteland planet? Long Zi asked silently. Luo Su took out the information provider, held it in his palm, and queried the information through his consciousness. There was only one post about the wasteland planet, and Luo Su read it out. Wasteland planet. Legend has it that at the end of a distant galaxy, there was once a super planet with a civilization that existed for more than 10 billion years. It was inhabited by highly intelligent frog people, whose technology reached an unprecedented level in the universe. They can create various resources and copy them for unlimited use. For quantum invisible transmission technology, it has reached the point where it does not need a portal and can achieve remote instant transfer only by thinking. Their brains can exist independently from the body, which means that even if the body dies, the brain can still be stored in a carrier and continue to survive. Luo Su paused when he read this. Jiang Hao found it incredible. So, they will never lack resources. How can it be a wasteland planet? Later, Luo Su continued reading. There was a devastating explosion on their planet for unknown reasons, and the entire planetary civilization was destroyed. The superplanet became a ruin, known as the wasteland planet. Legend has it that there are high-end technical scripts and a large amount of energy materials left on the superplanet buried deep underground. For more than 300 years, the orcs of the first-level planet have continuously sent people to explore the first-level planet. However, there are only a handful of explorers who can really come back alive, and the clues found so far are also very few. After listening to this, Long Zimo said, "The wasteland planet is so mysterious. Could the survival game be created by people from the superplanet? It's possible. Assuming that the predator is the survivor of the superplanet, it makes sense. It uses the survival game to train killers, plunder resources, and make a comeback." Luo Su said his guess. Jiang Hao only understood half of it. The three of them discussed it in depth, and more than 10 minutes passed quickly. "The skill cooldown is over. We can go to rob the royal treasury." Luo Su put away the message and said with a smile. Both of them were looking forward to it. Luo Su added an invisibility immunity effect and teleported the two of them directly to the gate of the palace. A new batch of guards were replaced here, and the number was several times more than before. After Luo Su and his team became invisible, even their breath was isolated. They floated in from the gate under the eyes of the guards, and the alarm did not sound. Luo Su followed the map route in his mind, and came to a secret room after many twists and turns. There was a secret door in the secret room. If you go down the stairs, you can reach the royal treasure house on the first floor underground. But Luo Su and the others didn't know where the secret door mechanism was, so they used the floating method again to go directly in. The three of them came to the first floor underground, and came to the royal treasure house of the cat people. This is simply a museum. So many things. Jiang Hao was amazed and began to look for something useful to him shelf by shelf. Unexpectedly, before he took a few things, the treasures on this whole floor were gone. Even the shelves were gone. Luo Su laughed and said, "What are you picking now? Can't you just copy it back home and pick it slowly? That would be great." Jiang Hao was happy to see it happen. The royal treasury has 3 floors in total. The underground floor is for gold, silver, jewelry, rare stones, famous paintings, and other things. Luo Su took a look and found that the second floor was mainly for various secret books, various national confidential information, research results, etc. Luo Su was not polite, and put them all into the space. They walked and collected all the way, and soon came to the 3rd floor. This underground 3rd floor turned out to be a freezer. The layers of ice rooms were filled with dense human blood and mutant plasma. So many! How many humans have these cats killed? Chapter 256. "Let's destroy this plasma," Luo Su said. Long Zimo nodded. Jiang Hao looked painful and said, "This is all money. Didn't you see them say that someone is buying it at a high price on the black market? So much plasma can be exchanged for a lot of money. How many resources can be bought? I don't know how many brutal killers will be transformed into this batch of plasma by the cat people. When that happens, the elders and villagers of our Geoshin continent will suffer. Luo Su said, and then said, as for making money, a gentleman should earn money in a proper way. Long Zimo thought that this made sense, but it felt wrong when it came from a female bandit. But she should not be short of money now. Last time, she sold 2 energy green crystals and got 2 billion interstellar coins. Luo Su locked the entire freezer, destroyed all the plasma, and finally set a fire to the 3-story royal treasure house, and then sneaked away. When they left the palace, the surrounding guards rushed in to put out the fire. The 3 of them went out of the door, found a hidden place, hid and watched the show, and saw waves of soldiers coming from all directions to put out the fire. Luo Su locked the surrounding area of 900 meters, and activated the group attack skill. Super Harvest X10 combo. Ding, kill the cats in a group, get 10,000 survival points. Ding, kill the cat emperor, get 100,000 survival points, 1,000 game points reward. Haha, the cat emperor is dead. When Jiang Hao heard the system prompt sound, he couldn't help but gloat. If you don't do it, don't stop. With a full warehouse of plasma, the 3 decided to bloodbath the cat palace. After killing several groups of guards, there were no more large numbers of pursuers nearby, but 2 teams of top cat players came, all 14 of them were kings. Right at the beginning, she used the control and immobilization skills, and then ice, fire, thunder and lightning, and all the skills were bombarded. Luo Su had invisibility and teleportation, so of course she couldn't be immobilized. While teleporting, she threw out an ice control skill, freezing the enemy camp within 200 meters. Half of the cat star players were frozen and immobilized, and those who were not immobilized were also slowed down. It was obviously impossible to run out of the ice range within a few seconds. Luo Su released Xiao Bai. Long Zimo also dodged and released the turtle. As soon as the 2 pets came out, one gave his teammates a shield, and the other used a lightning, ice storm, and lava damage skill to bombard the enemy position. Jiang Hao sneaked with a fox and attacked from behind, killing one of their doctors in seconds. Long Zimo pulled up a full-range 10-layer firewall, and a disillusionment plus a mountain pressure to disperse the opponent's team. Luo Su locked the 900-meter range and launched a group attack skill. Super Harvest X10 combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. Bang! 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 3 boulders smashed into the enemy camp, simple and rough. Because the boulders fell from the top of the head, many people did not expect Luo Su to have this trick. In addition, Bing Feng Ding could not dodge, and the enemy had 5 or 6 people, who were smashed into mud by the boulders in the blink of an eye. Those who were not hit by the boulders were also hurt by Luo Su's critical hit, and lost 1/3 of their blood, but the doctor had already fallen down. Hateful! Catman Mao Tom roared. He roared, and a dense stream of ice swords fell from the sky, landing on Long Zimo's 10-layer firewall, clanging, and the firewall blocked most of the damage. Luo Su and Long Zimo were injured by the ice swords, with 10,000 HP. But it didn't matter. Luo Su had 300,000 HP, Long Zimo had 280,000, and Jiang Hao was stealthily wandering on the edge in the distance. He knew that he was a Diamond 8 player. Standing with Luo Su and the others, he was simply a living target, cannon fodder. Mao Tom, the cat star, used an ice sword attack, which was considered a big move. He didn't hurt Luo Su and his team much, and was counter-injured, losing 10,000 blood. He was very depressed. Luo Su's skill damage critical hit rate was very high, and a critical hit occurred almost every 2 times. Mao Tom lost 20,000 blood for each critical hit. Mao Tom secretly complained. These 2 king players from the 2nd level planet have reached the highest level of kings, the glorious kings, and their blood is as thick as a small boss. It's only 2 or 3 rounds, and his teammates died or were injured, and the emperor is already dead. There is no need to risk his life. After Mao Tom realized the situation, he decisively crushed a prop, fled far away, and then left the team. Chapter 257. Luo Su and the others hid behind the rockery, staring at the garden path from the cracks in the rocks. But after waiting for a long time, no one came in. Luo Su locked a skill, 900 meters range. Super Harvest X10 combo. No response. Her skills could not reach the places outside the illusion, but she could hear the sounds outside the illusion. Why? Luo Su pondered silently. Her skills could not break through the illusion, which meant that the opponent's mental power was stronger than hers. Could it be that she could only wait for him to enter the illusion before she could kill him? What if he didn't come in and just wanted to trap them to death? Luo Su thought about it, and decided to try the method he used to land on Juliang Island last time. Luosu released Xiaobai and let it run along the main road of the Imperial Garden towards the council hall. Xiaobai, run slower and wait for us. Luosu gave Xiaobai instructions, and called Long Zimo and Jiang Hao to follow Xiaobai. A few minutes later, when passing a turning intersection, Xiaobai did not follow the main road of the garden, but plunged directly into the wall. Half of its body was inside the wall, and the other half was still outside, and it was about to disappear. Luosu hurriedly shouted, "Xiaobai, Xiaobai, come back quickly." Xiaobai turned back, and his whole body came out of the wall again. Luosu reached out and touched the place where Xiaobai had just passed through the wall. She touched the hard wall, and it felt a little cold. "Strange. Did you see Xiaobai pass through the wall from here just now?" Luosu turned around and asked. "Yes. I saw it," Long Zimo and Jiang Hao said. Long Zimo released the calf, held the calf's tail, and quickly passed through the wall with the calf. Luosu did the same thing, grabbed Xiaobai's tail, and magically passed through the wall without any obstruction. After Luosu and Long Zimo walked out of the illusion, they came to the gate of the Imperial Garden, and Jiang Hao also walked out quickly. It's amazing, the fantasy beast can actually break the illusion. This was the second time Jiang Hao experienced such a thing. He also landed on Juliang Island in this way last time. But he still felt it was very magical. "Be careful, those two are coming soon," Luosu said, activating the stealth mode of the prop shoes. "This kind of invisibility, only she can be invisible. The battle pet will not be invisible." She put Xiaobai away. Luosu moved in an instant and ran to the corner of the palace road, and saw two men hurriedly coming from afar. One of them was a tall middle-aged man, wearing a black robe, with curly hair cut very short, dark skin, and a tuft of cat hair goatee on his chin. From the aura, this man should be the national teacher. Next to the national teacher was a thin boy with cat ears, about 20 years old, wearing a white casual outfit, and as weak as a docile cat. The two were silent at this time, just hurrying on their way. Luosu locked the two with his mind, but before he started to collect them, he was noticed by the national teacher. Buzz. A wave of mental attacks came quickly. Luosu only felt a little dizzy. "Su, are you okay?" Long Zimo arrived in time, and he was also attacked mentally. Luosu shook his head and released Xiaobai. Boom boom. Crackle. Xiaobai's lightning and ice storm skill blasted towards the area where the two were, but did not hit them. At some point, the black-robed national master had carried the nerdy boy to the roof of the pavilion. I didn't expect that the waste from the second-level planet still had some tricks. He actually broke out of my illusion so quickly, the national master said with a gloomy face. Luosu and others looked at the national master on the roof and felt a strong aura. "This man's mental power is far superior to ours," Luosu said, feeling quite tricky. Long Zimo released the turtle and added a shield to everyone. Luosu locked onto the national teacher again and quickly smashed a huge rock. Bang! The huge rock smashed the pavilion, but still let the national teacher run away in advance. His mental perception ability is very strong. I just locked onto him and haven't used any skills yet, but he can sense that he is locked and run away in advance, Luosu said. At this time, the national teacher teleported back to the ground. Long Zimo took the opportunity to build a firewall around him, but it was broken before it lasted 5 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time as the firewall disappeared, Xiao Niu's immobilization skill was launched. The national teacher dodged Xiao Niu's skill and began to fight back. He waved his right hand and threw a circle of colorful light. The light circle flew quickly, and there were dazzling changes during the flight. Finally, the light circle hit Luosu and the other two and exploded. Bang, bang, bang. After a few sounds, Luosu and the other two were injured to varying degrees, and the blood was flowing non-stop. Jiang Hao hurriedly released the panda to continuously restore blood for everyone. "You go ahead, I assist," Jiang Hao said. Luosu also released the panda to double the blood recovery. And the national teacher was also affected by the anti-injury shield, and was injured by 20,000 blood. He stared at the battle pets of these people, his eyes were about to burst. I didn't expect that the waste of the second-level planet actually had a battle pet. Disillusionment. Long Zimo stretched out his hand, and locked the range of 50 meters around the national teacher, forming a domain. The enemy in this domain will be suppressed by a strong force, unable to move, and finally crushed to death. But now, this domain has only lasted for more than 10 seconds, and it was broken by a more powerful force. Long Zimo was hit by a strong backlash and immediately vomited blood. Chapter 258. Long Zimo's health bar was reduced by 20,000. Fortunately, the two pandas continued to recover health at the same time, and it would not take long for the health to be restored. While the calf was in front, he continued to attack with brute force and harass the enemy. Luosu secretly used an ice domain skill. Ice domain. With a swish, a thick layer of ice formed under the feet of the two national masters, and their feet were frozen. Ping ping. With two sounds, the national master broke free from the icy restraints under his feet. As soon as he let go, the boy beside him disappeared. Luosu raised his lips and successfully killed a cat-like person. Ah! The national teacher lost his companion and was immediately angry and began to hold back his big move. Luosu took the opportunity to throw out 50 energy balls, densely packed, forming a piece. This time, the national teacher did not dodge and was hit by the energy ball. Bang bang. A few times. Several energy balls exploded on him quickly, and a green haze wrapped around their bodies, forming 4 layers of poisoning damage. Luosu was overjoyed and continued to throw energy balls to stack damage. At this time, he looked at him with a murderous look, and a wave of mental attack spread out. Buzz. Luosu and the others felt dizzy. Bang. Long Zimo slapped his palm and interrupted the mental attack wave. But this time, the mental attack was too fierce, and Luosu felt his ears were still buzzing and tinnitus continued. The energy ball that Luosu threw over had 6 layers of damage, and the blood loss continued to decrease by 1,000 per second. This was like tickling, and the national teacher was not worried at all. He continued to raise his hand to attack, and threw a batch of white light circles. Luosu took the opportunity to activate the stealth skill, and at the same time took out the Rubik's Cube and smashed it out. Bang. There was a sound. The national master lost half of his health in an instant. Luosu's mouth curled up. Very good, that's it. Wow. Long Zimo and Jiang Hao were surprised at the same time. What prop is so powerful? Long Zimo asked Xiao Yo to continue to harass the national master, and he also continued to use skills to attack. I didn't expect that the national master would actually add blood to himself, and in a blink of an eye his blood was full again. After having the invisible and injury-free state, Jiang Hao also went out. He rushed out with the snow fox, and appeared behind the national teacher in a flash, delivering a fatal blow. The national teacher's blood was reduced by 1/5. Bang. With a sound, the magic cube with dazzling colors hit the national teacher's jaw, and a beautiful firework burst out. The national teacher lost half of his blood again, and he hurriedly activated the blood recovery skill. But this time, before the blood was fully recovered, Luosu's magic cube hit him again. Bang. The opponent's blood was reduced by 1/5. Bang. The opponent's blood was reduced by half. Bang. The counterattack reduced his HP by half, hidden and immune to damage. 3 people and 2 pets attacked at the same time, and the national master was a little overwhelmed, but Luosu and the others were all invisible and immune to damage. The national master lost half of his HP and wanted to teleport away, but was hit by the brute force of the calf and fell heavily to the ground. Now, Luosu took the opportunity to smash out a huge 8-ton iron. Bang! The national master was smashed into mud. Ding! Kill the Glory King, get 200,000 survival points, 200 game points, and a Glory Illusion Core. Glory Illusion Core. Luosu opened the backpack and looked carefully. Glory Illusion Core. After using it, you will gain a primary illusion skill that can trap the enemy, combined with the domain type skills. It will have a powerful effect. Sue, this is for you. Long Zimo came over and gave her a high-level hand guard, adding 2,000 health points. Luosu happily accepted it and gave the Glory Illusion Core to Long Zimo. You can also learn this skill, the primary illusion, which is quite useful. Long Zimo said. This skill will be more powerful if it is integrated with your domain. It's a waste for me to learn it. Luosu said. Long Zimo carefully read the instructions. Oh no, I learn it then. Jiang Hao came over and took out a skill book Fantasy Bullet and said, I also got a skill book Shell, do you want to learn it? Luosu pushed it back and said, it's most suitable for you to learn it, so you can have long-range attack skills. Jiang Hao nodded and clicked to learn the skill. He couldn't wait to try it, and a series of colorful circles flew out from his hand, hitting the opposite wall. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, several holes were blown out. Wow, long-range group attack skill. Jiang Hao was very excited. Long Zimo smiled. Jiang Hao, have you leveled up again? Jiang Hao smiled and said, yes, I'm Diamond 9. Let's go out and kill more cats to level up. Chapter 259. Luo Su put on the gauntlets, and Long Zimo also learned the skills. Let's go quickly. We can't stay here for long, Long Zimo said. They walked to the end of the palace road and came to a training ground, where various weapons were placed on the weapon rack. Luo Su moved his mind, and the entire weapon rack was put into the space. Jiang Hao saw it, and it was so cool to be able to pick up treasures wherever he went. He lamented in his heart, System, you owe me a space. At this time, there were bursts of noise all around. Everyone, come on, they are in the training ground. There are 3 in the training ground. Go to other places, and continue searching to see how many accomplices they have. Luo Su and the other 2 turned around and saw a large number of assembled soldiers, black and dense, surrounding them. Put down your weapons, surrender, and you won't be killed. Luo Su locked the 900-meter range with one thought. Super Harvest X10 combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. The training ground was quiet in an instant. Ding, group kill the Cat Star Gold Army. Get 100,000 survival points. Queen, you see, it was these 3 people who killed the national teacher. At this time, a beautiful woman in gorgeous clothes was walking towards the training ground, surrounded by several little girls. Behind her, 9,981 cat warriors were on standby at any time, but unfortunately the highest rank among them was only Diamond 8. Well, don't worry, wait for Hua Fu to come back, they will die ugly, the beautiful woman said, and came to the southeast corner of the training ground. Only then did Luo Su notice that there was a portal there. At this time, the portal shone brightly, and a soldier came out, saluted the queen, and reported, the second prince will be here soon. The queen nodded, staring at the portal expectantly, waiting for someone. Luo Su was immediately delighted. Another treasure was collected. With a thought, she locked the entire portal. Collection ding. Congratulations on getting a set of teleportation devices. Luo Su was delighted, turned around and took Long Zimo and Jiang Hao back to the novice village. Jiang Hao was curious. Beiku, how many portals have you collected? Luo Su smiled and said, not many, only 3. 3? Only? Jiang Hao was speechless. Okay. In the yard, Daodu released the little firebird again and fed it carefully. Long Zimo also released his own little firebird, Daodu. Feed daddy's bird as well. Okay. Daodu nodded. Feeding birds is what he is best at. At this time, Long Zimo's phone suddenly rang. It was an official call from the Blue Star base. What? Need help? Teleport to Blue Star? Long Zimo asked. She hasn't come back yet. I give you a reply later. Long Zimo hung up the phone, looked at Luo Su's tired face, and said warmly, you must be tired. Let's go eat. Luo Su nodded and asked, is the official transmission urgent? Long Zimo, let's go over in the afternoon. Let's have lunch first, and then take a rest. Luo Su and the other 2 came to the restaurant on the first floor. After a simple lunch, they returned to the 3rd floor to rest. Jiang Hao lived on the 2nd floor of the villa next door. But he liked to come to Long Zimo's place on the 3rd floor to chat with them. He didn't feel that he was a high-wattage light bulb at all. At this moment, Jiang Hao was lying on the sofa watching TV. Jiang Hao, isn't there a TV in your room? Why do you always come up here to watch it? Long Zimo asked. It's boring to watch it alone, Jiang Hao said while eating melon seeds. I'm so tired, I won't watch TV with you, Luo Su said listlessly. Yeah, you guys go ahead. I watch TV for a while, and then leave. Jiang Hao didn't even raise his head, his eyes glued to the variety show. Long Zimo ignored him, and took Luo Su back to his room to rest. The 2 took a Mandarin duck bath, and lingered for a long time. Jiang Hao vaguely heard some noises that were not suitable for children. I was suddenly depressed. These 2 people, in broad daylight. Can't let people watch TV happily. Jiang Hao picked up the remote control, turned up the TV volume, and then went downstairs angrily to find Daodu to play with birds. Chapter 260. Luo Su and Long Zimo came to the Blue Star base camp. Fangji. In the Blue Star base camp, a man in camouflage uniform was counting the number of people. He turned around and saw Long Zimo and Luo Su, and his face showed joy. You are here. I just finished counting the number of people, and was about to take over the Blue Star. Siege, Fangji said. A while ago, Luo Su and his men attacked the steel building every day, and wiped out most of the photophobic aliens. The remaining aliens were researchers, and ordinary soldiers, not many in number. Later, it was handed over to the Blue Star base camp officials to clean up the mess. Now the siege cleaning and air purification are almost done. Now we need to take some troops and supplies to the siege. Luo Su glanced around, and his eyes stopped on a portal next to the playground. I'm sorry to bother you again, Fang Ji said. Let's go now, Luo Su said, and teleported everyone and supplies. They went directly to 30 meters in front of the Pentagon. Luo Su found that the siege had undergone earth-shaking changes. The original steel building and the low-rise buildings where the aliens lived were no longer visible, replaced by rows of buildings in Oriental architectural style, and a 4-story office building in the middle. Office building, playground, residential building, and a purification tower every 30 meters, a small energy power station, a radar tower, and many buildings in the distance are being urgently built. Luo Su was surprised. This is the speed of China. Very good. In just a few days, this place has become a fully equipped residential area. Long Zimo sighed. The large army ahead teleported to the entrance of the Blue Star dungeon, transporting materials, equipment, and personnel to carry out infrastructure construction. Because there are sufficient manpower and materials, multiple points started at the same time, which is why we have today's results. Fang Ji paused and said, the portal is too far away, and the equipment we transported this time cannot be bumpy, so I have to trouble you. Luo Su said, I will help you install a portal in the siege. You can see where to install it. Fang Ji thought he had heard it wrong. Are you talking about installing a portal? Yes. Luo Su created a portal from the space. Fang Ji was shocked and called his superiors to report excitedly. Fang Ji hung up the phone and said excitedly, let's install the portal here, next to the playground in front of the office building. Luo Su installed the portal at the location he specified, and most of the energy stones on the portal were still there. Luo Su clicked on the portal, cleared all the old teleportation locations, and established 4 new teleportation points. Blue Star Base Camp Teleportation Point, Hidden Dragon Base Teleport Point, Crouching Tiger Base Teleport Point, Jiamei Bridge Teleport Point, formerly the entrance to the Blue Star Dungeon. Fang Ji tried the teleport point, and was teleported to the base camp of Guala Star in a few seconds. In a blink of an eye, he was back. Fang Ji excitedly shook hands with Long Zimo and Luo Su, and said gratefully, thank you so much, this will save us a lot of time when we move back to the base camp in the future. Long Zimo smiled and said, it was also a coincidence that we only got this teleportation gate today, but it took a lot of effort. Fang Ji laughed, in the end, I really appreciate your selflessness and thinking about the future of our country. I will immediately apply to my superiors to give you some rewards. Long Zimo smiled and said, then we will leave first. There are still many things to deal with. Long Zimo and Luo Su returned to the novice village. It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The two went to the animal enclosure in the village. I found that the 5 young people including Mu Yeli and Daodu were feeding the fantasy beasts in the animal enclosure. It has been a while since these fantasy beasts were brought back to the novice village. A faint heart shape has begun to appear on their heads, and it seems that their intimacy has increased a lot. They will be able to sign contracts soon. Boss? Sister Luo Su, Mu Yeli, and the others greeted them one after another. Everyone has done a great job. Everyone will be rewarded with another fantasy beast. In a few days, when the intimacy is higher, you can choose one by yourself. When the time comes, Xiaoli will register them all and hand them over to me. Okay. Everyone was excited. Mom, I want one too. Daodu also joined in the fun. Which one do you like? Tell Daddy. Long Zimo picked up Daodu and said. Daodu liked all of them, and couldn't make a choice for a while. His anxious and cute look made everyone laugh. Luo Su touched the little guy's head and said, Daodu, you should get familiar with them first. Feed the one you like. Wait until the intimacy is full before you slowly choose. Don't be anxious. The little guy nodded and said yes. Luo Su released the pandas Xiaohan and Xiaobai to play with him. Long Zimo and Luo Su returned to the villa, and saw Grandma Long waiting for them in the living room on the first floor. Zimo, you are back. Come on, sit down. Grandma has something to tell you. Grandma Long said with a smile. Long Zimo and Luo Su looked at each other, and were both confused. They sat down next to Grandma Long and found an exquisite wooden box on the coffee table in front of them, which looked a bit old. Zimo, Luo Su, Grandma is very happy to see you go out in pairs every day. Grandma's only wish now is to see you get married and have a family. In this way, Grandma's mission will be completed, and she will be worthy of the trust of Zimo's parents. Grandma said with tears in her eyes. Grandma, this is a happy thing. Why are you crying? Long Zimo comforted Grandma distressfully. Grandma is happy, Grandma Long said with tears in her smile. Chapter 261. Grandma Long took Luo Su's hand and said sincerely, Luo Su, you are a good child, and Grandma has always seen it. Grandma is very happy and relieved that Zimo can be with you. Zimo's parents passed away early, and I spoiled him since he was a child. If he has any shortcomings, you should bear more with him in the future. You have been busy these days, and I am afraid that you will delay your lifelong event. So Grandma plans to propose to your grandmother in person today and discuss it with you here in advance. While my old bones can still move, I want to get this done as soon as possible. Long Zimo hugged Luo Su's shoulders and said, Su, let's listen to Grandma's arrangements, okay? Luo Su was a little nervous. It happened suddenly, and she was not mentally prepared. I have to ask Grandma about this matter and what she thinks. Aunt Jiang next to her said, Master, your grandma has been unwell recently and has lost her appetite for several days. When she got up early this morning, she mentioned that she wanted to arrange your lifelong event as soon as possible. Long Zimo heard this and asked hurriedly, Grandma, are you feeling unwell? If you feel unwell in the future, tell me as soon as possible. Grandma Long smiled and said, No, it's just an old problem. You are not young anymore, it's time to get married. Daodu is so big now, you have to give him a complete family. Luo Su was touched. At this time, her grandmother just came downstairs. Grandma Long hurriedly got up to greet her and invited Luo Su's grandmother to sit down. Grandma Luo Su, we were just planning to go upstairs to find you, Grandma Long said with a smile. Oh, what's the matter? Grandma didn't understand. Grandma Long cleared her throat and said with a smile, It's like this, recently Zimo and Luo Su have been going out together, and they have a good relationship. I also like Luo Su very much. So I want to ask for your opinion. If you agree that they should be together, we should get married as soon as possible, Grandma Long said, opening the 2 boxes in front of her. The wooden box contained a set of 7 priceless gold-inlaid jadeite sets. The iron box contained 2 black and gold bank cards. Grandma Long said, This is our Long family's ancestral jewelry set, specially prepared for the Long family's daughter-in-law. These 2 cards are some of the Long family's old industries, and all the family property that Zimo has earned over the years. Long before the chaos on Blue Star, Zimo sold all his industries and real estate and exchanged them for interstellar coins, a total of more than 680 billion interstellar coins. I will now give them to Luo Su as a betrothal gift. I hope you can agree to the marriage of the 2 children, Grandma Long said, asking Luo Su's grandmother for her consent. Grandma was very upset, but she remained calm on the surface. Although Luo Su was brought up by me, she still has to make her own decisions about her life. In addition, Daodu's consent must be sought. Grandma Long said apologetically, Luo Su has worked hard to take care of Daodu over the years. I'm really sorry. I apologize to you on behalf of Zimo. You have helped take care of Daodu for so many years, and you have suffered with him. Grandma breathed a sigh of relief and said, As for marriage, it depends on the wishes of the 2 young people themselves. After saying that, he looked at Long Zimo and Luo Su. Long Zimo picked up a pair of gold and jade rings from the ancestral set, knelt on one knee in front of Luo Su, and said affectionately, Luo Su, marry me, okay? Wow, is Daddy proposing? At this time, Daodu walked in from outside with Jiang Hao, his eyes shining. Daodu, come here, Grandma hugs you, Grandma Long said, holding Daodu in her arms and asked softly, Daodu, do you like Daddy? Yes, Daodu said happily. Then let's let Daddy and Mommy stay together forever and accompany you to grow up, okay? Grandma Long asked with a smile. Okay, then I will have a daddy, Daodu said happily. The little guy actually knows everything. Long Zimo held Daodu in one hand, kissed him on his chubby face, then held Daodu in one hand, held a ring in the other hand, and proposed to Luo Su affectionately. Luo Su, will you marry me? Let's give Daodu a complete family. Mom, just agree, Daodu said. Luo Su smiled and nodded, tears falling down. Grandma beside him also wiped away tears quietly, and breathed a long sigh of relief. A stone in her heart fell to the ground. Long Zimo stood up excitedly holding Daodu, carefully put the ring on Luo Su's ring finger, and then put the other ring on his ring finger. Daodu saw it, and stretched out his little finger and asked, Dad, where is mine? I want to wear a ring too. This made everyone laugh. Grandma Long quickly took Daodu in her arms, and said with a smile, When Daodu grows up and gets married, Grandma will prepare a ring for you, okay? Dowdy was happy to hear this and said, Grandma, you must keep your word. I'm growing up very fast. Uh-huh. There was another round of laughter. At this time, Master Zhao heard the laughter and came over to ask, Hey, everyone is here? What are you so happy about? Grandma Long said to Master Zhao, Master Zhao, you are here just in time. Today is the day when Zimo and Luo Su are getting engaged. I have to trouble you to help prepare a few tables for the engagement banquet tonight. Hey, what a happy event. Congratulations. Thank you, hee. Grandma Long and Grandma Luo Su were both grinning from ear to ear. Chapter 262. Everyone was in a good mood. Grandma Long went to the kitchen and personally told Lao Zhao about the dishes for the engagement banquet tonight. Grandma played with Daodu in the yard. Jiang Hao looked at his two friends, who were immersed in joy, and smiled and wished, Congratulations. Lovers finally get married. Thank you. Sit down and have some tea, Luo Su said. Jiang Hao sat down on the sofa opposite the two of them. Long Zimo made him a cup of tea. What are your plans next? Jiang Hao took a sip of tea and asked, Where are you going to hold the wedding? Luo Su smiled, No plan yet. Today? It's a little sudden. The two old men just decided on it. Luo Su and Jiang Hao just wanted to chat. Long Zimo contacted Du Yifan and others, and asked them to come over for dinner in the evening. The engagement party was a little sudden, and the kitchen was not well prepared. Luo Su took out some of the ingredients stored in the space, and gave them to Master Zhao. Preparation started at 4 p.m., time was tight, and Master Zhao called everyone in the village to help. Congratulations, niece, son-in-law, he. Congratulations, big brother, sister Luo Su. Everyone came to help with the work, and they all went to the living room to greet Luo Su and congratulate her. Daodu imitated the adults and came over to congratulate. Congratulations, Daddy, Mommy. It made everyone laugh. The elderly were very happy. It was rare to have a happy event. The novice village was so lively, and everyone had a happy face. It was great. In the evening, Luo Su went to the base to pick up Du Yifan, Su Jin, and the two instructors. 2 tables were added in the hall on the first floor, and there were 3 tables for the dinner. Everyone toasted to Luo Su and Long Zimo for their engagement. Long Zimo stood up, raised his glass, and toasted to Grandma first. Today is the day when Luo Su and I are getting engaged. Thank you all for taking the time to come and attend. At this moment, the person I want to thank the most in my heart is Grandma. I am grateful that she gave me such an excellent Luo Su, and I am grateful that she took care of Luo Su and Daodu for so many years. Grandma, thank you. I offer you a glass. Long Zimo raised his glass and drank it first. Grandma was so happy that she cried. She drank the glass of wine offered by her grandson-in-law with tea instead of wine. Luo Su also offered a glass of wine to Grandma Long to show her gratitude. The atmosphere of the dinner was very festive, and everyone enjoyed it very much. It didn't end until 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Hao was so happy that he drank a few more glasses and was drunk. Several young people helped him back to the room to rest. Because it was late, several people from the base stayed in the villa for the night. The villa next door had enough rooms. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the 3rd floor. You must be exhausted. Come take a hot bath and relax. Long Zimo went to run the bath water first. The two took a comfortable bath, and then had a ritualistic love affair, spending a wonderful night together. In the morning, Luo Su was awakened by a long whistle, and smelled a damp ocean smell in the air. She opened her eyes, and found herself lying in a strange room, with a strange man lying beside her. He had his back to her, and covered himself tightly with a quilt. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Luo Su's mind. Welcome to the survival game. This round of the game is role-playing. You can leave the game after completing the role task. Luo Su was shocked. What the hell? Now when entering the game, there is no reminder 10 minutes in advance? Or was it because she was too tired and slept too deeply last night, so she didn't hear the prompt sound? Chapter 263. Luo Su was depressed. She wanted to take a 2-day break and continue to rob the palace of the cat star. Unexpectedly, she was suddenly recruited into the survival game. At this moment, the system prompt sound continued to ring in her mind. This round of game, role-playing. Playing role, Hai Si Na. Plot background, on an unforgettable cruise with her fiancé Su Jieku. Clearance condition, complete 3 hidden tasks. Warm reminder, do not reveal flaws in role-playing. Once it is discovered that you are not yourself, it will be considered a failure. Luo Su was depressed. There is too little information about the character of Hyzina. There is no information about her personality, identity, or background. It is really difficult to play her. And the person wrapped tightly on the bed, where did she come from? Is she a player or an NPC? No one knows. Luosu got up and got out of bed, wanting to quietly go around to see what she looked like. Could she be a player she knew? As soon as he lifted the quilt, he felt a little cold. He looked down, and his eyes almost fell out. What the hell? Sexy underwear? Damn system, it's so deceptive. Her mind was blown. She immediately covered herself tightly. She couldn't help but secretly open it to take a look. What's going on with the hot body that makes people's blood boil? Could it be that in this role-playing game, even the body is not your own? Consciousness traveled through time. Maybe the noise was too loud and woke up the person next to him. He woke up and was scared. Like a mummy who suddenly came back to life, wrapped in a white sheet, he jumped directly from the bed to the ground and stood up straight. With a look of fear and defense, he said, You, don't come over, you ugly bastard. Even if you tie me up on the boat, I won't surrender. Ugly bastard? Luosu looked at the man who was wrapped up tightly with only a fair face exposed. He was handsome, but compared with Long Zimo, he was not good enough. Also, he looked like he was refusing to obey. What was his reaction? Are you afraid that I would eat him? TSK, really, where does he get his confidence from? Luosu rolled his eyes at him, wrapped the quilt tightly around him, and went into the bathroom. She took out a set of casual clothes from the space, and was about to put them on, when she looked up at the mirror, and was really shocked. Emma, this face is simply amazing. Triangular eyes, a turned nose, sausage mouth, this face shape seems to have experienced hundreds of failed plastic surgeries. With such a weird appearance, is she going to play the ugly woman invincible? This is not the most frightening thing. Her arms and the entire back are covered with tattoos. No wonder the pretty boys outside are so scared. Luosu moved her sausage mouth and felt that she was about to vomit. She pulled a big bath towel to cover the mirror. Quickly change clothes, she thought. Let go of the man who was scared like a mummy. She walked out of the bathroom, and the man was like a mummy, wrapped in a white sheet, still standing in the corner by the window. Luosu said, You go. The man was not happy at all when he heard this, but just kept alert and looked at her. Forget it, if you don't leave, I will leave, Luosu said, lifted her bangs, and walked towards the door with big strides. Open the door. Hello, Sister Na. A neat and loud slogan startled her. 2 rows of thugs wearing sunglasses stood outside the door, and each of them had a large tattoo on their arm. Luosu was shocked. Emma, this Hyzina is still a big sister? So, was this fiancé tied to the boat by her? She returned to the room and closed the door. After thinking for a while, how should this role-playing game be carried out to pass it smoothly? She turned around and saw the frightened look on the mummy man's face. She asked Sujieka. What? The mummy man asked cautiously. Hurry up and change your clothes. We need to go out for a while, Luosu said. When the man heard that he could go out, he hurriedly took a set of clothes from the closet and trotted into the bathroom. Luosu stood by the window, looking at the blue sea outside. He calmed down and analyzed the clues given by the game. First of all, this man is Hyzina's fiancé. Since it is a trip for 2 people, the mission should be related to him, so he must be guaranteed to be safe first and not let him die early. Second, what does Hyzina want to do by bringing so many men on board? Intuitively, it's not as simple as traveling. Third, we need to figure out where the ship is going, which other players are on the ship, what is their mission? Luosu thought quickly and had a general direction, but she didn't know what kind of crisis was hidden in this level. From entering the game to now, she has never seen Dowdu. The special space is actually disabled. That means Dowdu has also entered the game. She and Dowdu always entered and exited the game at the same time. Why did they separate this time? Where is he? What role does he play? Luosu became more and more anxious as she thought about it. At this time, the mummy man changed his clothes and came out, wearing a gray casual suit, handsome and energetic. Come with me. Luosu was anxious to find Dowdu. She opened the door again, and there was another round of neat and loud slogans. Hello, Sister Na. Chapter 264. Luosu walked out of the room with her head held high. Mummy followed her closely. Seeing her subordinates all with tattoos, her legs trembled a little. She walked onto the deck of the cruise ship. There were many cruise ship employees on the deck, but when they saw her coming, they dispersed. In just 2 minutes, they were all gone. What happened? Is it because it is so ugly that it scared people away? She turned around to Presley and saw dozens of tattooed men following behind her. Emma, it would be strange if this scene wasn't scary. She cleared her throat and said coldly, "You, stop following me. Go do what you need to do. You are not allowed to show up again before we get off the boat." Everyone was surprised. A bald man in front took 2 steps forward and whispered, "Sister Na, didn't you say that we would protect you every step of the way on the boat?" Luo Su was puzzled. "What to protect? Sister, you look so scary now. All the ghosts are scared away, right? I have other plans now. Don't bother me if I don't call you." Luo Su said, waving his hand, turned around, and looked at the sea with deep eyes. The dozens of people looked at each other. Did Sister Na get upset last night? She suddenly became so low-key. But since she had spoken, everyone dispersed. Bald Brother stepped forward and said, "Sister Na, if you need anything, feel free to call us. We are always on standby. Be careful." The last 4 words were said in an unusually low voice. Because of this detail, Luo Su raised his eyes and stared at him for a long time. Bald Brother, who looked to be in his early 30s, had a scar on his forehead and a sharp look. He was the kind of person who was ruthless and didn't talk much. Luo Su nodded, "Well, go ahead." After the others left, the mummy man Su Jieka handed her something from afar, his hands trembling a little. "What is this?" Luo Su asked. "Mask. You forgot to bring it when you went out today." Su Jieka stuttered. "You have a mask? You should have said so earlier." Luo Su took it and put it on. "Let's go, let's eat." She turned and went down the stairs. Su Jieka jogged to catch up, wondering in his heart, why did she change her style? Could it be that because he would rather die than obey last night, she gave up? Or did she suddenly become kind-hearted? Su Jieka shook his head. This possibility was not high. No matter what the reason, as long as she didn't stick to him or kill him, as long as she gritted her teeth and endured until the ship docked, she would be saved. Luo Su came to a Chinese restaurant, which was surprisingly crowded. She searched for a long time, but couldn't find a seat. She was about to go out and change to another restaurant when she heard 2 familiar voices. "Daddy, I want to eat chicken legs." "Okay, I give you some chicken legs." "Daddy, I want some lobster." "Okay, let's order some lobster." Luo Su heard these 2 familiar voices, turned around, and saw Daodu and Long Zimo sitting at a table next to her. She was so excited that tears were about to fall, but when she thought of the warm reminder, once the role-playing was discovered by Su Jieka, it would be considered a failure. She had to pretend that she didn't know them. She pretended to pass by their table and asked, "Excuse me, can we share the table?" "No," said the father and son in unison. "Please help us, there is really no room, and I like the taste of this restaurant. How about this, as long as you agree to share the table, I will treat you to this meal, order whatever you want," Luo Su said. Su Jieka's eyes were straight. This woman, after a night on the boat, her head was shaken and stupid. In which previous times was it not violently cleared? "No need," Long Zimo said coldly. "Sure." Daodu said it was okay. "Daodu?" Long Zimo frowned. Daodu blinked his big eyes and said with a smile, "Daddy, Mom said we should be helpful." Luo Su was happy when he heard it. "Hey, my dear son. Thank you, the child is really sensible." She sat down facing Daodu, and Su Jieka sat opposite Long Zimo. Luo Su ordered a large table of dishes. After waiting for a long time, the dishes were served one after another. Daodu saw that the ant who shared the table was really an expert in ordering dishes. The whole table was full of his favorite dishes. He was drooling at the sight. "Daodu, come and eat lobster." Long Zimo noticed Daodu looking at other people's dishes with shining eyes, and hurriedly peeled shrimp for him. Daodu looked at the table full of his favorite delicacies, and suddenly felt that the chicken drumstick on the phone was not delicious. Luo Su was secretly happy. She was now Hyzina, and her appearance and voice had changed. Daodu couldn't recognize her at all. She said, "Little friend, eat whatever you like. Anyway, the 2 of us can't eat that much." "Okay, thank you, Auntie." Daodu was happy. "Daodu, no." Long Zimo frowned and said, "What do you want to eat? I help you order." Luo Su was really anxious. She ordered so many dishes just to make Daodu happy. Luo Su said to Su Jieka, "I want a drink. Go to the cashier and get some for me." Su Jieka left the table. Luo Su hurriedly kicked Long Zimo with her foot and said, "Zimo, it's me." Long Zimo raised his eyes. "You? Who?" "It's me, Luo Su," Luo Su said. Chapter 265. Long Zimo looked at the woman from head to toe. His eyes suddenly turned cold, and he suppressed her with a skill. He pressed, "You are not Luo Su. What did you do to her?" "Zimo, I am Luo Su. I don't know why I changed after entering the game." Luo Su was very depressed. Why did Long Zimo and Dao do not change, but she became someone else? "Zimo, my game task is role-playing. There can be no flaws. So in front of that person, I have to pretend, otherwise I will fail to pass the level," Luo Su said. Long Zimo still didn't believe her. He stared at her mask with only one eye exposed. Suddenly, with a bang, the little turtle fell at his feet. "Daodu, stop making trouble. Put the little turtle away quickly." Long Zimo turned to Daodu and said. Daodu, who was eating, blinked his innocent eyes and said, "I didn't put the little turtle out, Daddy." Long Zimo was shocked. "Do you still want me to put out the little fire?" Luo Su asked in the voice of Hai Na. "Are you really Luo Su?" Long Zimo looked at her again. Her figure was really good, but why are you wearing a mask? Daodu stood on the seat, came over, stared at her for a long time, and said, "No, you are not my mother. My mother's eyes are so beautiful." At this time, Su Jieka came back with a drink. Luo Su hurriedly sat down and didn't say anything, just drinking soup. Long Zimo kept staring at her, and then asked, "Excuse me, lady, what is your name?" "Hai Zina." Luo Su knew that Long Zimo wanted to know the information about her role, and the content of her mission. "Who is this?" Long Zimo looked at Su Jieka. "Su Jieka, my fiancée of Hai Zina, we are on an unforgettable cruise." "Hai Zina," Luo Su said. "Wow, so enviable." Long Zimo was amazed and asked, "Are you two the only ones here? I heard that the sea is not peaceful recently and pirates are always encountered." Luo Su was surprised. Was Long Zimo giving him information? Will we encounter pirates in this level of the game? She took a sip of her drink and said with a smile, "Of course it's not just the two of us. I also brought dozens of my men on board to protect our safety." "Then you are quite foresight," Long Zimo praised. Daodu ate with relish. He was the only one eating most of the dishes on the table. This auntie is really strange. She didn't take off her mask when eating. She only drank soup and drinks with a straw. She ordered so many dishes, but she didn't eat any of them. At this time, the restaurant waiter came over with a packed food box. "Miss, your food is ready. Can you please send it to my room, balcony suite A6-108 on the 6th floor?" Luo Su said, giving the waiter a bill as a tip. "Sure, I send it to you right away." The waiter smiled and sent the food. "Dad, can we also take it back to the room and eat it slowly? I want to watch TV," Dodo suddenly asked. "Sure." Long Zimo agreed and turned to call the waiter. "Please pack it for us, and send it to room A3-126 on the 3rd floor." "Yes, sir." The waiter went back to get the takeout box. Luo Su told Su Jieka that he wanted to go to the deck to bask in the sun, and the two stood up and said goodbye. After they left the restaurant, Luo Su turned to Su Jieka and said, "Jack, you don't have to accompany me all the time. You can go out and play by yourself, but you must come back to have dinner with me." Su Jieka was surprised. "Is it okay? Is it okay for me to go out by myself?" Seeing his surprise, Luo Su smiled and said, "Of course, as long as you don't play with women and just go shopping." After that, he took out a stack of banknotes and gave it to him. Su Jieka was surprised, nodded, said thank you, and then ran away, as if he was afraid that she would regret it. Luo Su smiled. Now that the tail has been shaken off, she will go to the 3rd floor to find Long Zimo and Daodu to discuss how to pass the game. She walked through a quiet corridor and prepared to go up to the 3rd floor from the other end of the stairs. Just halfway through, a door suddenly opened, and someone quickly dragged her into the room and closed the door. She was about to fight back when she found that there was another person in the room who looked exactly like her, tied up on a chair. Luo Su was shocked. "Emma, are these twins?" Chapter 266. The girl who pulled her in was a short-haired girl who looked energetic and capable. She was standing straight and saluted her. "Officer Luo, I pulled you in suddenly. It was my fault, but the situation is urgent. I must report to you as soon as possible." Luo Su was surprised. "Officer Luo? You are?" Luo Su narrowed his eyes and asked her. The girl panicked. At this time, another companion in the room whispered to the girl, "As you expected, the side effects have appeared. Officer, we are your assistants. I am Chi Feng, she is Baiyun, and your code name is Blue Sky." Blue Sky? Code name. Luo Su was confused. Baiyun was anxious and said, "Chi Feng, quickly restore Luo Su to his original state and repair his memory." Chi Feng was also anxious and said, "It will take 3 hours to restore the memory. Is there enough time? Try to delay as much as possible, otherwise if it goes on like this, I'm afraid Officer Luo will suffer serious mental damage and will not be able to recover." "Wait a minute." Luo Su interrupted them and asked, "What's going on?" Bai Yun gritted his teeth and said, "Officer Luo, bear with it for a while, you will understand soon." As he said that, he gave her an injection from behind. Luo Su's eyes widened, and then she felt her eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and she passed out. When she woke up again, she found herself lying in a medical cabin, and her whole body had returned to her original state. Seeing her wake up, Bai Yun, who was guarding next to her, slowly opened the cabin door. "Officer Luo, how do you feel?" Luo Su felt a headache, and some unfamiliar memories came into her mind. She was originally a special police officer of Jiuzhou, and she was carrying out a very important mission on this ship with 5 police officers. After receiving an important intelligence yesterday, she decided to go undercover herself. The disguise device they carried was the latest device developed by Professor Jiang, and it is still in the testing stage. She had only been in disguise for 24 hours, and the disguise program had an impact on her brain, and she began to lose her memory. Luo Su was surprised. She originally thought that this game was just a simple role-playing game, but she didn't expect that there was another identity. This was simply a double undercover. She had to play the role of a police officer and go undercover as the boss of the Black Dragon Group, Hai Sina. Just thinking about it made her feel overwhelmed. Bai Yun reported to her, "Officer Luo, your memory has been fully restored. The disguise equipment is being updated with patches, and it will take another 2 hours to complete." "Okay," Luo Su said, and got up and left the treatment cabin. "There are still 2 hours left. I'll be out for a while, and back soon," Luo Su said, taking off the locator on her wrist and placing it on the table. "Don't contact me in these 2 hours. I have something important to do. Also, keep an eye on this woman," she said, glancing at Hai Sina, who was still in a coma. Yes, Officer Luo." Luo Su went into the bathroom, changed into an ordinary sportswear, and quietly went out. At the door of the room across from her, stood a young man who nodded slightly to her. He was one of her police officers, Cheetah. She blinked in response and passed by him as if nothing had happened. This was the first floor room area. She walked to the stairs and rushed to the 3rd floor as light as a swallow. In fact, there was an elevator in the guest room area, but she didn't want to reveal too much of her whereabouts. So far, the clues she knew were too complicated. She played a dual identity in the black and white worlds, each with a group of subordinates. There was also a third party with terrible strength on the ship. She had to be cautious. She came to the 3rd floor and knocked on room A3-326. "Who is it?" She heard Long Zimo's voice through the door. "My fellow villager from the novice village," Luo Su responded. The door opened. She looked around and saw no one in the corridor. She quickly entered Long Zimo's room. Chapter 267. Luo Su entered the room, and Daodu was very happy to see her. "Mom, you are here. Look, there are so many delicious foods here." "Okay." Luo Su picked up Daodu, took a tissue to wipe the oil stains on the corners of his mouth, and then put him on the sofa. "Be good, Daodu. Watch TV for a while. Mom has something to discuss with Dad." Luo Su touched his hair and said softly, "Okay." Daodu agreed obediently. The two came to the other end of the room, a more private place, to discuss what to do next. For safety reasons, she activated her fire eyes, so that she could hear any movement in the corridor. As a result, she heard noises from the rooms upstairs and downstairs, as well as sounds that were not suitable for children. Luo Su tried to calm down and listened to Long Zimo saying, "Su, I don't have any tasks here. The game only prompts a cruise trip. If you arrive at the next port alive, you will pass the level." Luo Su was depressed. Why was her task so difficult? "What is your task? Play the role of the masked woman," Long Zimo asked. "My mission is so complicated." Luo Su was tired. "My mission is a role-playing game, and it is a dual identity game. I have to complete 3 hidden missions before I can pass the game." "Dual identity?" Long Zimo was surprised. "Yes, my first identity is a special police officer from Kyushu. I brought 5 police officers to this cruise ship to perform a secret mission," Luo Su said. "Police officer identity?" Long Zimo was very surprised. He asked again, "What is the identity of the masked woman? How come your appearance changed when you played her?" "There is a disguise machine in the police force that can copy someone's appearance and body, and become the target's appearance. Luo Su said. Copy someone else's appearance? Long Zimo was shocked. Is it so high-tech? Yes, but this technology is not mature yet. There will be side effects, which is temporary amnesia. So I originally entered the game as Officer Luo. Because she cloned someone else's body yesterday, I lost the part about my identity as a police officer after entering the game. Luo Su said. After listening to this complicated explanation, Long Zimo was overwhelmed, and felt that the cloning technology was too risky. Su, you can't risk being a cloned undercover again. Let's think of other ways to pass the game. As for the mission of the police officer, we will ignore her. Long Zimo said worriedly. Luo Su frowned and expressed his doubts. What if the police officer's mission is one of the 3 hidden missions to pass the game? Long Zimo fell into deep thought. What is the officer's mission? This question came to Luo Su's ears, but it was not asked by Long Zimo, but by a very cold and unfamiliar male voice, which scared her. Shoo! Luo Su made a gesture to Long Zimo to keep quiet, closed her eyes, and listened carefully. Finally, among all the noisy voices, she found a very cold male voice. The officer's mission is to stop your secret mission transaction and confiscate your goods. At present, Officer Luo has not yet said the specific action plan. This is a woman's voice. Luo Su recalled the voices of Qifeng and Baiyun, but couldn't match them. Who is she? Okay, you continue to monitor Officer Luo's every move and report to me at any time. The man said with a very cold tone. Where is my brother's antidote? The woman asked. Today's antidote has been used on him. Remember, if you don't tell us the action plan in time, you can wait to collect your brother's body. The man said with a very cold tone. Bang! A door slammed shut. Luo Su heard footsteps mixed with the sound of a cane. Their conversation was over. Luo Su regained his composure and said, Oh no, there's a traitor in the police force. Long Zimo, what traitor? What exactly is the mission of their police officers? Luo Su said, Officer Luo's mission is to stop the enemy's spies from making secret transactions on this cruise ship and confiscate the items they traded, a biological weapon. We don't know what the biological weapon looks like, and we don't know when and where they traded. Biochemical weapons? Long Zimo was shocked. This is really tough. Now Luo Su is in a difficult situation. He plays the role of the leader of both the black and white worlds, and has to carry out such a big task. There is also a traitor in his team. Long Zimo frowned and found the key to the problem. Find the traitor first. Luo Su felt it was difficult. Yes, I also think this is the first thing to solve. But I have seen the 2 female subordinates in the team, and none of their voices match the name. They can even clone their appearance, so how difficult is it to change the voice? Long Zimo said. Luo Su thought for a while and said, I also thought of this. The other party controlled the brother of the traitor, and threatened her to provide information. But the 2 female subordinates in the team have no brothers, but 2 of the 3 male subordinates have brothers. Then eliminate them one by one. I will help you keep an eye on the enemy's spies. Long Zimo said. What about Daodu? It's very dangerous to take him with you. Luo Su was very worried. The novice village was banned again, so he could only take Daodu to complete the game. It's okay, I'm here. What's more, it's easier to pretend to be a tourist with Daodu. Long Zimo said with a smile. Luo Su told Long Zimo all the information she heard about the extremely cold man, and the clues about the crutches. Chapter 268. Luo Su created a team, and pulled Long Zimo and Daodu into the team. Zimo, let's stay in the team on the ship, so that we can keep in touch with each other. Luo Su said. This is a good idea. Long Zimo nodded. Zimo, I have a plan now. We don't know who the traitor is, so once we have enough clues, we will act on our own. Luo Su said what he was thinking. Okay, but you have to let me know your plan. You can't act on your own. Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded, yes. She played with Daodu for more than an hour before leaving Long Zimo's room. When she returned to room 109, the disguise device had been patched and could be used at any time. Qifeng, Baiyun, I don't want to disguise myself completely this time. If there are side effects during the operation, it will be troublesome. This time, I just need to change my voice. Luo Su said. But, you will be easily exposed that way. Haizina has brought many men on board. Baiyun said worriedly. It's okay, I be careful. Luo Su insisted on only changing his voice. Qifeng and Baiyun used the disguise device to change Luo Su's voice to Haizina's voice. Then, by imitating Haizina's dressing style, he changed his appearance a little. After putting on the mask, It was really hard to tell if he didn't look carefully. Luo Su asked Bai Yun for the distribution map of the cruise ship and the list of people on board. After studying it carefully, he roughly deduced the room where the enemy was. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Su returned to Haizina's room wearing a mask. This time was a little different. There were only 4 people guarding the door. When they saw Luo Su coming back, they all greeted him. "Hello, Sister Na." "Yeah." Luo Su looked very tired from shopping. She hurried into the room and found that Su Jieka had come back and was sitting on the sofa eating snacks and watching TV. She was secretly surprised. "Su Jieka, when did you come back?" "Su Jieka, I just came back not long ago." Looking at the large and small bags of snacks on the coffee table, I guessed that he must have been to the supermarket. "Then go to the supermarket again and buy me a few packs of sanitary pads." In order to avoid sleeping in the same bed with this guy at night, Luo Su had to resort to this last resort. Luo Su was worried that she would be exposed. She changed into a casual outfit, did not take off the mask, and went directly to the bed to rest. About half an hour later, Su Jieka bought the things back. "Thank you. I'm very tired and want to have a good rest. You can sleep on the sofa tonight. Don't come in and disturb me if you have nothing to do." After Luo Su explained, she went into the bedroom to rest. Su Jieka looked like he was looking forward to it. Luo Su closed the bedroom door, locked it, and got into bed, but she couldn't sleep at all. She locked the scope of the entire ship, activated the map function, and a 3D map of the cruise ship immediately appeared in her mind. She marked a dozen suspicious rooms. At night, she activated the stealth function of the prop shoes and the fire eyes, sneaked out to check. She soon found the room of the extremely cold man. It was in the luxurious suite at the bow. A middle-aged man about 50 years old, leaning on a crutch, dressed very gentlemanly. There were 2 guests in his room, a man and a woman. Luo Su used up her invisibility skill and insisted on listening to an important message. "The transaction will be conducted in this room at 9 o'clock tomorrow night." Luo Su quietly left the room, teleported, and quickly ran to Long Zimo's room. "Zimo, open the door," she shouted in the team. She came to Long Zimo's room again, and doubted was already asleep. Luo Su told Long Zimo the time and place of the action tomorrow night. "I didn't expect it to be so soon." Long Zimo was surprised, and then the two discussed the action plan. It was not until 12 o'clock in the evening that Luo Su activated the stealth skill and sneaked back to Haizina's suite. He found that Su Jieka had fallen asleep wrapped in a quilt on the sofa in the living room. Luo Su sneaked back to the room and lay back on the bed to sleep. A dreamless night, early the next morning. As soon as she got up, Bald Brother ran over early and quietly told her the time and place of the transaction in the evening. Luo Su was surprised. How did Bald Brother know this news? "Is the news reliable?" Luo Su asked him. Bald Brother nodded, "Reliable. The news came from our insider." Luo Su was secretly surprised. He didn't expect that Haizina's team was quite powerful. Chapter 269. Luo Su was still surprised when Haizina's phone suddenly rang. It showed an unfamiliar number. A very cold man's voice said, "Haizina, at 9 o'clock tonight, you black dragons will be responsible for bringing the fakes and diverting the police. After the matter is done, you will get the money according to the previous agreement." Luo Su's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect Haizina to be in collusion with him. Luo Su asked in Haizina's voice, "Where are the fakes? How can we get them?" "I sent someone to your room," the other party said coldly. "Okay," Luo Su responded. She sorted out the current clues and soon came up with an idea. "Zimo, we may have to change our own ship tonight." Luo Su told him about her plan. "This plan is good. We can act on our own and don't need to find the traitor," Long Zimo said. At dinner time, a waiter pushed a food cart and delivered food to her room. She knew very well that this was a fake biological weapon. It was delivered because she didn't call for the food delivery service, but asked her fiancé Su Jieka to go buy food. In fact, she had food in her space, and she asked him to go just to get him out of the way. "Miss Haizina, your order has been delivered, please enjoy it," the waiter said, lifting a corner of the food cart, revealing a silver portable safe. Luo Su nodded, thanked him politely, and gave the waiter a tip. After the waiter left, Luo Su locked the door and searched the food cart, but couldn't find the password. How to open this portable safe? She called back the cold man's mobile number. The call could not be connected. It seemed that the phone was turned off or the card was changed. Cautious enough, Luo Su tried to use the power of space to take objects from the air. It actually worked. She was holding a transparent glass bottle the size of a thermos cup, which was filled with green liquid. If she shook it gently, some tiny bubbles would emerge. Is this what a biological weapon looks like? Luo Su didn't know. She waited. The thermos cup filled with water at the bedside was about the same weight as this fake biological weapon. She put the fake biochemical weapon into the space, and then used the power of space to put the thermos cup into the portable safe. She picked it up and felt nothing unusual, then put it in the closet. After her fiancé Su Jika came back from buying food, Luo Su said that the room service had just delivered the food, and she had eaten, so she asked him to eat by himself. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Bald Brother came to find Hai Si Na with more than 20 men. Because Su Jika was there, Luo Su carried the safe to Bald Brother's room opposite. "Boss, what are the arrangements?" Bald Brother asked. Luo Su handed the portable safe to Bald Brother and told him, "Half an hour later, you take the safe and lead your brothers to find a way to divert the attention of the police. I will contact them on the other side." Bald Brother took the safe and nodded in agreement. Luo Su had just returned to his bedroom when he received a very hidden message. He clicked it and saw a lot of English loading processes on the phone screen. He finally entered a special encrypted chat room. "Lantian, what are your plans for tonight?" Baiyun asked. Luo Su thought for a moment and said, "Little Green will be sent away tonight. You should pay attention to where they leave." "Okay. Everyone keep in touch and communicate in time," Luo Su urged. "Okay." At 8:30, Luo Su and Su Jika went out together. The two came to the deck to blow the wind for a while. She looked in a good mood, always smiling, but she was actually quietly using the skill of fire eyes and golden eyes to listen to every move in the room not far from here. "According to the procedure, we have to verify before we can receive the goods." "No problem, Lao Lu, open this safe. I want to go to the bathroom, and we'll be back soon. Wait for me here," Luo Su said in Haizina's voice. "Okay." Su Jika was very obedient, and stood there waiting for her shyly. Luo Su couldn't understand why Haizina wanted to bring this fiancé on this ship. She went down the stairs, turned into a nearby bathroom, and sent a message to Long Zimo. "Zimo, wait for me at the stern of the first floor. We leave right away." "We're already here," Long Zimo replied. Luo Su activated the invisible injury-free skill, and sneaked into the room. She saw a silver safe on the middle table. In the safe was a bottle of green liquid, exactly the same as the one in her space. At this time, everyone was staring at a sleeping man in the corner. He looked very weak. A man, with a face full of flesh next to him, was injecting him with a small tube of green liquid. After about 10 seconds, the frail man suddenly opened his eyes, quickly pulled the person closest to him over, and bit his neck. The man with a face full of flesh immediately bled profusely, and the needle in his hand suddenly stabbed into the mutant's back, but it didn't work at all. Mutants don't feel pain. Soon, he was torn into pieces and eaten by the mutants, but he couldn't make a sound. Puff. The sound of a silenced pistol. The mutant fell to the ground after being shot in the head. Luo Su used the power of space to replace the green bottle in the safe without anyone noticing. She had 2 minutes left to become invisible, so she quickly teleported to the stern. ZMO. When she got out of the stern deck, she saw Long ZMO waiting for her with Dodo on his back in the dimly lit corner. "Here." Long ZMO handed her an escape rope. Luo Su took out the ship prop from the space and threw it into the sea. Soon a small ship appeared. Long ZMO slid down with Dodo first. Luo Su was about to slide down when Su Jietka suddenly appeared in front of her. "Take me away, okay? They will kill me, please," Su Jietka begged anxiously. An option popped up in front of Luo Su. Ding, trigger a hidden mission, escort your fiancé Su Jietka to land safely. Do you accept it? Luo Su was shocked. A hidden mission. She chose to accept the mission. "Let's go, there is a rope over there." Luo Su pointed to the escape rope that Long Zimo had used just now. "Thank you." Su Jika was so excited that he hurriedly grabbed the escape rope and slid down. The three of them boarded the small boat. Long Zimo just turned the boat around. Bang! 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 5 people jumped off the boat. Luo Su looked and saw that they were 5 police officers. "Officer Luo, we got the safe," Baiyun said, holding a safe in his hand. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other. They never expected such a coincidence, so they had to bite the bullet and said, "Well done, we leave immediately." Not long after Luo Su's small boat sailed out, he heard fierce gunfire from the other end of the cruise ship. "Pirates!" Everyone was surprised. From a distance, A pirate ship was approaching the cruise ship. "Let's go!" Sujika suddenly shouted. "Why are you here?" Several police officers stared at him and asked. Sujika was so scared that his legs trembled and he fell to his knees. "Hyzina, save me." Chapter 270. Luosu remembered the escort mission and said hurriedly, "It's okay, I brought him up." Everyone looked Sujika up and down again and said nothing more. Officer Luo, who is the one driving the boat, and with a child. The subordinate Qingfeng looked at Long Zimo and asked. Luosu said, "Oh, I met a fellow villager by chance. I thought it was not safe on the cruise ship, so I took him with me. It's windy outside. Let's go into the cabin and rest." Luosu said, watching everyone enter the cabin, and then he entered the cockpit. Daodu ran over and whispered, "Daddy said that we can't call you Mom on the boat, otherwise all three of us will be in danger." "Daodu is great." Luosu praised, "You stay with Daddy, don't run around." "Got it." After Luosu finished explaining, she walked into the cabin and found that all the police officers were lying in a pool of blood. She was shocked, and a pistol was pointed at her forehead. "Hand over the real biological weapons, otherwise, you will end up like them." A very cold man's voice sounded behind his head. Luosu was startled. "Sujika, so you are the boss behind the scenes." "I'm sorry, Officer Luo, I must get the biological weapon." Luosu's mind moved, confiscated the gun in his hand, and then hit a piece of ice. Sujika was frozen. Sujika was surprised, "So you are also." Before he finished speaking, he was flattened by Long Zimo's skill. Ding, kill the king player. Get 20,000 survival points. A supply backpack. "Ah, he is a player?" Luosu was surprised. A system prompt sounded in his ear. "Ding, escort mission failed. The difficulty of passing the game has been upgraded." "What's wrong?" Long Zimo asked puzzledly. Luosu said, "I have a mission to escort him to land safely. Now the escort mission has failed, and the difficulty of passing the game has been upgraded." "Escort him? But he is a player, and he wanted to kill you just now." Long Zimo was depressed. "Why is this game so deceptive?" "It doesn't matter, I will die. The system gave me a more difficult mission." Luosu said. "What mission?" Long Zimo asked. Luosu pointed to the pirate ship that was catching up behind him and said, "Here they are, kill all the pirates." Long Zimo looked at the pirates on the ship, whistling arrogantly, firing their guns, and chasing after them with murderous intent. "This is going to be fun." Long Zimo smiled bitterly. Luosu suddenly thought of a way. "Take Daodu back to the cockpit and start the boat quickly. I have a way to deal with him." Luosu came to the stern and looked at the pirate ship that was approaching quickly. A Rubik's Cube appeared in her hand. Two flaming birds flew quickly towards the pirate ship, illuminating a large area of fire in the dark night. Bang! Luosu's magic cube hit the pirate ship. The pirate ship was destroyed in half. Bang! The pirate ship was destroyed in 1/4. Bang! The pirate ship was destroyed in 1/3. The pirate ship was in chaos. "Someone is bombing our ship. I didn't see any warships nearby. Pay attention to where the shells are coming from. There are two flaming birds in the sky, attacking us. Kill them!" For a moment, all the firepower was attracted by the two flaming birds. The flaming birds kept throwing fireballs at the pirate ship. The killing power was not great, but they successfully created chaos and diverted the firepower. Bang! The pirate ship was destroyed by half. The pirate ship was in tatters, and people on fire fell into the water from the ship from time to time. Luosu gave them some strength. Bang! Bang! Two 8-ton giant irons sank the pirate ship. All the pirates fell into the sea like dumplings. Luosu locked onto that sea area, 900 meters in range. Super Harvest X10 combo. Ding! Kill the pirates in groups, get 500,000 survival points. Ding! Complete the hidden task. Eliminate the pirates, get 1 million survival points reward. Ding! Trigger a new task. Escort the biological weapons to Kyushu port. Let's go to Kyushu port, new task. Luosu said. Long Zimo replanned the route and set sail quickly. 8 hours later, they arrived at Jiuzhou port, where many police cars were parked. Luosu's boat slowly approached the shore. Welcome Officer Luo to your triumphant return. Luosu handed over the real biological and chemical weapons to the National Security Bureau. She heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Complete the escort biological and chemical mission and get a reward of 1 million survival points. This time she got 2.5 million survival points, plus Daodu's share, a total of 5 million survival points. She clicked to upgrade to the 3rd level of the king, and her attack range became 1,000 meters, that is, within a kilometer, it was her attack range. She was secretly surprised, and the police cars on the dock rushed over. She and Long Zimo went to the dock, and heard Long Zimo hurriedly say in the team, "Sue, my mission is completed, and I will be sent out of the game." As he said that, he suddenly disappeared, and Dodo was still there. Luo Su was depressed. She still lacked a hidden mission. Last time she was on Julian Island, she used the 3D map function in her mind and saw the hidden mission prompt, so she tried it this time. She opened the map in her mind, and a red dot flashed on the cruise ship 900 meters away. Luo Su was upset, so she pulled Dodo back onto her small cruise ship and quickly headed for the cruise ship. Soon she arrived near the cruise ship. Because of the pirate robbery just now and the different forces on board, the ship was in chaos. Luo Su carried Dodo on her back and climbed up the escape rope at the stern, reached the stern deck, and took the small ship below back into the space. Luo Su checked the 3D map again and found that the red dot indicated that it was in the bottom cargo hold. She quietly dived down and found a boy tied to a shelf in the corner of the cargo hold. 4 hooligans were playing cards and drinking nearby. What's the point of watching this kid here when there's such a mess down there? Why don't we just ignore him? He won't survive tonight without an antidote. No, it's so dangerous outside. What are we going to do? We have food and drink here, it's safe. Why go out and die? One of the hooligans who looked more mature said, "Brother Wei is right. I go and lock the door of the warehouse, and don't let anyone in." A yellow-haired gangster said, and ran out. Luo Su and Dodo squatted in the corner of the shelf, quietly activated the space harvesting skill. Ding, kill the gangster, get 500 survival points. Ding, kill the gangsters in groups, get 1,500 survival points. Luo Su untied the little boy. The little boy woke up. His mind was a little fuzzy, but he seemed a little excited and hurriedly thanked. "Thank you for saving me." At this time, Luo Su heard a prompt sound in his mind. "Congratulations, you have completed all hidden tasks, cleared this round of the game, and received a reward of 5 million survival points." She and Dodo were teleported to the game transfer station. Chapter 271. Luo Su and Dodo quit the game, found that Du Yifan and the others were trapped in the novice village, and hurriedly sent them back to the base. When she came back, she found Su Imo and Xiaoya waiting for her in the yard. "Luo Su, we bring you some potions," Xiaoya said, handing over a medicine box. "Potions?" Luo Su opened the medicine box and found a full box of potions, including 3 or 4 different colors of potions. The red potion is a blood recovery potion, which can instantly restore 10,000 HP. The blue potion can restore 10,000 mental power. The green potion can dispel negative states. The orange potion can increase attack power by 5%. Luo Su was surprised. "Where did you get these potions?" Xiaoya said, "We made them ourselves." "You can make medicine?" Luo Su was very surprised. Xiaoya nodded. Yes, Su Imo has always been interested in medicine, but he was still an ordinary person at that time, and could only prepare some simple trauma medicine. Later, after we were promoted to the gold rank, he had the ability to make medicine. Some time ago, due to the lack of herbs, he did not make a finished product. Luo Su finally understood. "Where did you get those herbs later? With so many kinds of medicines, there should be a lot of herbs needed, right?" Su Imo took over the topic and said, "At first we could only order them online, and some herbs were expensive. Later we bought some herbal seeds, and planted them in the vegetable garden behind the house. The herbs grew too slowly, and it was not easy for them to survive. Later Xiaoya accidentally discovered that her Tree of Life skill could accelerate the growth of herbs. As long as she had enough mental power, she could harvest a batch of herbs in a few hours." Luo Su was amazed. Su Imo and Xiaoya are a perfect match. One can make medicine, and the other can accelerate the growth of herbs. If these two are trained well, they will definitely be the strongest assistants in the future. "You can make medicine, that's great," Luo Su said. Last time she bought 100 blood recovery potions. She spent 200,000 points. In the future, you two will be responsible for growing herbs and making medicine, and provide potions for everyone, Luo Su said. Okay. Xiaoya and Su Imo agreed, and were very happy to contribute to the organization. Luo Su called all members of the novice village to hold a meeting in the yard. Everyone was shocked when they saw the potions. Wow, this small bottle of potion can actually restore 10,000 HP. This is so practical, it can save your life when you are in danger. This orange bottle can also increase attack, amazing. This blue one restores mental strength. Luo Su said to everyone. The potions in your hands were made by Su Imo and Xiaoya. In order to make more potions for everyone to use, we have to open up a medicine garden in the village, and we need everyone to work together to do this. Hitsuehua was the first to agree. Okay, reclaiming wasteland and growing vegetables, Dajiang and I are the best. Others also agreed. After all, everyone wants such a potion. Finally, Luo Su said, Su Imo and Xiaoya have made great contributions this time, and they will be rewarded with 200 million interstellar coins. Wow, 200 million. It should be. This potion is too important. Yes, it can save lives at critical moments. Su Imo and Xiaoya were a little embarrassed. We are already very grateful for the organization's acceptance and cultivation of us, and it is our duty to contribute to the organization. Long Zimo on the side smiled and said, This is the rule of our organization. Anyone who makes special contributions to the organization will be rewarded. It is also a kind of appreciation for everyone. It is expected that everyone will be brave enough to innovate and not break the rules. Since the boss said so, Xiaoya had to accept it. As soon as the meeting ended, everyone carried hoes and went to cultivate the medicinal fields with great interest. Long Zimo picked up the potion and said, These potions are still primary potions. When there are enough herbs, their levels will be upgraded and they can make advanced potions. Each time they can restore tens of thousands of health points, which will be really amazing. Luo Su was thoughtful and said, Take Su Imo and Xiaoya to level up more in the future. We have to raise their levels. First, to improve their survivability, and second, when they are promoted to the king, maybe they can make more powerful potions. Long Zimo smiled. My wife has a long-term vision. I admire you. Luo Su rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, Let's go and eat something. I'm starving. I have something important to tell you later. What is it? Long Zimo followed her into the restaurant. I tell you after dinner, Luo Su said. Long Zimo was curious. What important thing must be said after dinner? Chapter 272. Just after finishing the meal, Dowda ran to the medicinal field to join in the fun, while Luo Su and Long Zimo went up to the third floor. Su, what's the matter? Can you tell me now? Long Zimo pulled Luo Su and asked. Come with me. After Luo Su finished speaking, he pulled Long Zimo up to the rooftop and found Jiang Hao drinking tea in the tea room on the rooftop. Jiang Hao, why are you drinking tea here alone? Luo Su was surprised. Come and drink tea together. Jiang Hao put out 2 teacups and brewed 2 cups of tea. Wait a minute, drink after you're done. Luo Su smiled, raised his hand, and placed a pile of black ore on the open space on the roof. What is this? Jiang Hao walked out of the tea room and asked. Long Zimo picked up a piece and said in surprise, Meteorite? This is a level 7 forging material. He picked up a few pieces and tried them. After 7 or 8 minutes, he made a weapon. Level 7 weapon. Long Zimo was happy. He picked up the newly made weapon and examined it carefully. At 2000 attack, 1% crit, 3% hit. This is just an ordinary level 7 weapon. The attributes are so good. If it can emit a weapon with blue attributes, wouldn't it be better? Su, where did you get this material? Long Zimo said, picking up a few pieces of meteorite and continuing to forge. The royal treasury of the cat people. Luo Su said. Jiang Hao picked up the weapon. This attribute is really good. Level 7 weapon, it must be better than the previous one. Luo Su said, yawning. He said again, Zimo, you take your time to build it. I go downstairs to take a nap. I'm really too sleepy. Yeah. Long Zimo responded. Jiang Hao shouted, Don't go, drink some tea to refresh yourself. You won't be sleepy anymore. Luo Su ignored him, waved his hand, and went downstairs. 3 hours later. Long Zimo finally finished making the pile of meteorite iron, making 25 weapons, 4 of which were blue and 1 was purple. Long Zimo threw 2 of the blue daggers to Jiang Hao, then sat down and drank 2 sips of tea. Jiang Hao held the new weapon. This was a black dagger, with a sharp blade emitting a cold blue light. He held it in his hand and tried it, feeling that it was particularly suitable, and then looked at the attributes carefully. Add 2500 attack, 2% crit. He can equip 2 weapons, adding a total of 5000 attack and 4% crit. Oh, this attribute is too good, thank you. Jiang Hao said, making tea for Long Zimo. What is your current combat power? Long Zimo asked. Jiang Hao, 180,000, how about you? Long Zimo, 230,000. Fuck, such a big difference? What is your current level? Jiang Hao was depressed. Long Zimo, King Level 2. Jiang Hao was surprised. No way, you entered the game and got another level? Long Zimo smiled. This time, the game will reward 5 million survival points for clearing the level. Jiang Hao, eh. At this time, Long Zimo's phone suddenly rang. It was Fang Ji calling. Long Zimo hung up the phone, his face solemn, and said to Jiang Hao, "There is a situation over at Blue Star. Let's go and take a look together." "What's the situation?" Jiang Hao put down the teacup and hurried downstairs. When Long Zimo came down, Luo Su was applying a facial mask. "Su, there's something going on over on Blue Star." Luo Su peeled off her mask, revealing her tender skin. "What's going on?" "I don't know the details yet, but judging from Fang Ji's tone, it seems to be quite serious," Long Zimo said. Luo Su hurriedly pulled the two into the group. "Let's go and take a look together." After saying that, he was directly teleported to the new Huagua base on Blue Star. Many people were standing on the playground, and everyone had an unknown fear on their faces. "Fang Ji, what happened here?" Long Zimo asked. Fang Ji was about to answer. Suddenly, there was a muffled sound of boom, and the whole ground began to shake violently, as if there was an earthquake. Earthquake? Everyone was startled, and some of them could not stand steadily as the ground shook. Long Zimo held Luo Su tightly, and heard Fang Ji shouting loudly, "There seems to be something under the ground." He had just finished speaking. Suddenly, there was a loud bang of bang. The whole ground was lifted up, and everyone was thrown out heavily, and the surrounding buildings were also overturned. The whole scene was like a disaster special effect in a movie. Luo Su was lying on the ground, her feet were pressed by the collapsed stone slabs, and she was in so much pain that she couldn't get up for a while. "Su! Shell!" Long Zimo and Jiang Hao rushed over. Roar! A thunderous roar came from underground. Everyone present felt their scalps tingling. Chapter 273. "Shell, the monsters are indestructible. The big boss will recover health in groups," Jiang Hao shouted loudly. Luo Su was depressed. No wonder, she felt something was wrong. The Rubik's Cube hit the boss many times and reduced its health to 1/4, and once to 1/2, and now it still has half of its health. Now the boss has a high dodge, and the Rubik's Cube can't hit it. Luo Su activated the fire eyes, and carefully checked its status. It turned out that it also had an immune damage status, which lasted for 1 minute. Luo Su had no choice but to clear the monsters with her teammates first. She locked the range of all the monsters, activated the group attack skill, and helped her teammates. Super Harvest X10 combo. All the half-blood monsters on the field were killed instantly. Jiang Hao saw that the monsters were dead, and he immediately became excited and continued to attack with the group attack skill. Long Zimo's group attack skill slapped down, and the three of them cooperated and quickly cleared all the monsters. Roar! The monster boss roared. It couldn't see the enemy, and began to rush around and attack wantonly. Luo Su's invisibility lasts for 1 minute. Luo Su's entire team brings their pets to attack the beasts, using their skills one after another. Luo Su quickly smashes the cube. Bang! It knocks off 1/4 of the beast boss's health. Bang! It counter-injures half of its health, self-immune to damage. Bang! It knocks off half of the beast boss's health. The invisibility effect has expired, and the entire team still has Long Zimo's protective shield and Sumo's life shield. The beast boss still has 1/4 of its health left, and it begins to enter a frenzy state, with a much faster attack speed, and the group critical damage is quite terrifying. Luo Su was hit hard and lost more than 40,000 HP. Xiaoya had the least HP and was almost dead. She quickly activated the sunflower to replace him and escape the crisis. Luo Su used the Ice Domain skill to slow down the boss. Long Zimo used the Domain Destroyer skill. A domain was formed around the alien beast, superimposing the illusion effect, slowing down its violent state and making its movements much slower. Luo Su took the opportunity to smash the magic cube. Bang! It smashed down 1/2 of the alien beast boss's HP. This alien beast boss has a very abnormal talent. The less HP, the stronger the combat power. It pressed its fists on the ground, and with a bang, Luo Su lost 80,000 HP in an instant. The HP of other teammates, except Long Zimo, dropped. Xiaoya still had a little HP, but Sumo's HP bar was empty. Sumo! Xiaoya exclaimed. Luo Su hurriedly activated the HP recovery skill. Magic Pacifier. Except for Sumo, the HP of other teammates was fully restored. Sumo! Xiaoya ran over to help Suimo up and activated the resurrection skill of the Tree of Life. Ahem. Suimo woke up and used a big move to restore his health. The boss's second attack was coming. Luo Su was unwilling to retreat. The boss had only a little blood left. Long Zimo and Jiang Hao were attacking with all their strength. She led Xiao Bai to launch a general attack. She smashed out an 8-ton giant iron. Bang! The giant iron was blocked by the beast's punch, and its metal gloves were shattered, and its defense was reduced. Luo Su was overjoyed. It turned out that he could break the defense like this. She smashed several pieces of 8 tons in a row, and the metal armor on the beast was smashed and finally broke through the defense. Wow, after breaking the defense, the damage is high. Jiang Hao was excited. His group attack skill now has 8,000 damage. The 3 people concentrated their firepower, and the boss's last 50,000 health points were almost exhausted. Bang! With a sound, the huge body of the beast fell down, smashing a cloud of dust. A system prompt came to everyone's ears. Ding! Kill the dungeon armored boss. Get 3 million survival points, and 1/5 of the armor suit. Luo Su checked the backpack and got one of the armor suits. Chest armor. Increase 10,000 defense. Collect 5 sets. Defense effect increases by 50%. This armor is amazing. This is high defense equipment. Jiang Hao said. I have one too. Give it to you, Luo Su. Xiaoya said, giving her armor set to Luo Su. Suimo also gave Luo Su his armor set. Jiang Hao thought about it. It would be a waste to wear these things separately, so he gave his armor to Luo Su. Luo Su smiled. This set of armor was not suitable for her. Then give it to Long Zimo. In the future, he will be the meat shield type fighter in the team with Xiaogui. He is fast enough, and he has a firewall and a protective shield. He is most suitable for attracting monsters and pulling hatred in the front row. Luo Su said. Everyone agreed. Long Zimo put on a full set of armor and could hide himself. He still looked like ordinary clothes, but his defense was increased by 3 times. Too powerful. He was secretly surprised. The monster was killed. Fang Ji led everyone back to check. Yes, it's dead. Luo Su looked back and found that the corpses of the strange beasts on the ground just now had disappeared, and the scene was in a mess. Luo Su found the portal in a messy corner and temporarily relocated it 300 meters away. At this time, Long Zimo said, Fang Ji, you guys clean up the mess here and choose a place farther away to rebuild later. We still need to explore what is underground in this place. Fang Ji looked at the bottom of the cave and saw a stone-paved entrance. He frowned and said, Okay. Long Zimo called his teammates over and said, Everyone, upgrade the 3 million survival points you just awarded and improve your strength. We will go down to explore later. Luo Su's player level needs 9 million survival points to upgrade to the next level, which is far from enough. She had to upgrade other skills first. She spent 3 million survival points to upgrade the Fire Eyes and Golden Pupil skill. At this time, Suimo said happily, After I upgraded, I became gold level 8. Xiuyao also said, I am gold level 9. The happiest person is Jiang Hao. He is at the full diamond level and wants to be promoted to king immediately. Luo Su said, Jiang Hao, wait a little longer. I will talk to you about the strategy of advancing to king later. Now let's explore the underground here and clean up the strange beasts inside. Jiang Hao smiled. That's what I planned too. The 5 people were ready to go again. 5 minutes later, they began to walk into the underground passage. This was a passage that looked very old, and the air was filled with a decayed and old smell. Luo Su and his party walked down the passage, and after a long dark passage, they came to a magnificent gate, which was closed tightly, with 3 big characters on the door. Underground city? Everyone was surprised. How could there be a city underground? Did those strange beasts just now come out of this city? A series of questions, and a trace of unknown fear emerged in everyone's heart. Everyone, please be patient, and wait for me to check it carefully. Luo Su said. She used her fiery eyes to carefully check and found that this ancient door had another secret. She reached out to touch it. Boom boom with a loud noise, 3 grooves appeared on both sides of the door. She followed the prompts and inserted the blue energy crystals one by one. Suddenly, with a swish sound, the light was bright and a portal appeared in front of them. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 274. Luo Su was a little excited when she heard the system prompt. Please wait, the copy is being created. Ding, the primary copy framework is created. Please define the plan for the copy. Luo Su saw a custom interface in front of her, and the first step was to select a monster. The monster list was full of monsters she had killed since she entered the game. This surprised her. But how to choose from so many monsters? She glanced at the lower right corner and saw a system recommendation. 4 words. She chose the system recommendation. Schwa. 2 plans appeared in front of her. The first plan theme is the urban apocalypse background. The dungeon monsters and elites are all mutant zombies, mutant animals, and mutant vines, and the final boss is a 3-headed mutant giant. The dungeon clearance reward. 500,000 survival points. The boss randomly drops a primary blue equipment. The second plan is, all dungeons have random monsters. The 5 elite monsters are Blood Moon Demon Wolf, Giant Eye Giant Bull, Blue Phantom, 8 heads and 8 brains, for Seasons Tiger, 4 in 1, and the final boss is Ice 2 Sword Tiger. Dungeon clearance rewards. 300,000 survival points, 10 game points. Boss randomly drops a primary blue equipment. Luo Su chose the second option because there are game points. Game plan created. Please name the dungeon. Luo Su thought for a moment and entered the 4 words. Hidden Dragon Dungeon. Hidden Dragon Dungeon. Each person can enter twice a day. Please set the ticket price. Luo Su was surprised. Tickets? Can you charge tickets? She clicked on the setting. The ticket can be charged survival points or game points. She thought about it and realized that she was still short of points. So the final ticket setting was 2 points per person per time to enter the dungeon. Ticket setting completed. The current dungeon is in simple mode, and the dungeon scale can be upgraded after 5 million people have played it. Luo Su was happy. It turned out that it could be upgraded. The more people played the dungeon, the faster it would be upgraded. Ding! The dungeon was created. Dungeon name, Hidden Dragon Dungeon. Dungeon owner, Luo Su. Dungeon ticket, 2 points/person. Dungeon level, D level, simple mode, dungeon upgrade condition. 5 million people. Luo Su was overjoyed. The owner of the copy can do it unlimited times, right? This is like cheating. Shell, why are you grinning? Didn't you say to check? What did you find? Jiang Hao asked. Luo Su came back to his senses and said, It's amazing, I just created a copy. Everyone will have a place to level up in the future. Copy? Is there a copy in this light gate of yours? Jiang Hao was surprised. Luo Su smiled and said, Yes, you can try it. Long Zimo clicked on the light gate, and a row of information appeared. Instance name, Hidden Dragon Instance. Instance owner, Luo Su. Instance ticket, 2 points/person. Instance level, D level, simple mode. Long Zimo was shocked at first, then raised his mouth and stared at Luo Su, feeling that he could not see through her more and more. The other 3 were even more shocked. Ah, this, Luo Su's instance? Jiang Hao was amused. Beiku, you are playing such a big game? You can even charge admission. This is great, ha ha ha. Quickly get me a VIP membership, the kind that is permanently free of admission. Luo Su smiled and glared at him, saying, You wish. Long Zimo said, I don't have this treatment, let alone you. Jiang Hao's smile faded. Hey, look at what you said. How can it be compared? We knew each other when we were still wearing open crotch pants, and at that time, you didn't even know where you were. Go into the dungeon and try it. Suemo said impatiently. Okay, try it right away. Luo Su clicked to enter the dungeon. The result was dumbfounded. The system prompts that the dungeon owner cannot enter the dungeon he created. What the hell? I can't enter my own copy. How can I correct it if I can't experience it myself? She screamed in her heart, and finally could only say one sentence sadly. Sorry, everyone, I am the master and can't enter my own copy. What? Everyone was shocked again. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hao gloated. I told you to charge admission. You deserve not to enter. Hee hee. Seeing Luo Su's gloomy face, he immediately put away his smile, replaced it with an expression of hatred, and complained about the system. You said this system is too bad. The dungeon owner should not limit the number of times, and can brush as many times as he wants every day. Isn't that right? Beak, what do you think? Long Zimo put his arm around her shoulders and comforted her. It doesn't matter, you don't need to enter the dungeon. The daily ticket collection is also considerable. Isn't it a better chance to win without doing anything? I will go to all the major websites of Jiuxing tonight to advertise for you, and I guarantee that you will collect a lot of tickets every day. Luo Su laughed out loud after hearing this, and his worry turned into joy. Okay, I'm tired too. Let's go back and rest for a while. Zimo, you lead the team. The rewards for each game are fixed. You can form more teams. Long Zimo nodded, went up to find Fang Ji and the others, and went through the dungeon together. Jiang Hao pulled Luo Su to ask questions. Beike, tell me about the dungeon strategy. What monsters are there in the dungeon? How to beat them to pass the level the fastest? Are there any hidden rewards? Luo Su smiled and said, there is no strategy. I haven't been in, and I don't know how to pass the level quickly, but don't worry, there is only a simple mode. It's very easy, and the rewards are very rich. Jiang Hao wanted to ask something else, but Luo Su waved her hand, left the team, and went back to the novice village. She posted the news that there was a new dungeon on Blue Star in the novice village group and the base group, asking everyone to team up to play the dungeon when they were free, and they could play it twice a day. Fang Ji also reported the news to his superiors, and everyone was excited. Most people never leveled up again after reaching the silver rank, and they were worried that they would be eliminated when the next crisis came. This is good, there is finally a place to level up. The people of Crouching Tiger acted the fastest. They immediately formed 2 teams and teleported to Blue Star. They couldn't wait to enter the dungeon to level up. Luo Su was lying on the bed, still a little excited. She thought about it, and told Leng Chun and Xiao Yu of Guola Star the news. Soon, the people of Guola Star came through the interstellar portal. For a while, Blue Star was very lively, but the dungeon was small, and the number of people was limited. People had to queue up to enter the dungeon. However, they didn't have to queue too long, because if there were people with gold rank leading the team in the simple mode, they would pass the level quickly. Luo Su was lying on the bed, watching her points rise rapidly, and she was so excited that she couldn't sleep. Chapter 275. Luo Su was lying on the bed, too excited to sleep. He simply sat up and opened the Star Network to take a look. He found that the top news on major websites were all about Hidden Dragon Dungeon. Luo Su smiled slightly. He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly. Now people from other planets have also come to play the dungeon. After discussing with Long Zimo, the official person in charge decided to set up a dungeon management team and set up a checkpoint outside the star teleportation gate to collect entrance fees. For teams from other planets, each team will be charged an additional 100 points for the entrance fee, except for those from Guola Star. After all, when Blue Star was in trouble, Guola Star accepted the Chinese people to migrate and take refuge. However, this is nothing for people from other planets. After all, the opportunity to enter the dungeon is rare. Each team is composed of 500 people, and each opportunity to enter the dungeon is not wasted. In this way, each team will receive 100 more points, which will be evenly distributed to each player, and only 0.2 points will be paid for the ticket. The income from the dungeon is fixed. Each dungeon clearance will earn 10 points, twice a day will earn 20 points, and the ticket will earn 4.4 points. This is a great deal. The dungeon management team is also responsible for arranging the order of entering the dungeon. In order to ensure the interests of the people of the country, the Chinese team does not have to queue up and has priority to enter the dungeon. People from other planets had no complaints. After all, China's territory was also a copy created by Chinese people. After reading this information, Luo Su suddenly realized that opening a copy was really a good way to make a fortune. But such an opportunity is hard to come by. She remembered that when she was promoted to the king, one of the privileges of the king was one-to-one system customer service, right? Hello, system customer service, are you there? Luo Su called softly. Ding, activating the system customer service privilege for you. Matching you with exclusive customer service. Hello, Luo Su player, I am your exclusive customer service 748, who can answer your questions in the game. Luo Su cleared his throat and asked, how do players create a copy? 748. Players do not have the authority to create dungeons. Luo Su was shocked. What happened to her dungeon? Could it be that the dreamer created it for her? Emma, it was almost exposed. She asked another question. Then how can I level up the fastest in my king rank? 748. You can enter the king dungeon twice a day, and there are 5 arena competitions, all of which may get rich rewards. Luo Su was shocked and felt that he had missed hundreds of millions. Every day? I have been promoted to king for a long time. Why did you tell me now? 748. Because you asked the question now. Really? Luo Su was depressed. 748. Sorry, the exclusive customer service can only answer 3 questions a day. I wish you a happy game, goodbye. Beep. The customer service went offline. Luo Su was speechless. She picked up the phone and called Long Zimo, and the call went through. Su, what's wrong? Have you finished the dungeon? I have, and I was just looking for you. Long Zimo said. Luo Su went to Blue Star and picked up Long Zimo and his friends. Su Imo and Xiaoyao went back to rest, while Long Zimo, Jiang Hao, and Luo Su chatted in the yard. Luo Su, Long Zimo, the king rank has an exclusive customer service, have you used it? Long Zimo shook his head and said, no. He was not promoted to king in the normal way, so he had no idea what the king's privileges included. Luo Su, we are losing a lot. Players in the king rank can enter the king's dungeon twice a day, and there are 5 arena competitions, and they will get rich rewards. Long Zimo was surprised. How do I get in? Luo Su shook his head. I don't know. The exclusive customer service only answers 3 questions a day, and I just used them up by accident. Long Zimo opened the chat interface and asked with voice. System customer service, are you there? Soon, Long Zimo also activated his exclusive customer service, number 749. He asked the first question, how to enter the king's dungeon and the arena competition. After a while, Long Zimo said to Luo Su, the customer service helped me open the channel to enter the dungeon and the competition. I can take you in with me when I form a team. Luo Su was speechless. To enter the dungeon, she had to ask the customer service? This was too much of a rip-off. If she didn't remember to ask the customer service today, she would never be able to enter the king's dungeon. Luo Su couldn't complain. She said, let's go, form a team for the king's dungeon. We can't waste today's chance. Okay. Long Zimo kicked Jiang Hao out of the team, and formed a team with Luo Su and Do Do. Jiang Hao hurriedly grabbed Luo Su. Hey, Beak, tell me the strategy for advancing to the king's dungeon first. Wait until I'm promoted to king, and then the 3 of us can go to the king's dungeon together. Isn't that better? Luo Su smiled. It's not as easy as you think. The road to kings has 4 levels in total, and each level is very difficult. She told him the entrance to the road to kings, and the experience of passing the levels, and reminded him of the precautions for each level. The two discussed for 20 minutes, and Jiang Hao was ready to go. Wait a minute. Luo Su called him. Go to the bee's circle and pick another battle pet, so you have a better chance of winning. Okay. Jiang Hao was happy. Luo Su gave him all the potions to restore blood, mental strength, and attack. After all, in the road to kings, if a player dies, he will never come back. Chapter 276. Luo Su brought Do Do and Long Zimo into the waiting area of the king's dungeon. There were a lot of people here, mostly from the first level planet. Hell mode, recruiting a healing teammate, 1 position is missing. Hell mode, recruiting healing or control teammate, 3 positions are missing. Luo Su asked the man, 3 positions are missing, join us, there are exactly 3 people. The man looked at their external information and said, you are a thug, he is a meat shield, we all need both, and there is also a support player, but how can we play with a child? Luo Su said, we both have control skills, and the child can save the lives of the whole team at a critical moment. Don't team them up, they are from the 2nd level planet, the combat power must be very low, don't drag us down and waste a dungeon opportunity in vain. A cat star ran over, and said to the person who was recruiting teammates. The man looked up and down again, and the 3 of Luo Su said with a smile, sorry, everyone, our captain doesn't agree. The 2 turned and left. Long Zimo was a little annoyed. Luo Su held him, shook his head and said, Zimo, don't be impulsive, we brought Dowdu out this time, be careful. Long Zimo nodded, picked up Dowdu, and said, at worst, we can form a team and play the simple mode. At this time, Dowdu pointed to the crowd in the distance and said, Mom, look, that giant uncle from Mingxing. Luo Su looked up, it was really the Mingxing giant, and there was a cute elf girl flying next to him. Luo Su said, Zmo, I saw our 9 stars kings, let's go find them. Luo Su pulled Long Zmo through the crowd to find the 9 stars people. They stood in the corner, inconspicuous. If Do Do hadn't discovered the Ming star giant, she wouldn't have known of their existence. Along the way, she heard the people from the 1st level planet sneering and making fun of her. Look, those idiots want to join the team again. TSK, those idiots from the 2nd level planets, they even failed in the difficult mode last time, causing the whole team to be wiped out, who would dare to join them. Orange weapons only drop in hell mode, and the chance of dropping them is so low. Every chance to enter a dungeon is precious, and no one wants to waste it. Luo Su frowned. The people of 9 stars were still so unwelcome. Uncle Giant, Sister Elf, Dodo shouted. The people around looked at him sideways. Look, here come some idiots. Bringing a kid in, you really don't know how to live or die. Luo Su. The people of 9 stars found Dodo and Luo Su, and waved. Long time no see. Luo Su greeted them. Long Zimo put Doubtu down. Long time no see, Sister Luo Su. Hey, Doubtu has grown a lot taller. The cute elf girl said. Who is this? Ye Guqing looked at Long Zimo and asked Luo Su. Long Zimo was 1.9 meters tall and had a very good-looking face. He had a very strong aura and quickly attracted the attention of people around him. Before Luo Su could speak, several beauties from the first-level planets rushed over. Hey, handsome guy, are you joining our team? We just need a chubby girl like you. The beautiful woman was talking. Her eyes were seductive. No, Long Zimo said coldly. Come on, my sister's team is full of beautiful women, and there are 3 healers and 5 controllers. I guarantee that you can win the hell mode easily. The beautiful captain was the one who spoke. She was wearing tight armor, with a fiery red fox tail sticking up high, very sexy, and a pair of eyebrows, and eyes that were as seductive as they could be. There was a commotion around. Damn, this idiot from the 2nd level planet actually rejected the invitation of the Firefox team. Is he crazy? That's the Firefox team that wins first prize every day. Half of their team members have orange weapons. Who doesn't want to enter this hall? But the Firefox team has fixed members, and all the members are from their Fox Hill tribe, never outsiders. What's so good about this idiot? Is it worth the Firefox team to kick a teammate out for him? That's right. I can't understand what their vision is. Hey, are you looking for death? Dare to question them. Aren't you afraid of being exterminated by the Fox Hill tribe? After listening to the discussions around her, Firefox Captain Chiu Mainyang was not angry, but smiled charmingly and continued to ask Long Zimo, how is it? Do you know the sincerity of our Firefox team now? She pointed to the ranking list hanging high in the hall and said proudly, Did you see it? The team with the shortest clearance time every day will win the first prize of the day. The team name hanging there has always been our Firefox team, and it has never changed. Long Zimo glanced at the big screen, then looked at Chiu Mainyang and said coldly, Sorry, I'm not interested. Hula. Luo Su felt a chill in the air around her, which was the aura emitted by her Captain Firefox. People on the surrounding first-level planets retreated far away and watched the fire from the other side. Chiu Mainyang was angry and said loudly, Humph, I dare say that after today, no team in this hall will dare to take you. If you come to beg me again, I won't be so easy to talk to. Long Zimo turned around and ignored her. Captain, let's go to the Hell Dungeon. This kind of person is probably a novice rookie who has never entered the King's Dungeon and doesn't know the height of the world. One day, he will come running over to be a licker. A sharp-tongued fox girl glanced at Long Zimo and said. The people of the Firefox team entered the dungeon and disappeared on the spot. The other people of Jiuxing looked at Long Zimo in surprise. This man is really tough. He dared to refuse the invitation of the King's first team. Chapter 277. Sister Luo Su, who is he? The elf girl was very curious. Doubtu answered, He is my daddy. Ah, everyone was surprised. Ah, it turns out to be my brother-in-law. Nice to meet you. I am Xiao Yi from Magic Star. The elf girl smiled and greeted. Hello, brother-in-law. I am a Tai from Ming Star. The 2-meter-tall giant greeted him. Wu Star, Gina. A man in a black robe also came over to greet him. Lei Star, Jinzi. Mars, Fire. Dragon Star, Lin Yu. Starfish, Ye Guqing. Ye Guqing said, politely extending his hand. Long Zimo shook hands with him. Blue Star, Long Zimo. Ah, you are Long Zimo? Ye Guqing was surprised. What, is there a problem? Long Zimo smiled. Ye Guqing, I've heard of your name for a long time. I only know that Long Zimo is the boss of Blue Star Hidden Dragon, very low-key, and I haven't seen his photo on the Star Network. Long Zimo smiled and said nothing more. Luo Su asked, Ye Guqing, have you entered the dungeon today? Is there any room? Let's team up with 3 of us. Ye Guqing, yes, there are only 7 of us. The King's Dungeon can have 24 people in a full team. Ye Guqing said, and pulled Luo Su and the other 2 into the team. Luo Su, is the King's Dungeon difficult? We haven't entered it yet. Ye Guqing said, It's difficult. We were 7 people before, and we could only play in the simple mode. You've been promoted to king for a long time. Why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? Luo Su sighed slightly. It's hard to explain. She looked at the team and asked, Why is Lung Chen not here? After creating the dungeon, she contacted him through Xingxuan. Yes, we saw Lung Chen coming to the dungeon. Ye Guqing said. Wait a minute, I go find him. Luo Su left the dungeon waiting area and returned to the novice village. She asked Su Mo, to help make more blood recovery potions for urgent use in the dungeon. Then she contacted Lung Chun and brought him to the waiting area for the king's dungeon. Lung Chun was very excited to see everyone there, and chatted with everyone. "Let's go into the dungeon, I guess we can't recruit other friends," Luo Su said. Ye Guqin gave the captain to Luo Su and said, "Since you are here, lead the team, old captain." Luo Su was speechless. Click to enter the king's dungeon, select the difficult mode, and enter the dungeon directly. Everyone was surprised. "Ah, difficult mode, we can't beat it." Luo Su smiled. "How can we know if we don't try?" Then everyone started to buff each other, including Long Zimo's group shield and anti-damage shield. Then everyone saw 2 firebirds and a white wolf rushing in front to fight monsters. Smash, battle pets, there are 3 of them. Luo Su, Daodu, it's dangerous here, you have to stay with your mother and don't run around. I know. Daodu responded obediently. Long Zimo was a meat shield. He went forward at full speed, holding a lot of monsters, and scared the elf girl to fly to catch up. Brother-in-law, don't pull so many monsters, my blood-adding skills are not very useful. It's okay, you don't have to worry about me, just follow them, and do normal group healing. Long Zimo said. Facts have proved that the 3 members of the Luo Su family cooperated, 1 pulled the monster, 2 attacked in groups, and 3 battle pets assisted, and they didn't lose much blood at all. Strange, did we just enter the difficult mode? Why did the Luo Su family fight so easily? Meng Xing'an asked. As the meat shield of the team before, he knew how painful it was to be beaten by monsters. What he didn't know was that everyone wanted to play the king equipment in the hell mode, but now Long Zimo had a top-level iron armor suit. Chapter 278. Long Zimo and Luo Su moved too fast. In the blink of an eye, they teleported 100 meters away. Everyone had to run to catch up. By the time they caught up, all the monsters nearby had been cleared. The monsters had almost no chance to attack, and the elites were also at low health. This experience of winning without doing anything formed a huge contrast in everyone's mind. They have been playing this dungeon for almost a month. From repeated team wipes to playing simple mode, to now winning without doing anything, they are so excited. It's great to have the captain here. Not only is the captain back now, but she's also brought back a teammate who's as good as her. We be playing the difficult mode every day. Yes, the rewards from the difficult mode are much better than those from the easy mode. While everyone was still chasing, Luo Su and Long Zimo had already started fighting the final boss. When Ye Guqin arrived, Luo Su and his 3 heavy pets were attacking fiercely, and the boss still had 2/3 of its health left. He used his skills to attack with all his strength, and the others also rushed over, and the dungeon was cleared in a few minutes. A system prompt sounded in Luo Su's ears. Ding, cleared the king's dungeon in difficult mode, rewarded 3 million experience, king's blue equipment, leggings, 1 piece. Luo Su put on the leggings, which increased his health by 1,000 and his defense by 1,000. This dungeon only dropped 2 blue equipment, a leggings and a helmet, and the items were randomly distributed. Ye Guqin got the helmet. Everyone was excited. The day when their group can clear the difficult mode and pick up equipment is just around the corner. They returned to the dungeon hall. Several teams around them were not yet fully staffed. Seeing that they had just returned from the dungeon, they began to talk about it. Look, those idiots entered the dungeon and were wiped out again after only 10 minutes. Haha, those idiots overestimated their abilities and ran to play the difficult mode again. Such weaklings, they should just play the simple mode to survive, and they still want to play the equipment? Weaklings from a second-level planet, they are too shameless to watch. Luo Su said to everyone, we still have 1 chance today, let's play hell mode. All the teammates were surprised. Hell mode? Ye Guqin advised. Captain, you don't have to care what they say, don't be impulsive. Elf Shuya, Captain, we are used to it, don't be angry with them. Just continue to play hard mode, it's fine. Yes, Captain, don't be angry with them. The teammates all advised Luo Su. Luo Su looked at Long Zimo, and everyone looked at Long Zimo. Unexpectedly, Long Zimo said, hell mode? Luo Su smiled, everyone, please follow me. Luo Su took everyone back to the novice village. Where is this? Ye Guqin asked. Guala Star. Luo Su said. Luo Su led a group of people to the animal breeding circle. Everyone pick a battle pet. What? Everyone thought they heard it wrong. Battle pet? You mean, all the animals here are fantasy beasts? Ye Guqin was surprised. Luo Su smiled and said, yes, you quickly pick one that suits you, sign a contract, and we will enter the dungeon hell mode immediately. Lang Chen was shocked. Luo Su, you raised so many pets? Luo Su nodded. Everyone was shocked. They treated these hard-to-find pets like pigs and sheep and raised them in groups? This is too incredible. Captain, are these pets really given to us for free? The El Xiaoyi asked in a low voice. If you don't pick them quickly, I change my mind. Luo Su said with a smile. No, pick them. We picked them right away, hee. Everyone rushed into the bee circle to check the attributes and talents of the fantasy beasts to see if they were suitable for them. Half an hour later, everyone had chosen their battle pets. Su Mo saw Luo Su returning to the village, and came to her with 2 medicine boxes. Luo Su, here are the intermediate potions. Time is tight, so I only made so many. Su Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead. It can be seen that he has been rushing to make this batch of potions. There are about 20 intermediate potions in this batch, each restoring 20,000 health points. She nodded with satisfaction and said, It's enough, thank you Su Mo. Luo Su led the team back to the hall and chose to enter the dungeon hell mode, and the team disappeared on the spot. A message appeared on the screen in the hall. Luo Su's team has entered the dungeon hell mode. This message will only be displayed when entering the hell mode. In this hall, most people play the hard mode, and there are only a few teams that can play the hell mode. Like Yiguching and his team before, a team of 7 people can only play the easy mode, but the easy mode does not drop equipment. Someone asked, Luo Su's team? Which team? Oh, that group of idiots. The idiots on the 2nd level planet? Ha ha, how can they be so desperate? We were wiped out in the difficult mode before, and today we are in the hell mode. Isn't this asking for trouble? Broken jars are broken. What a pity. There are only 2 dungeon opportunities every day. Several people chatted and continued to wait for the team to be full. Half an hour later, the announcement sounded again on the screen in the hall. Congratulations to Luo Su's team for clearing the hell mode, and 2 orange weapons dropped this time. Luo Su's team cleared the level in 30 minutes and 16 seconds, breaking the historical record of the hell mode and receiving an extra reward. Ah! Broken the record of the Firefox team? Luo Su's team? Which Luo Su? Have you seen him? No, this name is unfamiliar. Chapter 279. The hall was in an uproar. The Firefox team, which had dominated the rankings for a long time, was actually broken by a new team that was unknown to the public. No one knew where this Luo Su's team came from, and no one had ever heard of this team before. Everyone was talking about it. Everyone agreed that this was a new team that had just been promoted to the king's rank, and it was very powerful. In the corner, a pair of blue-skinned twin sisters looked surprised. Luo Su? Is it her? Yes, it's her. The person next to him asked, Who is she? Which planet and which family? From the 2nd level planet. The twin sisters answered in unison. Everyone was surprised, those idiots. At this time, someone shouted, It's them, look, they have orange light. Luo Su's team dropped 2 orange weapons, which were randomly distributed. One was picked up by Long Zimo, and the other weapon was picked up by the cute elf girl. However, the cute elf girl was grateful to Luo Su for giving her a battle pet and leading the team through the level. She also received a record-breaking reward, so she gave the orange weapon to Luo Su. Luo Su did not refuse. Everyone knew that this weapon could only play a greater role if it was used by Luo Su, so that the whole team could pass the level faster. Don't worry, since we can pass the level, everyone will have the orange weapon soon, Luo Su said with a smile. Yes. It's just around the corner. Everyone in the team was very confident. As soon as Luo Su equipped the weapon, a foxman blocked their way. Are you Luo Su's team? Yes, what's the matter? Long Zimo asked. You guys broke the record? Foxman Chiokin looked back and forth at the team in front of him. He was puzzled. Aren't these people the team of idiots on the 2nd level planet? Everyone called them idiots. They only had 7 people before, and their strength was too weak, so no one wanted to team up with them. Now this team of idiots has only 11 people, less than half of the usual 24-person team, so it is impossible for them to become so powerful. Did the dungeon system make a mistake? The several teams in the hall that were short of 1 or 2 people did not dare to enter the hell mode rashly. If they were not careful, they might be wiped out, wasting the opportunity to level up and get equipment. In the entire hall, there were no more than 10 teams that could open the hell mode. This 11-person 2nd level planet team could not break the record of their Fox Hill tribe. Can't you read the screen yourself? Can't you read? Long Zimo said coldly. Let's go back, Luo Su said, and took everyone back to the novice village. It's rare for everyone to meet, let's have dinner at my house tonight, Luo Su said, and took everyone to sit down in the yard. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu helped to make tea and entertain the guests. Luo Su laid out fruits, delicacies, and some drinks, and gathered with friends in the yard. Lung Chen looked at the two villas and the scenery of the novice village, and muttered in his heart, "Is this the legendary Blue Star refugee camp? Isn't it said that the west is very barren? Here are green mountains and clear waters, and it feels that the air is better than anywhere else in Guara Star. Moreover, you could raise fantasy beasts here. Such a place, even he, a prince of Wuyuan country, wants to move here to live." Lung Chen, what are you thinking about? So fascinated, come, raise your glasses to celebrate. Luo Su patted Lung Chen next to him, and said. Lung Chen came back to his senses, and raised his glass in a hurry. Luo Su chatted happily with everyone, and finally reminded everyone that there is a new leveling dungeon on Blue Star. I wonder if everyone has played it. Lung Chen, I played it, and it took me a few minutes to pass it. The reward is not bad, 300,000 survival points, 20 points, and silver equipment drops. Ah, we haven't refreshed it yet, where is it? Ye Guqing asked. I haven't refreshed it either, the elf Xia said. Except Lung Chen, the other 7 people haven't refreshed it. Lung Chen, this dungeon was created by Luo Su, and you can refresh it twice a day. Let's go, if you haven't done it, I take you there now, so you can go back and rest early after refreshing. Luo Su said, and took the 7 people who refreshed the dungeon directly to Blue Star. It's 8 o'clock in the evening, and the entrance of the new dungeon on Blue Star is still crowded with people, and it's very lively. All of them are queuing to enter the dungeon. Luo Su found Fang Ji, and arranged the first team for the 7 friends, who came from afar. Sister Luo Su, you go back. We will teleport directly to our own planet after we finish the game. Sister Luo Su, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Luo Su said goodbye to everyone and returned to the novice village. Lung Chen chatted with Long Zimo in the yard. Seeing Luo Su coming back, Lung Chen expressed his request. Luo Su widened his eyes. Do you want to move to the novice village? Lung Chen nodded and said yes. Not so good, there is no place to live here. Long Zimo didn't think about it, and refused directly. It doesn't matter, I will lead my own construction team, and I can assemble a house in one day, Lung Chen said. Long Zimo, He looked at Luo Su. It's inconvenient to live here, because I have isolated this place from the world. Only I can lead the team to enter and exit the novice village, Luo Su said. Chapter 280. After the dungeon, everyone went to the arena to play 5 games. Luo Su entered the top 10 this time, and Long Zimo ranked 12th. This made many people excited, especially the people of the Fox Hill clan. Originally, the top 10 were dominated by their people, but now a person from a second-level planet has taken a place. It's really hateful. As the most powerful family on Meow Star, the Fox Hill clan is even afraid of the royal family. The queen of the current Mizmi royal family is from the Fox Hill clan. This person not only took away the daily top reward of the king's dungeon, but also took away the daily reward of the top 10 in the competition. This made the chief of the Fox Hill tribe furious, and he quickly contacted his powerful daughter. Go to the second-level planet and check the details of this Luo Su, and give me all her information within 3 days. Queen Qiu Shui said to the 10 kneeling warriors below. Yes, master. The 10 warriors wore black robes, their auras were concealed, and they left like a puff of black smoke. They were the warriors secretly trained by the queen. They were very strong and ruthless, and they never failed in the tasks assigned by the master. Luo Su didn't know that a hidden and powerful network was quietly approaching her life. After clearing the arena, she returned to the novice village. Long Zimo took Daodu and others to Blue Star to clear the daily dungeon. When Luo Su returned to the second floor, there was a coughing sound in Grandma's room. Grandma? Luo Su walked into Grandma's room. Grandma was lying on the bed, not in a good mood. Su, you're back? Grandma's voice sounded a little weak. Grandma, what's wrong with you? I asked Dr. Su to come and see you. Luo Su was a little worried about Grandma's health. It's okay, she just caught a cold. I'll be fine after 2 days of rest, Grandma said. Let the doctor take a look, and feel more at ease. Luo Su finished speaking, and called Su Mo. Soon, Su Mo came with a medicine box to see Grandma. He took the diagnostic equipment, and checked it out. Finally, he said to Luo Su, It's okay, your grandma just has a cold. I prescribed 2 boxes of cold medicine. Let her drink more warm water, rest, and keep warm in the next 2 days. Okay, thank you, Sumo. Luo Su sent Sumo out of the room. She also reminded him, you and Xiaoya should get ready. I will take you to explore the first level planet today. Sumo was immediately excited, okay. Luo Su talked to her grandmother for a while, and her aunt came to play with her grandmother. Su, go and do your own things. Your aunt will stay here with me, Grandma said. Okay. Luo Su took out some fruits and snacks from the space and gave them to the two elders. At this time, she received a message from Yigucheng, saying that a small seaside town in their starfish had mutated overnight. All the people, animals and plants had turned into zombies, and even the plants had mutated and rushed to the surrounding villages and towns to attack people. Is the mutated town covered by green haze? Luo Su asked. Yigucheng, there is no haze. I don't know what caused the mutation. The family sent me to check it out. Can you come over? Luo Su discussed with Long Zimo and decided to postpone the plan to explore the first level planet and go to Starfish first. Luo Su formed a 9-star elite team. This time she did not bring Daodu, but brought 2 doctors, Suimo and Xiaoya, with a total of 12 people. Through the interstellar portal, they arrived at Starfish. This is a planet surrounded by sea on all sides and land in the middle. The ocean occupies 80% of the planet, and it is typhoon season all year round. The buildings of Starfish are designed to be hurricane-proof and very sturdy. Even the windows of ordinary people are made of bulletproof glass. After the Luo Su team met Yigucheng, they came to the mutated town, Haili Town. Haili Town is famous for its abundant production of Haili fruit. The tens of thousands of acres of Haili orchards around the town were originally planted with Haili fruit trees, but now they have all become empty land. All the seed pear trees have mutated. Yigucheng, after the seed pear trees mutated, they moved very fast. Their roots were well developed, and they swam forward quickly like snakes. After reaching out for dozens of meters, they could drag the whole tree over. A large number of seed pear trees were like a tide of beasts. Wherever they went, no grass grew. Coupled with the mutated zombies and animals, the surrounding villages and towns suffered a devastating disaster. Such disasters are still spreading at a very fast speed, so I asked you for help to solve the current situation. Luo Su, let's give it a try. After saying that, she activated her eyes and looked around Haili Town. She found nothing unusual except that there was no one. In the orchards around the town, the soil was moist, soft, and green. Did it just rain here? Luo Su asked Yigucheng. Yigucheng, yes, it did rain in this town in the second half of last night. Luo Su looked at the withered grass and yellow saplings around her, and became more certain of her judgment. The cause of the mutation should be the rain. Yigucheng, our environmental experts also suspect that it is the rain, and have taken samples back for testing. No matter what the reason is, stopping the spread of mutations as soon as possible is the top priority. Long Zimo said. Yes. Everyone agreed. Luo Su made the next step decisively. The affected area is too wide, we must separate, 3 people in a group, go to the 4 directions of east, west, south, and north, catch up with the mutants as soon as possible, and eliminate them all. Everyone began to divide into groups, and Luo Su led Lung Chun and Lei Jinzi to the east. The other 3 groups were led by Long Zimo, Jiang Hao, and Yigucheng, each with a doctor, and they went to the 3 directions of west, south, and north to chase. Chapter 281. Luo Su led Lung Chun and Lei Xingzhenzi to chase eastward. She activated teleportation acceleration and left Lung Chun and Lei Xingzhenzi far behind. After chasing for more than 10 kilometers, she found a ruined temple that had just been destroyed by the beast tide. There was a faint green light in the ruins, and it seemed that something was hidden underneath. But there was no time to check carefully now. 1 kilometer ahead, the mutant creatures were slaughtering the village, and she had to catch up to stop them. 7 or 8 seconds later, she looked up and saw a large beast tide formed by mutant creatures, crushing forward in a mighty manner. Luo Su teleported to speed up, and released the flame bird at the same time, locking the skill within a kilometer range, and performing group attack skills. Super Harvest X10 combo. Ding, group kill mutants, gain 50,000 survival points. Luo Su continued to chase the group of monsters, and it took more than half an hour to finally clear the mutants nearby. Lung Chen and Lei Xingzhenzi also gained 500,000. Lei Xingzhenzi was surprised. I didn't expect that killing mutants in the wild would also give survival points. Yes. Luo Su responded and said, let's go back to the ruined temple and check it out. I just found these strange things. Okay. Lung Chen and the others followed Luo Su back and walked about 2 kilometers to the ruins of the destroyed temple. Luo Su used his fiery eyes to search carefully and found that there was a faint green light under the ruins. Accommodation. Luo Su cleaned up the ruins above and found that there was a secret room under the ruined temple. The 3 looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces. "Let's go down and take a look," Luo Su said. The other 2 nodded in agreement. Luo Su and the other 2 walked down the stairs and came to the door of a secret room. A thick stone door was closed, but in the gaps around the stone door, there was a green light flickering. Luo Su pricked up his ears and listened carefully. There was a rhythmic breathing sound coming from inside. "There are living things inside." "I heard breathing," Luo Su said. "Breathing? I didn't hear anything." Lung Chen was puzzled. Lei Xingzhenzi pushed hard, but the stone door did not move at all. "Xinzi, you guys step back. I try to see if I can close the stone door." "Okay." Lung Chen and Lei Xingzhenzi hurriedly stepped back to give her enough space. Luo Su locked the stone door and used the power of space to close it in. She felt a strong resistance, and as time went by, the stone door loosened a little after a minute, making a creaking sound. Luo Su gritted her teeth and persisted, trying her best to close it. Suddenly, there was a click sound, as if something was broken. Luo Su felt his whole body relax, and the resistance disappeared instantly, along with the heavy stone door. "Wow, is he really gone? Unbelievable." Lei Xingzi and Leng Chen were equally shocked. After the stone was taken away, a secret room was exposed. It was a stone room of about 10 square meters, with a stone bed inside and no windows around. It looked a bit like a place where monks would retreat. At this time, the whole secret room was covered with spider webs, and on the stone bed there was a huge cocoon, more than 1 meter high, emitting green light, and surrounded by spiders. "What on earth is that? It's glowing." Lei Xingzhenzi was horrified. Lung Chen was relatively calm and spoke his guess. "It's probably a creature that's about to mutate." Luo Su locked onto the huge cocoon and tried to collect it into the space. Unexpectedly, he failed to collect it. At this moment, with a swish, a crystal-clear green butterfly broke out of the cocoon. Luo Su raised his eyes and saw a monster message on the green butterfly's head: "Green Jade Butterfly King." Butterfly King? Luo Su was surprised. She felt the breath of a king. This is a boss of the king level. As soon as the Green Jade Butterfly King came out, a green flame spurted out of his mouth, burning all the spider webs in the secret room. Squeaky, a sharp scream made people's ears feel uncomfortable. "Retreat quickly. Go back to the ground," Luo Su shouted. But the passage was steep and narrow, only one person could pass. Lei Xingzhenzi rushed in front, and did not forget to shout, "Captain, be careful." Luo Su released the flame bird to fight with the Jade Butterfly King, and then followed Leng Chen and ran up. But the flame bird could not resist for long, and was soon killed. As Luo Su rushed out of the ground, the Jade Butterfly King flew over her head. The Jade Butterfly King flew very low, almost sticking to Luo Su's head, and its wings opened and closed, shaking off a lot of green powder. Luo Su accidentally inhaled some, and suddenly felt dizzy, and looked up to find that Leng Chen and Lei Xingzhenzi had fainted on the ground. Luo Su felt her consciousness slipping away, and hurriedly used a skill. Magical Pacifier. Shua. She used the blood recovery skill, and her blood was fully restored, but it could not get rid of the dizziness. She felt a little difficult to breathe. But the Butterfly King was chirping again. Squeaky. The sound had a strange frequency that made people's eardrums hurt. Luo Su's mental trance intensified, and the whole person collapsed to the ground. After the 3 people fell to the ground unconscious, the Green Jade Butterfly King turned around, and was about to spit out a green flame to burn Luo Su to death. "Green Butterfly, stop!" At this time, a cold voice came over, and the air around became even colder. A translucent aircraft appeared from the void, and stopped next to the ruins of the dilapidated temple. The door of the aircraft opened, and a tall man in a black robe walked down, teleported a few steps, and came to Luo Su's side. He picked up Luo Su, and the deep eyes behind the mask swept across her fair face, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "This place is not suitable for you. Come home with me." The man in black robe picked up Luo Su and teleported quickly, boarding the translucent aircraft, and the hatch slowly closed. "Green Butterfly, continue to complete your mission." Squeak. Green Butterfly screamed twice in response. The aircraft began to be used, but it did not take off, but directly became invisible and disappeared. Green Butterfly sprinted to the sky, and then flew to the north. Long Zimo had just cleared the mutant creatures in the north, when he heard Luo Su's reminder to the team. He was surprised and sent her a message in private chat. "Su, why did you quit the group?" No response. He asked the two teammates with Luo Su, Lung Chun and Lei Xingzenzi. Although they were both at full health, they did not respond. Long Zimo felt bad. Something may have happened to Luo Su. "Let's go and take a look." Long Zimo teleported and accelerated, rushing to the east. Why did she quit the group? Jiang Hao was still clearing monsters here. When he saw Long Zimo talking in the group, he realized that he could not contact Luo Su. "I go find Luo Su, you guys clean up the remaining monsters." After Jiang Hao told his two companions, he rushed east as fast as he could. Ye Guqing was also anxious. Luo Su didn't respond to the players' private chats and phone calls, as if there was no signal. "Everyone, gather in the east quickly and find Luo Su and the others together." He sent it 3 times in the group, and also took Elf Girl and Gina to help find people. When Long Zimo and Xiaoya arrived at the ruins of the broken temple, Lung Chen and Meng Xingzenzi were still lying on the ground, unconscious. Xiaoya cured the two of them of their poisoning, and they woke up. "Captain? Luo Su!" The two just regained consciousness and shouted in horror. Long Zimo asked anxiously, "What danger did you encounter? Where is Luo Su?" Lung Chen briefly recounted what happened just now, but he only knew what happened before he fell into a coma. He saw the huge Butterfly King rush out of the ground almost at the same time as Luo Su, and the Butterfly King quickly flew over his head, and then he lost consciousness. Big green butterfly? Long Zimo frowned and looked around, but there was no trace of the green butterfly. At this time, a mobile phone rang. Long Zimo looked in the direction of the sound, and found that Luo Su's mobile phone had fallen into the ruins. It was Ye Guqing calling. Long Zimo was anxious. "Su, where are you?" Chapter 282. When Jiang Hao and Ye Guqing arrived at the ruined temple, the others had already left. "Where is Luo Su?" Jiang Hao asked anxiously. Long Zimo said in the team channel, "Everyone search separately, and keep in touch with the team." They searched for an afternoon and searched everywhere within 100 kilometers around Haili town, but they couldn't find anyone. "It's my fault. I shouldn't have asked Luo Su to come and help." Ye Guqing felt very guilty. Jiang Hao was annoyed and said angrily, "What's the point of you saying this now? Think about whether there are other ways, which is the most urgent thing." Long Zimo suddenly said, "Sky Eye, each planet in the 9 stars has a Sky Eye. Ye Guqing, can you apply to your official to retrieve the Sky Eye records and check it out?" Ye Guqing nodded, "Okay, I contact you right away. Hurry up and call the official." Long Zimo contacted the novice village and the base, as well as the Blue Star to inquire, but none of them had any news about Luo Su. Luo Su seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. This made him feel very uneasy. Could it be that there was something wrong with her invisible bracelet, and she was located by the system? The more Long Zimo thought about it, the more scared he became. He hurriedly called Du Yifan and asked him to confirm Luo Su's life status in the silver training system. A few minutes later, Du Yifan replied, "Boss, Luo Su's life status is green, 8 health points." Du Yifan asked again, "Boss, what happened? Why can't Luo Su be contacted suddenly?" Long Zimo sighed, "It's a long story. You asked Su Jin to secretly search for Luo Su's whereabouts on the entire network." "Okay," Du Yifan said and hung up the phone. After Long Zimo hung up the phone, Ye Guqing received a message. "The official intercepted a small section of the Sky Eye record and sent it to my phone. Everyone come and have a look." Long Zimo snatched his phone and stared at the screen anxiously. The scene started when several people entered the underground secret room. Long Zimo stared at the screen intently. The previous scenes were exactly the same as Lung Chen had said before. But the scene after Luo Su fainted was exactly what he didn't know. Long Zimo stared at the screen intently. When he saw a man in a black robe carrying Luo Su onto the aircraft, his face turned pale. "Who is that man?" Jiang Hao asked. Long Zimo shook his head. Others also looked puzzled. Long Zimo said coldly, "Ye Guqing, let your official help check the signal traces. Where did the aircraft go?" Ye Guqing shook his head and said, "I checked it, and there is no signal trace flying over the starfish. The aircraft seemed to appear there out of thin air, and then disappeared on the spot. That is to say, the signal suddenly appeared, did not move, and disappeared again a few minutes later." Long Zimo was immediately confused, and went back to the Hidden Dragon base alone. He returned to his office, thought for a moment, and summoned the game customer service. "Customer service, Help me check my friend, Luo Su, player number HG80666. Where is she now? Customer service 749. Okay, I'm checking for you. Long Zimo waited nervously. Every second felt like an age. Customer service 749. Sorry, I can't find the location of the player. Long Zimo thought for a moment and asked, is there any player whose aircraft can become transparent or invisible? Customer service 749. Yes, players in the Supreme rank can make their aircraft invisible. Long Zimo was surprised. Supreme? How many ranks are there for players? What are they? Customer service 749. Players are divided into 7 ranks, namely Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, King, Glory, and Supreme. Supreme is the highest level? Then is that black-robed man the highest level? Long Zimo said slowly. Customer service 749. Sorry, this customer service can only answer 3 questions a day. Have fun, goodbye. Long Zimo was thinking silently. That man was at the Supreme level, 2 levels higher than himself. Who was he? Why did he take Luo Su away? That man's black robe looked familiar. Long Zimo remembered that the dreamer member, who gave him the invisibility bracelet, when he came to the novice village last time, was also wearing a black robe. Could it be that the dream maker took him away? He seemed to have found some direction. But why did they take Luo Su away? Long Zimo made a phone call. Shaoli, ask Dowdu to pick me up at the base. Long Zimo and Dowdu returned to the novice village. The father and son went directly to the 3rd floor, and Long Zimo held him, and sat on the sofa. Dowdu, Mom is playing hide-and-seek with us. Dad needs your help. When Dowdu heard this, he immediately became excited. Okay, I love playing hide-and-seek the most. Mom is hiding now, and Dad can't find her. Can you take me to find her? Long Zimo said. Okay, Dowdu said. Hey, wait! Long Zimo still didn't want to take this risk. After all, Dowdu was too young. Dowdu, if you get to Mom by yourself, no matter what you see, come back immediately, okay? Long Zimo hugged Dowdu tightly, and prepared to teleport. Chapter 283. Luo Su woke up in a daze, and found himself lying on the sofa in a strange room. The whole room was dominated by black, white and gray, giving people a very depressing feeling. Where is this? Luo Su covered his swollen and painful head and sat up. At this time, there was the sound of 2 people talking outside the half-open door. Luo Su pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Didn't I tell you to get rid of her? Why did you secretly bring her back? I have a new plan. It's not too late to get rid of her before the Pope finds out. If you can't do it, I help you. No need. Don't forget that the other 6 stars have entered the matching stage. Among the 7 stars, only your star's shadow has not taken shape. I know it. Luo Su was horrified. Is this going to get rid of me? No, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Luo Su wanted to go back to the novice village, but found that the special space was disabled. Supreme King, Luo Su thought of the means to confine time and space. It must be the Supreme King. Luo Su tried it, but all his skills were disabled. Even space storage could not be performed. She panicked immediately. She quietly came to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and was stunned when she saw the scene outside. Outside the window was a sci-fi city. Between the silver spire buildings were aerial highways, and various strange-shaped aircraft shuttled quickly. In a central square in the distance, a large screen was hung, and the screen played the picture of the universe galaxy. The dazzling 7 stars in the galaxy slowly revolved around a huge planet in the middle. Stop talking. I know my limits. There was a low roar outside, and the sound of footsteps. Luo Su wanted to climb out of the window and leave the room, but found that the window could not be opened at all. She had no choice but to lie back on the sofa quietly and continue to pretend to sleep. The door was opened and then gently closed. As the footsteps got closer and closer, her heart was beating fast with nervousness. Stop pretending, I know you are awake. The cold voice sounded without any emotion. Luo Su took a sneak peek and found that the man in black robe was staring at her. She suddenly sat up in shock, jumped down, stood far away by the window, and stared at him vigilantly. The room was dimly lit, and the face under the black robe was hard to see clearly. Asked, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. If you want to live, you'd better stay here and don't think about running away, otherwise you will die miserably." The man in the black robe said. "Luo Su, where is this place?" "A place you shouldn't come to." The man in the black robe said. Luo Su was speechless. "Then why did you bring me here?" The man in black robe, "We will leave immediately and return to our own planet." Luo Su was surprised. You are also from 9 stars? The man in black robes sneered, teleported to her, and sprinkled some green powder on her face. Luosu felt dizzy and collapsed uncontrollably. Novice Village, 3rd floor of the villa. Long Zimo stood in front of the window, frowning. The special space was disabled, and Doubted could not be teleported to Luosu. He was helpless now. Daddy, where did Mom hide? Doubted stood at Long Zimo's feet, and looked up and asked. Long Zimo picked up the little guy, rubbed his head and said, It's okay, Mom will come out when she's tired. At this time, Grandma came up from downstairs. Doubted, come, it's time to take a bath. Doubted, be good, go take a bath with Zuzu first. Grandma took Doubted downstairs. Long Zimo looked at the time. It was 6:10 p.m. The sun was setting, but there was still no news about Luosu from all parties. Su, where are you? Long Zimo was anxious, and suddenly felt a splitting headache. A vague voice sounded in his mind. If you want to save her, follow me. Chapter 284. Luosu raised his hand, and threw an energy ball, adding 10 layers of poison damage to the black-robed man. A string of green values floated above his head. -5,000, -5,000. But the damage was not high. He had 800,000 HP. The black-robed man sneered and said to Luosu, Are you going to murder your husband? He and I are one. Luosu was shocked and angry. You are you, he is him. You are obviously two people. How can you be one? The man in black robes said, He is just a star I cultivated outside. When the age is up, I will naturally bring him back to fit. I'd better not interfere with us. If he is interrupted during the fit, he will definitely die. Luosu sneered. Even if I don't interrupt, he will die after the fit is completed, right? No, after the fit is successful, although his body will die, his consciousness will merge with me. I will remember all your memories and past. We will become stronger than before when we merge into one. You can continue to follow me. As a couple, I promise not to treat you unfairly. The black-robed man said this with an evil smile. I kill you. After hearing this, Long Zimo's eyes turned red with anger, and he tried his best to utter a few words. His blood was boiling, and the power in his body was flowing rapidly. Long Zimo reached out and grabbed the absorber on the black-robed man's chest, and pulled it out with force. He wanted to destroy it. Once this device is destroyed, you're dead. The black-robed man tightly protected the absorber on his chest. He couldn't give up all his efforts. He had waited for 30 years for this star to grow, but he couldn't attack Long Zimo, and Long Zimo's mental power was so high that he couldn't hypnotize him and make him willingly give up his spiritual core. The man in black robe was still thinking, and suddenly a firework exploded on him. He felt a sharp pain in his body, and lost half of his blood. He glared at Luosu. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. He threw his hand, and released a battle pet. It was a flaming tiger. As soon as it came out, it pounced on Luosu. Luosu couldn't use skills, she could only use props. She activated the prop shoes, and became invisible to avoid the attack of the flaming tiger. But she hadn't taken a few steps when her legs froze, and her body was frozen. Seeing that the flaming tiger was about to pounce, Luosu released the fire unicorn in a hurry. Fire unicorn? The black-robed man was immediately surprised. Very good, you really didn't let me down. The fire unicorn and Luosu fought against the flaming tiger together, and for a while they were evenly matched. Long Zimo was trying his best to snatch the absorber from the black-robed man. It was obvious that he was no match for the black-robed man. Don't you want to become stronger? I can let you experience the feeling of being strong. The black-robed man stared at Long Zimo's scarlet eyes, trying to persuade him to give up resistance. If you don't fit in 2 years, the power in your body will continue to grow, and you will explode and die. At that time, your body and spirit will be completely destroyed. Long Zimo felt that there was indeed a powerful force in his body, which was gradually awakening and rushing around, as if it was attracted by the absorber and wanted to rush out of the body. Huh? Long Zimo roared, his face turned red, and suddenly a heat rushed straight to his forehead. His eyes changed strangely, turning black in just a few seconds. The black-robed man was horrified. Black pupils? Are you cursed? The black-robed man hurriedly pushed Long Zimo away, trying to stop absorbing, but the absorber was firmly grasped by Long Zimo. He simply let go, with a hint of cruelty in the corner of his eyes, secretly complaining. Take it, destroy it. You can't live if it's destroyed. At worst, I can cultivate a new star. The black-robed man showed a sneer. He slowly raised the weapon in his hand. In his eyes, Long Zimo was already a dead man. After dealing with this cursed star, and then dealing with that woman, The fire Kirin will be much stronger than the flame tiger after it is cultivated. Thinking of this, the black-robed man was inexplicably excited. Just as he was about to chop down with his weapon, his body suddenly became numb, and he was shocked. "Stop, you traitor!" He cursed in his heart, but he couldn't make any sound. Because Long Zimo installed the absorber on himself and aimed it at him. The absorber was quickly absorbing the energy in his body, and that energy could actually quickly fit with Long Zimo's body. The black-robed man's eyes were about to burst. He cursed madly in his heart. This idiot is courting his own death. A small star-shaped clone actually wants to swallow up the main body. The end of exploding and dying must be very tragic, but being dragged to the bottom by such an idiot is too unwilling. As one of the few survivors of the advanced planet, the black-robed man was selected as the son of the 7 stars with his excellent qualifications. The son of the 7 stars shoulders the responsibility of reviving civilization and has priority in obtaining resources to strengthen himself. But not only did he fail to match the star shape this time, he might also be attacked by the star shape and his life would be hurt. He was thinking of ways to save himself quickly. But at this moment, the flaming tiger was killed by the woman. In this state, his body could not move, his mental power was imprisoned and broken, and he could not use skills and summon battle pets. Is he just waiting to die? At this time, a person walked in from the outside. It was Ming Xingyan, the second son of the 7 stars. Among the 7, only Ming Xingyan was as close to him in ability, and the two had always had a close relationship. He was overjoyed. He shouted in his heart, "Xingyan, kill them!" Unexpectedly, Xingyan Fifan did not help, but closed the door and added a firewall to isolate the sound here, preventing others from coming in. Ming Xingyan leaned against the door with his arms crossed, looking like he was watching a show. Being swallowed by my own star shape is really the first time in history. I didn't expect that the dignified Dragon Star Lord would make such a big mistake. Ming Xingyan covered the special place on his chest, and a purple absorber appeared. The black-robed Dragon Star Lord was horrified. This Ming Xingyan clearly intended to take advantage of the situation. After the white-robed Dragon Zimo exploded and died, he would absorb his energy and take it for himself to strengthen himself. There was originally a competitive relationship between the 7 star sons. The one who first broke through the peak and stepped into the highest realm would become the Lord of the 7 stars, inherit the advanced civilization left by the Mother Star, and become the master of the most advanced planet. With the highest power of the advanced civilization, he harvested the game players of various galaxies as slaves and dominated the interstellar space. Long Zimo was absorbing the energy in the black robe. He had black pupils and was in a semi-conscious state. Luo Su found that the black-robed man was staring at the door with a look of horror. She followed his line of sight and saw a spectator watching the fire from the other side. But the purple vortex on his chest exposed his wolfish ambition. Luo Su felt that something was wrong. While praying that Long Zimo would finish absorbing it quickly, she quickly thought about how to kill the wolf that smelled the blood without skills and battle pets. Chapter 285. Luo Su weighed the pros and cons and decided to wait and see. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, it will be bad to interrupt Long Zimo's harmony. Luo Su hid in the corner, staring at the man at the door silently, while exchanging life-saving props in the Points Mall. Ming Xingyan didn't take Luo Su seriously at all. He could kill several players of the king rank in a minute. He didn't have the elegance of Dragon Star Lord, and wanted to experience the love of human beings. He stared at the situation on Long Zimo's side, and saw that his forehead veins were bulging, and he was about to collapse. But the Dragon Star Lord was not dead yet, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Long Zimo, stop now. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits behind. The man at the door is here to take advantage. If I die, you can't beat him. You and Luo Su will definitely die. How about we join forces to kill him first, and you absorb his energy and inherit his constellation? How about that? A vague voice sounded in Long Zimo's mind. This is a special way of communication between the main star and the star shape. Long Zimo heard it, but he was in a semi-conscious state and could no longer control himself. Besides, in this laboratory, he doesn't trust anyone except Luo Su. Long Zimo, stop now, or we both die. Can you bear to see Luo Su alone and helpless? The man at the door is ruthless, but he's not as easy to deal with as me. Long Xingju sent another message. I can't control myself. I can't stop. Long Zimo replied. Long Xingju looked at the man at the door step by step, and made the worst plan. Long Zimo, I will give up resistance and help you succeed, then you have my power, and we will kill Ming Xingyan at the door together. But you have to promise me that we can coexist and live in peace in the future. Is that okay? Long Xingju made a concession. As long as they could coexist, he was confident that he could regain control of his body. Long Zimo, okay. Long Xingju's body thumped and collapsed, falling into Long Zimo's arms. Long Zimo knelt down, his head lowered, and no expression could be seen on his face, but the surface of his body seemed like burning charcoal, with a fiery red glow on the surface. Ming Xingyan paused, secretly saying that it was not good, and hurriedly quickened his pace and rushed over. Suddenly, with a bang, a magic cube hit him behind him, exploding into a firework. He lost 3/4 of his blood. Huh? He was surprised and turned back suddenly. This little king could actually kill so much of his blood in one move. It seems that he underestimated her. Ming Xingyan took 2 bottles of blood recovery medicine and recovered most of his blood. At the same time, he released the battle pet poison mushroom. Luo Su also released the fire unicorn to confront him. Since he couldn't run away, he could only fight to the death. She held the energy ball in one hand and the magic cube in the other hand, activated the prop shoes to stealth, and threw an energy ball out. Ming Xingyan saw that he was poisoned. Not panicking at all, his poisonous mushrooms can not only release poison, but also detoxify. Luo Su continued to stealthily smash the energy ball. Ming Xingyan used himself to lure the enemy, and under Luo Su's series of attacks, he quickly locked her position. He smashed her with a fixed skill, and Luo Su couldn't move, and the magic cube in her hand smashed out. Ming Xingyan thought it was another energy ball. He was too lazy to hide, but directly launched a big move to bombard Luo Su, who was fixed. He wanted to fight quickly. Bang. With a bang, his big move hit Luo Su's head, and a looming tortoise shell was broken into pieces. At this moment, bang, a firework bloomed in front of his chest, dazzling. Ming Xingyan felt pain all over his body, and lost half of his blood this time. He was shocked, careless. This woman's props are too weird. He ordered the poisonous mushroom to attack, but was stopped by the fire unicorn. Ming Xingyan looked at the fire unicorn with envy. Chapter 286. Although he prefers control-type battle pets, the fire Kirin in front of him is majestic and domineering, and can also be used as a riding pet. This kind of battle pet that is both a battle pet and a riding pet is what even the son of the 7 stars dreams of. Starry Sky Domain. Ming Xingyan used a domain skill. Luo Su only felt the light in front of her eyes change. At this moment, she was at the top of the blue starry sky, and many stars were twinkling around her. She could even hear the stars singing, as if she was in a fairy tale. Luo Su frowned. She knew everything was fake, and she might be trapped in an illusion. She was a little puzzled. Why were her and Long Zimo's skills and talents disabled, but the opponent in front of her could use skills? Could it be a problem of rank? She was thinking about how to break the situation, and suddenly a star around her flew towards her quickly. She instinctively dodged, and then more stars flew towards her. She had no way to avoid it. Bang, bang. The meteor hit her, exploding into a bloody mess. She was shocked. Meteor bomb? She looked at the densely packed starry sky and her scalp was numb. Ming Xingyan used the domain skill to trap Luo Su and ignored her. He was selected as one of the 7 sons because of this star domain killer move. Those below the supreme level would definitely die. Ming Xingyan turned and walked towards Long Zimo. The fire on Long Zimo's body had disappeared. At this moment, his whole body was swollen, wet and steaming, like a zongzi just taken out of the pot. Ming Xingyan was secretly surprised. He swallowed his Star Master's energy in a star shape, but he didn't explode. It was incredible. Now he was kneeling on the ground with his head down, motionless. Maybe he had a cardiac arrest and died. After all, compared with the people on their advanced planets, the human body is still too weak. The people on their planet began to transform their physique from the womb, and the process of growth also continuously improved and expanded their bodies, so their bodies are much stronger than humans. Ming Xingyan stopped 7 or 8 meters away and raised his hand to lock Long Zimo with a control skill. Then a big move came down. Bang! The skill was blocked by a golden firewall. Behind the firewall, Long Zimo raised his head and stood up, with a golden light in his eyes. His clothes moved without wind, and he looked both good and evil. His mouth curled up, but his eyes were a little cold. Xingyan, you are so anxious to attack me. You have been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Ming Xingyan was surprised. Long. Big brother, it was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. I thought they killed you, and I was just trying to avenge you. Long Zimo, I just changed my body. You are taking advantage of me. Isn't that bad? After saying that, Long Zimo slapped him with his empty palm. Boom! Ming Xingyan was already on guard and only suffered a little injury. Long Zimo didn't intend to give him a chance to breathe. Originally, the Black-Robed Dragon Star Lord was stronger than Ming Xingyan. Now with the power of Long Zimo and the combat power bonus after the contract, his strength is quite terrifying. Domain Annihilation. Ming Xingyan was trapped in Long Zimo's domain mirror, and his mind was disturbed by hallucinations. He was quickly wiped out by Long Zimo. This time the system did not prompt the survival point reward. Instead, it gave a prompt directly. There is energy that can be absorbed. Do you want to absorb it? Long Zimo chose to give up. After all, he had absorbed the energy of Dragon Star Lord and was now at the supreme level. If he absorbed Ming Xingyan's energy again, he might really explode. As soon as Ming Xingyan died, his starry sky domain mirror automatically collapsed, and Luo Su came out of the illusion. Fortunately, she had prepared a lot of life-saving props before, so she could hold on until the illusion was broken. Su, come over and absorb Ming Xingyan's energy. It can improve your level. Long Zimo said to Luo Su. But he was quickly stopped by Long Xingzhu. Silly, I have a lot of props in my backpack, and finally a prop, like a USB flash drive, that can absorb energy and store it. When our bodies expand in the future, we can absorb that energy. Long Zimo felt noisy in his ears. With a thought, Long Xingzhu was silenced. Luo Su came over, teamed up with Long Zimo, and after adding mental power auxiliary skills, he also began to absorb Ming Xingyan's energy. But just after absorbing half of it, Luo Su's body couldn't stand it, and he fainted. Chapter 287. Long Zimo's heart tightened, and he hurried forward to pick up Luo Su. Su, wake up. Since Ming Xingyan's death, there has been some movement outside. It seems that their people have discovered something strange, and are running towards the laboratory. Long Zimo took away everything in Long Xingzhu and Ming Xingyan's backpacks, took out the small USB drive, and collected the remaining energy of Ming Xingyan. Bang! 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 The sound of knocking on the door came from outside, which made people tremble with fear. Long Zimo added 10 layers of firewalls behind the door, which should be able to hold out for a while. He looked at the almost closed laboratory, and found that there was not even a window here. Bang! Bang! The huge sound of kicking the door woke Luo Su up. She held her forehead and sat up. Su, are you awake? Long Zimo put her in a suspended cabin and sat down. Unexpectedly, Luo Su's body actually floated up, and all indicators of her body were recovering rapidly. This is a treatment cabin. Both of them discovered this. In just 2 minutes, Luo Su's body was fully restored to its best condition. Come on, keep absorbing. We have to fight our way out later. Long Zimo handed her the small USB flash drive that stored energy. Luo Su lay directly in the treatment cabin to absorb energy, and soon finished absorbing it, and her body was always in the best condition. She came down from the treatment cabin, and with every move, she felt that her body contained a powerful force. Is this the supreme level? It feels very strong. A prompt sound came from Luo Su's mind. Congratulations on becoming the new generation Star Master, the son of the 7 stars, and in charge of the purple star. I became the new generation Star Master? Luo Su was surprised. Long Zimo was also surprised. What new generation Star Master? As soon as he asked, a mess of interference appeared in his mind. It was the trick of the Dragon Star Master. He lifted the ban on the Dragon Star Master. Long Zimo, are you looking for death? You ban me? If you keep arguing, I will ban you. Long Zimo had a mental conversation with the Dragon Star Master. Star Lord Long, let me talk business. She absorbed Ming Xingyan's energy and replaced him as the new generation of Star Lord. You idiot, if you kept the energy and absorbed it yourself, we would become stronger dual Star Lords. Long Zimo, don't talk nonsense. The most urgent thing is how to escape. There are so many people outside. Star Lord Long, we don't need to wade into this muddy water. You and I are compatible. It is essentially a normal way to improve our abilities. There is no big problem. And Luo Su killed Ming Xingyan and took his place, and he will definitely become the enemy of the entire star. Although we became stronger after the fit, we can't resist the other 5 star masters. So the best result is that you put on my black robe, and others can't see anything unusual, and then hand over Luo Su. Then Ming Xingyan's death has nothing to do with us. Long Zimo asked another concern. Will others believe your nonsense? Is there no surveillance in this laboratory? Long Xingzhu, originally, there was. I brought Luo Su back privately, which violated the star rules, so before bringing her in, I had turned off the surveillance in the laboratory. I wanted to use Luo Su to lure you here, but I didn't expect you to be contaminated by the curse. Long Zimo asked, is the curse terrible? Long Xingju, it is an ancient secret technique. From a scientific point of view, your body cells are contaminated in some way, and there is no way to completely eliminate it. Unless what? Long Zimo asked. Long Xingju, unless you strip your consciousness away and change your body. Long Zimo, like you are now? Coexist with someone else's consciousness? Share a body? Long Xingju, of course it's different. If you prepare in advance, wipe out that person's consciousness and memory first, and then transfer your own consciousness to that person, then there will be no coexistence of consciousness. So, stripping away consciousness and existing alone is really a high-tech unique to your advanced planet? Long Zimo said. Of course, only the technology of our mother planet can achieve this at present. Long Xingju said with some pride. Long Zimo was worried. Wouldn't they be able to occupy other people's bodies and do whatever they want? That's terrible. Long Xingju sneered. Yes, do whatever you want. Isn't it exciting? Can you eavesdrop on my thoughts? Long Zimo was annoyed. Long Xingju, after we become one, we are the same person. We can understand each other's thoughts and all the feelings of our bodies. Experience together? Long Zimo's mind flashed with the scene of his tenderness with Luo Su, and he was immediately annoyed. Dragon Star Lord smiled and said, I don't mind. Long Zimo sensed the dirty thoughts in Dragon Star Lord's mind, and in a rage, he wiped out Dragon Star Lord's consciousness. A prompt popped up in his mind. Eliminating the other party's consciousness will only leave energy, and the other party's intelligence and understanding bonus will be lost. Eliminate? Long Zimo did not hesitate. He would never allow others to have improper thoughts about Luo Su. He looked up at Luo Su and saw that she was taking away the suspension cabin in the laboratory. Luo Su, can you use your skills? Long Zimo came over and asked. Luo Su smiled. Yes, I found that after being promoted to the supreme level, all skills and talents can be used. After collecting these suspension capsules, we will go back to the novice village. She put all the suspension capsules in the laboratory into the space, and took away the bodies of Meng Xingyan and Long Xingju. The whole laboratory became empty. Long Zimo came over and held her hand. Let's go! They had just walked for a few minutes, when the door of the laboratory banged. With a bang, it was kicked open, and a group of people rushed in. They found that the laboratory was looted, and no bodies were found. Who did it? Have you found any suspicious people? The 3-star master felt that there was some energy left by Meng Xingyan here. Most of these people were subordinates of the 2nd-star master Meng Xingyan. They knew nothing and shook their heads. The assistant of the Dragon Star Master frowned in the crowd, hesitating whether to tell the Star Master about the woman named Luo Su, who was secretly brought back. Chapter 288. When Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the novice village, Jiang Hao came over. Beiku, are you okay? Luo Su shook his head and said, I'm fine, don't worry. Jiang Hao asked again, you scared me to death. What happened to you that day? Who is that man in black robe? It's hard to explain. That man has been dealt with by Long Zimo, and will not appear again. Luo Su said. Jiang Hao, oh that's good. You should write back to Yigucheng and the others as soon as possible. I guess everyone is still worried about you. Luo Su and Long Zimo informed Jiusheng's friends, and Du Yifan, and the others that Luo Su had returned safely. Jiang Hao skillfully brewed a pot of tea, brewed a cup for Long Zimo and Luo Su, and asked, Next, do you have any plans? Luo Su thought for a while and said, I plan to rest for 2 days, and then go to explore the first-level planet. While you guys chat, I go downstairs to see Grandma. Long Zimo walked downstairs, and Luo Su could see that he seemed to be worried. Jiang Hao came over and said, Shell, can you open the hell mode of the Blue Star copy? Always playing the simple mode, the rewards are too little. Oh, this matter, let me see if the dungeon can be upgraded. Luo Su went to the entrance of the Blue Star dungeon, and there were still a lot of people waiting to enter the dungeon. Luo Su clicked on the dungeon settings and was stunned. In just 7 days, a total of 50 million people played. This is the result of insufficient time. Every day, in addition to the people from Blue Star China, there are many people from other planets, who can't queue up to enter the dungeon. So each planet selects a group of key talents to be trained, and selects them to queue up to enter the dungeon every day. Luo Su now has 100 million game points, and it takes a lot of points to upgrade the copy size. She upgraded the copy from D-level to B-level copy, and spent all 100 million points. Copy name, Hidden Dragon Copy. Copy owner, Luo Su. Copy level, B level. Copy ticket, 2 points / person in simple mode. 5 points / person in difficult mode. Copy upgrade conditions, 200 million game points. Luo Su carefully checked the copy information, and the rewards in difficult mode were much richer. Difficult mode, the clearance reward is 600,000 survival points, 30 game points, and blue equipment is dropped. The rewards for the simple mode are still the same as before. It's just that after the upgrade, the size of the dungeon has expanded a lot, and the upper limit of the number of people entering the dungeon has doubled. Luo Su told Fang Ji about the dungeon upgrade. The difficulty and capacity of the dungeon have doubled. This news made everyone very happy. After receiving the news, the heads of each planet immediately organized people with potential in their country to line up for leveling. The opening of the difficult mode has brought more points to the Chinese government, which has greatly helped the overall development of China. Jiang Hao formed a 500-man team with the people in the novice village and entered the hard mode of the dungeon to level up. When Luo Su returned to the novice village, Long Zimo came out of his grandmother's room with a frown on his face. "Zimo, are you okay?" Long Zimo shook his head and pulled her up to the 3rd floor. "I confirmed my life experience with my grandmother," Long Zimo said in a low voice. Luo Su was a little surprised, thought for a while, and said, "Are you entangled in the problem of the star shape?" Long Xingju said that the star embryo takes 30 years to mature, so you doubt your life experience? Long Zimo nodded. "Grandma said that my mother gave birth to me after 10 months of pregnancy. There is no doubt about that. But when I was 3 years old, my parents took me out for a trip and the cable car broke down. My parents didn't make it, and I was on the verge of death. The doctor said there was little hope. Later, a man in a black robe found Grandma and said he could save my life, but the reward was very high, which was equivalent to half of the Long family's property at the time." Luo Su was surprised. He didn't expect Long Zimo to have such an experience. "That means when you were 3 years old, Dragon Star Lord did implant a star-shaped seed in your body." Long Zimo nodded. "Now I think it's very likely." Grandma said that the man always wore a mask and never saw his true face. Grandma had just lost 2 relatives at the time, and when she heard that her grandson could be saved, she agreed regardless of everything. Luo Su held Long Zimo's hand and said, "Grandma didn't expect that there was such a big conspiracy behind the matter." Long Zimo said, "I understand. I am very grateful for everything Grandma has done for me. Since I can live to this day, I will not give up easily. In the future, I will do my best to protect myself and my family." The two chatted for a while, and Long Zimo's phone rang. It was Fang Ji calling. "Long Zimo, something bad has happened. A group of aliens suddenly appeared from the interstellar portal of Blue Star, and they killed everyone they saw. There are many people queuing to enter the dungeon here, and there are heavy casualties. We'd be there right away." Long Zimo hung up the phone and asked Luo Su to join the group. "Something happened on Blue Star. It seems that people from the 1st level planet are coming, and they will kill everyone they see." Jiang Hao and the other people in the novice village had entered the dungeon, and had not come out yet, so Long Zimo and Luo Su hurried to Blue Star. Chapter 289. When Luo Su and Long Zimo arrived near the Blue Star portal, there were already corpses everywhere, and blood flowing like a river. There were still many people who didn't have time to teleport away, and the people from the 1st level planet guarded the portal and the way to the bridge. The people from the 9th star were trapped in this area, with a wall on one side and the Jianbei bridge on the other, and they couldn't leave at all. Luo Su took a glance and found that there were 5 people from the 1st level planet. Each of them was a king rank, and they killed those who were queuing up to brush the dungeon, most of whom were silver rank people. Luo Su shouted, "You are such a high-ranking person, but you come here to kill innocent people. You are so shameless." One of the aliens said, "We just like to kill innocent people. Are you dissatisfied? Come on." After that, the man raised his hand and threw a skill at the crowd. "Ah!" The crowd screamed, and they were about to die. Long Zimo protected them with a protective shield. With a bang, the alien's skill hit the protective shield but did not break it. Everyone was stunned. The people of Blue Star recognized Long Zimo first. "The boss of Songlong is here. We are saved. Boss, help us. Save us." The people of the 1st level planet stared at Long Zimo, and the leader had a tuft of fiery red hair by his ear. Luo Su felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, and a picture suddenly flashed in his mind. It turned out to be him, Chu Ken of the Fire Fox clan. Luo Su said to Long Zimo, "You take the people of Jiuxing away first, and I will deal with them." Long Zimo whispered to Luo Su, Hey, isn't this the Ursha team? Why are there only the two of you? Where are the others? Call them all over, and clean them up together, so that I don't have to make another trip. Chioken recognized that Long Zimo and Luo Su were two of the Ursha team, and said with contempt. Luo Su raised her hand, and released an ice field under the feet of the aliens. Except for the leader Chioken, the feet of the others were frozen. She took the opportunity to collect the portal behind the aliens into the space, and then resettled them among the crowd behind her. Luo Su shouted, "Everyone, leave quickly, so as not to get hurt by mistake in the fight." Fang Ji rushed out of the crowd and said, "Luo Su, 2 more aliens have been teleported into the wall and are killing people at the door of the dungeon." Luo Su nodded, "Got it, you take the people away first, and leave this to us." Luo Su thought that the people in the novice village were still inside, and was a little worried. "Zmo, there are still 2 at the door of the dungeon, I will go in and deal with them, you hold them back." Long Zmo, "Okay, go ahead." Luo Su entered the wall, and found a fierce fight at the entrance of the dungeon. Although the 9 stars were brave, they were like an egg hitting a rock, and were no match for the 2 king aliens. Groups of people fell down one after another. When Luo Su arrived, the corpses were piled up more than 1 meter high. Luo Su locked the 2 aliens, and used a Super Harvest X10 combo. The 2 aliens felt pain at first, but before they could see who was attacking them, they were knocked down by a series of critical hits. They never thought that there was a piece of iron plate hidden among these rookies, and they died with their eyes open. Luo Su said loudly, "Everyone hide here first, don't go out yet, or it's safe to go into the dungeon." "Ah, it was the big boss of Blue Star who saved us. Thank you for saving my life. You don't know, this copy was created by the big boss of our Blue Star." "Ah, thank you so much." Luo Su took the portal directly, and went out to meet Long Zimo. Only Long Zimo and Chu Qian were left outside the wall. All the people of Jiuxing had left, and except Chu Qian, the other aliens had been destroyed. Chu Qian's 2 legs were broken, and he was sitting on the ground at this moment, looking a little miserable. The reason he was still alive was because Long Zimo still had something to ask him. "Did the Firefox tribe send you here?" Long Zimo stared at him, and asked coldly. Yes, I was also forced to do this. My family is in their hands. And I am not from the Firefox tribe. Chiokin said, tearing off the fiery red fox fur on his temples, and said, "I am also a human. For the sake of our kind, please spare my life." Luo Su sneered, "Our kind? When you were killing innocent people just now, why didn't you think about the fact that they are the same kind?" Chiokin was so anxious that he broke out in a cold sweat and said, "As long as you are willing to let me go, I will tell you a secret." "What secret?" "In the palace of the secret kingdom on the cat planet, someone specifically placed biological weapons on the secondary planets to collect more mutant blood and develop strengthening agents." Long Zimo sneered, "We already knew this. It's not a secret." Luo Su, "Kill him, there is no value in his life." Chu Qian hurriedly shouted, "Wait, I have a more important secret." Long Zimo, "It's better not to fool us with the well-known news this time." Chu Qian took out an old map and said, "I have clues to the wasteland planet." Luo Su took it and said, "Oh, it seems that you have a lot of treasures on you. Instead of waiting for you to take them out one by one, I might as well explode them directly." "Aw, don't kill me, I give you all my things." Before he finished speaking, he was killed by Luo Su, and the items in his backpack exploded all over the floor. One of the transparent blocks attracted Luo Su's attention. Luo Su wanted to pick it up to see, but the moment her fingers touched it, the whole person disappeared. The transparent block also disappeared. Luo Su. Long Zimo was shocked. Chapter 290. Luo Su felt her body shaking, and in the blink of an eye, she actually came to an unfamiliar place. To be precise, it should be in the blink of an eye, she fell into the enemy's trap. At this moment, she was in an unfamiliar square, surrounded by many assassins with weapons, all staring at her covetously. Luo Su activated her fire eyes, and scanned the surroundings. The highest level around was only the king, so she felt relieved. There was no need to hide back in the novice village. She wanted to see who was playing tricks. She quietly added a few auxiliary skills to herself to improve her mental strength. At this time, several fox people appeared on the high platform next to the square. "Sister May, I had expected that the fool Chu Qian was not her opponent," a fox girl said. "It's okay, Chu Qian has successfully sent the enemy here, right?" Xiao Meinyang said with a smile. The fox girl said flatteringly, "Sister May is still thoughtful. When you gave that prop to Chu Qian before, I was very confused. Now it seems that you are fishing. It's really clever. Not only did he win people's hearts and make them work for us, but he also accurately calculated that Luo Su would definitely kill him and confiscate the props in his bag. Then we just need to set up a trap here and wait for her to come to our door and die. Xiao Mei-Yang had a very proud smile on her face. Let's go. Since the fish has been hooked, it's time to close the net and kill the fish. Fox Girl, as long as we kill her, our Firefox team can regain the top position in several major lists, and the clan leader will definitely look at you differently. Xiao Mei-Yang's smile froze, and she angrily said, I did this not to please the clan leader, but to regain the glory that should belong to our Firefox team. Understand? Idiot. The Fox Girl hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for being short-sighted and not being able to understand Sister May's lofty ambitions. I'm really sorry. Xiao Mei-Yang rolled her eyes at her, turned around and walked down the stairs. Hey, isn't this Captain Ursha? What brings you here? Not just anyone can come here, if not. Before Xiao Mei-Yang finished speaking, a huge rock fell to the ground with a bang, and the person was turned into ashes. Everyone was shocked. Huh? Ah! She killed Sister May? Why are you still standing there? Kill her quickly and avenge Sister May. The Fox Girl gave an order, but she turned around and ran for her life. Luo Su shook her head. They are really foxes, one more cunning than the other. She locked the surrounding area within a kilometer and activated the group attack skill. Super Harvest X10 combo. Everyone was on guard, wondering if a rock would fall from their heads, and they would be taken away directly, leaving nothing behind. Luo Su shook his head. You calculated it over and over again, but unfortunately you still miscalculated the time. If you had tricked me here yesterday, I might have been trapped by you. Luo Su did not stay any longer, and went straight back to the entrance of the Blue Star dungeon. At this time, the bodies and bloodstains at the scene had been cleaned up, and the supernatural police team sent by the Blue Star officials were patrolling nearby. Some brave people came one after another to line up and wait to enter the dungeon. She took away the portal in the wall, so no one could get in. Luo Su sent a star message to Long Zimo to report that she was safe, and then began to relocate the portal. Everyone began to level up in the dungeon as usual. Luo Su thought about it, set up 10 turrets near the bridge head, and gave the police team hundreds of attack drones for patrol. In this way, even if people from the first level planet came down, they would finally have some means of self-protection. At least they could delay time and let everyone evacuate. She entered the dungeon entrance, and set up 7 or 8 turrets to guard the portal and the area near the dungeon entrance. Of course, the defense of your own copy should be better, and earning points depends on it. After Luo Su finished the arrangement, she returned to the portal near the Songlong base and released 10 turrets, and then handed over the remaining 200 attack drones to the 2 instructors, who were responsible for strengthening the security of the base. After finishing these, Luo Su returned to the novice village, and found that everyone was waiting for her in the yard, and Long Zimo was also there. What? Is there something wrong? Luo Su asked. Long Zimo clapped his hands. Xiao Tsung and Xiao Wu each took out a firework. Bang, bang. 2 sounds. Luo Su's head was covered with gold flakes. Long Zimo pulled her to sit on the main seat in the yard, and Dowda put a birthday hat on her. Happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday, wife. Happy birthday, Beak. Happy birthday, Sister Luo Su. Xiaoya and Mu Yeli pushed a huge cake out of the house, and Master Zhao brought Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu to serve the dishes one after another. Others also helped, and soon a table was filled with hot meals. Luo Su was very touched. How are you? The voice was a little choked. Long Zimo reached out and gave her a hug. Since you joined Songlong, you have been busy for the past 2 years, running around for everyone. Your last birthday was during the migration, and you couldn't take care of it then. This time, I will celebrate your birthday well no matter what. Luo Su nodded and looked at the relatives around her. On the left was her grandmother, on the right were Long Zimo and Daodu, and everyone in the novice village was gathered around a table. She felt warm in her heart. Every time she fought hard, wasn't it just to protect the warmth and happiness like this moment? Chapter 291. Early in the morning, the chat group of the novice village began to span the screen with people forming teams to play the dungeon. Long Zimo and Daodu followed the team into the dungeon. With 2 supreme level leaders, like him and Daodu leading the team, 2 rounds of dungeons only took 10 minutes. Before Luo Su finished washing up, the dungeon team had already returned, and everyone gathered in the yard to chat. I still need 300,000 survival points to reach the full gold level, Xiya said. Suemo said, I still need 400,000. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu are only at the 8th level of gold, and it will take some time before they can upgrade. Jiang Hao suggested, you are short of hundreds of thousands of survival points. You can spend some points to buy survival point cards, which are only a few hundred points. Xiaoya shook her head, points are too rare. It's not worthwhile to exchange them for survival points. I'd better wait one more day to brush the dungeon. Everyone was chatting, and a cell phone rang. It was Long Zimo's call. He got up and walked out of the yard to answer the phone, and when he came back, he had a smile on his face. I have good news for you all. Everyone immediately became interested. What good news? Long Zimo, do you remember when we hunted wild mutants? Except for the territory of our China, other places on the Blue Star are still occupied by mutants. Now there are a large number of mutants invading the border of China every day, and the government has sent a large number of troops to guard the border. But in recent days, those mutants have suddenly become rampant. Just now, the government called for help, and the border is in urgent need of help. We hope that we can spare some manpower to assist in the battle. Luo Su went downstairs, and just happened to hear what Long Zimo said. This is a good opportunity to train. You can accumulate combat experience, and there are many survival points for mutant creatures. If you have nothing to do, go there to practice every day. Luo Su strongly agreed that everyone should go to the border to train. Everyone was happy and worried. Jiang Hao expressed everyone's concerns. It's really good, but the border is far away, and you have to stay there for at least a few months. Luo Su said, first, I will take you there for a few days, and Long Zimo and I will go to the first level planet to collect a few more portals and install them in several locations on the border, so that it will be convenient to go back and forth. That's great. In this way, everyone has no worries. Jiang Hao smiled and said, then I go to the first level planet with you. Luo Su led the team to teleport to the western border. When she assisted the official to install the air purifier, she recorded many teleportation points. A dozen people from the novice village plus the team members of the Hidden Dragon base, a 500-man gold group to support the border. A large number of mutant creatures are very fierce, but the 500-man team led by the novice village are all gold level. Everyone cooperated with each other and quickly eliminated a large number of mutant creatures. Luo Su returned to the novice village. She teamed up with Long Zimo and Jiang Hao to go to the first level planet, and Daodu also shouted to go with them. Then you have to promise Dad that you are not allowed to run around when you go out, okay? Long Zimo picked up Daodu and felt that the little guy had grown a lot. Daodu is 5 years old this year, but he is very tall and looks like an 8 or 9-year-old child. The little guy happily agreed. Okay, I promise not to make trouble, run around, or make noises. Luo Su had to agree. Let's go, take Daodu with you this time, and everyone should be more careful. Luo Su and his group came to the first level planet through the interstellar portal of Blue Star. This is a small town on the edge of Meow Star, and it is her first time here. Everyone, look, the Firefox clan has issued a bounty list again. I heard that one of their branches was attacked by someone, and the captain of the Firefox team, Chiu Mainyang, unfortunately died. Who is so bold? Even the Firefox clan dared to attack. Don't you know that their clan leader is at the supreme level? Their clan leader is so protective of his shortcomings. This time, their Firefox clan directly lost a genius, so they were furious and offered a high bounty to find the attacker as soon as possible. Are there any clues? No, I heard that except for Chiu Mainyang's bloody body, no one else's body was found. Long Zimo looked at Luo Su, questioning. Luo Su nodded, yes, it's me. Jiang Hao gave a thumbs up and said nothing. The group came to the town's portal. After she recorded the location, she spent 500 star coins to teleport to a nearby city. Wait for me. Luo Su said, enter the portal, and 2 minutes later, came back with another portal in her backpack. Then she did the same thing, and in just 1 hour, she had 20 to 30 portals in her pocket. Chapter 292. Luo Su checked his backpack and said, 30 portals, that's enough. Jiang Hao, haha, are you planning to switch to selling portals? Long Zimo looked at the portal in front of him and said, this one is for the Firefox tribe. Should we go take a look? Luo Su shook his head. The reason why the Firefox tribe is so arrogant is because they have a supreme master in charge. Let's not mess with him first, and find the entrance to the wasteland planet first. Long Zimo, show me the map. Where is the entrance clue? Jiang Hao came over and stared at the map. This map is a copycat version. The drawing is so bad, the entrance seems to be on an island. But there is no sea on the entire Meow planet. Not even a big lake. Where is the island? Luo Su was also puzzled. She searched again from the information source, but still couldn't find any information about the island and entrance of Meow Planet. After searching for most of the day, she was tired, hungry and thirsty. She could have teleported back to the village to have lunch before coming back, but Dowdu smelled the fragrance of delicious food on the street and shouted for food. Long Zimo, why don't we eat nearby? We can also try new flavors. Luosu smiled and said, okay, I'm hungry just by smelling it. Dowdu was the happiest and followed the adults into a modern and fashionable restaurant. Luosu and his group found a private seat by the window. As soon as they sat down, a cute cartoon character appeared on the induction table. Welcome to our restaurant. I'm Xiao Fantuan, the waiter for this table. Our restaurant has 8 signature dishes, such as ambush from all sides, winter sonata, etc. Ambush from 10 sides, it is a noodle dish with 10 different flavors, each of which is very unique. As the little rice ball explained in a soft voice, the smooth table showed videos and pictures of the dishes. Luosu and his friends ordered a table full of dishes, basically all the signature dishes and internet celebrity dishes. Dowdu's belly was round, so he put down his chopsticks and played with the little rice ball. Little rice ball, can you sing a song for me? Of course. The little rice ball sang a nursery rhyme for Dowdu and chatted with him. Even if Dowdu had 100,000 ideas for playing, the little rice ball could still give him a satisfactory answer. Dowdu was amused. Little rice ball, what else can you do? Little rice ball, I know a lot of secrets. Do you want to hear them? Dowdu immediately became excited. What secrets? Little rice ball, I remember all the guests who have eaten at my table. Someone once told me a secret, saying that there is a magical place on the Meow Planet that leads to the Wasteland Planet. Luosu and the others were startled and listened carefully. Suddenly, with a pop sound, someone slapped the table with a palm, and the little rice ball disappeared. Luosu was surprised and looked up. He found that the store manager was standing by the table at some point, and said apologetically, sorry, everyone, the ordering program for this table has malfunctioned, and we need to repair it urgently. Please change to the private room next door. As an apology, you will be given a 50% discount on this consumption. Dowdu was the first to protest. Don't change. I just like small rice balls. The store manager smiled and said, children, each table has a different cartoon character. The table next to us has small glutinous rice, and the table behind us has small glutinous rice balls. Each one is very cute. Dowdu pouted and said angrily, no, I just want the rice ball. Give it back to me. We don't want to change, thank you. Luosu said. The manager had no choice but to close the ordering program for this table, and set a waiter to wait by the side to provide manual service at any time. In fact, he was here to monitor them. Luosu felt that the manager's reaction was very wrong. Could it be that he knew the secret of the entrance? Are you all full? If you are full, leave. Luosu said. Luosu gave his companion a look. I have a way. Several people stood up and walked out of the store. In the restaurant, the waiter had just cleaned up the table, and in a blink of an eye, the table disappeared. He hurriedly called the store manager. The store manager hurriedly made a phone call, and Luosu and his friends went directly back to the novice village. In the yard, several people gathered around a smooth table. Long Zimo fumbled for a few times, and turned on the power of the table. After the desktop program started, the little rice ball appeared in front of everyone. Luosu asked directly, Little rice ball, tell me quickly, where is the entrance to the Wasteland Planet? The little rice ball thought, searched. For a moment, he said, in the forbidden area of the Firefox clan. Everyone was surprised. It turned out to be there. Chapter 293. Knowing the location of the entrance, Jiang Hao's adventurous cells began to be active again. Let's go to the Firefox clan this afternoon? Luosu thought for a moment and said, for safety reasons, you and Dowdu should not go. There is a supreme level person in the Firefox clan, and we don't know how strong he is yet. Jiang Hao disagreed. What are you afraid of? We have 2 supreme level people. At worst, we can bring 2 doctors, Su Imo and Xiaoya. Long Zimo stopped him. It's better not to take risks. After all, the Firefox clan is not a copy. The death-free card doesn't work in reality. Jiang Hao, okay, then I go to the border to train. Luosu went to the western border and installed a portal in the garrison town on the western border, which can be directly teleported from the border to the Blue Star base camp. In this way, it is more convenient for people in the novice village to train every day. After lunch, Dowdu was playing with Xia Fanchuan, and his grandmother was with him. Luosu and Long Zimo set off for the Firefox clan. For safety reasons, she did not go through the portal, but went invisible into the square where Chiu Mengyang sat in ambush last time. The square was bustling with people. The people of the Firefox tribe gathered here, and it seemed that some kind of ceremony was being performed. A dozen young people were undergoing some kind of baptism. On the highest seat, a young man with bronze skin and short hair, with bright eyes, wore a fiery red fox hat on his head. Luo Su hid in the corner, staring at the person in the position of the chief. He didn't expect the chief of the Firefox tribe to be so young. The ceremony was completed quickly, and the chief of the Firefox tribe stood up and said something. Today, you represent our Firefox tribe to explore the wasteland planet, hoping to find the legendary black technology to strengthen the power of our Firefox tribe. After the chief said that, he led a dozen young people to the heavily guarded forbidden area in the back mountain. Long Zimo's invisibility shield disappeared, and Luo Su activated the invisibility of the prop shoes and chased to the back mountain first. Long Zimo avoided the guards and sneaked in quietly. Next to a bamboo forest in the back mountain, there was a glowing cave. The Firefox chief and a dozen elites stopped. This is the entrance to the wasteland planet. Warriors, I'm waiting for your good news in the tribe. Yes, chief, we will definitely go all out and live up to everyone's expectations. The loud voices responded in unison. Luo Su hid in the dark and watched, and Long Zimo quickly caught up. Long Zimo, are they going to enter the wasteland planet? I always feel something is wrong. It always feels too smooth. Luo Su said. More than a dozen Firefox warriors entered the light gate one after another, and the Firefox chief hurriedly left the forbidden area in the back mountain. Let's go in and take a look. Long Zimo followed the rate of acceleration and teleported, rushing into the light gate like a gust of wind. Luo Su was still invisible, and followed into the light gate. What she didn't know was that after she entered the light gate disappeared, and that place was a rocky mountain with no hole at all. We've been fooled. Long Zimo wanted to remind Luo Su in private chat, but it was too late. Luo Su had already rushed in. Ah, dungeon? She was stunned by the situation in front of her. Unexpectedly, after entering the light gate, they arrived in a prison like an iron cage, where the lights were dim and the air was smelly. I didn't expect you to be so stupid that you actually fell into a trap. The Firefox clan leader walked out from a dark corner. Long Zimo sneered. As expected of the Fox clan, you are cunning by nature. Luo Su locked onto the Firefox clan leader, and was about to use a skill, only to see him disappear into the dark corner like a ghost. Long Zimo released the flame bird to illuminate the dark corner, but there was no one there. Long Zimo, is he invisible, or teleported away? Ignore him, leave here first. As Luo Su said this, he wanted to teleport back to the square, but found that he was still in the dungeon. Long Zimo pulled Luo Su. This is an illusion. Luo Su was surprised. Another illusion? Considering that the Fox clan is good at charm and hallucination, it is not surprising that they can create illusions. Try it, the old method. Long Zimo released the calf and walked around with its tail for a few circles, but could not break out of the illusion. Luo Su thought of a possibility and said, our battle pet is still at the king level and cannot break out of the level environment. At this moment, a purple smoke filled the air, and there was an unpleasant smell in the air. Toxic fog. Long Zimo hurriedly sent out a protective shield to isolate most of the poisonous gas. Luo Su took out a gas mask from the space, and the two of them put it on quickly. She activated the storage function of the space to absorb the poisonous fog in the air, and at the same time activated infinite fusion to fuse the poisonous fog into an energy ball. Fortunately, the dungeon space was not very large, and the smell in the air soon became much lighter. At this time, the dungeon suddenly caught fire everywhere, and Luo Su smashed out a few boulders, and the two stood on the stones. But the dungeon space was closed, and the temperature quickly rose. Luo Su took out at least the mountain spring water in reserve from the space, and put out the fire in the dungeon. The air was filled with thick smoke, and she continued to use the space to absorb the smoke. If you have the guts, come out and fight face to face. What kind of hero is hiding? The situation of the enemy being in the dark, and me being in the light made Luo Su feel a little tricky. Hee, this is only the second wave of attack, and you are angry? Take it slowly, there will be more exciting things later. The Firefox chief laughed evilly, but still refused to show up. Long Zimo used a skill to attack the dungeon wall, immune to damage. The two could not find the flaw of the illusion for a while, and fell into a dilemma. Chapter 294. Luo Su calmed down and opened the map system. The structural map of the entire illusion was displayed in front of her. This was a closed space. There were no flaws in the walls and ceiling. Only on the ground in the center of the illusion, there was a tiny crack that was barely detectable. Otherwise, even if Luo Su had a sharp eye, she would not have found it. She whispered in Long Zimo's ear, "I think I found a flaw. Let me try." Long Zimo looked up at her, and her eyes were full of determination. "Okay, you try." Luo Su took out the Rubik's Cube and smashed it on the ground in the center of the dungeon. Bang! A colorful firework exploded on the ground. The whole dungeon shook. A message flashed through Luo Su's mind. The illusion was damaged by 50%. She did several experiments. The Rubik's Cube was immune to damage when smashed in other places. Only when it was smashed in the flaws could it be destroyed. Luo Su was happy and concentrated on smashing the floor. Bang! Half of the blood was damaged. Luo Su was speechless. What bad luck! Bang! Critical hit, instant kill. Luo Su was shocked. Direct instant kill. This was the first time she had a chance to kill instantly. The dark dungeon in front of her disappeared, and she and Long Zimo appeared in front of the rockery in the back mountain. The Firefox clan was all around them, and the two of them were surrounded. The Firefox clan leader, King Chiu, had just suffered the backlash of the illusion, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. He looked fierce and said angrily, "Kill them!" Long Zimo pulled up the firewall and protective shield, and the two disappeared. Luo Su locked onto the surrounding area of 1 kilometer and used a group attack skill directly. Super Harvest X10 combo. Firefox people below the king level were killed instantly. Luo Su's critical hit rate was as high as 60%, and no one could withstand it. The Firefox chief had just given the order and found that all his people and enemies had disappeared. He was immediately shocked. Where did you transfer all the people to? After asking, he suddenly thought of something. Is this also an illusion? Luo Su released Xiaobai and attacked the front line with molters. Attack! The Hill King dodged left and right and moved very fast. While running away, he transformed into 10 clones and attacked indiscriminately around him. Luo Su was not careful and was hit by a critical hit, which electrocuted 30,000 HP. The invisibility effect lost its effect. Cute baby bubble. Luo Su used the invisibility skill. She and Long Zimo looked at each other. Long Zimo nodded and rushed forward, while Luo Su looked for an opportunity to smash the Rubik's Cube from behind. Ice field. She laid an ice field under the feet of the Hill King, which actually froze his feet. Long Zimo made a virtual palm, and bang! Smashed it down. The Hill King was unharmed, only a pet was sacrificed. It turned out that his pet, the golden turtle, could resist a fatal injury for the master. This was equivalent to having an extra life. Luo Su's mouth curled up, and he must grab the golden turtle. Bang! Boom! Crackle! The skills of the two people and two beasts hit the Hill King. The Hill King lost half of his blood, and hurriedly released a rabbit phantom beast that could add blood. 2 against 1, he was at a disadvantage. He couldn't see the invisible enemy. He relied entirely on the energy sensing to determine the approximate location of the enemy. Of his 10 clones, there were still 4 left. One of them was not careful, and another firework exploded on his body. He was very afraid of this item. A normal critical hit could only drop tens of thousands at most, but this firework could instantly kill half of his health. The Hill King was very depressed. With so many clones, how did they distinguish the real from the fake? Every time, they specifically picked his real body to attack. When all his clones were destroyed, and he only had 1/3 of his health left, the Hill King got angry. He roared, and a raging fire ignited all over his body. He began to transform from a standing human to the original form of a fox. It was a big, sturdy fox with fiery red hair all over its body. The 5 fox tails behind it were dancing slightly, which was particularly conspicuous. Its eyes were full of murderous intent. With a strange cry, its body ran towards Luo Su at a very fast speed. Long Zimo was shocked. This fox actually went far away and past him, and attacked Luo Su directly. But he was doomed to miscalculate, because the invisibility immunity still lasted for 2 minutes. Long Zimo slapped it with a virtual palm, only breaking one of its fox tails, but it couldn't make it give up attacking the target. Swish! The fox body of the Hill King was like a ball of red flame, rushing towards Luo Su. Luo Su teleported away urgently. After avoiding this critical hit, the fox's ultimate move hit the rockery behind Luo Su. Bang! The rockery was instantly shattered, and a burn mark was left on the ground. Luo Su was shocked. This Firefox chief was really strong. He was fighting 2 enemies at once, and was still so brave. He was confident. Luo Su locked onto him and threw out a huge stone. Bang! The Hilt King had a strong sense of perception. With the fox's high agility and high speed, it was not easy to sneak attack him. The ice domain had just passed the cooling time, and Luo Su hurriedly sent out the ice domain to freeze it. But it seemed stronger in the fox form. This time, the ice domain could not freeze it. Long Zemo knew that Luo Su wanted to use the Rubik's Cube to build several firewalls to trap the Fire Fox chieftain. Luo Su hurriedly smashed the Rubik's Cube. Bang! A critical hit, and killed instantly. Luo Su was overjoyed. He was killed instantly. The moment the Fire Fox chieftain fell, a sharp scream was deafening. Ah, brother! Luo Su and Long Zemo looked up and saw the queen of the secret mystery palace rushing over with a group of subordinates. Chapter 295. The queen is also from the Fire Fox tribe. She only has 3 fox tails, but she is a first-class beauty. For some reason, Luo Su suddenly felt that she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and he felt a little sorry for her. Su, don't fall for her charm. Long Zemo reminded from the side. Luo Su came back to his senses, and couldn't help but marvel. What a powerful charm. Even her high mental strength was affected. She is in the glory level. Long Zemo said again. Queen Xiaofeng found that her charm skill had failed. Her eyes were fierce, and she said 3 words to the assassins around her. Kill without mercy. Luo Su looked at the people brought by the queen, all of whom were kings, and felt that there was no challenge. You deal with them, I clean up the scene. Compared to fighting, Luo Su prefers to pick up materials. Yeah. Long Zemo responded, took a step forward, and stood in front. Luo Su searched the backpack of the Fire Fox leader. You are worthy of being the clan leader. You have a lot of treasures. After collecting the items, Luo Su threw out all the corpses in the space. The queen was furious when she saw Luo Su still strolling leisurely. Helpless, all the men she brought with her had fallen. And she was no match for Long Zemo at all. Don't be too gentle with women. Luo Su added fuel to the fire. The queen was furious. She gave up Long Zemo and rushed to kill Luo Su. She picked the weak ones. The queen was a smart person. However, she miscalculated this time. Bang! A huge rock fell from the sky and suddenly hit her in front of her. She didn't break in time and was hit head-on. Bang! Luo Su took a breath. TSK, it hurts just to hear it. Looking at the queen walking out from behind the boulder with a red face and anger, Luo Su laughed dumbly. Ah, queen, why do you have horns? Long Zemo looked at this scene with a smile on his face. His wife was naughty again. I kill you. The queen was furious and rushed over with bloodshot eyes. Luo Su teleported several dozen meters away, turned back and smiled. Queen, stop shouting and killing, pay attention to Feng Yi. The queen threw out a prop, and with a bang, Luo Su's feet exploded. But a second ago, Luo Su had already dodged far away. Don't waste my props. Luo Su looked painful, and directly locked onto the queen, using a skill combo, 5 critical hits. Ding, kill the Fire Fox tribe, get 20,000 survival points, and a batch of supplies. Luo Su looked at the long list of items, and was a little surprised. I didn't expect the queen to bring so many things with her when she returned to her parents' home. Was she planning to run away? Long Zemo saw that she looked like a money grubber and reminded her, it's getting dark, let's find out where the entrance is? Yes, right away. Luo Su put away the items. Luo Su opened the map system, and didn't find any entrance hints. It seems that she could only browse the whole map. She and Long Zemo searched separately, but they didn't find any clues until it was dark. Luo Su and Long Zemo met in a quiet yard, and they rested for a while on the stone bench in the yard. Long Zemo, it seems that I have to come again tomorrow. Luo Su was somewhat helpless, yes. Suddenly, a dull roar came from the depths of the ancient well in the center of the yard. Both of them were startled and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They stared at the ancient well in the yard with its wellhead tightly sealed. It turned out to be hidden here. It's really a pain in the ass to find it. The two stood up to check the ancient well, and faintly felt a strong energy fluctuation coming from deep underground. At this time, someone sent Luo Su a star message. Captain, the king's dungeon has not been refreshed today. If you don't go now, you will waste your chance. Luo Su just remembered this. ZMO, since you have found the entrance, go back first. You haven't received today's dungeon and competition rewards yet. Long Zemo nodded, okay. Chapter 296. Luo Su and Long Zemo returned to the novice village, pulled Jiang Hao and Do Do into the group and entered the dungeon waiting hall. The other people from Jiuxing were waiting for her in the hall. There were not many people in the hall. In addition to the people from Jiuxing, there were 7 or 8 orcs. Boss Luo Su, can you take me with you? I will pay you. I don't want orange weapons. I just want survival points and points rewards. An orc took out a crystal clear jade and handed it to Luo Su. Luo Su knew that this was not an ordinary jade, but a forging material containing special energy, which could be used to make jewelry with attributes. This material is very rare. Luo Su's jewelry forging proficiency has not improved because the forging materials are too rare. Okay. Luo Su put away the fist-sized jade and pulled the man into the group. Others also followed this practice of paying for a group and took out supplies. Please take me to the dungeon. Please take me to the dungeon, big man. Some of these people took out gold, some took out meteorite iron, and some took out crystal ore, just asking Luo Su to take me to the dungeon. Luo Su saw that these materials were the forging materials she and Long Zimo needed, so she took them all. Anyway, the survival points and points rewards of the dungeon are fixed income, only the orange weapons are randomly distributed. She is the team leader, and has the right to set which people in the team cannot participate in the distribution. Luo Su's team has 8 more people, and the whole team has 20 people. She led the team into the dungeon. Her family of 3 are all supreme rank. This time, it only took 9 minutes to brush the dungeon hell mode. An orange weapon dropped, and Ling Chen picked it up. At this time, a dungeon system broadcast sounded in the hall. Congratulations to Luo Su's team, activating the new mode of the dungeon, the ultimate mode, and the whole team will be rewarded with an ultimate gift package. Everyone was surprised, especially the orcs who paid to join the group, who were even more excited. When they saw the generous rewards of the gift package, they all thanked. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Big Boss. Luo Su also opened it to check. Ultimate gift pack, 2 million survival points, 1,000 game points, 2 dungeon tickets, extra 2 dungeon entries. The people of 9 stars were also very excited. They broke the record again. Following the captain was really full of surprises. Jiang Hao said excitedly, "Great, with 2 more dungeon opportunities, let's play the ultimate mode now." Luo Su planned to use the remaining dungeon opportunity, plus the 2 bonuses from the gift pack, a total of 3 dungeon opportunities, all for the ultimate mode. This is a brand new mode, and no one knows how difficult it is. Everyone stops at the entrance and adds skills to each other. Jiang Hao, you help keep an eye on Daodu in the back. After Luo Su finished his instructions, he rushed forward with Long Zimo. The difficulty of the ultimate mode is much more difficult than the hell mode. The monsters and elites are all glory level monsters. The most difficult ones are the last 3 bosses. Long Zimo and the 2 little turtles fight 1 monster each, and the elf girl and another orc are both doctors, so they can barely resist the boss. 20 teammates plus 4 pets, everyone concentrated their attacks and defeated them one by one, plus Daodu's stealth skills and blood recovery skills. The clearance was safe, but it took a little time, 40 minutes in total. The clearance rewards are very rich. Each person gets a fixed survival point of 3 million, game points of 2,000 points, and 3 orange equipment dropped, which are randomly distributed. The orange equipment is all protective gear, and everyone gave it to Luo Su to distribute. Luo Su put it on Daodu, because you can't enter the special space in the dungeon, safety first. After the experience of clearing the level, the second dungeon was faster, and it took only 34 minutes to clear the level. This time, 3 more orange equipment, 2 armors, and 1 weapon were dropped. The weapon was given to the elf girl, and the 2 armors were given to Daodu, making a total of 5 pieces of equipment and activating the suit. 3 ultimate modes dropped a total of 9 orange equipment, plus the 1 in the previous hell mode. Luo Su's team got a total of 10 orange equipment today. It is comparable to the rate of other teams in a month. The 8 orcs felt that there was no other team like this in the world, so they wanted to hold on tightly. Thank you, big brother. Can you add me as a friend and continue to lead us to the dungeon tomorrow? Yes, big brother, please add me as a friend, and we will pay to join the group every day, okay? Luo Su said, you don't need to add a friend. We will gather in the southeast corner of the hall every day. The time is not fixed. If we happen to meet, I will lead you to brush. In order to happen to meet, the 8 orcs entered the dungeon hall and waited before dawn every day. Therefore, for half a month, they successfully ran into Luo Su's team and continued to pay to join the group to play dungeons. The news spread quickly, and many people wanted to pay to join the group. Unfortunately, the ultimate mode team can only have 30 people at most, and the positions are limited, so the price was once very high. Luo Su and Long Zimo therefore had a lot of forging materials, and the production and forging level reached the primary level. To break through to the intermediate forging, 5,000 proficiency is required. Therefore, in addition to playing dungeons and playing competitions every day, Luo Su and Long Zimo practice forging proficiency. Occasionally, they can randomly create a few purple fine equipment, although the attributes are not as good as orange weapons, but it is also very rare. The equipment of the novice village team is constantly improving, and the combat power is constantly improving. As time goes by, in addition to brushing the Blue Star dungeon every day, they also go to the border to fight mutant creatures. More than a dozen people in the novice village have all been promoted to the diamond level. A month later, there are no mutant creatures within a few hundred kilometers outside the border, and they continue to go to the border of the neighboring country to fight monsters. So far, except for the part of China that has moved back to Blue Star, the other dozen countries have not moved back, so there are still a large number of mutant creatures in most areas of the entire Blue Star. People from the Blue Star base camp and Crouching Tiger also formed a group to return to Blue Star to kill mutant creatures. Others from the 9 stars also wanted to bring a group over, but were rejected by the people from the Blue Star base camp. When fighting the aliens, Blue Star asked for help from other stars, but they chose to stand aside, so now they have no chance to upgrade the Blue Star jungle. After Luo Su was upgraded to the supreme rank, her special space area expanded to 500 kilometers. What's more interesting is that she can use the special space to move the entire building and the land. Therefore, a series of strange things happened on various first-level planets. Not only the portals disappeared, but also the houses disappeared. In some wealthy villas, the swimming pool disappeared today, and the garden courtyard disappeared tomorrow. This matter was spread all over the first-level interstellar network, and it was classified as a supernatural event. Some people also said that it was done by people from the advanced planets. Their survivors wanted to revive the mother planet, so they stole resources everywhere. When the members of Sunlong returned to Blue Star, they were all dazzled. Their Blue Star headquarters base is even more magnificent than the palace. The family residential area is the standard of a wealthy villa. There are special cars to pick you up every day. This treatment is simply too comfortable. Everyone is proud to be a member of Sunlong. More people want to join Sunlong. However, the threshold of Sunlong is also very high. Unless you are gifted, it is difficult to get in. However, with Jiang Hao's efforts, the Crouching Tiger organization was successfully merged into the Sunlong organization, and the elite personnel were reassigned to positions, which made the Crouching Tiger people feel very honored. Chapter 297. Jiang Hao was drinking tea in his new office at the new headquarters of Sunlong when 2 of his old subordinates came in. Jiang Hao saw that they looked a little strange and asked, "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "I'm sorry, boss, we misunderstood you before." "Yes, we thought you had abandoned us. I didn't expect you to go into the tiger's den alone, endure hardships, and seek development for our organization. You are so farsighted." Jiang Hao jumped up and cursed at his 2 deputies. "What do you mean by entering a tiger's den? Can you speak? Don't talk nonsense in the future, or I blame you for being rude." The 2 deputies blushed with shame. "Yes, sorry, boss, we didn't mean that. We just wanted to express gratitude." Yes, we are all rough people and can't speak." "Don't be angry, boss." Jiang Hao pointed at them, his mouth dry with anger, picked up a cup of tea, drank it all in one gulp, and then waved to the 2 men. The 2 looked at each other, and moved closer without knowing why. Jiang Hao whispered to them, "Don't call me boss anymore. There are only 2 bosses in Sunlong, Luo Su and Long Zimo. You can come to me for tea and chat in the future, but don't have those messy thoughts, understand?" The 2 nodded. They finally understood that their boss really wanted to join the Sunlong family, so that they could develop in Sunlong with peace of mind. It has been a month since the last upgrade of the Blue Star copy, and Luo Su's points have increased to more than 300 million. She spent 200 million points to upgrade the dungeon to level A, and the difficulty of the dungeon increased to Hell mode. Dungeon name, Hidden Dragon Dungeon. Dungeon owner, Luo Su. Dungeon level, level A. Dungeon ticket, 2 points/person for simple mode. 5 points/person for difficult mode. 10 points/person for Hell mode. Dungeon upgrade conditions. 500 million game points Hell mode. The clearance reward is 1 million survival points, 50 game points, and purple equipment is randomly dropped. The appearance of the dungeon Hell mode has made all the 9-star countries crazy, especially since the upper limit of the dungeon capacity has increased tenfold. The daily 2 million survival points, And 100 points of copy income will create a large number of King Masters, and the overall combat power of the 9 stars will also be improved to a higher level. Luo Su handed over the 100 fantasy beasts in the novice village to Du Yifan, who will distribute them to the elites in the organization. Even some crouching tiger elites, who just joined Songlong, received a battle pet. They thought they would be excluded in Songlong, but they didn't expect it to be so fair. In this big family, as long as you have good comprehensive qualities and abilities, you will be appreciated, and everyone feels that the future is bright. After the Blue Star Dungeon opened the Hell mode, everyone upgraded quickly. Half a month later, more than a dozen people in the Novice Village, and some high-level elites in the Hidden Dragon headquarters all reached the full diamond level. Everyone is going to rush to the King's Road. This promotion dungeon is very thrilling. If you are not careful, you will not be able to get out. The Hidden Dragon headquarters temporarily opened a training class for the promotion strategy to the king. Luo Su and Jiang Hao shared their experience and precautions. The Novice Village and the Hidden Dragon headquarters formed a team of 30 people to enter the King's Road. Their team has 2 doctors, Suimo and Xiaoya, as well as a large number of life-saving potions and full-body equipment bonuses. Finally, they all passed the King's promotion experience without any danger. The number of Blue Star Kings increased suddenly. Luo Su and Long Zimo led the team to play the ultimate mode separately. Luo Su, Do Do, and Jiang Hao formed a team with the Blue Star rookies. Long Zimo led Yiguqing and other 9-star veterans to form another team. After playing for more than a month, they all advanced to the glory rank and had basically gathered orange equipment. Everyone was strong enough to play in the Hell mode and clear it in an hour. On this day, Luo Su had nothing to do, so he called the system customer service. Customer service, are there any glory dungeons? Where can players of the glory rank level up? Customer service 748. There are no glory dungeons. The monsters in the ultimate mode of the King Dungeon are all glory level, suitable for glory players to level up. Luo Su was speechless and asked another question. Where do supreme players go to train? Customer service 748. The Wasteland Planet. Luo Su was surprised and tried again. Where do you enter the Wasteland Planet? Customer service 748. Sorry, I can only answer 3 questions for you every day. I wish you a happy life and goodbye. The customer service is offline. Luo Su, Although I was a little depressed, I asked again as Daodu and got an ambiguous answer. Customer service 750. The entrance to the Wasteland Planet is not fixed. It changes position every once in a while. Players can only find it by themselves. Luo Su told Long Zimo this result. Long Zimo was surprised. The two of them immediately teleported to the small courtyard of the Firefox clan and checked it out. Luo Su, fortunately, the entrance is still here. It seems that we have to prepare as soon as possible in case the position changes, and we have to find it again. Long Zimo, well, we will prepare tonight and go in to explore tomorrow. Chapter 298. Luo Su called all the players in the village to hold an emergency meeting and asked everyone to help take care of the elderly and children. Just as they were about to leave, Jiang Hao came over to say hello. Are you really going? Luo Su nodded and said, yes, we finally found the entrance. Let's go check it out first. Jiang Hao handed her 2 props, then be careful. Luo Su didn't bother to be polite and took them directly. These were 2 life-saving props, and it was estimated that they cost hundreds of thousands of points. Luo Su didn't lack these points, but it was not easy to let down a friend's kindness. She gave Jiang Hao a heavenly fantasy beast, the Flame Tiger, which she got from Dragon Star Lord. Jiang Hao liked the Flame Tiger very much because of its majestic appearance and high aptitude. He released the contract with the 3rd ordinary fantasy beast, and made the Flame Tiger his main battle pet. Luo Su, here are 2 boxes of advanced medicines. You must be careful. Xiaoya handed Luo Su 2 medicine boxes. Luo Su took it. This advanced medicine contained blood-recovering medicine and antidote. Each blood-recovering medicine could instantly restore 50,000 blood, which was very useful at critical moments. Thank you, Xiaoya. Luo Su thanked. Everyone was worried after watching the 2 leave. The legends about the Wasteland Planet on the internet were too mysterious. Luo Su and Long Zimo came to the ancient well of the Firefox clan, formed a team, and added buffs to each other. They also released 2 battle pets, Xiaobai and Xiaogui. Are you ready? Long Zimo stretched out his hand, and prepared to open the cover of the ancient well. Open it, Luo Su said. Long Zimo opened the seal, and with the violent vibration of the ground, boom. With a sound, a stream of black energy rushed straight into the sky. Luo Su and Long Zimo retreated more than 10 meters at a high speed, but were still hit by the black energy and their bodies entered a poisoned state, losing 2,000 blood per second. The two hurriedly activated the antidote. Luo Su was a little worried. They had not even started yet, and they had already used 2 bottles of antidote so quickly. The aftermath of the black energy lasted for about a minute before it stopped. The sky was quickly covered with a layer of black clouds, and it looked like it was going to rain. It looks like it's going to rain. We have to leave as soon as possible, Long Zimo said. The two of them looked at a ladder extending down from the well, which looked a bit rusty. For safety reasons, Luo Su put 2 escape ropes on the cement bench in the yard, and she and Long Zimo each put one on their bodies and buckled it. Long Zimo went down first, and Luo Su followed closely. The two of them walked down the iron ladder from the well mouth, but they had walked for more than half an hour and had not reached the bottom. This was a dry well, there was no water underneath, it was bottomless, and all kinds of terrifying noises were heard from time to time. Those sounds echoed in the well, sometimes near, sometimes far away, like a dream, making people feel cold. Long Zimo sent out a protective shield to block most of the sounds. Su, concentrate and don't be disturbed by those sounds. This is the border between 2 domains, and the magnetic field is a bit chaotic. Long Zimo reminded Luo Su. Well, I know. In fact, Luo Su was scared. She was not afraid of strong enemies, but she was afraid of those unclean things that could not be seen or touched. As the two walked, the light suddenly changed, and their bodies became cold. They appeared under the water, and it was pitch black around them. Woo-woo. Luo Su was caught off guard and choked. Long Zimo pulled her hand and pushed hard. When the two were almost out of breath, they finally floated to the surface. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. The two coughed violently for a long time before they recovered. It was pitch black all around, and a blood-red moon in the sky half showed its face from the thick dark clouds, emitting a dim red moonlight that could not illuminate the ground. Luo Su was surprised that it was night here. They seemed to be in a river. The surrounding mountains were rolling, as if huge beasts were dormant there. The water is cold, let's go ashore first, can you still swim? Long Zimo's magnetic voice entered her ears, giving her a sense of security. She pulled the escape rope on her body, and it had broken at some point, leaving only a short section. The escape rope is broken, Luo Su said. Long Zimo said, I also found out, I guess the rope broke unconsciously when we crossed the border. Long Zimo said, pulling her to the shore. Not long after swimming, Long Zimo suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Luo Su was puzzled, looking up at the shore, only to see dense red lanterns hanging on both sides of the shore. Her scalp tingled. What is that? I don't know, light a small fire and see. Long Zimo released the molters. Beep. The molter's crisp cry broke the silence. The blazing flames around it, like a moving torch, illuminated the scene on the shore. The shore was densely packed with unknown one-eyed monsters. It was a horse-like creature with a reddish-brown skin, only one eye and nose on its face, and no mouth. But their heads were covered with comb-like sharp horns. The flamingo flew low along the shore, and was killed instantly by a group attack after only flying a dozen meters. Luo Su opened his fire eyes, and his scalp went numb. ZMO, those monsters are all supreme level. Chapter 299. Long Zimo's heart tightened, and he said, we have to find a way to get ashore now. The water may not be safe. Wait, I try to look at the map. Luo Su activated the map system. A map of 3 kilometers appeared in front of her. They were in a small river, surrounded by mountains. There was a red circle 2 kilometers downstream of the river. The map is surrounded by mountains, and the upstream area is dark, and nothing can be seen clearly. There is a red circle 2 kilometers downstream. I don't know what it means. Luo Su told Long Zimo the information he saw on the map. Just then, there was a splashing sound in the water. The two of them secretly thought it was not good. Long Zimo said hurriedly, Go, there is something in the water. Release the little turtles to block for a while, I will release the speedboat. As Luo Su said, they both released the little turtles. Long Zimo pulled up 10 layers of firewalls at the back, and put on protective shields for the two. The 2 little turtles rushed in front, and they didn't expect them to move so fast in the water. Long Zimo hadn't seen what the monster was in the water, and the 2 little turtles had already attracted hatred. Domain destruction. He used his ultimate move, Illusion Domain, but couldn't trap the monster. It seemed that the monster was stronger than him. At this time, he received a system prompt. Ding, your pet little turtle has been killed and entered the week period. Countdown 23 hours, 59 minutes and 55 seconds. Zemo, get on the boat. Luo Su shouted on the speedboat. Long Zemo turned around and swam towards the speedboat. Luo Su also received a system prompt that her little turtle had also died in battle. She hurriedly spread out an ice field. She released Xiaobai, and a thunderstorm and ice storm blasted forward with her skills. Boom! Crackle! The thick lightning split the darkness and reflected a white light. With the help of the dense lightning, Luo Su saw a monster lying on a stone exposed above the water, and its long tail slapped the water surface. It was a mutant lizard with an orange body, a fish-like face, but 2 straight horns on its head, and thick orange scales all over its body. A row of spikes on its back extended all the way to the tail. With the help of his golden eyes, Luo Su saw the information of the monster above its head. Mutated Dragon Lizard. A supreme monster with dual water and ground attacks. Features: high attack and high defense. Weakness: fear of fire. Xiao Bai and Luo Su's skills only resisted for more than 10 seconds, and the mutant dragon lizard attacked with water, and Long Zemo's firewall was shattered. The aftermath was still very powerful, and the speedboat was shaken violently and almost fell apart. Luo Su and Long Zemo both lost 1/5 of their blood, and Xiao Bai almost died. Fortunately, Long Zemo had already climbed onto the speedboat. The speedboat has a night mode. Long Zemo started the speedboat and drove downstream quickly. Luo Su put Xiao Bai away and released the little firebird. The monster's weakness is that it is afraid of fire. Long Zemo's firebird had been sacrificed just now, so she could only rely on her little firebird. As soon as the little firebird came out, it sprayed and flew quickly towards the monster, and the firelight illuminated a large area of the river. The mutant dragon lizard saw the firebird, and with a plop, it jumped into the water and disappeared. Luo Su called back the little firebird and let it fly in front of the speedboat to lead the way. The roar of the speedboat disturbed the monsters that were dormant at night. More monsters gathered on both sides of the river, staring at the ignorant intruder in the middle of the river. The monsters followed the light in the river and chased along the shore. Luo Su was anxious. Zemo, there are more and more monsters on the shore. If this continues, we can't get ashore even if we reach the downstream. Chapter 300. Luo Su activated the range attack, targeting all monsters within 1 kilometer. Super Harvest. Dense green damage values floated on both sides of the shore. -5,000, -7,000, -6,000. Monsters with different attributes have different damages, and all damage values do not exceed 10,000. Just now, when she and Long Zemo were hit by the mutant dragon lizard, they lost more than 50,000 blood. Zemo, the monsters here have high defense. Luo Su said. Well, we have to find a way to get rid of these monsters. Long Zemo frowned. I do have a flying machine in my space, but it also needs a piece of open space and enough time to enter the cabin to activate it. Luo Su said. At this time, the surrounding water was gurgling. Long Zemo's eyes tightened and he sped up. Oh no, there are a lot of monsters chasing us in the water. Luo Su activated the group attack skill combo, and a lot of damage values appeared on the water surface, -9,000, -8,000. The damage in the water is higher. Luo Su spread an ice field behind the speedboat, and then used the group attack skill to attack. Super Harvest X10. Ding, group kill the supreme mutant fish, gain 500,000 survival points, 5 immunity points. Ding, group kill the supreme alien rat, gain 400,000 survival points, for immunity points. Immunity value. Luo Su didn't know what this immunity value was for, but she found that stacking the group attack 10 times could kill the monster instantly. There were fewer monsters in the water, and she continued to group attack the monsters, and the flamingo kept bombarding the shore with fireballs. The dense fireballs ignited the dry grass and plants on the shore. For a moment, the shore was ablaze, scaring away many monsters. Xiaohua, set a few fires on this shore as well. Those monsters are afraid of fire. Luo Su gave Xiaohua an order. Soon, both banks were ablaze. There were no more monsters chasing on the shore, but Xiaohua continued to blast fireballs with pleasure, and the fire spread all the way downstream. This section of the river was several times wider than before, and the shore was ablaze with fire, but no frightened monsters ran out. Luo Su felt something was wrong. Zemo, don't you think it's too quiet here? There's no monster on the shore, and even the monsters in the water are no longer chasing us. Why? Luo Su expressed her doubts. There are some things wrong. Long Zemo slowed down, and the speedboat slowly moved forward on the open river. Luo Su opened the map to see how far away the red circle was from the downstream. She really hoped that the red circle was a shelter, so that they could hide safely until dawn. But she found that the red circle on the map had changed its position. When she looked at the map before, the red circle was on a piece of land on the south bank of the downstream, some distance from the river. But now the map shows that the red circle is in the river, and very close to them. She hurriedly called Long Zimo. Zimo, stop, there is something wrong with the river ahead. Let's go ashore and check. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sudden bang, and the speedboat was knocked away. She and Long Zimo were thrown into the air. In a hurry, she activated the invisibility skill. Cute baby bubble. After becoming invisible, her body seemed to float up as light as a feather. As long as she kept moving sideways, she would not fall into the water. She looked down and saw the speedboat that was smashed to pieces, with only a few thin pieces of iron left, slowly sinking. She was circled back and forth in fear. Long Zimo was also using instant movement like her, and was floating towards the shore. Roar. A thunderous roar shook the earth, as if an angry god or demon was shocking the ignorant intruder. With a plop sound, a huge red fish jumped out of the water. It opened its mouth and a ball of stuff came out, like a transparent fishing net, wrapping Xiaohua and flying into its mouth. Luosu moved her mind and collected Xiaohua. She turned around and teleported to the shore, landing gently beside Long Zimo. That should be a boss. Long Zimo stared at the giant monster that was constantly churning in the river and said. The surface of the giant monster emitted a layer of light, and its body outline could be vaguely seen in the dark. Luosu took out the Rubik's Cube and smashed it. During the flight, the Rubik's Cube emitted colorful lights, attracting the attention of the giant monster. It opened its huge mouth, swallowed the Rubik's Cube in one gulp, and then plunged into the water. There was no warning of any damage. Luosu was dumbfounded. Ah! The Rubik's Cube was eaten by it. Long Zimo was surprised. She thought about retrieving the Rubik's Cube, but there was no response. Emma, this time I lost a lot. This time, the monster was unharmed and compensated her with the most lethal prop. There are still more than 2 minutes of invisibility. It is too dark at night to see the monster clearly. I can only learn some information about the monster through the fire eyes and golden pupils. Wild elite mutated red carp. Monster information, amphibian monster, characteristics, unknown, weaknesses, unknown. Unknown? Is the level of the fire eyes and golden pupils not enough? She opened the skill panel and upgraded the fire eyes and golden pupils to this level, spending 5 million survival points. When she looked at the monster in the river again, the information was displayed. Monster information, amphibian monster features, good at perception, mental attack. Weakness, after going crazy, defense decreases. ZMO, the visibility is poor at night, and we don't know the illusions around us. Why don't we find a place to rest first, and try to kill it in the morning? Luosu said. What if it runs away? Long Zimo asked. Luosu said, I have its location on the map, it can't run away. Okay. Long Zimo nodded. Chapter 301. Luosu took out 2 flashlights, gave one to Long Zimo, and led Xiaobai out to explore the way ahead. The two walked along the shore for more than 100 meters, and there was no road. There was a cliff in front. On this wasteland planet, there was no way back to the novice village. They could only find a place to spend the night nearby. There was a tent in Luosu's space, but they had to find a relatively safe place. It was definitely not safe to camp on the shore. Su, look up. This cliff is not high. Let's climb up and take a look. Maybe there is a place to stay on it. Long Zimo's flashlight was shining on the top of the cliff. Luosu looked up and saw that the cliff was about 10 meters high and far away from the water. It was so steep that it was difficult for ordinary monsters to climb up. Okay, let's go up. Luosu took out the rock climbing equipment and the helmet with a night light from the space. The two climbed up slowly. There was a flat area the size of a basketball court on the top of the cliff, and there was a higher mountain behind the cliff. Luosu used the flashlight to look around and found that the platform on the cliff was more than enough to place the aircraft. Let's put the spaceship here and spend the night on it tonight. That's the best. It's safer than setting up a tent and can also protect against snakes, insects, and ants. Long Zimo agreed. Luosu put the spaceship out, and the two of them got on the spaceship and closed the hatch. Long Zimo turned on the dual circulation air conditioning system and started the spaceship security system, adjusting the alarm system to the highest level. The night light monitoring screen appeared on the screen, and the range within 5 meters outside the spaceship was 360 degrees without blind spots, and all were monitored in place. When the spacecraft is at the highest security level, it is very concealed, and even in such a dark night, no light can be seen. After ensuring the safety of the spacecraft, Long Zimo finally felt relieved and turned to the lounge, where he saw Luo Su making the bed. Luo Su turned around and saw Long Zi leaning against the door and looking at her. Luo Su made the bed, took out 2 sets of pajamas, slippers, toiletries, and some food. Said, "If you are hungry, eat something first. I take a hot bath. Let's take a bath together." Long Zimo smiled wickedly. "It's unlikely, the bathroom is a bit small." Luo Su pretended not to understand what he meant, and slipped into the bathroom with her pajamas. This round was so tense that she was too exhausted, and she just wanted to have a good sleep. After taking a shower, she came out in a beige pajamas, with her long hair just blown dry draped over her shoulders, and she looked very soft and beautiful. Long Zimo looked at her blushing cheeks, and his heartbeat accelerated a little. He handed her the freshly heated milk in his hand. "Drink some milk before going to bed to replenish energy. I'm going to take a shower, wait for me." After drinking the milk, Luo Su lay down for a while, and then she felt sleepy and fell asleep quickly with her eyes closed. But she was awakened by Long Zimo's passion soon after. The two of them were intimate for a while before they fell into a deep sleep. It was a dreamless night. When Luo Su woke up in the morning, Long Zimo was not beside her pillow. She jumped out of bed and ran out of the room, and found Long Zimo staring in the cab. "What? Is there something going on? Look here." Long Zimo enlarged 2 of the surveillance screens. The screen showed the bodies of 2 monsters, who looked like they had been dead for several hours, and the blood on the ground was coagulated. Luo Su was surprised. "There are monsters on this cliff. How did they die?" Long Zimo said, "The spacecraft's security system has silent shooting, but the alarm system seems to be broken. The 2 monsters were so close, but the alarm system didn't sound last night." Luo Su asked, "The alarm system is broken? Can you fix it?" Long Zimo shook his head. "No, I just learned from Yang Tian and the others for a week, and I can only drive." "It doesn't matter, we just need to be more careful next time," Luo Su said. "Let's have breakfast first, then go out and have a look, so that we won't be too busy to eat." Luo Su took out a bunch of breakfast food. She simply washed up and sat at the dining table to have breakfast with Long Zimo. "What are your plans for today?" Long Zimo asked after taking a bite of the hot pancake. Luo Su thought for a moment and said, "Let's check the situation on the top of the cliff first to eliminate the danger. If we can't find a better place to stay, we will have to stay on this cliff tonight." The 2 hurriedly finished their breakfast, and then slowly opened the hatch after getting ready. They carefully let Xiao Niu and Xiao Bai out, and when they found nothing unusual, they came out. Checked the 2 monster corpses. The monster looked like a wolf, but it had a pair of big wings on its back. Long Zimo, "I guess these 2 monsters flew up to the cliff last night with their big wings. It seems that this wasteland planet is full of dangers, so we should be careful in the future." Luo Su was a little worried. "But now we can't go back, because we haven't found the way back yet. The ancient well is useless, and the entrance location has been refreshed and is random. Luo Su, I don't know how big this wasteland planet is. We have to explore and find the way back." Long Zimo, "Okay." Luo Su activated his fire eyes and checked the 2 corpses. The monsters were dead, but he couldn't see the monster information. "Let's drive the spaceship directly to find the elite monster last night and get the magic cube back," Luo Su said, opening the map to check. The red circle returned to its original position on the land on the south bank of the river. The 2 returned to the cabin, and Long Zimo drove the spaceship slowly to the direction that Luo Su had surpassed. But just after the spaceship flew 100 meters away, it suddenly, bang, was attacked. The spaceship shook. Luo Su was shocked. "What's going on?" Long Zimo checked the surrounding surveillance, and saw that there was a huge flying bird hovering above the spaceship. Long Zimo accelerated and flew away quickly, while the giant bird chased after him. The spaceship surpassed the position of the red circle on the map, but Long Zimo did not dare to stop. "Emma, are the monsters here so fierce? They even attack flying machines." Chapter 302. Long Zimo tried the attack mode on the control panel. Lock on the target, and click to shoot. Chirp chirp. The giant bird was hit by the bullet, and its body shook, but it was not repelled, but became more courageous. It flew high quickly, and then dived down. Luo Su said, "Zimo, you drive the spaceship and pay attention to avoid its collision. I will attack her." "Okay, I let the flame bird assist you," Long Zimo said, and released the flame bird. Before setting off in the morning, they had used potions to restore all their pets to their best condition. Long Zimo accelerated his flight and began to fly in circles. He also adjusted the upper cabin to a 180-degree panoramic state, and the outer shell became a transparent shell. The defense would be reduced, but it would be more convenient for Luo Su to attack. Luo Su also released a small fire. Compared with the giant bird, the flame bird was several times smaller, but the flame bird was not afraid at all. The two flame birds rushed forward bravely, attacking from both sides to interfere with the giant bird. Luo Su used his fiery eyes to check, and the monster information of the giant bird was displayed. Supreme Elite Mutated Thunderbird. Monster information. Supreme Level Giant Bird Monster features. Good at air combat, with lightning damage. Weakness, unknown. Luo Su locked the Mutated Thunderbird and activated the range attack. Super Harvest X10 Combo. The Mutated Thunderbird is really good at air combat, and it keeps changing its position every time it is attacked. It launches a lightning strike every 2 minutes. This caused severe interference to some functions of the spacecraft. It would occasionally dive down and use its huge and hard beak to beak hard at the outer shell of the spacecraft. With a bang, the transparent outer shell of the spacecraft did not crack, but its impact caused the spacecraft to shake a few times. For it, the spacecraft invaded its territory, and the airspace within a radius of 10 kilometers was its territory. Luo Su continued to combo with skills. The mutant Thunderbird's head was also constantly floating green. Minus 6,000, minus 6,000, minus 30,000 critical hits. After half an hour, the mutant Thunderbird was finally killed, but the price was also quite high. 2 flame birds died in the battle, and the spacecraft was also severely damaged. Some of the spaceship's defense systems failed, so the hull could only be transparent in the upper half of the cabin, so it couldn't be completely hidden at night. The transparent hull would let light in when the lights were on. However, the mutant Thunderbird was a Supreme Elite, and the reward was good: 1 million survival points, 100 immunity, and lightning fusion skills, battle pet fusion skills, 1 book. Luo Su gave the lightning fusion skills to the battle pet Chihuahua. Now when her Moltres attacks with the fireball skill, it has lightning damage effect, which is much higher. She infinitely fused the corpse of the mutant Thunderbird into space. Last time on the Fantasy Beast Island, she fused the corpse of the Heavenly Grade Barbarian Bull and obtained Fantasy Beast Essence, which can upgrade and strengthen the battle pet. This time she fused the Supreme Elite Monster. I don't know what will come out. The fusion time will take 10 minutes. Long Zimo found a hidden place and stopped the spaceship to rest. The Supreme Elite is too powerful. If we encounter this kind of air combat elite monster again, our spaceship will probably fall apart. Long Zimo said. Well, try to avoid it. Next time you encounter it, just run away. We have an advantage against ground monsters. Luo Su said. After all, ground monsters can throw energy balls and stones, which gives them more attack methods. Luo Su used all the remaining 7 million survival points to upgrade Chihuahua's level, and finally upgraded Chihuahua from the initial stage of King to the initial stage of Glory, 1 level away from the Supreme. She also used points to exchange for a large number of battle pet potions, which can eliminate the weakness of dead battle pets, equivalent to resurrection potions. Now the battle pet's level can't keep up, and it's easy to be killed when fighting against the Supreme Monster, so the consumption of Resurrection Potion is very large. She gave half of the Resurrection Potion to Long Zimo. Long Zimo used all his survival points to upgrade the turtle. Its turtle's anti-injury skill reached 100% anti-injury. The more serious the injury, the greater the anti-injury. After the two rested, they reactivated the spaceship and drove towards the red circle. 10 minutes later. Here we are, here it is. Luo Su looked at the map and hurriedly called a stop. Long Zimo stopped the spaceship and kept it at a height of 100 meters. Not far in front of them, the wild elite mutant red carp was lying in a swamp motionless. What is it doing? Long Zimo was puzzled. Luo Su thought for a while and said, I don't know, could this swamp be its nest? Long Zimo was about to bring the spaceship closer when the mutant red carp started to move. It fluttered a few times, and there were more red balls under its body. Luo Su's eyes saw the information. Mutated red carp eggs are rich in nutrients and special energy, and can be used as food for fantasy beasts. Luo Su was surprised. Ah, those red balls are fish eggs. This elite fish monster is laying eggs. Luo Su used remote storage to collect all the fish eggs. There were hundreds of them. She tried it, and the little turtle loved it very much. After it ate 4 or 5 fish eggs, it actually strengthened by 1 level. Luo Su was overjoyed and gave some of the fish eggs to Long Zimo. The little turtle loves to eat this fish egg, it can strengthen the battle pet. Long Zimo was surprised. Is there such a use? He also fed the turtle, and soon his turtle was also strengthened by 1 level. Luo Su said again, this fish egg is similar to Fantasy Beast Essence. Both can strengthen combat pets. It would be great if this mutant red carp could be caught and raised in a novice village. Unfortunately, on the wasteland planet, special space is disabled. Chapter 303. Long Zimo fed all 50 red carp eggs to the little turtle, and the little turtle's strength improved a lot. After eating 50 red carp eggs, the little turtle strengthened by 5 levels, and its combat power improved a lot. Long Zimo said, his face could not hide the joy. I give you all the remaining fish eggs. The little turtle is a meat shield, can attract hatred, and can 100% counterattack. It is very important to the whole team. Luo Su said, and gave all the fish eggs in the space backpack to Long Zimo. Luo Su also collected the 20 or 30 fish eggs that the mutant red carp had just laid. After Long Zimo's turtle ate all the red carp eggs, it was strengthened to level 9. They didn't start attacking until the mutant red carp lay there motionless, and no new eggs came out. Long Zimo locked the monster with the spacecraft's attack system and activated the laser bullet. A strong red light shone on the mutant red carp. With a whoosh sound, the laser bullet and Luo Su's group attack skills hit the mutant red carp almost at the same time. It caused huge damage, knocking off a quarter of its health. Roar. The mutant red carp roared, fluttered up, and swam quickly towards the creek. It's going to run away. Luo Su quickly launched a skill combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. Long Zimo started the spaceship to chase it, sweeping all the way to the ground. The laser bullets will be used for 5 minutes. When the mutant red carp arrived at the river, it still had half of its health. Plop. It jumped into the water, dived into the riverbed, and disappeared. The river surface was dyed red. Long Zimo circled the spaceship for a long time, but the mutant red carp did not show up again. What a pity, it ran away. Long Zimo felt a little regretful. Let's go fight other monsters, Luo Su said. Long Zimo looked at the fuel consumption meter and said, we can't drive the spaceship to fight wild monsters. The fuel consumption is very high. The spaceship will be kept for overnight and critical moments. Luo Su said, I still have 5 barrels of fuel in my space. That can't be wasted. We just came here, and are still on the outskirts of the wasteland planet. We don't know what kind of danger we will encounter if we go deeper. I don't know how long we will stay here. We need a spaceship to spend the night. Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded, that's right, this planet is a wild area. It's basically impossible to get fuel. Let's find a more secluded place, and go down to the ground to fight the supreme monsters. As long as you are not an elite monster, it will be fine. After the two of them reached an agreement, they found a secluded valley and landed quietly. They all put on jungle marching suits and got off the spaceship. Luo Su put the spaceship into the space. Long Zimo released the turtle and added the anti-injury status. Luo Su took Xiaobai to fight, and the two of them and the two beasts quietly crossed the valley. Just now, they saw the traces of wild monsters here on the spaceship. Luo Su locked the surrounding 50 meters and launched a group attack. Such a small range attack would not attract too many monsters. Super Harvest X10 combo. Boom boom. Crackle. Luo Su and Xiaobai's skills bombarded out intensively. Long Zimo added a protective shield and also launched an attack. Ding! Group killed a supreme level alien tree cat, obtained 300,000 survival points, 3 points of immunity, and 3 pieces of alien skin. Luo Su checked the appearance of the alien tree cat. This is a wild cat with a body similar to a young tiger, but with 3 fox tails. This beast that looks like a tiger, a cat, and a fox actually drops materials for making second-level armor. The two sneak for a distance and continue to use range group attacks. This time Luo Su chose a range of 100 meters. Ding! Group kills supreme-level beasts, obtains 800,000 survival points, 8 immunity points, and 8 beast skins. Luo Su gave all the survival points to Xiaobai to upgrade. Xiaobai is still at the 9th level of the king, and is still 2 levels away from the same level as the supreme. Xiaohua was at a higher level, but in the jungle, Luo Su did not dare to use molters, fearing that it would cause a forest fire and trap himself. Moreover, the monsters killed by the fire were indirectly killed, and there was no reward. Luo Su and Long Zimo, 2 people and 2 beasts, killed wild monsters in the jungle for 4 hours. Her immunity value increased by more than 3,000 points, and Xiaobai also broke through twice, reaching the same level as the Supreme. Xiaobai's body became larger and larger. As big as an adult tiger, his eyes became sharper, and his two front claws were as sharp as knives. The thick wolf hair on his body was shiny and glossy, and he looked like a wolf warrior. Awoo! With a roar, the surrounding Supreme beasts dared not approach. In addition, Luozu infinitely fused Supreme Elites and wild monster corpses along the way, constantly obtaining Phantom Beast Essence, which strengthened Xiaobai to the 3rd level. The previous Supreme Elite Giant Bird contained more energy, and fused 5 Phantom Beast Essences, while ordinary Supreme Beasts needed 10 Beast Corpses to fuse 1 Phantom Beast Essence. However, with gradual accumulation, the enhancement level of the battle pet can be gradually improved. Luozu was very satisfied with such a harvest. At noon, the two were tired and hungry, so they found a safe cave and stopped to eat lunch. Luozu took out a small dining table and 2 chairs from the space, and filled the table with food. On this wasteland planet, the environment was polluted, and they dared not eat anything here. They brought their own food and water. Fortunately, Luozu's space was very large, and the stored food was enough for the two to eat for more than half a year. Chapter 304. After lunch, take a half-hour break. Long Zimo thought of the half-blooded elite and said, "Su, look at the map. Has the elite fish monster appeared?" Luozu opened the map, and found that the red circle was still in the river, and had not moved. It's still in the river. It's probably going ashore to lay eggs. It won't come up again in the short term. Then let's continue to hunt wild beasts in the afternoon. Long Zimo said. Yeah. Luozu handed over a bunch of grapes. Zimo, have some fruit. Is it sweet? Long Zimo asked. Sweet. Sweeter than first love. Long Zimo seemed to see a signature smile, and said hurriedly, Then I won't eat it. Am I so untrustworthy? Luozu glared at him. Long Zimo smiled and explained, No, it's so sweet, of course I have to leave it for you. No, let's share the happiness, come on one. Luozu fed him one. She brought it to her mouth, with her delicate hands, full of affection. Long Zimo couldn't refuse the kindness and took a bite. He shivered with pain. Ha ha ha. Luozu laughed happily. He saw her proud look, hugged her and asked, Tell me, who is your first love? What makes you so jealous? I beat him up. Before Luozu could speak, a roar came from nearby. On. The screams of an elephant resounded through the sky. Xiaobai rushed out of the cave upon hearing the sound. What's going on? Luozu and Long Zimo also rushed out of the cave. The terrain here was relatively high, and they saw a broken tree in the woods below the mountain, with faint traces of a fierce fight between strange beasts. Let's go down and take a look, Luozu said, running towards the woods at the foot of the mountain. The things in the cave have not been collected yet. Long Zimo had no choice but to follow. Having an adventurous wife, you must be ready for adventure at any time. As he followed, he gave her an anti-injury shield and a protective cover. The two quietly came to the edge of the woods, and saw 2 white giant elephants fighting in the woods from a distance. Luozu activated his fire eyes to check and was surprised. These 2 white elephants are elite monsters. What? 2 elite monsters? Long Zimo was surprised, and looked at the 2 fierce elephants. They were 2 white giant elephants, huge in size, weighing more than 30 tons, and 7 or 8 meters tall. Their 4 legs were like 4 thick pillars, and they could crush a small tree as thick as a bowl. One of them was already injured and at a disadvantage. They raised their 2 long and thick horns and fought hard, and the fight was inseparable for a while. Like ordinary elephants, the noses of these 2 elites were covered with white scales. When the scales were closed, they were as hard as iron. When the scales were opened, the noses could curl at will, which was very flexible. Bang! One of the giant elephants pushed the other elephant hard, and the other elephant retreated step by step, and was directly hit against the stone wall. The sharp elephant pierced the other elephant's throat, and blood flowed out. On. The injured white elephant screamed, and waved its trunk to slap it weakly, but it was useless. Its throat had been stabbed with several blood holes. This stalemate lasted for half an hour. The injured white elephant bled too much and was dying. The victorious white elephant roared loudly in protest. On! Let's take advantage of this opportunity to get something for free, Luozu said, smashing out several 10-ton giant irons. Bang, bang. Both elephants were injured. The white elephant that was just injured thought it was a landslide and a huge rock fell. It was so scared that it ran away. The defeated elephant, who was dying, was smashed to death. Ding, kill the Supreme Mutant Giant Elephant, get 1 million survival points, 100 immunity points, and a pet equipment, armor. This elite monster dropped pet equipment. Luo Su's eyes lit up. Battle pet equipment is so rare. The last time it dropped was when she had just entered the game and defeated the boss in the deserted island survival level. There is still one, don't let it run away. Long Zimo said, and hurriedly chased after it. Luo Su recovered the giant iron and followed it. The two chased the elephant and ran out of the woods. The elephant came to a plain area. The grass here was green and lush. It stopped and started to eat. It seems that the life and death struggle just now has exhausted its physical strength. Luo Su and Long Zimo hid behind the bushes nearby and started to attack. Long Zimo's molters and Xiaobai stood in different positions to attack and attract firepower. Long Zimo and Luo Su attacked with all their strength. Luo Su directly smashed out a 10-ton giant iron to limit his movement speed, and then scattered ice, and the movement speed of the white elephant decreased a lot. Bang bang bang. Luo Su smashed out a handful of energy balls, and the huge elephant was easy to hit, and 10 layers of poisoning were superimposed at once. Caused a poisoning damage reduction of 1,000 per second. On. The elephant used its trunk and tusks to push the giant iron under its feet, and tried to rush out. But Luo Su smashed down 2 more pieces. Bang! Bang! Minus 20,000, minus 20, 000. Super Harvest X10 combo. The concentrated attack of 2 people and 2 beasts soon killed the half-blood elite giant elephant. Ding, kill the Supreme Mutant Giant Elephant, get 1 million survival points, 100 immunity value, and a combat pet equipment, helmet, all combat pet equipment, put it on the turtle first. Luo Su used all of her survival points to upgrade Xiaohua, and her molters was upgraded to the same level as the Supreme. Molters was much bigger, and its attack damage and attack range were greatly improved, so it could fight ordinary Supreme level monsters. After harvesting 2 more elite elephant corpses, Luo Su continued to merge them infinitely, and strengthened Xiao Bai with all the dozen phantom beast essences in her backpack. Xiao Bai's strengthening level reached level 5. Xiao Bai's combat power was much higher than Xiao was. As long as it was not an air battle, Luo Su preferred to take Xiao Bai with him to fight monsters. Chapter 305. In the next few days, Luo Su and Long Zimo fought monsters, and leveled up in the mountains near the river. They occasionally encountered 1 or 2 elites, and they were able to handle it with ease. But what they didn't know was that during the days they were away, Jiuxing had undergone a huge change. 2 hours after Luo Su and Long Zimo opened the seal of the ancient well, and headed for the wasteland planet, an unprecedented heavy rainstorm fell in most parts of the Miao planet. And it was a very concentrated acid rain, which lasted for nearly an hour. All the orcs, animals and plants that had been exposed to acid rain were contaminated to varying degrees, resulting in mutant viruses. Many orcs fell on the road, and plants were dissolved and died in just a few hours. The next day, the entire Miao planet fell into a terrifying mutation crisis, with zombies rampant on the streets, animals running wild, and devastation everywhere. The orcs who had just been contaminated were experiencing the pain of mutation, and the orcs who had not been contaminated were hiding indoors in fear and panic. This was a global disaster. The orcs of Miao planet have always advocated using mutant serum to develop enhancers to enhance their combat power. This time, their planet was full of mutant viruses, and mutant serum was available everywhere, but they were afraid. Some powerful families fled Miao planet, and went to other 2 first-level planets for refuge, but were completely expelled. They were forced to make a choice, and chose to flee to the 9-star continent. The first place where the Miao planet people appeared in large numbers was Wu planet among the 9 stars. Wu planet is the weakest planet among the 9 stars. After a large number of Miao planet people arrived at Wu planet, they burned, killed, looted, and quickly occupied Wu planet with very tough means. The Wu planet people died or were injured. Before losing control, they asked for help from the 9-star countries. However, some cats appeared in the 9 stars, but not on a large scale. The 9 stars were already in danger, and they were urgently strengthening their national defenses and closing interstellar portals, so they had no time to support Wu Star. After the fall of Wu Star, only a few people who escaped early could hide in other planets for refuge, and most of the Wu Star people were enslaved. In just a few days, the originally peaceful Wu Star turned into a purgatory on Earth. The 9 stars were in a panic. After the Chinese were attacked by the Fox tribe a while ago, they have strengthened their national defense work, and all the people in the Guala Star base have been withdrawn to Blue Star. The Chinese officials learned that the two bosses of Songlong had gone to the wasteland planet. When they were not on Blue Star, they were more low-key and regarded defending the country's borders as their first priority. After closing all interstellar portals, the Ministry of National Defense strengthened border defense. Fortunately, the number of kings in China has reached tens of thousands during this period, and the income from Songlong copies has also earned a lot of points for the country, which can equip the elite team preparing for the war with the strongest weapons and props. Conference room at Songlong headquarters. Yifan convened an emergency meeting of middle and senior management. Now that the two bosses of the organization were not at home, how should they deal with the great changes in Jiuxing? We need to establish multiple lines of defense at the headquarters base. Jiang Hao said that he would never use the trump card of the novice village unless it was absolutely necessary. Everyone agreed, and finally reached a consensus and discussed a feasible plan. Each department has its own security project, and everyone divides the work. Jiang Hao led the panda army of the novice village to conduct emergency drills and explain tactics. Everyone was in a state of preparation for war. Wasteland planet. Luo Su had just finished fighting monsters for the whole morning and was exhausted. She just sat down to rest and suddenly sneezed a few times. She wiped her nose. I don't know who missed me. Long Zimo glanced at her. Of course it's my son and grandma, otherwise what do you think? Sneeze. We have been sleeping in the open these days. Did you catch a cold? Luo Su asked. Long Zimo raised his eyebrows. How can we sleep in the open? How about sleeping in an air-conditioned room every day? Luo Su raised her eyebrows and thought of another possibility. You said, nothing will happen to Songlong, right? Long Zimo paused. What could happen? Don't think about it. Let's take a step back and say that even if something really happens, as long as Dao stays in the novice village, he will be safe. Luo Su could tell that he was trying to comfort her. In fact, he was worried. Chapter 306. Several senior executives of Songlong were sitting in the conference room. Su Jin, the latest intelligence. Wuxing has also mutated. The cats carry the mutated virus, and it won't be long before it spreads throughout Wuxing. Jiang Hao frowned. This is not good. To Yifan, even if the portal and interstellar flight airport are closed, it can't stop a large number of aircraft from forcibly landing. Wu Di, we have just moved back to China, and our air defense is the weakest. Li Changgang, the authorities have sent additional troops and epidemic prevention forces to the border to prevent the mutated virus from entering the country. Su Jin, if the boss and Luo Su were here, they would definitely find a way to solve it. As long as everyone is united, there will definitely be a way to solve it. Jiang Hao encouraged everyone. The capital of Wuxing Wuzhong Kingdom. Chief, Wuxing has also mutated. We have to evacuate immediately. An orc with cat ears said. Cat Chief, now we are gathering everyone here to discuss which planet we should go to next. Among the other 8 planets of Jiuxing, Blue Star and Guara Star cannot be visited, so choose one of the other planets. Why can't we go to Blue Star and Guara Star? Someone asked. The Cat Chief, Blue Star also has mutant viruses, and most areas are now covered by mutant creatures, so we can't go. Guara Star has the poorest resources, so it's best not to go there. On the Cat Planet, those who can still survive and not be infected also think the same way. They want to go to the 9-star continent for safety, and first eliminate Wu Star and Blue Star. The people of China never expected that it would be a blessing in disguise. Most of the haze on Blue Star has become a protective color in this virus crisis. So in the next month, the virus began to spread in all the 9 planets, and fell into chaos. Even Guara was not spared. Only in the blue planet China, no cat people came. In this month, the people of China were doing normal on the blue planet. They entered the dungeon to level up normally every day, and went to the wild to kill monsters to level up. More than half of them were kings. It has been 35 days since Luo Su and Long Zimo came to the wasteland planet, and they have not found a way to leave. Inevitably, I was a little panicked. I didn't expect to be out for so long this time. I was getting more and more worried about what happened at home. They explore new places during the day, look for clues, kill monsters and level up, and return to the spaceship to rest at night. That day, Luo Su just got up and checked the map as usual. This time, he finally saw the red circle return to land. Zmo, hurry up, the red circle has landed. Long Zmo sat up in shock. Let's go now. This time we will attack from the direction of the river and not give it a chance to enter the water. The two of them instantly became energetic. They vaguely felt that the passage back was related to this strange fish. There are so many elite monsters, but none of them are marked on the map. However, this strange fish is marked. It must have some special meaning. Long Zimo drove the spaceship to the river, flew at low altitude, and slowly moved to the location of the mutated red carp. Luosu saw from a distance that the strange fish was lying in the swamp, motionless, just like last time. Will it lay eggs again? Long Zimo asked. I don't know. Let me take a closer look. Luosu activated his fiery eyes and looked carefully. He found that the name of the monster had changed that day, and now it became Supreme Boss Mutated Red Carp King. Ah, it has become a boss. Luosu was surprised. Long Zimo was surprised. No way, it was an elite monster a month ago, how come it has become a boss? That is to say, this monster has also grown in this month. Luosu analyzed. Long Zimo nodded, it is very likely. Luosu felt a little tricky. Last time when it was an elite, I couldn't beat it. Now that its status has changed, it must be even harder to beat, right? Long Zimo smiled. Don't forget, in a month, not only the monster has become stronger, we have also become stronger, we have even reached the second level of the Supreme. Luosu smiled and said, let's give it a try. When they were still 200 meters away from the swamp, Long Zimo stopped the spaceship. This time, they planned to get off the ship and fight it. Let's walk over here, so that the roar of the spaceship won't scare it away. Luosu tidied up her marching uniform, and followed Long Zimo off the ship. She waved her hand to put away the spaceship. There was only the last half barrel of fuel left. If she couldn't find the exit, it would be very troublesome. The two released their battle pets, Little Turtle and Little White, and added status to each other. After walking for a distance, they chose a high ground and prepared to fight. The Little Turtle rushed forward first to grab the hatred. Boom boom. Crackle. Xiaobai and Luosu used skills at the same time. Super Harvest X10 combo. Luosu took out a handful of energy balls and added 10 layers of poison damage to the mutant Red Carp King, and then continued to use skills to combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. Reduce 10,000, reduce 60,000 critical strikes. Reduce 2,000 poisoning, reduce 1,000 burns, reduce 40,000 counter injury. Long Zimo's big move blasted over, damaging 80,000 blood. A green damage value floated above the mutant Red Carp King's head, and it roared. Roar. It launched a mental attack, and Luosu felt dizzy, but soon returned to normal. Chapter 307. The mutant Red Carp King used a big move, and a line of damage floated above its head, 120,000 HP counterattack. Luosu was surprised. This counterattack was really powerful. The mutant Red Carp King felt pain, and its HP was still 2/3. It began to get angry, opened its mouth and bit the little turtle, trying to swallow it. Quickly put the little turtle away. Luosu shouted. This fish monster swallowed her magic cube, and now it wants to swallow the little turtle. How abominable! Long Zimo took back the little turtle and released it again. The mutant Red Carp King lost its target, looked for a new target, and rushed towards Luosu. Bang! Bang! Two sounds. As it landed, 2 10-ton giant irons smashed down, pressing its tail down, and it couldn't break free for a while. It fluttered in panic and entered a state of rage. Now its defense is weakened. Take the opportunity to kill it, Luosu said. Long Zimo used a big move of Virtual Palm to slap it down. Boom, reduce 100,000 damage. Luosu smashed out all the giant irons and boulders in his backpack, and the mutant Red Carp King was scarred, and its scales were smashed to the ground, breaking its defense. Luosu activated the skill combo. Super Harvest X10 combo. Minus 15,000, minus 100,000 crit, minus 15,000. The mutant Red Carp King's health decreased rapidly, and soon only half of it was left. It made a strange cry. Luosu felt a splitting headache, and squatted down in pain, covering her head. Her health did not decrease, but her mental power was consumed. The potion she brought only had blood tonics, not mental power tonics. The scary thing was that under this mental attack state, her defense actually dropped by half. At this moment, there were 2 snap sounds. The mutant Red Carp King jumped up and tore off its tail. It roared and pounced on Luosu. Long Zimo rushed forward and blocked Luosu's front, but was thrown to the ground. The mutant Red Carp King's huge body pressed him down. The aftermath of the mental attack had not yet ended. Both of them were in a state of mental depression, and were very passive. The blood volume of the 2 people was rapidly reduced, and had exceeded half. Luosu gritted his teeth and held on, put Xiaobai away, and replaced him with the panda Xiaohan. The whole team began to recover health. But the mental power was still empty. Without mental power, he could not use any skills, not even the invisibility skill. Fortunately, the little turtle regained its hatred, and the mutant red carp king turned to attack the little turtle. Long Zemo crawled out from under the fish's belly with difficulty. He took out a sharp dagger and inserted it into the fish's belly without scales. He pulled hard and cut a big hole, and blood and fish intestines flowed out. Roar. The mutant red carp king felt pain, and his hatred shifted to Long Zemo. It fluttered a few times, stretched out its claws like a dead tree, grabbed Long Zemo, and put it into its mouth. Zemo! Luo Su shouted. She couldn't use the invisibility skill because she had no mental power. This fish has a very powerful mental attack, which can keep sucking the enemy's mental power. Ah! Long Zemo took out a spear weapon, and used all his strength to insert it into the mouth of the mutant red carp king. Roar. The mutant red carp king was in great pain, and threw Long Zemo out. Bang! Long Zemo fell heavily on the stone and passed out. The little turtle used a roar skill to attract the boss's hatred again. Luo Su and Long Zemo relied on blood-replenishing potions, and Xiao Han's continuous blood recovery to barely keep their health at half. Zemo! Luo Su rushed over, helped Long Zemo up, and let him sit on the edge of the stone. His health was still half, so he should not be in danger of life, but he was just unconscious. Zemo, hold on a little longer, I will kill the boss as soon as possible. The mutant red carp king still had 1/3 of blood left, and a pile of fish intestines flowed out of the hole in its stomach, dragging on the ground. Luo Su locked onto the pile of fish intestines on the ground and activated the power of space. Storage Ding got 2 pearls and a piece of jade ore. Luo Su was surprised. He didn't expect that there were materials for making jewelry in the fish intestines. This might be what the boss swallowed. I hope to find the magic cube. A pile of intestines flowed out of the hole again, and Luo Su continued to collect them. The mutant red carp king had no reaction. It was still fighting with the little turtle, as if it didn't feel any pain after losing a section of intestine. Ding got 3 pieces of blue crystal ore and 1 piece of green crystal ore. The fish intestines thrown out by Luo Su were 2 meters high, and the things he got were also varied. Ding got the prop Rubik's Cube. Luo Su was delighted and hurriedly took out the Rubik's Cube. It was sticky and disgusting. No matter, kill this boss first. Roar. The mutant red carp king roared. However, the momentum was much weaker than before. After all, his stomach was emptied, and with a counterattack, it only had more than 200,000 HP. Luo Su threw out the Rubik's Cube. Bang, half of her health was damaged. What bad luck. She only had 1/3 of her health left. Luo Su was speechless. She should not use the Rubik's Cube. The boss's health was low. She would slowly grind it to death. But at this moment, the boss's ultimate move came over. Bang! Luo Su felt a huge pain in her body, and the system prompt sounded in her mind. Ding, the health value is too low, and the blood recovery skill is automatically activated. Ding, the mental power is 0, and the skills cannot be used. Please replenish the mental power in time. Fortunately, Xiao Han did not die, and continued to recover blood. Luo Su's health value quickly returned to 10,000. At this time, Long Zemo woke up and saw that Luo Su's health bar was almost empty, and he jumped up in surprise. Su, get out of here! He held Luo Su and moved instantly, running 40 or 50 meters away. Su, eat something to restore your physical strength. Wait for me here, the little turtle can't hold on any longer. Long Zemo said. Luo Su then remembered that eating can restore mental strength in the early stage of the game. She took out a bunch of food and ate and drank. Her mental strength began to recover little by little, although it was very slow, but the mental ocean skill only consumed 15 points of mental strength. She drank 3 cups of milk tea in a row, and finally she could use her skills. Spiritual Ocean. Schwa. In a flash, her mental power recovered by 1/3. She hurriedly activated the blood recovery skill. Magical Pacifier. The whole team is full of blood, finally safe. She began to attack. Energetic. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Super Harvest X10 Combo Ding, kill the Supreme Boss Mutated Red Carp King, get 10 million survival points, 100,000 immunity value, mental depression, mental attack skill. Luo Su was about to take away the body of the mutated Red Carp King, suddenly. Boom. With a bang, the corpse exploded. She and Long Zemo lost 300,000 HP, and 2 pets died directly. The blood replenishing potion was used up. She hurriedly activated the stealth skill, immune to all damage. After the corpse exploded, a red portal appeared on the ground. The two were shocked and looked at each other. Is this the passage back? I don't know, maybe. Anyway, we are invisible now, let's go in and try. Luosu said. Luosu and Long Zimo walked into the red portal together. Chapter 308. Luosu and Long Zimo walked into the red portal. However, they did not return to Blue Star, but were teleported to a mysterious place. What is this place? The two looked at the strange place in front of them in surprise. This was a large area covered by red smoke, and there was no end in sight. They could only see the scenery within 3 meters in front of them, and there was an orange sandy land under their feet, nothing else. Su, look at the map to see if there are any hints? Long Zimo reminded. Luosu opened the map. The ground cannot identify this area. It seems that I can only go by myself. Luosu looked ahead carefully and said, there seems to be a tower in front. I found it too. Let's go and take a look. Long Zimo said, and took the lead in walking into the fog, and quickly retreated. Reaching out to stop Luosu, wait a minute, the fog is poisonous. Luosu wanted to take out the gas mask, but found that the space could not be used. There was only an empty player backpack. He tried again, and found that all skills could not be used. I couldn't help but get nervous. I couldn't use the space, and even the food and the magic cube were gone. I suddenly lost my confidence. The space and all skills are disabled here. We have no food and props, so we have to be very careful this time. Luosu was helpless. Really? Long Zimo tried it, and he really couldn't use the skills. The two tried again, and the battle pet couldn't be summoned. Even the battle pet can't be used. What on earth is this place? Luosu was a little uneasy. Since neither the props nor the skills can be used, we can only use the weapons on the equipment bar to protect ourselves. Long Zimo held an axe in his hand and said, we have to go through the fog area and see if we can find the exit, but walking into the red smoke will reduce the immunity value. Immunity value? I have 150,000 immunity value, which should last for quite a while. Let's rush to the tower and try. Luosu said. As long as we don't lose blood, we be fine. The two rushed into the red fog, and Luosu found that his immunity value was decreasing at a rate of 10 points per second. By this calculation, her immunity can last about 4 hours. The two of them could not help but speed up their pace. Before they walked a few meters away, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Fortunately, the two found it in time and dodged it urgently. Long Zimo took the axe and chopped it, killing the monster in seconds. After the monster died, there was no corpse, but the monster turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared directly. This is an illusion, Long Zimo said firmly. There was no system prompt reward for killing the monster, but the red fog in the area within 2 meters around the two people disappeared. The immunity value stopped decreasing. Killing a monster can clear the red fog within a 2-meter range. Luosu figured out a rule. Long Zimo said, the monster is hiding in the fog, so you still have to go into the fog area to fight the monster. Let's go, continue to kill monsters. Luosu held a short crossbow in his hand, and a wrist-mounted hidden weapon on his wrist. Long Zimo led the way in front, and Luosu followed behind with a crossbow, quickly walking towards the tower. Suddenly, a whirring sound came. 3 o'clock? Long Zimo made his judgment. Luosu shot at the 3 o'clock direction without hesitation. Swoosh. The red fog spread 2 meters in front of the two. The immunity value stopped decreasing. The two looked at each other, and were happy for their tacit understanding. The two quickened their pace and walked into the fog again. This time, 3 monsters rushed at them from different directions at the same time. Long Zimo killed one with a charge, and Luosu killed one with a crossbow, and the other one had already killed him. Luosu dodged urgently and raised his hidden weapon to fire. Puff. The monster had turned into a wisp of smoke, and Long Zimo stood behind it with his axe in hand. For meters ahead became visible. An object fell on the ground, emitting red light. Long Zimo picked it up, and just as he took it in his hand, it turned into stars in his palm. He felt that his blood volume increased by 10,000, and asked in surprise, is this a blood replenishing item? It should have been dropped by one of the 3 monsters just now. Luosu said. Long Zimo raised his mouth. This is fun. After that, he continued to walk forward, and saw that the tower was not far away, but at this moment, a large wave of monsters came. Luosu and Long Zimo stood back to back, shooting arrows from both sides, taking care of each other, but they were outnumbered and still got slashed a few times. But when being attacked, they did not lose blood, but lost immunity points. Being attacked once would lose 1,000 immunity points. The two of them were slashed once before they cleared this wave of monsters. Luo Su felt a little rusty after not fighting in close combat for a long time. The red fog in front of us spread out for 5 or 6 meters. There were 5 items on the ground, all of different colors. Pick them up. Long Zimo said. The red ones should be used to restore health. Luo Su picked up 2 red items and restored 20,000 health. Before coming in, they had lost 300,000 health due to the explosion, and now their health was only half. There were 3 more items on the ground, 2 white and 1 green. Luo Su picked them all up, and after using them, he said to Long Zimo, the white item adds 100 immunity points, and the green one can restore health for 60 seconds, restoring 500 health per second. Long Zimo nodded. Okay, let's go. Luo Su looked up at the tower. Although only a spire was visible, it could be judged that the distance should be within 30 meters. The two walked into the foggy area, and a strong wind blew in their faces. Luo Su did not hesitate and fired. Swish. Puff. The red fog 2 meters ahead dispersed, and a group of monsters were exposed. They were a group of zombies. Luo Su raised his hand and fired 3 arrows in a row, and then raised his wrist-hidden weapon to attack fiercely, and the front row of zombies fell one after another. Long Zimo also rushed forward, slashing left and right with his 2-handed axe, killing several at once. He was in close combat, but he was still attacked 2 or 3 times. He was also hit by a critical hit, losing 5,000 immunity points. Elite monster, be careful. Luo Su warned while attacking the elite monster. He turned around and fought back, and after 2 consecutive shots, he finally shot the elite monster in the head. Bang! The elite monster dropped a weapon. It was a rifle. Long Zimo was happy and hurriedly picked it up. This is a rifle with a built-in sight and silencer. It is fully loaded with bullets and can fire 3 bursts, which is great damage. Long Zimo said, haha, that's great. Finally, we don't have to fight in close combat. Now we can speed up the sweep. I'm worried that there is a time limit here. Luo Su picked up the props on the ground, without exception, adding 2 immunity points and 2 blood points. The two rushed forward, cleared 2 waves of monsters, picked up 2 magazines, and soon came to the bottom of the tower. The entire building under the tower was shrouded in thick fog, with only a closed door showing from the fog. Zimo, be careful, I don't have many arrows on my crossbow. Luo Su whispered. Long Zimo gave her a warm smile. Well, don't worry, I'm here. The two quietly came to the gate. Long Zimo gently kicked open a crack in the door, and a faint light shone in. Long Zimo held the gun and walked in carefully. Flutter many bats were startled and flew up. Meow, a cat's cry echoed in the empty room. Luo Su felt the air around her was a little cold, and she swallowed nervously while holding the crossbow. Invisible enemies are the most disturbing. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back, and turned back suddenly, and there was an arrow. With a puff sound, the fog within 2 meters around her dispersed and became bright. Long Zimo stopped walking, and the two of them stood in the bright area, feeling that there were countless monsters in the thick fog staring at them. This situation of the enemy being in the dark, and we being in the light was really uncomfortable. The two held their breath and listened carefully to any subtle sounds around them. Any slight movement would lead to an attack. Long Zimo didn't dare to waste bullets. He fired only after hearing the noise. Fortunately, he hit a few people, and the red fog spread out 5 or 6 meters wide. Judging from the arrangement of the surrounding seats, this is a Western-style church. Among the monsters that were killed just now, a blue prop fell on the chair at the edge of the red fog. I have never seen a blue prop before, and I don't know what its attribute is. Luo Su really wants to know. Zimo, cover me, I pick up the prop. Luo Su said, pointing to the prop on the chair. Okay, go ahead. Long Zimo held the gun, pointed it at the props, and was ready for battle. Luo Su walked over gently, approached the props, and bent down to take the props. Just as I was holding the gun, I caught a glimpse of a pair of scarlet eyes under the front row of stools. She quickly fired the hidden weapon under the stools, but there were too many obstacles and she missed. Come back! Long Zimo shouted and rushed over, but he was still not as fast as the monster. The monster stretched out a hand, firmly grasped one of Luo Su's feet, and suddenly dragged her under the chair. Ah! Luo Su screamed, resounding through the sky. Flutter. The bats on the upper floor were startled and flew away with a squeak. Su! Long Zimo rushed over like crazy. Chapter 309. Luo Su was caught off guard and fell to the ground. But she quickly stabilized, leaned over and fired a hidden weapon, shooting at the monster repeatedly. Puff puff puff. This time the attack angle was very good. 3 bursts of fire directly hit the monster's head. Unexpectedly, this was an elite monster that dropped a weapon. Long Zimo rushed over to pull her up, and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Luo Su shook the gun in his hand and said, "It's okay, and I picked up a weapon. Don't take such risks next time," Long Zimo said with a stern face. Luo Su nodded in agreement. Let's continue," Long Zimo said. The monsters were hidden in the thick fog, and you couldn't find them unless you walked into the fog. The 2 men held their guns and quietly walked into the depths of the church. Roar. In front of the pulpit of the church, a large wave of monsters gathered and swayed back and forth, among which there were 2 elites. After the 2 men figured out the situation, they shot directly. Luo Su held a hidden weapon and a pistol in one hand, shooting left and right. Long Zimo's rifle can also fire 3 bullets per shot. With such a dense crowd of monsters, the efficiency is very fast, and it didn't take long to kill them all. The surrounding area of 10 meters was bright. There were props scattered on the ground, including 2 magazines, and the 2 quickly picked them up. The blue props are for restoring mental power, but skills cannot be used here, so they are not very practical, Luo Su said. Luo Su and Long Zimo each took 2 continuous blood recovery props, and their blood volume was restored to 2/3. The 2 checked the ammunition and rested for a while. Luo Su glimpsed that there was movement on the curtain behind the podium. The 2 quietly walked over. When the curtain was lifted, a priest was hiding behind the curtain with his head in his hands. How could there be someone here? The 2 were surprised. When the priest saw them, he rushed over to ask for help as if he had seen a savior. "Please save me, take me away from here." Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other. There were so many monsters here. How could this person be okay? This was not in line with common sense. Luo Su suddenly knocked him out from behind, but he didn't expect that the man could hold on. He didn't faint, but was angry. He roared with bloodshot eyes, and his 2 fangs grew longer at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Be careful," Long Zimo shouted. The 2 retreated and fired at the same time. Unexpectedly, the mutant priest was very agile. In the blink of an eye, he ran far away. He was shot several times, but he was still alive and kicking. Luo Su frowned, but unfortunately, he didn't hit its head. It hid in the thick fog. Luo Su and Long Zimo couldn't see its position clearly, but they heard it roar a few times and emit an excited breath. Roar. When it appeared again, it had turned into a tall werewolf. It had dark gray hair, blue eyes and fangs, and its 2 front claws were as sharp as knives, scraping against the wooden chair next to it, making a crackling sound. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be so scared that their legs would go limp. But for Luo Su and Long Zimo, who had experienced many battles, this was nothing. "This werewolf is at the boss level, we have to be careful." After saying this, Long Zimo began to attack. The werewolf roared, waved its claws, dodged left and right, and pounced on Luo Su flexibly and swiftly. Luo Su turned around and rushed to the podium in 2 steps. While Long Zimo was holding the monster back, he took advantage of the height of the podium and aimed at its head. Bang, bang, bang. Luo Su fired 3 shots in a row, 2 of which hit its shoulder, and 1 of which hit its ear, but none of them hit its vital parts. But the werewolf was agile. After attacking with 1 move, he turned around and hid in the thick fog again. It had been shot several times, and the blood had stained a large area of its hair, but it did not flinch, hiding in the thick fog and waiting for an opportunity to move. Luo Su and Long Zimo stood on the podium, holding their guns and waiting for battle. "It seems to be hiding," Luo Su said. "I lure it out." Long Zimo rushed into the thick fog without saying anything. "Zimo!" Luo Su was a little worried about him. Swish swish. Roar. Long Zimo fought and retreated, and soon led the werewolf out. Luo Su kicked over the wooden flower stand on the edge of the podium, blocking the werewolf's retreat. She aimed and shot, hitting one of the werewolf's eyes. The werewolf felt the pain, howled, became extremely furious, and jumped up and pounced on Long Zimo. "Throw him to the ground." "ZMO!" Luo Su shouted, quickly pulling the trigger on the gun in her hand, shooting repeatedly. The werewolf waved its sharp claws, and scratched Long Zimo's face. Puff puff puff. After a few sounds, the werewolf's body softened and turned into a wisp of green smoke, dropping a few items. A golden card, a pair of rings, and 2 blood recovery items. Luo Su picked up the golden card, and the card disappeared in her palm in an instant. She felt a tingling sensation in her body, And then golden memory fragments popped up in her mind. That was what her parents looked like when they were young. They packed their luggage and seemed to be preparing for a long journey. Qingyun, are you really going to leave the space props to Susu? That's your biggest reliance. The risk factor of this secret mission is the highest level. Her father asked her mother with a worried look. In order to avoid the monitoring of the game system, all skills and external props are blocked in this illusion. Susu, when you pick up this card one day, it proves that you have grown up. This pair of rings is your adult gift from your mother. This is what my parents look like in their middle age, and the background of the picture is in this church. Dad, Mom, you. When Luo Su saw her parents, tears streamed down her face. Su, what's wrong with you? Long Zimo shook her gently. Luo Su came back to her senses, and the golden picture disappeared. Is it an illusion? Long Zimo frowned and asked worriedly. Luo Su wiped her tears and looked at the church, which was very similar to the church in the picture. She picked up the pair of rings on the ground. Top quality wedding ring Susu attack plus 10,000, critical hit plus 20%, with optimized hidden identity information function. Top quality wedding ring Susu attack plus 10,000, HP plus 20%, with optimized hidden identity information function. When Luo Su got the pair of rings, she knew it was not an illusion, and tears burst out. Mom and Dad, where are you? Long Zimo hugged her distressfully and comforted her. Su, no matter what you see, those are illusions, don't be sad. Luo Su took out the ring and handed it to him. No, that's not an illusion, my parents may still be alive. This is the gift they left for me, and this illusion was also set by them. Long Zimo took the ring and was stunned when he saw the name on it. Could it be that my parents left it here and just entered the survival game? Luo Su shook his head. It doesn't seem like entering a game, but to carry out a very dangerous secret mission. They are likely to be more advanced players than us. That's great. Since they can pass on information to you through the illusion, maybe we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Long Zimo said. Luo Su's eyes lit up, and the light of hope appeared. Chapter 310. A portal with white light appeared on the pulpit of the church. Luo Su and Long Zimo passed through the portal and returned to an uninhabited corner of Blue Star. The two could not wait to return to the novice village. Grandma and Grandma Long were basking in the sun in the yard, and Xiao Dao and Xiaowu were playing chess with Daodu in the pavilion. The whole yard was boiling when they saw them coming back. Grandma stood up happily. Susu, you are finally back. Grandma, Grandma. Luo Su greeted them happily, and was relieved to see that everyone was fine. Mom and Dad. Daodu rushed over crying. Wu, you disappeared for so long. Are you planning to give up Daodu? Silly, Mom and Dad loved Daodu the most. How could they give up? Luo Su picked up Daodu and kissed him again and again. Long Zimo rushed over to hold him, and kissed him so hard that the little guy giggled. Luo Su, are you hungry? Let Xiao Dao and Xiaowu prepare some hot food. Grandma Long hadn't seen her grandson and granddaughter-in-law for more than a month, and she missed them very much. Grandma, we're not hungry. Luo Su came over to talk to her grandma for a while. Grandma, how are you doing recently? Grandma is in good health. I can eat and sleep well. You don't have to worry about me. But you are running around outside all day. You have to take care of your health. Grandma Long said kindly. Got it, Grandma. Luo Su agreed softly. At this time, Luo Su and Long Zimo's mobile phones received a large number of message notification sounds at the same time. Luo Su opened his phone and saw more than 5,000 messages. Only after opening it did he realize that the 9 stars had undergone tremendous changes in the past month, with viruses raging on all the stars. Fortunately, most of the blue stars were spared due to severe smog. Is the 9 stars in chaos? Long Zimo was shocked. He didn't expect that the number of people in the 9 stars had been reduced by half in just over a month since they left. He immediately contacted Du Yifan to learn about the situation in the organization. Luo Su asked Yiguqing and the others in the dungeon group, is everyone okay? Luo Su, you are finally back. We're fine. We're staying at home and dare not go out. We can't even play dungeons these days. Luo Su, then everyone take a break for a while, and don't move around. We just came back, and we have to see what's going on. Jiang Hao hurried back from the base, and was in a good mood to see that his 2 friends were safe and sound. The 3 friends were drinking tea and chatting in the yard, and Jiang Hao told them everything that had happened in the past month. In other words, the entire cat planet, and which planet have fallen globally now? Luo Su asked. Jiang Hao said, yes, not only that, the entire Jioshan continent is also in a semi-collapsed state. The virus mutated too quickly, And it is completely different from the smog pollution in our blue star. Now more than half of the deaths in the entire Jiaoxing continent have been reported. Long Zimo frowned. If this continues, it will be difficult for our country to remain immune. Luo Su, we have to build a few more shelters just in case. Jianghao, we think so too, and the authorities are also struggling to find them. But now that Jiaoxing has fallen, where is there any pure land to build a shelter? Luo Su hesitated for a long time, but decided to speak out. My special space has two areas, one of which is the novice village, and the other is an idle area. I didn't have enough points to upgrade before, but now I have the dungeon income, and I can make another area like the novice village. It should be possible. Jiang Hao and Long Zimo were shocked at the same time. Really? Luo Su checked that the points reached 8 billion, and said, it should be possible. Jiang Hao, is that place big enough? There are more than 100,000 people in the Songlong organization now. Long Zi thought for a while and asked, Su, if so many people live in your space, will there be any negative impact on your personal health? Will your mental power be overloaded? Luo Su shook his head and said, probably not, but there is a safety hazard that I have to say in advance. What hazard? Jiang Hao asked. The people living in my space will be affected by me. If I have an accident, the people living in the space may also be wiped out. Jiang Hao smiled and said, in other words, as long as you are fine, everyone in your space will live well. In this chaotic world, your ability to survive is higher than anyone else, so smart people know how to choose. Long Zimo shrugged and said, it depends on personal wishes. Those who don't want to come can continue to stay outside. Then I will start to expand the space. Luo Su said. Jiang Hao poured her tea. Thank you for your hard work. Luo Su opened the special space, which had two areas, Area 1, Novice Village, an area of 10,000 square kilometers, Area 230 square meters, which has been idle. She plans to build an emergency shelter for the Songlong organization in Area 2. At present, her special space is level 10. Upgrading before level 10 costs survival points, and upgrading after level 10 costs gain points. She spent 1 billion points to upgrade the entire special space to level 30. She spent another 2 billion points and 10,000 energy crystals to expand the area of Area 2 to 2 million square kilometers, and set it to a fully closed state. This world is like a novice village, with an independent ecosystem. She named Area 2 Hidden Dragon Continent. Luo Su told Long Zimo that the area of the shelter had been expanded. Long Zimo was very happy, and immediately arranged the construction personnel of the organization to start construction. Chapter 311. Long Zimo called Du Yifan to arrange the construction of the shelter. Jiang Hao drank tea leisurely, and he felt that he hadn't been so leisurely for a long time. After Luo Su expanded the special space, a prompt popped up in her mind. Ding, your creation proficiency increased by 10,000 points. Luo Su was puzzled. What does this mean? When she created the Hidden Dragon dungeon and upgraded the dungeon scale before, such a prompt also popped up. Then, she heard the second system prompt. Ding, your creation level has been upgraded to level 2, and you can create copies of King and below. Can you create a King copy? She began to try to create a King copy. A creation interface popped up. The first step, copy site selection. She opened the Hidden Dragon continent in the special space, and chose to create a new copy near the Hidden Dragon shelter. The second step, choose a plan. This time she had experience, so she directly clicked System Recommendation. The system recommended two plans. Create a new King copy, level D, simple mode, and spend 500 million points. Copy the King's copy, SSS level, simple ultimate mode, spend 5 billion points. 5 billion. This will take all her points. Luo Su thought about it again, and decided to spend 5 billion to directly copy the SSS level King's copy. Ding, the copy is copied. Please name the copy. Luo Su entered the words Hidden Dragon number 2. Next is the copy reward. Ultimate mode 3 million survival points, 2,000 game points, and random orange equipment. Hell mode 2 million survival points, 1,000 game points, random orange equipment. Difficult mode 1 million survival points, 500 game points, random orange equipment. Easy mode 1 million survival points, 300 game points, random purple equipment. Luo Su was surprised. Why did she feel that the reward was better than the original copy? She clicked Next. Please set up the copy ticket. Luo Su spent some time to set up the copy ticket. Ding! Congratulations on creating a new copy. Copy name, Hidden Dragon number 2 copy. Copy owner, Luo Su. Copy level, SSS level. Copy threshold, King rank and above. Copy times, 2 times per person per day. Copy ticket, 30 points/person for simple mode, limited to 50 people per group. 50 points/person for difficult mode, limited to 60 people per group. 100 points/person for hell mode, limited to 80 people per group. 200 points/person for ultimate mode, limited to 100 people per group. Ding, your creation proficiency increased by 12,000 points. Luo Su checked the creation level, and there was still 8,000 points of proficiency left to reach level 3. Luo Su finished her work silently, took a sip of tea, and saw Jiang Hao and Long Zimo were still there, so she said, I have good news for you. What good news? Jiang Hao was the most active. Long Zimo also looked at her curiously. I created a king's copy, Luo Su said. What? You said you created a king's copy? Jiang Hao couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Luo Su smiled and nodded. Long Zimo was also very surprised. Come on, take us to see it. Jiang Hao hasn't had a chance to play the king's dungeon for a month. Luo Su, don't waste your chances, form a full team. The limit for each team in hell mode is 80 people, and the limit for each team in ultimate mode is 100 people. Jiang Hao immediately stood up. This is easy, I take care of the team formation. After that, he opened a team and put all the people in the new product village together, including Daodu. The rest went to the Hidden Dragon headquarters to form a team, and the team was soon full. Yifan was a little worried. Boss, people from other planets can also enter the dungeon hall, aren't you afraid of the mutant virus? Long Zimo, Luo Su created a king's copy for us. From now on, we will only play our own copy. Yifan's jaw dropped. Our own king's copy, how exciting. Luo Su led everyone to teleport to Songlong continent. A portal was installed 200 meters outside the newly built copy. Luo Su said, from now on, everyone can teleport directly from Songlong headquarters on Blue Star to play the copy. For safety reasons, this copy is only open to Chinese people. People from other planets are not allowed to come in. Okay. Yifan and several senior executives of Songlong agreed. You guys can play it. I can't enter the copy I created. Luo Su quit the group and left alone. Chapter 312. You guys go ahead and do it. I can't enter the dungeon I created. Luo Su quit the group and left alone. As soon as she returned to the novice village, she received a message from Long Zimo. Wife, come pick me up. Luo Su was surprised. Isn't he going to the dungeon? When she returned to the dungeon entrance again, Long Zimo was waiting for her alone. Why don't you go to the dungeon with him? Luo Su was puzzled. Long Zimo hugged her. I want to go to the dungeon with my wife. When he saw Luo Su turning around and leaving alone, he suddenly decided not to lead the team. Whatever you want. Luo Su turned around and smiled. The two of them came to the dungeon hall in heavy protective clothing. There were not many people in the hall, and everyone was wearing heavy protective clothing. Seeing them come in, they hurriedly greeted, would you like to join the group? Let's go together faster. Luo Su and Long Zimo were very cool, and turned around and entered the dungeon. Everyone in the hall was dumbfounded. Did those two people enter the ultimate mode just now? Yes, you read it right. Look at the screen information. Has Luo Su's team started the ultimate mode? It's the one that dominates the list. Wow, I want to pay for a group. I want to pay for a group too. 10 minutes later, Luo Su and Long Zimo came out. The people in the hall rushed over. Boss, pay for a group. Pay for. Before he could finish, the boss had already entered the dungeon. 10 minutes later, Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the riverside of the novice village. They sprayed each other with disinfectant spray for several rounds before taking it off. I'm going to take a nap. I'm sleepy, Luo Su said. I'm sleepy too. Let's go together. Long Zimo chased after him. They returned home. The yard was quiet. The young people in the village had gone to the dungeon. Only a few old people and Sumo's daughter were in the village. Luo Su released Xiaobai and Xiaohan. You stay in the yard. Don't run around. Call me if anything happens, Luo Su whispered. Luo Su threw a bunch of bamboo shoots for Xiaohan to eat. Xiaobai shook his tail vigorously. Okay, you have a share too. She took out Xiaobai's big plate and put a piece of barbecue on it. The two foodies ate with gusto. Luo Su smiled and turned to go upstairs with Long Zimo. As soon as they arrived at the living room on the 3rd floor, Long Zimo's phone rang. It was from the official. The news spread so fast. Long Zimo answered the phone. Hello Fangji, what's wrong? New copy. It's true, But only people from China can come into play. People from other stars are not allowed to come in. Yes, teleport from Songlong headquarters to the dungeon entrance. After Long Zimo hung up the phone, he found that Luo Su had fallen asleep on the sofa, and gently covered her with a thin blanket. He leaned on the sofa, and closed his eyes to rest. When he was half asleep, a dark shadow flashed in his mind. Long Xingju. Long Zimo felt his soul trembling, and it took a long time before he shouted, "Who?" Long Zimo opened his eyes, and looked around vigilantly. The living room was quiet, with only Luo Su's rhythmic breathing. Long Zimo could not ignore the inexplicable fear in his heart. There was a layer of fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and even his legs could not help but tremble slightly. Who was the black shadow he saw just now, when he was half asleep and half awake? Why was he so afraid of him subconsciously? That person called him Long Xingju. Could this inexplicable fear come from Long Xingju's memory? Has it Long Xingju's consciousness and memory been erased? Long Zimo was thinking about a lot, and he had no solution in his heart. His aura unconsciously cooled down. "Zimo, are you okay?" Luo Su woke up and found that Long Zimo's brows were deeply furrowed, his eyes were empty, and he didn't know what he was thinking about, so absorbed. "Wife, have you ever had the memory of Meng Xingyan?" Long Zimo asked. "Meng Xingyan? Who is it?" Luo Su felt that the name sounded familiar. "Long Zimo, it's the Purple Star Lord of the Seven Stars. After you absorbed his energy, did you have any side effects, like hallucinations?" Luo Su shook her head, no. She was a little confused. Why did Long Zimo suddenly ask this? That day he also absorbed the energy of the Dragon Star Lord, and the relationship between them was that of the Star Lord and the star shape. Is he hallucinating? Chapter 313. Long Zimo rubbed his brows and said, "I just didn't sleep well, don't worry." He seemed to have sensed the subconscious of Dragon Star Lord just now. This thing was ethereal, a bit like a demon in the heart, coming and going without a trace, but it felt hard to guard against. "I haven't figured out what's going on yet, so I haven't told Luo Su yet, for fear that she would worry too much." "Then you should go and rest. I tidy up the space while I'm free," Luo Su said. She thought that Long Zimo hadn't slept well in the wasteland planet recently, and maybe he was really tired. Long Zimo went back to his room to rest. Luo Su opened the space backpack. Since the space was upgraded to level 30, the space backpack capacity has increased a lot. She sorted out some messy things and put them separately. There was also a skill book Mental Depression in the backpack. She clicked on Learning and added a combat power. Mental Depression mental attack can quickly absorb the opponent's mental power for its own use, which lasts for 20 seconds. She spent 5 million survival points to upgrade Mental Depression to the full level, and the skill duration reached 3 minutes. In addition, her mental strength level has also improved, and she is more immune to mental attacks. This skill is very useful when fighting against players. She still has a lot of crafting materials in her backpack, so she made a batch of level 10 armor and jewelry, and her skill proficiency has improved a lot. She put the newly made armor and jewelry in the group shared warehouse of the Novice Village, and let the people in the Novice Village choose first. Whoever wants to use it can exchange the old one for the new one, but it cannot be taken for free. After they finished choosing, the rest was handed over to the organization headquarters by Mu Yeli for unified management. Luo Su hadn't finished his work when he suddenly received a call from Leng Chen. Leng Chen's tone was very urgent. "Hey Luo Su, can my sister and I hide in your Novice Village?" Luo Su was a little embarrassed. After all, he wanted to praise Xing, mainly because he was worried about the infection of the mutant virus. Leng Chen begged again. "Please, in return, we are willing to give Wuyuan country's bioelectronic medical operating room and 100 latest fighter jets as a thank you gift." Bioelectronic medical operating room? Luo Su was shocked. This offer was quite tempting. He asked again, "Just you and your sister?" "Yes, just the two of us." "Can you please do it as soon as possible? We were in the operating room last time, and we can't hold on for much longer," Leng Chen said. "Okay, I apply for you, and get back to you later." Luo Su hung up the phone, and called the official Fang Ji. "Fang Ji, I have 2 friends from Kuala Star who are coming to take refuge here. They are willing to give us 100 of the latest fighter jets as a thank you gift," Luo Su said. Fang Ji was surprised. "That's great, we are in need of a plane. You can just take the people to Jingshan for security check." Luo Su hung up the phone, went into the room, saw Long Zimo sleeping soundly, and quietly left him a message on Star News. "Zimo, I'm going to Kuala Star to pick up Leng Chen and his sister, and I'll be back soon." Luo Su put on her protective suit, chose to teleport, and went directly to the bioelectronic medical operating room of Wuyuan country. Lung Chen and his sister were waiting for her in the operating room, with their whole bodies well protected. The two were surprised when they saw Luo Su coming. Luo Su? Sister Luo Su? Xiao Yu, how could it be you? Luo Su was surprised. Do you know each other? Lung Chen was also surprised. Luo Su nodded. At this time, a strange sound came from the monitoring screen on the wall. On the screen, a group of mutants broke through the defense line on the first floor of the building. We have to move quickly, they are coming up, Lung Chen said. Luo Su confirmed the surrounding area of 1 kilometer and activated the group attack skill. Super Harvest X10 combo. Ding, kill a group of mutants, get 200,000 survival points. Okay, I've dealt with all the mutants within a kilometer, Luo Su said. Xiao Yu explained, Sister Luo Su, you're amazing, you can handle such a long kilometer range. Lung Chen pointed to the square treatment cabin in the center of the operating room and said, this bioelectronic medical operating cabin, you should take it away quickly, we still have to rush to get the cruiser. Luo Su nodded, took the operating cabin directly, and then followed Lung Chen out of the back door of the operating room. Lung Chen led them to the door of a secret room. After Xiao Yu's pupils recognized it, and opened the layers of passwords, the door of the secret room opened. There was a portal inside. The three of them passed through the portal, and came to a large underground arsenal. Xiao Yu said, no one else can come here. There are 100 cruisers. Luo Su looked at the 100 cruisers, and sighed that Xiao Yu's identity was not simple. Lung Chen seemed to see through her thoughts and said, Xiao Yu is actually my cousin, my uncle's daughter, and the princess of Wuyuan Kingdom. Luo Su nodded, so that's it, waved his hand, and put all the cruisers into the space, then we thank Princess Xiao Yu. Let's go! Lung Chen said anxiously. Where's your mother? Luo Su suddenly thought of the cold foreign minister. She and my uncle didn't make it, Lung Chen said, his eyes dimmed. I'm sorry, please accept my condolences. Let's leave here quickly, Luo Su said. The two nodded. Luo Su took Lung Chen and Xiao Yu to Jingshan for security check. She, Lung Chen, and Xiao Yu had to be observed here for 10 days. Fortunately, there are various groups to chat. Yi Guqing and his friends also asked Luo Su for help in the group, hoping to come to China for refuge. Lung Chen said in the group, Yi Guqing, there are too many of you. Bring more gifts to Luo Su, so that she can explain to the authorities. Yi Guqing said, we are not like Lung Chen, we are a royal family, I am afraid we don't have much to show. Luo Su gave them some advice and said, last time when we passed the King's Road, didn't we reward a lot of crystal ore? Now the air purifiers in China need a lot of crystals to maintain. Yi Guqing was delighted and said, that's fine. I have more than 3,000 crystals of various kinds, all for you. The elf girl also said excitedly, me, I also have 2,800. I have 2,520. Mingxing Athai. I have 2,460. Lei Xingzhenzi. No one else said anything. After Luo Su asked, he found out that Wu Ji of Wuxing and Ho of Longxing had not been heard from either. They were probably in danger. Luo Su was a little sad, but there was nothing he could do. You guys take good protection, and wait for me in the dungeon hall, Luo Su said in the group. Chapter 314. I heard that Luo Su's 4 friends generously donated 200 energy stones this time. This made the officials very happy. They were still worried about what to do after the air purifier ran out of energy. Now Luo Su got 200 at once, and it will be enough for another 10 years. Luo Su handed over 200 crystals to the officials. The reason why she kept the extra crystal ore was because she consumed 10,000 crystals when she created the Songlong continent last time. More crystals will be consumed in the future. If Blue Star falls and the authorities ask her for help, she will have to consume a large amount of crystal ore to expand the land to build shelters for the 800 million people in China. For the sake of the overall situation, she decided to keep most of the crystal ore. After Long Zima woke up, he saw Luo Su's message to him. Seeing that the dungeon group was so lively, he knew that all the friends of Jiuxing had come. Luo Su stayed there to observe for 10 days. Long Zimo decided to go on a long journey, but he didn't tell Luo Su because he was afraid that she would worry. He told Du Yifan and left quietly. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone passed the security check. Luo Su took everyone to Songlong continent, where there were some built houses. Lung Chen and the other 6 lived in a small Western-style building with a small courtyard. After the accommodation was arranged, Luo Su took them to the entrance of Songlong No. 2 dungeon. From now on, everyone can come here to brush the dungeon every day. The rewards of this dungeon are the same as those of the king's dungeon, Luo Su said. Really? Everyone was surprised and clicked on the dungeon to check. It was indeed a king-level dungeon. Captain is awesome. Captain is awesome. Just make a king-level dungeon. We can play dungeons every day in the future. Luo Su, let me tell you, people living here cannot leave at will. To ensure safety, the portal is strictly controlled in and out. Everyone agreed that as long as there is a place to live, and they can play dungeons every day to improve themselves, it is better than anything else. Luo Su nodded. Then you guys go to the dungeon. I can't get into my own dungeon. Ah, there are such weird rules. You should have no limit on the number of times you create a dungeon, and you should be able to enter and exit at will. It's so unfair. The elf girl was indignant. Luo Su smiled. It's okay, I'm used to it. You guys can play it. The ultimate mode of this dungeon can be played by 100 people. If you have a full team, you can also help take care of other members in the base. Yi Guqing responded, no problem. After Luo Su finished his friend's work, he returned to the novice village and saw Long Zimo's handwritten note. Wife, I have to go out for a few days. You take good care of yourself at home. Where did this guy go? Luo Su was depressed. Why couldn't he just call to tell her what was going on? Why did he have to leave a handwritten message? Unless he didn't want her to know when he was going out. Luo Su went straight to Du Yifan without saying anything. Du Yifan was a little nervous and said he was going to do something important. I didn't expect him to be gone for so long. Did he say where he was going? What was he doing? Luo Su asked. No, he just said he was going to do something very important. Du Yifan was very worried about the safety of his boss. Okay, I got it. Luo Su returned to the novice village. She thought he didn't want her to know, just because he was afraid that she would worry about his safety. Now, with Long Zimo's skills, there are only two relatively dangerous places. Wasteland Planet and Sun of 7 Stars. First of all, the Wasteland Planet was ruled out, because the new entrance was not known at all. So there was only one possibility left. He went to the territory of the Sun of 7 Stars alone. Chapter 315. When Luo Su was getting anxious, Du Yifan called her. Luo Su, the boss is back, seriously injured, in the base clinic, come quickly. Du Yifan said anxiously. When Luo Su arrived at the base clinic, Long Zimo had already fainted, and did not respond to the invitation to form a team. She called Suimo and Xiaoya over, and used her skills to restore his health. Long Zimo's complexion improved a little, although he woke up, he was still very weak. Luo Su silently took him back to the novice village and treated him in the treatment cabin, and he recovered much faster. Sumo's eyes lit up when he saw the treatment cabin. Luo Su, when Long Zimo recovers, can you lend me this treatment cabin for research? Luo Su directly put out another treatment cabin for him. This is for you. Suimo was flattered. That's great, thank you Luo Su. Luo Su thought for a while and said, by the way, there is one more thing. I have been so busy that I forgot to tell you. Last time I saw a very good private hospital in the first star system, I moved back. As she said that, she came to the open space near Sumo's house, and set out a 5-story luxurious hospital. Wow, it's really impressive. Suimo was very excited. This was the ideal place to work that he had always dreamed of. Don't get excited yet, I have a bigger surprise. Luo Su took him to one of the widest operating rooms, and took away everything inside. Then she set out a square surgical treatment cabin. Suimo recognized this operating cabin, and was so excited that he couldn't speak for a long time. Yes, this is a bioelectronic medical operating room. I hope you can develop more medicines and more advanced treatment methods in the future. Luo Su said with high hopes. Please rest assured, Xiaoya, and I will do our best to meet your expectations. At this moment, Luo Su has become a god in Sumo's eyes. The kind of existence that can easily fulfill other people's wishes. In order to express his excitement, he gave Luo Su the high potion he had just made. Luo Su took a good look and found that there were blood recovery potions, mental potions, detoxification potions, and potions that temporarily increased attack and defense. You have quite a complete set of medicines. Luo Su smiled and collected all the medicines. We can only have large quantities of medicines after the harvest of the medicinal fields in the village. Suimo said truthfully. Okay, I see. After saying that, Luo Su returned to the 3rd floor to watch over Long Zimo. 3 hours later, Long Zimo recovered and came down from the treatment cabin. Without saying anything, he hugged Luo Su into his arms. Zimo, what's wrong? Luo Su was a little worried. Long Zimo's hands began to wander around her body. Luo Su, I miss you. I want. Luo Su was shocked and pushed him away. You are not Long Zimo. The man's eyebrows turned cold, and he was about to speak when he was grabbed by Luo Su, and the two disappeared directly from the living room. Where are you taking me? Luo Su took him to an uninhabited area on Blue Star. A pistol was pressed against his neck. Master Long, tell me quickly, where did you take Long Zimo? The man raised his mouth corner, and a handsome smile appeared on his face. He's dead. You will never appear again. You? Luo Su really wanted to shoot him, but that was Long Zimo's body. Luo Su pulled him and teleported directly to the laboratory where they were last time. There were many people in white coats busy in the laboratory. It was very strange to see the two people suddenly appear. Luo Su said in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, Yes, Long Xingju, I will follow your instructions and leave no one alive. Then she started to kill people in the laboratory. People fell down one after another. She deliberately let go of two fish that slipped through the net. Star-Lord Long was furious and was about to attack her, but he found that his mental power was completely empty and he couldn't use any skills at all. If you don't tell me where Long Zimo is, I make you live a life worse than death. Luo Su gritted his teeth and said. Footsteps were heard outside the door. The five of us can completely kill the two of them if we join forces. How about we divide the Star-Lord's energy equally? I agree. I agree too. Star-Lord Long's eyes turned cold, and he pulled up a firewall at the door. Then he pulled Luo Su and opened a program. A countdown appeared in front of both of them. 10, 9, 8, 7. In a blink of an eye, the two arrived at the game transfer station. Welcome the two-star masters to the survival game. This game is a desert survival game. Chapter 316. Luo Su was surprised and asked, Can you enter the game on your own initiative? And the strange thing is that this time she entered the game as a Star Master, and Daodu did not enter the game with her. Long Star Master smiled proudly, Am I very good? Luo Su, no, you deserve a beating. At this time, a magnificent voice resounded through the sky. There are 10,000 players in this round of the game. Those who can survive in the desert for 30 days will be considered to have passed the level and will receive generous rewards. Luo Su opened the space to check. Except for the special space being disabled, other skills, talents and props can be used, and the space backpack can also be opened. Looking at the full 10 grids of food, Luo Su was not worried about survival at all. There is a 60-minute sprint time at the beginning of the game, and all players must go to the center of the desert as soon as possible. After 60 minutes, poisonous fog will begin to appear from the edge of the desert, and the poisonous fog will slowly gather towards the center of the desert. After 12 hours, it will cover all places. Long Xingju said, Let's go to the center of the desert first. There should be a portal there. Luo Su was puzzled. Do you know how to clear each game? Star-Lord Long shook his head. As Star-Lords, although we can actively enter the game, the content of each game is random, and I don't know the answer. Luo Su, if we accidentally die in the game, can we still get out alive? Star-Lord Long said, No, Star-Lords are different from ordinary players. Ordinary players who die in the game are just sent to labor. When a Star-Lord dies in the game, he will turn into a ball of energy and be absorbed by the game system. So don't just enter the game if you have nothing to do. Luo Su was surprised. Where are ordinary people sent to work as laborers? Long Xingju was stunned, as if he accidentally let the cat out of the bag. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you, you're just a rookie. After that, he continued to move forward. Luo Su suddenly felt that this Long Xingju seemed to know a lot of inside information that she didn't know. It seems that she has to find a way to get more information from him. Luo Su followed him, and the game rules prompts were still going on. Food and weapons are randomly scattered in the desert. First come first served. Please prepare as soon as possible. Let's go. If we don't have food, we will starve to death. Long Xingju said. Luo Su was surprised. Didn't he know that she had space? From this, it can be seen that he and Long Zimo still don't share most of their memories. It was close to noon, and the sun was blazing. Walking in the desert was like an oven, hot and thirsty. Luo Su quietly locked the surrounding 1 kilometer and collected supplies. Obtained 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 bags of bread. She took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped down a few mouthfuls. When Dragon Star Lord heard the noise, he turned around and asked, Where did you get the mineral water? I just picked it up in the sand. Luo Su said seriously. Dragon Star Lord licked his dry lips and said, Give me a bottle. I'm dying of thirst. Luo Su shook his head. You have to answer a question first, and then I give it to you. Do you have a conscience, woman? I brought you into the game just now to save you, but you don't know how to be grateful. Dragon Star Lord was so angry that he was fuming. Forget it, I only have one bottle left anyway. Luo Su collected the water. Long Xingju said with a gloomy face. Didn't you say you had questions? Speak quickly. Luo Su asked with a serious face. Where is Long Zimo? He is sleeping. Long Xingju said unhappily. Sleeping? What do you mean? Luo Su explained. It's just that we share this body. When I'm awake, his consciousness is like sleeping. Long Xingju said impatiently. So that's it. Luo Su was a little confused and asked again, in other words, which one of you has a stronger consciousness can hypnotize the other? We agreed to exchange one question for a bottle of water. Give it to me. Long Xingju stretched out his hand for water. Luo Su smiled. When did I say one question for a bottle of water? I just said that if you answer my question first, I will give you water, and I haven't finished asking yet. Long Xingju began to dislike this woman. She actually cheated him. Yes, you are right. Whoever has the upper hand can control this body. Long Xingju said. Luo Su wanted to ask more, but seeing that his face turned red with anger, he handed him a bottle of water. You have to take your time to get the wool, right? The two continued to move forward. Luo Su took out a hat from the space. We are moving too slowly like this. Others will grab all the supplies. I will go ahead. Luo Su said, and activated the instant fast forward. Hey, wait for me. Long Xingju accelerated to catch up, and found that Luo Su's speed was twice as fast as his. Luo Su teleported 2 kilometers before stopping. The sun was too strong, and she was so thirsty that her throat was about to smoke. She took out a bottle of iced black tea, and was about to drink it when a black shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air, and reached out to grab her black tea. Luo Su turned around and dodged. Turning around and looking carefully, it turned out to be a big and strong man. The big man missed a move and became angry. He picked up an orange big knife and chopped at him. Luo Su teleported more than 10 meters away and locked his mind on the other party. Ice Domain. Dejection. Super Harvest X10 combo. The big man felt a chill under his feet, and a chill spread from his feet to his whole body. He was immobilized, but he felt so comfortable that he didn't want to move his feet. He added a shield to himself. Unexpectedly, his mental strength and health bar decreased instantly. He tried his best to rush out of the ice domain, but it was too late. Ding! Kill the king player, get 20,000 survival points, randomly get the opponent's talent, strength +5, drop a player backpack, and an orange weapon. Luo Su threw the man's body out. Just after picking up the things, Dragon Star Lord came. He panted and said, Does this person have water in his backpack? Give me another bottle. Luo Su, yes, however, if you want water, the old rules are to answer questions. Dragon Star Lord was about to collapse. You are not a primary school student. Where do you have so many questions? Luo Su didn't waste time talking to him, and asked directly, Who is the leader of your 7 stars? Dragon Star Lord's eyes sank, beyond the scope, changed the question. Luo Su squinted at him, still keeping it a secret. Okay, let's change it. What does Star Lord mean? There are 7 planets, and each of the 7 star suns manages a planet, and is considered a Star Lord. Luo Su asked again, What are the benefits of managing a planet? Long Star Lord. Monopolize the resources of the entire planet for your own use and strengthen yourself. Luo Su was surprised. For example, Long Star Lord, instance income, taxes, or material income, etc. Luo Su was surprised. I am the Purple Star Lord, so I also have these benefits. Dragon Star Lord sneered. The premise is that you have to be able to subdue Purple Star. You can't even enter Purple Star now. You are just a Star Lord in name only. Apart from the small privileges of entering the game at will, you are just an empty shell. So complicated. Luo Su didn't want to be the son of the 7 stars. After all, she was an undercover agent. But she wanted to find out their trump cards. Luo Su gave him a bottle of water and a small bread. Then he continued to move forward. Chapter 317. The two walked forward another kilometer, and were blocked by a large group of people. These people looked very strange. Luo Su had never seen them before. They all had 3 eyes. In addition to the left and right eyes, there was another eye on the tip of the nose, which looked very strange. Dragon Star Lord came over and whispered, They are from the 3-eyed planet. 3-eyed planet? This was the first time Luo Su heard of this planet. From another galaxy. Dragon Star Lord added. Pulu Pulu, Poo Pulu. Lulu Pulu, Poo Pulu. The three-eyed aliens were puffing and puffing, and no one knew what they were saying. However, Luosu could tell from the king icons above their heads that most of these people were kings. Luosu locked onto all the three-eyed aliens, and used two skills to combo out. Ice Domain. Super Harvest X10 combo. Everyone disappeared instantly, and a pile of corpses fell from the sky. Dragon Star Lord was stunned. This time he finally saw clearly that these people disappeared at the same time, and reappeared after being wiped out. Only those who have the gift of time and space can do this. The gift of time and space is very rare. I didn't expect this woman to have such a talent. No wonder Long Zimo fell in love with her. Luosu was manually picking up the materials that were scattered all over the ground. She didn't know that after seeing her skills, Long Xingju had made up so many things on his own. However, she also took great pains to hide her space. She collected all the spoils. Give me 2 bottles of water. You are embarrassed to take all these things? Dragon Star Lord said. Luosu laughed. I killed the people, and you didn't help. Why should I be embarrassed? Didn't I provide you with information? Three-eyed aliens, from another galaxy. Dragon Star Lord said innocently. He used to think that the most shameless person in the world was the 5-star Lord, but he didn't expect that this woman was even more shameless. Why is it different from telepathy? He used to occasionally sense a little bit of feeling about this woman Long Zimo, all of which were good. After spending half a day with her, his beautiful fantasy has been shattered. I feel that this woman is more like a female bandit, not beautiful at all. She is also very stingy, not even willing to give a bottle of water to her teammates. This is probably the gap between ideal and reality. He shook his head and sighed, and then he heard the female bandit speak. Don't be too sad. I am a reasonable person. As long as you answer the question seriously, you won't die of thirst. Long Xingju licked his lips with difficulty and said, Tell me, what do you want to know? Luosu thought for a moment and asked, Are you 7-star Sun's natural people? Is it normal human reproduction or artificial? We have long since departed from the primitive way of reproduction. Long Xingju was speechless. Okay, let's go. Luosu threw him a bottle of water and continued on his way. Not far away, the sky darkened. Is it going to rain? Luosu looked up at the sky in surprise. It would be great if it rained. This is drying people up, Dragon Star Lord said. As soon as he finished speaking, a hurricane blew over, causing pain on the face and making it impossible to open the eyes. The two were caught off guard and opened their mouths to speak, resulting in a mouthful of sand. Luosu spat out the sand in his mouth, and at this moment, a rumbling sound came from the horizon. The two looked up and panicked. Sandstorm. Hurry up and find a place to hide. But there was only bare desert all around. Where could there be a place to hide? Luosu didn't care about hiding his clumsiness, and smashed out 10-ton giant iron pieces to form a double row of windbreak walls. Then he took out 2 sets of windproof coats and hoods from the space, and threw 1 set to Dragon Star Lord, and the two quickly armed themselves. Seeing that the sandstorm was about to blow over, the two added shields and self-defense skills to each other, and then buried their heads behind the iron wall. Every second felt like an age. After finally surviving a sandstorm, a large number of desert beasts followed. The mutant desert lizards, as big as buffaloes, came in groups, and there was a large group of dense cobras behind them. Luosu almost had intensive phobia. We are so unlucky that we encountered a rare tide of desert beasts, Dragon Star Lord said. Chapter 318. The two climbed up the iron wall. Luosu threw out a control skill. Ice Domain. Schwa. With a sound, a thick layer of ice formed on the sandy ground within 100 meters. The large desert beasts slowed down, and the smaller monsters such as desert wolves and cobras were directly frozen. The Dragon Star Lord pulled up a crystal-clear luxurious bow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 arrows were shot out at the same time. The arrowhead had a secret inside, and after it shot into the monster's body, it exploded. Bang, bang, bang. The arrows exploded one after another, and the 5 mutant desert lizards fell one after another. At the same time, Luosu's group attack skills had been comboed out, and with the assists of Xiaobai and Molters, the beast tide was reduced by 1/3. When Dragon Star Lord saw Luosu release his battle pet, he missed his battle pet very much. It was a pity that Long Zimo, the idiot, didn't even contract his flaming tiger. Luosu, where is my flaming tiger? He was not used to using Long Zimo's 3 battle pets. Give it away, Luosu said. Who told you to act on your own? The flame tiger is much more powerful than your bird. Dragon Star Lord was very angry. Although he was of the same body as Long Zimo, he could not agree with some of his practices. Luo Su said, "But your flame tiger can't fly and can't fight in the air. Your fire Kirin can also fly, but you just didn't train it. You have such a powerful pet, but you only use it as a mount. It's such a waste." Dragon Star Lord said this with a mixture of contempt and envy, and a very complicated mood. Luo Su had no time to pay attention to him, and concentrated on clearing monsters. Ding, kill desert beasts in groups, and get 100,000 survival points. Ding, kill desert beasts in groups, and get 100,000 survival points. After more than 10 minutes, all the desert beasts were finally killed, and they breathed a sigh of relief. The desert in front of them turned into a blood-stained desert. This scene was shocking. Luo Su and Dragon Star Lord jumped down from the wall. She put all the giant iron blocks back into the space, threw a bottle of water to Dragon Star Lord, and then turned around and teleported away quickly. Before dark, the two arrived at the center of the desert. There was a small oasis in the center of the desert, but it was now occupied by a group of people. If you want to drink water, you have to pay protection fees. This is the new rule they made. There were already many corpses lying on the ground. All of them were people who opposed the new rules. Luo Su really couldn't stand the behavior of these people. "Let's take the oasis," she said to Dragon Star Lord. "Do you want to collect protection fees?" Dragon Star Lord didn't want to care about these trivial matters. Anyway, he had just picked up 7 or 8 bottles of water, and 2 loaves of bread. Survival is important. We have water. Why do we need to rob the oasis? Less trouble is worse than more trouble. They can still work as miners after they die, but if we die accidentally, we will be wiped out. Luo Su nodded. "Okay, let's find the portal first." Luo Su activated the road shoes, turned invisible and teleported back and forth. Finally found it under the waters of the oasis. She and Dragon Star Lord hurriedly passed through the portal. As soon as they came out, they felt their legs soften and sank into the quicksand. Long Xingju couldn't help but curse. "This game is really a rip-off. There's quicksand after the portal." "Luo Su, grab my hand." Luo Su was sinking very deep. Long Xingju was very worried about her, and reached out to push her up. Luo Su was very thin, and not very heavy. Long Xingju used both hands to push her up, and the reaction force accelerated his sinking speed. Soon she was not up to his chest. Luo Su looked a little anxious. At least Long Xingju saved her life. "Long Xingju, join the group quickly," Luo Su shouted. But her voice was drowned out by another loud noise, and Dragon Star Lord couldn't hear what she said at all. He heard a roar from underground, and the entire quicksand area collapsed directly. Luo Su hurriedly teleported 100 meters away. The original quicksand area, after collapsing, was covered with layer after layer of sand. Dragon Star Lord had been buried in the desert. "Dragon Star Lord," Luo Su shouted anxiously. But the only response to her was the roar from underground. Chapter 319. Luo Su locked onto the area of 100 meters nearby, 20 meters deep, collecting sand and taking away all the sand from the landslide. A section of the roof of an ancient building appeared under the desert. Luo Su was surprised. How could there be an ancient building under the desert? She followed the wall of the ancient building and collected all the sand covering the ancient building. The ancient building occupied an area of more than 1,000 meters. Luo Su came to the gate of the ancient building and saw 4 big characters on the gate. Jiuyo Ancient City. Roar. A roar came from deep in the ancient city. The gate shook slightly, and a cloud of dust was shaken. Luo Su rushed into the ancient city to find the whereabouts of Dragon Star Lord. She opened the map system, and it was an unknown area again, so she couldn't form a map. She could only search every corner. She opened the team invitation, and Long Zimo joined the team quickly. "Su, my leg is pressed down. Come and help me." Hearing this voice, Luo Su was happy. "Zimo?" "Yes, it's me. I'm in a place where the city wall collapsed," Long Zimo said, while enduring the pain in his leg. Luo Su looked at the team members' positions from the team information. He soon found out his position. "Zimo, hold on a little longer. I'd be there soon." Luo Su activated the teleportation acceleration and quickly found Long Zimo. He was half lying next to a collapsed city wall, with a huge stone slab pressing down on his left leg. Luo Su locked the stone slab on his leg and activated the power of space to store it. Super storage. The pressure on Long Zimo's legs disappeared, and blood stained his trouser legs red. "Lie still, I take care of your wound." Luo Su took out a first aid kit and several bottles of mineral water from the space. Luosu cut open his trouser legs, quickly took care of the wound, and after bandaging the wound, she took out a treatment cabin from the space. The energy in the treatment cabin was very low, so she added a super red crystal to replenish the energy. Come on, go into the treatment cabin and recover from your injuries. Luosu had just helped Long Zimo into the treatment cabin. The monster underground was roaring at her again, and the mountain was shaking with an earthquake. Luosu was worried that the crooked tower next to her would collapse again. She simply locked onto the tower and demolished it in a few moves. This demolition led to an unexpected discovery. It turned out that there was an entrance to a basement under the floor of the tower. Could there be another basement underneath? She planned to wait until Long Zimo recovered from his injuries before going down to take a look. Long Zimo lay in the treatment cabin with his eyes closed, floating up and down, his whole body wrapped in a layer of warm red energy, and there was no trace of pain on his face, as if he was asleep. The treatment cabin showed that it would take 2 hours to complete the treatment. Luosu thought he could take out the picnic tent and chairs, sit on the chairs, drink drinks, and wait slowly. But such a peaceful time only lasted for 10 minutes before it was broken. Before, Luosu dug a big pit in the desert to reveal the whole picture of the ancient city. Now many people came to the big pit. Oh my god, how can there be an ancient city in the desert? Everyone, look, there are people down there. Tent, that player must have picked up a lot of supplies. Let's go down and take a look. There are only 2 of them. Let's go and rob supplies. A group of more than a dozen people slid down the sand pile at the edge of the pit and walked towards the tent in the corner of the ancient city with murderous intent. The group stopped 20 meters away from Luosu. Seeing her drinking tea leisurely, there was no trace of fear on her face. It was strange. Along the way, they had robbed hundreds of people. Who wouldn't be terrified? But this seemingly weak beauty in front of them was not afraid of them at all. Boss, there is such a beautiful girl in this shabby place. It's so weird. Is she a ghost? Someone in the crowd whispered to their leader. The leader glared and said, Who cares? I'm dying of thirst. Go grab the tea for me. Don't spill it. Yes, yes, yes. The man nodded and bowed, turned around and waved, Brothers, follow me. The bandits slowly surrounded her. The woman still sat there motionless. Suddenly, a big white wolf dog appeared beside her. The big wolf dog. A woof. Suddenly, a thunder and lightning came. Boom. Crack. Most of the bandits fell. The leader saw that the situation was not good and ran away. The others also ran for their lives. The bandits ran to the edge of the sand pit, and the more they felt anxious, the more they couldn't climb up. Xiaobai chased them, and used 2 group attack skills to eliminate all the bandits. Xiaobai held the backpack dropped by the leader in his mouth, returned to Luosu, and wagged his tail. Xiaobai is awesome. Luosu stroked Xiaobai's soft fur and praised him. She poured some water into a plate to quench Xiaobai's thirst, and when he finished drinking, she took him back to the war pet warehouse. It's so hot, you'd better not come out and suffer. There was a man lying on the edge of the sand pit. He buried himself in the sand, and just witnessed the whole process of the bandits' robbery, and the ending was beyond his expectations. The original intention of wanting to benefit from the fisherman disappeared without a trace at this moment. He quietly crawled back, and then kept moving away from the pit. Chapter 320. 2 hours later. Long Zimo woke up from the treatment cabin. His injuries had healed and his body had returned to its peak condition. Luosu put the treatment cabin into the space. Zimo, there is a big monster under here. Let's go down and take a look. Luosu pointed to the entrance to the underground floor under the tower and said, No problem. Long Zimo was happy to accompany her on the adventure. The 2 added auxiliary skills to each other and entered the underground city. The light in the underground city was a little dim. Luosu hung a shoulder-mounted lighting on Xiaohan's arm and let it explore the way ahead. Your method is good. Long Zimo gave a thumbs up. Of course. Luosu smiled. The 2 continued to walk in. The ground was a little damp and filled with unpleasant smells. Roar. The monster roared again. The 2 quickened their pace. At the end of the corridor, there was a rusty iron door that looked very old. Luosu took away the iron door. In a dark and large secret room, there lay a huge monster whose full appearance could not be seen. The monster found that humans had come in and suddenly became irritable. It struggled with its tired body and wanted to rush over to fight desperately. Several thick iron chains trapped it tightly, and it could only roar angrily within the range of the chains. Listening to the roar from a close distance was even more uncomfortable than the roar of a lion, and it almost shook people's souls. Luo Su heard a childish cry, and the panda Xiaohan slowly walked over to the sound. With the help of the light on its arm, Luo Su found that there was actually a pink and tender baby next to the huge monster. Woo woo. The huge monster made a series of low humming sounds at the panda Xiaohan, like the communication between fantasy beasts. Luo Su used his fiery eyes to look at the information of the huge monster, and found that it was actually a heavenly phantom god. Monster information: heavenly auspicious beast, 10,000 years old, very rare species. Its blood contains super strong regeneration factors, can quickly heal diseases and injuries. Luo Su was surprised after reading the monster information. There are actually phantom beasts that have lived for 10,000 years in this world. At this time, Luo Su received a spiritual conversation from Xiaohan. Master, this auspicious beast is about to die. It asked me to help take care of its cubs. Xiaohan's inner voice. Hurry up and agree to it. Luo Su replied to Xiaohan. But I don't know how to take care of a baby. Xiaohan had no confidence. Don't worry, I'm here, Luo Su said. Okay. Xiaohan listened to his master. Xiaohan stretched out his chubby hands and picked up the pink and tender little baby. The baby's little face was buried in Xiaohan's soft arms. Woo woo. The huge monster saw this scene and slowly collapsed. It had lived for too many years and was now exhausted. It roared desperately before because it actually sensed the breath of a phantom beast nearby. I want to attract the same kind of fantasy beasts to try to fulfill the wish of entrusting the orphan. It can be seen that fantasy beasts are also very spiritual. Luo Su collected the corpse of the dead huge fantasy beast and merged it infinitely. I hope to merge some nutrients and give them to the young beast to make it grow faster. Luo Su took out a soft cotton sheet, wrapped the newborn baby, and said to Xiaohan, "Let me hold it." Luo Su held the baby over and felt it was quite heavy. Although the baby was born not long ago, it weighed 50 or 60 kilograms and looked pink, a bit like Hubba in the movie Monster Hunt. It opened its mouth and cried. It must be hungry. Luo Su took out a bottle of pure milk and tried to feed it a mouthful, but the little guy held the bottle and refused to let go. Let's go out first. The air here is not good, Long Zimo said. They walked back, and when they came out to the ground, the little cub actually fell asleep holding the bottle, looking very cute. Luo Su didn't expect that this trip to survive in the desert would have such an unexpected gain. For safety reasons, she decided to put the cub into the space. Last time she upgraded the space level to level 30, her space backpack had an additional function of storing living things, which came in handy now. Chapter 321. After Luo Su put the young beast into the space, he and Long Zimo continued to explore the underground ancient city. There are many murals on the walls of the ancient city, but because of the long history, most of the murals can no longer be seen clearly. They came to a place similar to an alchemy room, in the middle of which was a huge stone tripod, 2 or 3 meters high. The tripod was black and carved with various hideous animal faces on the surface. Long Zimo was also checking the stone tripod. He accidentally touched the stone tripod, as if he had touched some mechanism. From the inside of the stone tripod came the sound of the mechanism turning. Luo Su and Long Zimo were both startled and quickly retreated more than 10 meters away. Gagaga, bang! The sound of the mechanism turning had not stopped. Gagaga, dong dong dong. A cloud of dust came out of the huge mouth of the stone tripod and sprayed upwards. Then, a clang 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 sound came from the stone tripod, like the sound of many things crawling over the stone slabs. Soon, a large number of centipedes, scorpions and poisonous insects poured out of the stone tripod, densely packed, and quickly crawled along the stone tripod to the floor. Super collection. Luo Su locked the entire room and collected the poisonous insects. Ding! 301 poisonous insects killed. Long Zimo slapped the poisonous insects with a virtual palm, and the poisonous insects were smashed into pieces. Don't smash them, let me collect them. These are manufacturing materials. We will take them back to Suimo to make medicine, Luo Su said. But there were too many poisonous insects in the stone tripod. Although Luo Su took away a lot of them, there were still poisonous insects crawling out continuously. It's not over yet. Luo Su had no choice but to put the stone tripod into the space. Her space has an automatic classification function. That is, things of the same kind will be automatically stored together. Luo Su discovered that after the stone tripod was put into the space, it was actually the same kind as the portal. She put the stone tripod out again. This time, no poisonous insects crawled out. It seems that putting the stone tripod into the space can prevent poisonous insects from crawling out. In order to try, She touched the stone tripod again, and the sound of the mechanism turning GA appeared again. Any new discoveries? Long Zimo was standing nearby, confused. This stone tripod is actually a portal, Luosu said. Long Zimo was surprised. Portal? Where does it lead to? Luosu shook his head. I don't know. Just touch it and the portal will open, but this one is different from the ordinary portal. It doesn't show the information of the teleportation location. Luosu looked at the poisonous insects that kept pouring out, and suddenly had a bold idea. Why don't we go along the teleportation channel and have a look? Let's go! Long Zimo agreed with her suggestion. For safety reasons, Luosu took Xiaohan away and activated the invisibility skill. Her and Long Zimo's bodies became transparent. They climbed up the high stone tripod and saw a 1-meter-wide light gate at the bottom of the stone tripod. The poisonous insects were crawling out from that light gate. Long Zimo rushed down first and got into the light gate. Luosu followed closely. The two came to a large valley where all the grass and trees were gray, and the valley was full of various poisonous insects. Welcome to the hidden dungeon Poisonous Insect Valley. Kill 1,000 poisonous insects and get 10 bottles of advanced medicine as a reward. Kill 10,000 poisonous insects and get advanced medicine formula as a reward. Kill 100,000 poisonous insects and become the master of the Poisonous Insect Valley. Master of the Poisonous Insect Valley? Luosu was excited. No, wife, we don't need poisonous insects. Long Zimo saw the excited look of the female bandit again. Get them first, and if you don't need them in the future, just wait. As Luosu spoke, she began to kill monsters. She began to harvest poisonous insects within 2 kilometers. Ding! A total of 2,306 poisonous insects killed. Luosu was surprised that the number of poisonous insects killed before the teleportation was also included. But the ones killed by Long Zimo were not counted, but calculated separately. Luosu hurriedly said, Zimo, you take a break, let me kill the poisonous insects alone, so that we can achieve the goal faster. Okay, then I go for a walk. Keep in touch on the team channel. Long Zimo said, turning around and walking to the other side of the valley. Luosu teleported out, crossed the valley, and continued to kill poisonous insects. Half a day later, Luosu finally cleared the dungeon, got all the rewards, and finally became the owner of the wormhole. She and Long Zimo were forcibly sent out of the wormhole dungeon and returned to the underground ancient city. After becoming the owner of the wormhole dungeon, the stone tripod was completely hers. She could enlarge or shrink the stone tripod according to her wishes. When enlarged, it was a portal to the cave, and when shrunk, it became a prop. It can be smashed out to kill monsters, with summoning and poisoning effects. What a good thing! Luosu played with the miniature stone tripod in his hand, which looked like a small wine glass at the moment. Boom boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the ground began to shake violently. Oh no, the ancient city is going to collapse. Long Zimo looked around and said hurriedly, Let's go! After Luosu finished speaking, the two of them teleported out at the same time and climbed out of the big pit. Chapter 322. Luosu and Long Zimo had just climbed out of the pit, and the vibration under their feet had not stopped. The two of them teleported out in a hurry, and ran a few hundred meters before stopping. Looking back, the location of the pit was full of dust. The ancient city was buried under the desert again, without sunlight. Let's go, it's getting dark, Long Zimo said. Luosu put out an off-road RV from the space. Long Zimo was immediately happy. It felt a bit like an adult version of Doraemon, not to mention how happy it was. The two got in the car and drove far away. They were now in the heart of the desert, driving aimlessly forward until the sun went down and night fell. Long Zimo stopped the car. The two simply washed up, changed into clean clothes, sat on the sofa next to the dining table, and prepared for a hearty dinner. The food taken out of the space was still hot. After eating and drinking, the two rested on the sofa. It was pitch black outside the window, and only the sound of the wind could be heard. After the sun went down, the weather in the desert became very cold. It was hot during the day, but so cold at night that you had to wear a down jacket. The temperature difference in the desert is too big. Many people will freeze to death tonight, Luosu said, looking at the wind blowing outside. Long Zimo locked the doors and windows of the RV and drew the curtains, saying, We have to be careful tonight. I'm afraid it will be unsafe at night. We take turns to rest, and each person sleeps for 2 hours, Luosu said, yawning loudly. No, you go to sleep, I keep watch, Long Zimo said, turning the alarm system of the RV to the highest setting. Once someone approaches the RV within 2 meters, the alarm will sound. Long Zimo put away the dining table and pulled out the sofa, turning it into a 1.5-meter bed. Luo Su took out a blanket and pillow, and the two of them leaned on the sofa bed to watch TV. There is no internet here, and the TV is full of previously downloaded TV series and variety shows. Luo Su leaned in Long Zimo's arms to watch TV and fell asleep soon. Long Zimo looked at the time, and it was only 9 o'clock in the evening. He drank a few sips of coffee, watched boring TV alone, and dozed off unconsciously. Until the alarm of the RV sounded, Long Zimo and Luo Su were awakened. Long Zimo opened the curtains to check. The warning lights outside the car kept flashing, and a group of people could be vaguely seen standing around the RV. Fuck, is this an RV? It must be warm inside. There must be food in the car. Master Dao, Master Wu, let's grab this car. A young man shouted angrily. What are you robbing? Pay attention to your manners. We are here to borrow your car. Do you understand? After hearing the young man's voice, Long Zimo and Luo Su paused. Dao Yi, Wu Yi, in a blink of an eye, the crowd outside dispersed and made way for the two silly pandas. Luo Su was happy and turned on the radio on the roof with the TV remote control. Dao Yi, Wu Yi, are you guys trying to rob the car? As soon as the voice fell, two young men rushed out from the back of the crowd and shouted excitedly to the car. Sister Luo Su, it's us, Xiao Dao, Xiaowu. Luo Su opened the car door and got out with Long Zimo. Sister Luo Su. Boss, you're in the game too? Xiao Dao and Xiaowu never expected to meet two big guys in this game, and they cried excitedly, completely disregarding the image of Daoyi and Wuya. Okay, you two get in the car with me, Luo Su said. Others shouted, Daoyi and Wuya, help, it's cold and hungry outside, let us get in the car too. Xiaowu scolded, why get on the bus? How can so many people squeeze in? Just stand guard outside. Master Wu spoke, and the group of people had to keep quiet. After scolding the group of temporary recruits, Xiaowu turned around and asked Luo Su for help. Sister Luo Su, these people are all people Xiao Dao and I met on the road. They have also helped a lot along the way. If there is any extra bread and water, can you share some with them? Xiaowu dared to ask this because he knew that Luo Su had space to store food. If he only relied on the supplies picked up on the road, he would never ask this question. Luo Su opened the trunk of the RV and temporarily placed a few tents and a few boxes of bread and mineral water picked up on the road. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu, these supplies are handed over to you. You are responsible for keeping watch nearby tonight. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Sister Luo Su. Luo Su nodded, looked at the two people whose lips were shivering from the cold, patted them 2 hot hamburgers and a bottle of hot milk, and said, you divide the things in the trunk first, then get in the car and find me. Okay. The two wolfed down their burgers, then called their younger brothers to come and move things. Luo Su and Long Zimo returned to the car, and 3 tents and a stove were quickly set up outside the window. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu arranged for them to take turns to keep watch, reminded them of some precautions, and then got in the car to find Luo Su. The two got in the car, first took turns to take a hot shower, and changed into clean and warm clothes. They came out and had a hearty dinner, and then began to rest. In addition to the sofa bed that can sleep, this RV has a small bed above the driver's seat, and at the rear of the car. Luo Su pulled the curtain beside the bed. Someone was keeping watch outside, so she could finally sleep peacefully. But what she didn't expect was that the crisis had just begun. Chapter 323. Dark clouds quietly covered the starry sky, and the night in the desert became even darker and deeper. 5 figures approached the 3 tents outside the RV without anyone noticing. The people in the tent died quietly in their sleep. The 2 people who were guarding the stove suddenly became limp and stopped moving. The 5 figures looked at the RV in unison. Yes, the signal of the Star-Lord tracker is very strong. They are hiding in this RV. Once we get the Star-Lord device, we can kill them. Everyone be careful. 5 figures approached the RV quietly, and when they were 2 meters away from the RV, the alarm suddenly sounded. Everyone in the car woke up. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu woke up, thinking that their men were walking around during the night shift, and began to curse. What's going on? Who is approaching the car? Luo Su quickly opened the curtains, and saw 5 figures standing outside the window, followed by a burst of attacks from the air, making people feel suffocated. It's the breath of the Star-Lord, Long Zimo said, adding a group protection shield, and then pulled up the firewall. Luo Su felt something was wrong, and hurriedly hid Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu in the space, Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu, you guys hide inside for a while. The car was squeezed hard by some force, and began to twist and deform. Luo Su and Long Zimo decisively broke out of the window from the other side. When the two landed, Xiao Hua and Xiao Gui appeared. While Xiao Hua was bombarding the fireball in front, the two quickly added a buff state to each other, and the anti-damage shield was added. Luo Su used a control skill. Ice Domain. Shua. Instantly, a thick ice domain formed on the ground within 100 meters. But it could not trap the 5 people. As the other 5-star masters among the 7-star sons, their strength was comparable to Luo Su and Long Zimo. Long Zimo slapped out with a virtual palm, only injuring a slow person, and the other 4 people had avoided it in the blink of an eye. Before the 4 people could stand firm, they had already launched a wave of skills to counterattack. Luo Su and Long Zimo dodged urgently, and the skills finally hit the RV. Boom! The RV was knocked out, and fell apart in an instant. It can be seen how terrible the attack power of the 4 people was. The enemy was outnumbered. Luo Su and Long Zimo suffered a loss in numbers, so they released 3 battle pets at the same time to assist in the battle. The opponent also released battle pets one after another, and for a while, the two sides fought evenly. I didn't expect these 2 people to be tough. Everyone concentrate your firepower and kill that woman first. The person who said this was the 3-star master Hu Tianqi. This 3-star master successfully attracted Luo Su's attention. I kill you first. Luo Su threw a huge rock at him. The 3-star Hu Tianqi had been prepared for this. With a Langus stick and a talent for strength, he actually managed to hold her huge rock and smashed it with one move. Luo Su smashed 3 huge rocks in a row, and they were all smashed. She took out a handful of energy balls and a stone tripod item. Bang bang bang. Puff! An energy ball hit Hu Tianqi's body, adding 10 layers of poisoning. The stone tripod item fell at his feet, raising a cloud of poisonous mist. All 5-star masters were poisoned. There were also dense poisonous insects on the ground. The poisonous insects did not cause much damage, but there were endless numbers. You could not kill them all. If you were bitten by a poisonous insect, you would be poisoned. If you did not avoid these dense poisonous insects, you would definitely die miserably. Everyone dispersed. The 3-star master Hu Tianqi was in a miserable state. He was in the 11th level of poisoning and lost 8,000 blood per second. Luo Su took the opportunity to throw a magic cube at him, blowing up half of his blood. 400,000 blood was lost in one move. Hu Tianqi was so scared that his face turned green, and he shouted anxiously, "7th brother, add blood to me." But the old 7 he mentioned was being locked by Long Zimo, and was beaten up. Luo Su then realized that the old 7 was a doctor. Without saying anything, she locked on to the old 7 and activated the consumption skill. The mental depression instantly sucked away the mental power, which lasted for 3 minutes. The Dr. Old 7 was already at a disadvantage against Long Zimo, and now her mental power was completely sucked out. Without mental power, she could not add blood or use skills. She wanted to escape, but was fixed by Long Zimo's Wild Bull skill. Bang! Long Zimo used a big move to kill the opponent's only doctor. After Lao Chi died, his body turned into a ball of green energy. Long Zimo's chest lit up, and a fast-moving absorber appeared, absorbing the green energy in an instant. Lao Chi. He absorbed Lao Chi's energy, and he became a dual-star master. His counterattack is too strong, it's even harder to kill him now. There are now 4 5-star masters left. They slowly retreated. Facing a double-star master, no one dared to rush forward. Help! 3-star master Hu Tianqi shouted. He was now covered with poisonous insects, with dozens of layers of poisoning, but this woman's skill crit was terrifying. Every time he was crippled, 30,000 HP was lost. Now that they had no doctor to heal, he relied on the blood recovery potion to hold on, waiting for his teammates to support him. But now the other star masters were busy with their own affairs. How could they come to help him? Luo Su finally understood that there was already a competitive relationship between the 7-star children, so how could they unite? She decided to kill the lone 3-star master Hu Tianqi first. But she was still a step behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 5-star master among them rushed to the 3-star master at lightning speed. Puff! The knife fell, and the head fell to the ground. The 3-star master turned into a ball of blue energy. Everyone present was shocked by this abnormal scene. Just as they reacted, the 5-star master had already absorbed the ball of blue energy. The corners of the 5-star master Ao Tianxiong's mouth rose. Now he also has the strength of a double-star master. Luo Su threw a huge rock at him, but it was smashed by his fist. He didn't take Luo Su seriously at all. He only had eyes for Long Zimo, the man with double star energy. If he killed Long Zimo, he would be a star master with 4-star energy, truly second to none and above all the stars. Everyone, follow me and kill this man. Ao Tianxiong called his teammates to surround and kill Long Zimo. Long Zimo was not afraid, and went forward forcefully. Luo Su threw a bunch of energy at him, adding poison damage, but it didn't work. These Star Masters had the same HP of more than 800,000 as her. The Double Star Master Ao Tianxiong has 1.5 million HP. This poison damage reduces 2,000 HP, which is just a tickle. But Luo Su wanted this effect. She smashed the energy ball first to paralyze the opponent, and while the opponent was besieging Long Zimo, she suddenly smashed a magic cube. Bang! Half of the HP of the 6-star Master Wu Feng was knocked off. The 6-star Master Wu Feng was shocked and turned to look at Luo Su. I didn't expect to underestimate you. He summoned a battle pet to restore his HP. Luo Su stared at his battle pet. A bucktooth rabbit that can add blood. Back to the village. Luo Su excitedly called Xiaobai back, and the man and the beast started the attack mode and fought quickly. Bang! Crackle! Boom! After a flash of lightning, both sides were injured. The 6-star Master was more seriously injured because Luo Su had the anti-injury effect. Chapter 324. 6-star Master Wu Feng frowned. Now his bucktooth rabbit was dead, and although he also killed the opponent's white wolf, he felt that the woman in front of him did not use all her strength. He quietly prepared a prop, and then tried to delay time, waiting for the potion to restore more blood. He put on a protective shield for himself, and raised his hand to pull up a circle of earth wall around Luo Su. He wanted to trap Luo Su. But Luo Su barely used the invisibility skill, and quietly passed through, and the opponent did not know. Seeing that Luo Su did not break through the wall, the 6-star Master Wu Feng took the time to take drugs to restore his health. His health was less than half, and he had to fight Luo Su alone and guard against the sneak attack of the 5-star Master. But he never expected that a firework suddenly exploded behind him, and his health bar was instantly empty. The 6-star Master Wu Feng turned into a ball of yellow energy. Luo Su only felt a heat in his chest, and a fast original absorber appeared in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the yellow energy was absorbed cleanly. Long Zimo's stealth attack made the 2-star Masters feel very difficult until they received a prompt. Congratulations to Purple Star Master for being promoted to Double Star Master. Only then did they realize that Lao Lu had just said he would deal with that woman, but how could he be killed in return? The situation is not good for them now. The opponent is 2 Double Star Masters. 5-star Master Ao Tianxiong was very decisive, pulling the 4-star Master, activated an escape prop, and disappeared without a trace. Long Zimo and Luo Su still have 3 minutes of invisibility. What a pity, they ran away. Luo Su said. Long Zimo smiled. You scared them away. Luo Su grinned, took out 2 bottles of pet blood recovery potion, and revived Xiaobai and the bucktooth rabbit. Long Zimo saw the pink rabbit and asked, when did you get another rabbit? Just got it. Don't look at its ugliness. It's a rabbit that can add blood. It's very practical. Luo Su pulled the bucktooth rabbit's ears and said. The bucktooth rabbit had a mental conversation and sent a message, Master, I'm not ugly. It's obviously the previous owner, who doesn't know how to raise rabbits. Luo Su laughed. Oh, really? I'm good at raising animals. Follow me. I promise you have a good life in the future. Bucktooth rabbit, Master, I only like to eat carrots. That's easy. We have a lot of carrots planted in the vegetable garden in our village. Luo Su lied and took out 2 carrots from the ingredients in the space and handed them to the bucktooth rabbit. She planned to go back and ask Xiaoya to use her skills to grow 2 baskets of carrots. The bucktooth rabbit nibbled on the carrots, his eyes full of happiness. Are there any more cars? Long Zimo said, looking at the deformed RV in the distance. Luo Su, the RV is gone, but there is an off-road vehicle, she said, and put out a Land Rover. This one will work too. It can be used as a means of transportation. It was already dawn, and Long Zimo was very sleepy. I need to take a nap and recover my energy, otherwise the Dragon Star Lord will run out again, Long Zimo said. No! We can't let him run out. Luo Su hurriedly put out a treatment cabin and let Long Zimo lie down. Long Zimo lay down, and the recovery time was 20 minutes. Luo Su released Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu. Unexpectedly, Xiao Dao actually brought out the pink baby. The baby sucked Xiao Dao's finger and fell asleep. What are you doing? Luo Su was surprised. Xiao Dao shushed and said, "Shh, don't wake it up." It finally calmed down. Xiao Wu said with a look of collapse, "Since you put us in that space, this little animal has been crying and crying, and the sound has been whimpering. I am about to collapse." As soon as he finished speaking, the little beast was woken up by him and started crying again. "Hey, it's happening again." Xiao Wu blocked his ears with his hands. It must be hungry. Luo Su took out a bottle of milk and fed it. The little beast fell asleep after drinking the milk, and Luo Su put it back into the space. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu were relieved. "Who will drive the car?" Luo Su handed them the car keys. "I drive." Both teenagers wanted to drive the Land Rover. Xiao Wu was quicker and grabbed the car keys, happily starting the car. The few people waited for Long Zimo to finish the treatment, and Luo Su put the treatment cabin and the transformed RV back into the space before leaving. Chapter 325. Luo Su and his group drove through the desert, occasionally encountering some players on the road. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they wore sunglasses and held guns in the streets, so no one dared to have any improper thoughts. They encountered monster attacks several times in the desert, and they were safe and sound every time. In the game, unless they encountered star masters and bosses, Luo Su and Long Zimo needed to be cautious. The others did not pose a threat. They worked from sunrise to sunset. During the day, they drove the off-road vehicle to the next shelter, and at night, they took a shower and rested in the spaceship. They spent 28 days in peace. Early in the morning of the 29th day, Luo Su woke up and felt a bit stuffy. Is the air conditioning system of the spaceship broken? Long Zimo also felt dry mouth and throat pain. Luo Su took out 2 bottles of mineral water. The two of them gulped down half a bottle before they felt relieved. Long Zimo walked out of the room tiredly, and prepared to check the control system of the spaceship. It turned out that Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu, who were sleeping on the floor in the control hall, had their eyes closed and their faces red, which was very abnormal. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu, "Wake up." But no matter how Long Zimo called, he couldn't wake them up. Luo Su heard the noise and ran out to check. "What's wrong? Are they sick?" Luo Su saw that Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu were in a bad state. He reached out and touched it. My God, it was hot. He looked at the indoor temperature, and it reached 55 degrees. "Zimo, wet the towel quickly," Luo Su said, setting up 2 treatment cabins. Long Zimo rushed into the bathroom and quickly ran out. There is no water at the faucet. Luo Su took out a can of pure water from the space. Luo Su and Long Zimo took some water to wet the towel and quickly wiped the 2 people, but there was no improvement. Luo Su activated the blood recovery skill, and the blood bars of the 2 people were still half blood without any change. "Quick, get them into the treatment cabin." The 2 worked together to lift Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu into the treatment cabin. Unexpectedly, the treatment cabin sounded an alarm. "Ding, the surrounding temperature is too high. Please leave the high temperature area as soon as possible. The patient is dehydrated, and treatment will begin now. The surrounding temperature is too high, which will affect the treatment time and effect." Luo Su put the treatment cabin into the space backpack and observed that the treatment cabin was still operating normally, which solved the problem of the high temperature around the treatment cabin. After settling Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu, Luo Su breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, she smelled an unpleasant smell in the air. "Zimo, is there something wrong with the spacecraft? I smell the smell of burning wires," Luo Su asked. Long Zimo checked the air-conditioned bread and found that many functions were out of order. He turned on the monitoring screen and was immediately shocked. "Su, come and have a look." Luo Su heard the voice and walked over to check the monitoring screen, and his eyes widened immediately. "What's going on?" The 2 quickly ran to the window, opened the curtains, and saw an extremely terrifying scene. Outside the window was a red desert, like a burning flame. They opened a corner of the skylight, and through the glass, they saw a huge red sun hanging in the sky. Looking at it for one more second made their eyes hurt. The temperature inside the spacecraft rose several degrees. Luo Su hurriedly closed the skylight and pulled the curtains. So, the current situation is not a problem with the spacecraft, but a huge change in the desert environment, Luo Su murmured. Long Zimo frowned and fell into deep thought. Today is the 29th day of the desert survival game. A huge sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The sun was very close to the ground, causing the temperature of the desert to rise rapidly. Almost no one can survive if they are exposed to the sun outside. Fortunately, Luo Su and his companions slept in the spaceship, and they were protected by the spaceship and air conditioning, so they did not die in their sleep. Long Zimo said, We must avoid direct sunlight on the spaceship. This is a desert. There is no place to hide. Luosu looked at the endless red ocean outside the window, and his head was in a mess. Chapter 326. She locked onto the area outside the window, which was 100 meters wide and 100 meters deep, and collected sand to dig a big pit. Then she threw the sand to a place 1 kilometer away. The difference in the depth of the big pit formed a slanted triangle shadow. Zemo, let's drive the spaceship under that shadow to avoid the sun, Luosu said. Long Zemo drove the spaceship to the shadow part. As soon as the spaceship stopped, an alarm sounded. Beep beep, the spaceship started the self-protection state and entered the automatic repair program, which takes 2 hours. Luosu looked at the shadow that barely covered the spaceship, hoping to hide here for 2 hours. She looked at Xiao Dao and Xiaowu, who were receiving treatment in the space, and their faces looked much better. She fed the cub another bottle of milk, and finally took some food and water to exit the space. After eating, Luosu and Long Zemo sat on the sofa to rest. There are still 41 hours before the end of the game, Long Zemo said with a worried look on his face. In less than 2 days, we will get through it, Luosu comforted. Although she said so, she actually had no idea what would happen next. Although hiding in the shadows was relatively better, the indoor temperature of the spacecraft was still over 40 degrees. Without air conditioning, it was like a sauna, making people sweat profusely. They could only keep replenishing water. If you really feel uncomfortable, you can hide in my space for a while, Luosu said to Long Zemo. Long Zemo looked at her and said, I want to stand firm with you. Luosu felt relieved and handed him a bottle of iced black tea. Long Zemo took a sip of iced black tea, and the cool feeling refreshed him and made him feel much more comfortable. He said, wait until the sun goes down, it should be better at night. Luosu frowned, feeling that the situation would get worse. He took out 10 bottles of water and some food that would not spoil easily and handed them to Long Zemo. Put these foods in your pocket. If we get separated, we can get through the last 2 days. Long Zemo saw the worry in her eyes, and in order to reassure her, he put the water and food in his player backpack. Sue, you are too tired. Lie down here and take a rest. Long Zemo moved to the other side of the sofa and let her rest on his legs. Luosu didn't sleep well last night and was really tired. She took out 2 small wireless fans and handed them to Long Zemo. There was a little wind, and it was finally cooler. She fell asleep quickly. She dreamed that she was hanging above a piece of boiling volcanic lava, relying on her hands to tightly grasp the edge of a chain bridge. The iron chain was very hot, and she was about to give up. She gritted her teeth and endured it. Soon her hands were burned and painful. In the end, she couldn't hold on and fell into the boiling volcanic magma. She was startled and woke up, feeling very uncomfortable. Long Zemo wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, what's wrong? You only slept for 15 minutes. Luosu shook her head. It was just a nightmare, it's okay. You are too nervous, don't worry, we can go home in 2 more days. Long Zemo held a small fan to cool her down. She closed her eyes and continued to rest. 2 hours passed quickly, and the spacecraft prompted that the automatic repair was completed. Fortunately, the air conditioning system could be used normally. Luosu woke up. Only 1/3 of the spaceship's fuel is left. Is there any more in the space? Long Zemo asked. Luosu looked at it and said, there are 2 large barrels, which should be enough to fill the tank. They filled up the fuel and found that the sun was shining outside. The previous shadows had disappeared, and the spaceship was directly exposed to the sun. It was 70 or 80 degrees outside before. The spaceship can't stand such high temperature for long, Long Zemo said. Luosu made a suggestion, then let's bury the spaceship in the sand and try it. Long Zemo studied it, and switched the spaceship to underwater mode, fully enclosed. Then he drove the spaceship little by little under the sand pile 100 meters deep. Until it reached a place where the sun could not reach, he slowly stopped the spaceship. It was dark outside, and Long Zemo turned on the indoor lights. This fully enclosed underwater mode will increase fuel consumption by 20%, so when the indoor temperature drops, we have to turn off the air conditioning to reduce consumption, Long Zemo said. Luosu nodded. After half an hour, the indoor temperature returned to normal, 28 degrees Celsius. Long Zemo turned off the cooling function and only turned on the fresh air circulation mode. At this time, Xiao Dao and Xiaowu had woken up. Luosu brought them out. I'm so hungry, is there anything to eat? The 2 teenagers recovered well mentally and physically, and they cried out for hunger as soon as they woke up. Luosu took out a bunch of food and drinks, and the two ate with relish. Xiao Dao looked at the pitch black outside and asked, "Is it dark now? Why does my time show 12 noon?" Xiao Dao and Xiaowu didn't know what was happening outside. They had fainted before getting up in the morning, and now they hadn't seen the huge sun outside. Yes, it was 12 noon. The reason why it was so dark outside was because our spaceship was buried under the desert. Long Zimo explained. Luosu told them what was happening outside, and the two knew that they had fainted in their sleep due to the high temperature and almost couldn't wake up. It's really scary to think about it. If we hadn't met the boss and Sister Luosu on the road, we would have been roasted by now, Xiao Dao said to Xiaowu. Xiaowu was also scared. There are still 39 hours left before the game ends. Let's hold on a little longer, Luosu said. As soon as she finished speaking, the spaceship suddenly vibrated and began to sink continuously. What happened? Everyone was shocked. Long Zimo hurriedly started the spaceship and flew upwards. The spaceship encountered great resistance. The sand layer above was too thick, and there was quicksand below. The spaceship slowly slid down uncontrollably. We have to fly higher. The spacecraft can only last for 12 hours in this mode. When the fuel runs out, we won't be able to fly out. If we bury it too deep, there will be a lack of oxygen in the cabin. Long Zimo was very anxious. Luosu said, "Keep the momentum to fly upwards. I help you." "Okay," Long Zimo responded. Luosu locked onto the thick sand layer above the spacecraft and opened the storage. The spacecraft suddenly became lighter, the resistance disappeared, and it flew out quickly, avoiding the landslide above. The spaceship flew into the sunlight, and the red desert outside the window gave people a sense of scorching heat, which shocked Xiao Dao and Xiaowu. Long Zimo drove the spaceship around, and found a place 50 meters above the ground in the big pit again, and slowly put the spaceship into the sand pile to avoid direct sunlight. The air in the room was maintained at about 32 degrees. The waiting time was always long. The four people drank tea and chatted, and finally made it to the evening. They drove the spaceship out of the sand pile, but it was still sunny outside. Everyone was surprised. "What's going on? Isn't it 9 o'clock in the evening? Why doesn't the sun go down?" Chapter 327. It is now 9 o'clock in the evening. The sun has not set, but has become much bigger. The temperature in the desert is even higher. The spacecraft keeps sounding the alarm. Beep, beep, high temperature warning. The temperature exceeds 100 degrees Celsius, which poses a huge threat to the safety of the spacecraft. Please stay away from the high temperature area. Luosu and his companions looked out the window, and saw flames constantly coming out of the surface of the desert outside. At a glance, it really turned into a red ocean. At this time, everyone saw a green arrow flashing in the upper right corner of their sight, indicating a distance of 10 kilometers. The shelter has appeared. But it's too far away, our spaceship can't hold out that long. As Long Zimo spoke, he had already driven the spaceship back into the pit, and plunged into the sand pile 100 meters deep. Long Zimo frowned and said, "We must find a way to get to the shelter. The fuel of this spaceship can only last for another 3 hours at most. As we all know, there are still 27 hours before the end of the game." Luosu looked at the green arrow in the upper right corner of his sight, which pointed to the direction of the shelter. "There is a way, we can try it," Luosu said. "What way?" The other three were very curious. Luosu said, "We have to test the pressure-bearing capacity of the spacecraft, and how deep it can fly underground. The spacecraft will slowly pass through the underground. As long as it does not touch the hot sand layer above, it should be fine," Luosu said. Long Zimo listened and decided to give it a try. Now the spacecraft is 100 meters deep underground. It is definitely impossible to pass through. The resistance is too great. He drove the spaceship up 50 to 60 meters, and then moved forward slowly. The resistance was much smaller, but the fuel consumption was really high. "Zimo, we can go up another 20 meters, Luosu said. She recalled the color of the sand at the edge of the pit just now, and judged that the burning layer of the desert should be about 1 or 2 meters above the ground. Then the sand layer 20 meters away from the ground is not hot, and the resistance is relatively small. Even if there is a landslide, the spaceship does not have to bear such a great pressure." "Okay." Long Zimo lifted the spaceship higher, and 20 meters above the ground, he slowly drove towards the shelter. "The pressure is much lower, and the speed can be faster," Long Zimo said happily. The spaceship accelerated forward, and after traveling 500 or 600 meters, it suddenly, bang, hit a huge rock. Ding ding, the spaceship was hit hard. A 2-meter crack appeared on the shell, the sense of balance failed, the sealing system failed, and the safety factor dropped by 20%. Please repair it as soon as possible. Xiao Dao asked, Sister Luo Su, can you take this huge rock away? Luo Su shook his head. No, the boulder is so big, if we take it away, it may cause the high temperature layer above to collapse. Long Zimo said calmly, I go around it. He drove the spaceship back a few meters, slowly went around the boulder, and then continued to drive quickly towards the shelter. The airtightness of the spaceship was damaged. If we don't go there quickly, I'm afraid that if we stay there for a long time, there will be a lack of oxygen in the cabin. We hit several more boulders on the road and encountered 2 landslides, and the spaceship was seriously damaged. There are only 500 meters left to the shelter, but the spaceship is on strike. Beep beep, the spaceship has a serious malfunction. The flight mode is turned off automatically, and the self-repair program begins. Repair time, unknown. The shelter is just ahead, only 500 meters away. What should we do? Dig a tunnel? Luo Su thought about it again, and said, Xiao Dao and Xiaowu, you two go into the space, and the boss and I will dig a tunnel to get there. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu shook their heads. Let's dig together. How can I let you take risks? Luo Su smiled. Be obedient. You will only affect my speed. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu lowered their heads, although they were a little sad, but it was true. Luo Su sent the 2 teenagers back to the space, and then took out 2 sets of diving oxygen cylinders. Long Zimo took the oxygen cylinders and asked, Isn't invisibility immune to all damage? Take it with you just in case. Luo Su said, and took the oxygen cylinder first. Yeah, that's right. Long Zimo quickly took the oxygen cylinders. The 2 of them added status to each other. Luo Su activated the stealth skill. In order to prevent sand from leaking into the cabin, they went through the wall directly, and then put the spaceship into the space. Their bodies were completely transparent, and they could easily pass through the ground. Luo Su said, We have to be faster. There are only 5 minutes. Long Zimo smiled. 5 minutes, 500 meters, more than enough. It's better to be faster, just in case something happens later. As soon as Luo Su finished speaking, he saw many cobras in front of him also drilling in the same direction. There were so many snakes, so densely packed that Luo Su's intensive phobia was about to be triggered. The 2 of them teleported and accelerated, surpassing the past. A minute later, they arrived at the shelter. But the situation in the shelter was a bit bad. The shelter created with special energy was only a dozen square meters in size, but now it was crowded with monsters. The largest number was cobras and mutant desert lizards. Luo Su's scalp tingled when he saw it. Chapter 328. The shelter of more than 10 square meters was full of monsters, and cobras kept coming out from the ground. Luo Su locked the shelter area, collected all the monsters, and threw them outside, piling them up into a small hill. After cleaning the shelter, Luo Su and Long Zimo hid in the shelter, and they still had 2 minutes to stay invisible. Luo Su looked at the shelter, which was a little different from the previous ones. This shelter was a light blue transparent house, which looked a little dreamy in this fiery red desert ocean. I don't know what special material it is made of, but it can actually isolate the high temperature outside. Luo Su wanted to scrape off some of it, but found that this special material was extremely tough, and she couldn't scrape off even a little bit with the power of space. She had to give up the idea of scraping off the material. She looked at the flaming red desert outside, which was like hell, without a single living person. She thought of the 2 people who escaped before, and asked Long Zimo. Zimo, the 2 star masters who escaped haven't shown up yet. Do you think they have other ways to take refuge, or were they roasted? Long Zimo shook his head. It is possible that they have already left the game. Since they can come in at will, they'd probably have a way to leave, but we just don't know it. That's right. If it wasn't for Star-Lord Long pulling me into the game, we wouldn't have known that the Star-Lord's identity also has the privilege of actively entering the game. Luo Su said. There are still 26 hours left. Let's wait for the game to end. Long Zimo said. Luo Su nodded, took out a few chairs from the space, and then took out some fruit, snacks, and drinks. Then bring Xiao Dao and Xiaowu out of the space. The 2 teenagers were shocked again when they saw the hellish doomsday scene outside, and were glad that they could still survive. You 2 stop looking. Come and have some fruit. Luo Su and Long Zimo sat on the chairs, eating watermelon. Oh, there's still watermelon to eat. It's so cool. Xiaowu came over, picked up a piece of watermelon and started to eat it. Luo Su and his friends spent a long day in the shelter safely, and finally waited for the system prompt sound. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the game Desert Survival and receiving 5 million survival points. 50,000 game points, and 10,000 star energy. What exactly is this star energy? There is no real object. Luo Su was puzzled and turned to ask the two teenagers. Does your clearance reward include star energy? Xiao Dao and Xiaowu shook their heads. No. My clearance reward is 5 million survival points, 50,000 game points, and a speed-up prop. Xiaowu said. Long Zimo took over the conversation and said, I also got 10,000 star energy, which made my Star Master energy stronger. This should be a special reward for Star Masters in the game. Luo Su opened her Star Master interface, and the star energy value showed 10,000. I see. Ding, you will be sent out of the game in 10 seconds. Luo Su remembered an important thing. She quickly locked the entire shelter with her mind, and when the countdown reached 2, she directly activated the super storage. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the game transfer station. She opened her backpack, and a light blue shelter quietly lay in a space in the backpack. Luo Su was happy. I didn't expect it to be successful. She had tried to take off part of the materials of the shelter before, but failed. The shelter was a whole, and difficult to disassemble. Later, she wanted to try another method and take it away as a whole. However, for safety reasons, this method must wait until the end of the game. Unexpectedly, she really got it. After returning to the novice village, Luo Su was immediately pulled upstairs by her grandmother in a hurry. Her grandmother pulled her into the room, locked the door, and then said mysteriously, Su, why did you come back just now? You haven't been seen for a whole month. I was so worried. Something happened to Daodu. Luo Su was shocked. What could have happened to Daodu? Wasn't he just playing happily in the yard downstairs? He was quite normal during the day, but he sleepwalked after falling asleep at night, behaved strangely, and talked nonsense. Do you think this child has been possessed by evil spirits? Oh, now there is no place to burn incense and worship Buddha in this chaotic world. What do you think we should do? Luo Su calmed the grandmother and said, Grandma, don't worry, leave it to me and his father, we will handle it. We will take him to the 3rd floor to sleep tonight, and see what's wrong with him. I will go to Longzimo to discuss this matter. After Luo Su finished speaking, he saw that the grandmother looked worried, and comforted her. Don't worry, Grandma, I just saw that Daodu is in such good spirits, there shouldn't be any big problems. Chapter 329. Luo Su ran up and down the stairs, but couldn't find Long Zimo, so he called him. Zimo, where are you? I have something to talk to you about. Oh, there's something going on at the base, and I thought you'd be tired, so I asked Daodu to take me over. Long Zimo said on the phone. He asked again, what do you want? Luo Su said, it's hard to talk on the phone, wait until you finish your business and come back and talk. Okay, I finish as soon as possible. Long Zimo said. Luo Su reminded, you need to have someone watch over Daodu, don't let him run around. Okay, got it. Long Zimo hung up the phone. Luo Su leaned on the sofa and pondered for a moment. Daodu never sleepwalked before, why did he suddenly have symptoms of sleepwalking now? She planned to observe carefully tonight. Luo Su called Xiao Dao, hey Xiao Dao, help me make some delicious food that Daodu likes for dinner tonight. Okay, no problem, which ones you want to make? Send me a star message later. Xiao Dao said. Luo Su sent several Daodu's favorite delicacies and snacks, and then went downstairs to bring up the little guy's quilt and pillow. When doing these things, she felt guilty. She had been busy with this and that recently, and had too little time to accompany Daodu. In the future, as long as she doesn't play games, she still has to spend more time with him. The little guy is almost 6 years old, and this mother always feels incompetent. Suemo and Xiao Yadao said that Luo Su was back and ran to find her. Luo Su, the 2 treatment cabins and operating cabins you gave me are really amazing. No matter what kind of difficult and complicated disease, as long as you go to the treatment cabin, your body will be well adjusted. Suemo said happily. Xiaoyao was also very happy. The 3 elderly people in the village have been adjusted in the treatment cabin recently, and their physical fitness has improved a lot. Luo Su smiled and said, really? It also adjusts the health of the old family members. It seems that it is still very practical in the village. Xiaoyao handed over a large box of medicine. This is a newly made potion, a total of 60 bottles, all sent to you. Oh! Thank you, you've worked hard. Luo Su said, remembering that he had collected a lot of poisonous insects in the dungeon before. He took out a few samples. Suemo, you see I collected a lot of these poisonous insects. Do you think they are useful for making medicine? Luo Su said, handing the poisonous insect sample to Suemo. Suemo took it, looked at it, and said, of course it can be used. This kind of material is the most needed at the moment. Give me all you have. Come on, I put it directly into your raw material warehouse. There are too many. You don't have to carry it again. Luo Su said, put the medicine box on the ground, and followed them downstairs. Luo Su put a pile of poisonous insect materials into the raw material warehouse, piled up like a mountain, and there were many varieties. Su Imo and Xiaoyu were stunned. So many? Oh my god, where did you get them? Luo Su smiled, take these first, tell me if it's not enough, there will be a lot in the future. Okay. Su Imo was very excited. His new potion formula lacked raw materials such as poisonous insects. He had previously purchased this kind of raw materials at a high price on the internet, but only received a few. He never expected that Luo Su would have so many. It was really a case of searching for something without any effort. Coming out of the raw material warehouse, Luo Su met Yang Tian and the others. Sister Luo Su. Yang Tian and the others greeted her. Oh, that's right. I have something to look for you. The spaceship has a problem. Can you help me repair it? In addition, there is no fuel left. Please go back to the base to get a batch for me. Luo Su told them. Chapter 330. Luo Su looked at the sky full of stars, and her heart calmed down. Suddenly, she felt that there seemed to be some subtle connection between the two stars in the sky and her. But after careful search, the subtle feeling disappeared. Could it be because of the Star Lord? Zmo, do you have any strange feelings when facing the sky full of stars? Luo Su asked. Long Zmo said, the Star Lord can sense the existence of his substar, but we have not yet officially bound the substar. This feeling of being there, and not there actually comes from the Star Lord device on us. No wonder, it's a Star Master device. Luo Su's mind moved, and a Star Master device with two overlapping stars, glowing purple and gold, slowly flew out from his chest. Let it float in the palm of his hand. As soon as this Star Master device appeared, it emitted a dazzling light, making the two night lights next to it dim a lot. Wow, glowing stars, Mom, let me play with them. Daodu was attracted by the dazzling light. No, this is not a toy. Mom spent a lot of effort to get it. Daodu couldn't help but touch it. Suddenly, he cried out, wow. Wow, it's so hot, Mom. What is this? Luo Su kept it a secret. You won't understand even if I tell you. It's not a toy, but you're not allowed to touch it. The Star Master was very dazzling, and not only Daodu, but also Xiao Dao and Xiaowu were attracted to it. At this time, the Star Master suddenly changed, and it emitted two bright lights into the sky, one purple and one golden. The induction to the substar became stronger. Such a strong pulling feeling. This thing is not going to suck down the two substars, right? Luo Su thought of a possibility and said. Long Zimo has been staring at the Star Master in her palm. For some reason, he suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up. This inexplicable palpitation became stronger and stronger. Put it away quickly, he shouted hurriedly. Luo Su was confused and stunned for a moment. Suddenly a black shadow. Whoosh. Suddenly, he appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Ah, who is this? Luo Su was quick to put away the Star Master in his hand. Long Zimo looked at the black shadow, and his heart palpitated to the extreme. If he guessed correctly, this person was the boss of the 7 stars. Long Zimo quickly released the turtle, and invited Luo Su to join the team. Swish. Luo Su had already released an ice field, and Xiaobai and her skills blasted it at the same time. Xiao Dao Xiwu, take Daodu away. Long Zimo pulled out a firewall to block Daodu. Unexpectedly, the man stretched out his hand and threw out a black skill boom. The firewall was instantly shattered. So strong, while Luo Su was surprised, a Rubik's Cube appeared in his hand. Swoosh. The Rubik's Cube flew out with colorful glare. However, it did not explode as Luo Su expected. Instead, it passed through the body of the black shadow and fell into the river. Luo Su had no time to be surprised, and hurriedly took back the Rubik's Cube with a thought. He's not a real person, he's a shadow clone. Long Zimo shouted. The black shadow spoke, with a condescending tone. So you're hiding here? Before he finished speaking, Long Zimo's skills had already hit him. The black shadow was not a real person at all. He was just a clone like an illusion. Ha ha, you guys still want to kill me? I can kill you with just one finger, the man said, raising his hand and waving. A strong magnetic field was formed nearby, and everyone in the scene was firmly fixed. Oh no, we're frozen. Xiao Wu, who was carrying Daodu away, suddenly found himself unable to move. The shadow stretched out his finger, and a black line shot out quickly. Ah! Suddenly, A bloody hole appeared on Long Zimo's shoulder, and he cried out in pain. Get lost. You actually bullied my dad, I kill you. Dowdu cried anxiously because of his father's injury, his eyes filled with angry tears. Chapter 331. Storage. Dowdu used the power of space in a hurry. Unexpectedly it worked. The black shadow was stored in Dowdu's space backpack. Everyone present was stunned. Luosu opened the backpack, and in a separate compartment of the backpack, a ball of black mist was slowly flowing. It turned into a ball of black mist? Luosu said. Is he really killed? Long Zimo was surprised. All his own skills were ineffective against this black-clothed man who looked like a phantom. I didn't expect that Luosu's spatial power could actually wipe it out. Let's go first. Long Zimo picked up Dowdu and teleported back to the village entrance. Luosu put the beach chairs and other things into the space, and told Xiaodao and Xiaowu to go back and rest quickly. After that, she teleported and caught up with Long Zimo's pace. Back to the villa, in order not to alarm Grandma, they carried Dowdu directly to the 3rd floor. Dowdu was very sleepy, and yelled for a bath. I take him to take a bath. You study the black fog first to see if there is any useful information. Long Zimo said, and carried Dowdu into the bathroom. Okay. Luosu agreed. Half an hour later, Long Zimo came out with Dowdu in his arms. The little guy fell asleep after taking a bath. Put him here on the sofa and sleep for a while. Let's talk about the black shadow and observe his sleepwalking. Luosu patted the sofa and said, Okay. Long Zimo put Dowdu on the sofa. I checked with my fire eyes and golden pupils. There is no information about this black shadow. It may be that their level is too high than ours, so we can't explore their information. Luosu said. If I'm not mistaken, this black shadow man is the boss of the Sun of 7 Stars. Long Zimo said in a low voice. The boss of the Sun of 7 Stars? How do you know? Luosu asked. Because every time his black shadow appears, I feel palpitations for no reason. This instinctive fear should come from the subconscious of the Dragon Star Lord. Long Zimo explained. Every time? Luosu was surprised. Have you seen this black shadow man before? Long Zimo nodded and said, I saw it once before. At that time, I was half asleep and half awake, and I didn't know whether the black shadow was a real version or a dream. Did he talk to you? Luosu wanted to know more. Long Zimo shook his head. No, he didn't say anything. Luosu frowned and said, if the black shadow is really the boss of the 7 Stars, then why did he look for us? To kill and silence us. Long Zimo, it is very likely that he found us through the Star Master device. Just then, Dowdu suddenly sat up with a dull look in his eyes, but a strange smile on his face. Dowdu. Luosu shouted in his heart. Shoo! Don't interrupt him, or he will be easily frightened. Luosu followed Dowdu, and walked around the sofa and coffee table again, and heard Dowdu muttering. Poisonous Insect Valley, Red Water River, Red Desert, Frozen Plain. 775928. Okay, I come right away. Dowdu stopped, and Luosu was caught off guard and almost stepped on his foot. What's more terrifying is that after Dowdu said the last sentence, the whole person disappeared. Dowdu? Dowdu. Luosu and Long Zimo shouted at the same time. But there was no response. Luosu locked the surrounding area within 2 kilometers and activated the group attack skill. Nothing. She panicked. Zimo, where do you think Dowdu went? Could he be taken away by the Shadow Man? The more Luosu thought about it, the more worried he became. He rushed to the roof in one breath and took out the Star Master again under the starry sky. Chapter 332. The fog was gradually removed by Luosu, and the surrounding scenery gradually became clear. Outside the firewall, a large number of mutant dragonflies gathered, with heads as big as basketballs and 2 green eyes as big as fists. Their wings flew up, making a loud buzzing sound. Suemo shouted excitedly, Ah, giant-eyed dragonflies, Luosu, catch some alive for me, they are rare medicinal materials. Luosu was speechless when he saw his eyes shining. He locked onto hundreds of them and put them into the space backpack, and then heard Xiaodao and Xiaowu screaming. Luosu was startled. She forgot that there were 2 boys inside. If there is no designated storage location, the default living creature storage will be automatically stored in the same space. There is also a small beast and 2 boys there. She released the small beast and the boys Xiaodao and Xiaowu. Xiaodao and Xiaowu were immediately surprised. Where are everyone? Luosu thought that she couldn't share Dowdu's skills, and Dowdu couldn't share her skills, so naturally she couldn't open the space. Then Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu didn't need to stay in the space, and they could help fight monsters when they came out. Zimo, we have to speed up. Dao can't share my space. I don't have any food with me, Luo Su said anxiously. Okay, everyone speed up, Long Zimo said loudly. Luo Su locked the surrounding area of 1 kilometer and attacked the monsters in groups. Ding, kill the giant eye dragonfly in groups, get 200,000 survival points, 2,000 immunity points. Luo Su and Long Zimo were surprised. How could the monsters here have immunity points? But they didn't have time to think about it. Finding Dao was the most important thing. Luo Su and his group didn't want to fight. As long as it didn't affect the progress, they didn't care about the monsters around them. After passing the foggy area, they came to a red sea, which looked very strange. Everyone heard a prompt. You have entered the wasteland planet area. The Sea of Wonder is seriously polluted, and 1 immunity value is consumed per second. Wasteland planet? Everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that I could actually set foot on the legendary wasteland planet in person. Everyone was excited and terrified. The legendary wasteland planet, there is no return, it is quite terrifying. Rumors are not credible. Didn't our boss and sister Luo Su return safely last time? Everyone looked around in panic. This was a red world, a red ocean, a red beach, and a hazy red sun hanging in the gloomy sky. Luo Su and Long Zimo looked at each other and were shocked. Never expected that the poison insect valley could lead to the wasteland planet. Luo Su opened the map and found that the red circle appeared on the map again. Zimo, there is a red circle in the northeast direction of 1,000 kilometers on the map, Luo Su said. Then go to the northeast, Long Zimo said confidently. Luo Su was depressed. This time, we don't have a spaceship. I left it in the novice village for them to repair, but it hasn't been repaired yet. She put out a motorhome and 2 off-road vehicles. There are only these 3 cars. Last time in the desert copy, after her motorhome was destroyed, she picked out a bigger motorhome and a Jeep off-road vehicle in the garage of the Hidden Dragon headquarters. Long Zimo said, put away the motorhome and save it for sleeping at night. Let's drive the 2 off-road vehicles to hurry on. Everyone got in the car. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu drove quickly to the northeast. Jiang Hao said in annoyance, this immunity value is consumed too quickly. 2,000 points can only last for half an hour. Luo Su was not worried about the immunity value. She and Long Zimo still had 80,000 or 90,000 immunity points. It was just that Jiang Hao and his friends came to the wasteland planet for the first time, and their immunity points were very low. Don't worry, you can gain immunity points by killing monsters, Luo Su said. Luo Su locked the surrounding 1 kilometer range and activated the group attack skill. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Super Harvest X10 Combo. Ding, group kill mutant beasts. Gain 300,000 survival points, 3,000 immunity points. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw their immunity points turned into 5,500 points. The off-road vehicle continued to move forward, but there was no road here, so the speed was a bit slow. Fortunately, after leaving the beach, they soon entered a desert, and the speed gradually increased. Luo Su successively activated the group attack combo skills, and the immunity points gained along the way were enough to support their consumption. In the evening, they came to the foot of a huge red rock mountain. To go northeast, they had to go around this mountain. Luo Su looked at the map and said, there is no road to drive on either side. We will stay at the foot of this mountain tonight, and see how to cross this mountain tomorrow. Everyone agreed. Luo Su set up a luxurious RV. After getting in the car and washing up, everyone gathered around the dining table to prepare for dinner. Every time Luo Su left the game, he would return to the novice village to replenish supplies. So no matter when and where, as long as you can open the space backpack, you will not worry about not having hot meals to eat. Luo Su brought out food and drinks and filled the table. It's time to eat. After the boss spoke, everyone started to eat. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu were already starving, so they ate voraciously. Luo Su had no appetite. She felt very sad when she thought that Dao might be alone and starving. Long Zimo knew she was worried, so he held her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, we will find him soon. Dao has been following you on adventures since he was a child, so he has a certain ability to protect himself. Besides, Xiao Bai and Xiao Hu are following him. Chapter 333. Jiang Hao also comforted. Beiku, don't worry, Dao is very smart. I still remember how he tricked me when we first met. Luo Su still frowned. Yes, Luo Su, maybe Dao will become even more powerful after this experience alone, Suemo said. As a mother, Xiaoya could understand Luo Su's mood at the moment, and she picked up a chicken leg for Luo Su. Comforted, Luo Su, you have saved the lives of billions of people in Jiuxing, and have led us all through difficulties time and time again. Your kindness will definitely be rewarded. Dowdy will be safe and sound. We need to eat well, and take care of ourselves so that we can find him faster. Luo Su looked up at everyone's concerned eyes, and her heart was filled with warmth. She never believed in destiny, and all difficulties could only be overcome by human efforts. But it was true that we had to take good care of ourselves so that we could find Dowdy faster. She picked up the bowl and said, "Let's eat." After dinner, everyone talked about what they saw and heard on the road, and everyone took turns to rest at 9 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Dao and Xiaowu kept watch from 9 to 12 o'clock, Xiaoya and Su Mo took over and kept watch until 3 in the morning, and Jiang Hao kept watch from 3 to dawn. This time there were many people, so Luo Su and Long Zimo didn't have to keep watch. They took a hot bath and went to bed early. Luo Su was worried about Daodu, so he didn't sleep well all night. He finally made it to dawn, and got up early at 6 o'clock to call everyone for breakfast. After breakfast, everyone was well prepared and started climbing the mountain. This Hongyan Mountain is a rolling mountain range covering hundreds of kilometers. There is little vegetation on the mountain. Occasionally there is a clump of yellow and dry grass, or a crooked old pine tree sticking out from the rock. The mountain road was a bit steep. Luo Su and his companions, with the help of climbing tools, barely walked a quarter of the way before noon. Everyone sat panting on a flat boulder to rest. Next to the boulder was an old pine tree with a crooked neck. The old pine tree was lush, casting a shade. "Let's eat here." Luo Su gave each person a box lunch and a bottle of drink. They filled their stomachs at noon and rested for a while before continuing their journey. Luo Su stood up to distribute the box lunches. The back of his neck was accidentally pricked by the sharp leaves of the pine tree, and it felt a little painful. She lifted the pine needles, broke off a small branch with her backhand, threw it on the ground, and continued to eat with everyone. After dinner, Luo Su felt pain and itchiness on the back of his neck, and asked Xiaoya to help take a look. "Huh? Why is there a big swelling?" Xiaoya was surprised. "What kind of pine tree is this? Is the leaf poisonous?" Long Zimo hurried over to check. He found that there was a swelling on the back of Luo Su's neck that was the size of a ping-pong ball, and the color was a bit black and green, which looked like poisoning. Xiaoya applied some antidote to her, but Luo Su did not feel better, but began to feel a tingling pain. "Everyone, get out of the way, I'm going to chop down this pine tree." Long Zimo took out an orange axe and glared at the pine tree above his head. Everyone dispersed. Long Zimo chopped the pine tree flat in a few strokes, and saw thick white pulp oozing out from the trunk. In the blink of an eye, it had become a thick layer, looking like a layer of toothpaste. There was also a strong fragrance. It made people swallow their saliva. Suemo stepped forward, scraped some white tree pulp with a branch, put it under his nose and smelled it. "It smells very sweet." At this time, Luoyang heard a whimpering sound coming from the space. She let the little beast out, and saw that the little beast couldn't wait to pounce on the tree trunk, sucking the fragrant and rich white tree pulp with relish. Until all the white pulp was licked clean, the little beast was contentedly hugging its round belly, and crawling into Luo Su's arms to sleep. Everyone then realized that Luo Su's face looked very ugly. It had already started to turn green. The little beast moved its nose, and climbed onto Luo Su's body. When it climbed onto Luo Su's shoulder, it saw the big bump on the back of Luo Su's neck and began to cry. Luo Su couldn't stand the whimpering sound in his ears, so he reached out and took it down, saying weakly, "It hurts me, not you. Why are you crying? You're full, but you're still not obedient." The little beast was crying with tears in his eyes, wiping his snot and tears into Luo Su's hands. In the blink of an eye, Luo Su's hands were full of green snot. "You?" When Luo Su got angry, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck, and then her body softened and she fainted. "Luo Su!" Everyone was shocked. Fortunately, Long Zimo, who was next to her, was quick-witted and hugged her in time. After Luo Su fainted, her hands softened and the snot in her hands fell to the ground. Seeing this, the little beast cried sadly. Of course, everyone didn't care about this naughty little beast, took it out, and asked the 2 doctors to come and save people. But Suemo and Xiaoya tried their best but couldn't wake Luo Su up. "Su, wake up!" Long Zimo hugged him tightly. Daoda's whereabouts were unknown, and now Luo Su was poisoned and in danger, which made him anxious. At this time, the little beast whimpered and finally climbed onto Luo Su's arm with great effort, and frightened everyone with its teeth and claws, looking so fierce. It was estimated that it had urinated and defecated everywhere in the space before, and Luo Su put a diaper on it. It really looked like a 1-year-old baby. It seems to be very worried about its owner, Xiaoya said. The little beast seemed to understand Xiaoya's words, and turned to her, and nodded repeatedly. Do you have a way to save your owner? Long Zimo lowered his head and asked it. The little beast nodded. Long Zimo said anxiously, then save her quickly. The little beast turned over his palm, and began to cry again. He blew his nose for a long time, but not a drop came out. Oh, I know. Just now, it put its snot into Sister Luo Su's hand because it wanted to save her, Xiao Dao said. Xiaoshu looked at Xiao Dao gratefully. This little brother still understands me the best. But I don't have any snot anymore. I'm really afraid of pain. Xiaoshu looked at Luo Su's dark green face, raised his wrist, bit it hard, and a stream of purple blood oozed out of his chubby wrist. He hurriedly dripped the blood on the big bulge behind Luo Su's neck. Every drop was quickly absorbed by Luo Su's skin. Slowly, the color of the bulge faded and became smaller, but once the blood stopped dripping, the color of the pustule began to darken again. The little beast was anxious. It squeezed the wound on its wrist, but no blood came out. It had to raise its other wrist, close its eyes, bite it, and a drop of blood came out. It continued to detoxify Luo Su with its own blood until Luo Su's wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. His complexion returned to normal, and he woke up. Seeing everyone coming over to stare at her, she was a little puzzled. Did I just fall asleep accidentally? At this time, she whimpered a few times, and looked down to see the little beast lying in her arms, curled up, and crying weakly. The little beast's originally chubby face has now become extremely pale, and its belly that was round from eating just now is now flat again. You were poisoned and unconscious just now, and it was this little guy who saved you with his own blood, Long Zimo said softly. Ah. Luo Su touched the back of her neck, and she could no longer feel the bulge, and it didn't hurt anymore. Finally, I understood what was going on, and I was immediately grateful. I hugged the little beast in my arms tighter. No wonder the little beast's mother was locked up for thousands of years. It turns out that its blood is so magical. This little beast is very spiritual. Its blood is magical. It is naked like a baby. What kind of beast is it? Everyone started to discuss. It is the descendant of a 1,000-year-old auspicious beast. It may be the only one surviving in the world. As Luo Su said, he saw that the little beast had become so weak in order to save himself, and he couldn't help but feel distressed, remembering that the little beast loved to eat that kind of tree sap. Looking around, there was another tree like that 100 meters away on the mountain. She locked onto the tree, opened the storage, pulled it up by the roots, and then released it. Long Zimo cut off the tree roots with 2 knives, and a stream of white pulp slowly emerged with a strong fragrance. The little beast tiredly opened its eyelids. Luo Su put it on the tree trunk, and the little beast jumped and lay on the tree pulp and began to suck. As the little beast's belly slowly swelled, its complexion gradually improved. After eating and drinking, it began to feel drowsy again. Luo Su wanted to put it into the space, and suddenly a black shadow rushed out from behind the stone. Luo Su dodged urgently, and with a thought, he put the little beast into the space backpack. Roar. The black shadow turned out to be a wounded big black bear. There were so many people, and the black bear only attacked Luo Su, and it seemed to be coming for the little beast. Chapter 334. Everyone attacked the black bear immediately. With so many people's skills, the black bear was on the verge of collapse. Finally, a frying pan completely knocked it down. Luo Su locked onto the black bear, and started to harvest it. Ding! Kill the fire rock black bear, get bear gall, bear paw, bear skin, and 500 kilograms of bear meat. Luo Su was a little surprised that there was no survival point or immunity value when killing the black bear. Bear gall and bear paw are medicinal materials. Bear skin is a crafting material, and there is so much meat. This black bear should be just an ordinary beast. But the pollution on the wasteland planet is so serious. Can the meat here be eaten? Have you noticed that we don't consume immunity points on this volcanic rock mountain? Jiang Hao said his new discovery. You just found out? Yesterday when we arrived at the foot of the volcanic rock mountain, we already stopped consuming immunity points. Suemo said. Maybe the pollution in this mountain area is not so serious. Xiaoya said. Everyone continued to walk up. Although there was little vegetation on the volcanic rock mountain, the mountain road was steep and there were many stones, so the speed of travel was very slow. Luo Su estimated that it would be good if they could reach the middle of the mountain before dark. We have to find a suitable place to spend the night before dark. Luo Su said. Are we going to set up a tent halfway up the mountain tonight? Xiao Wu asked. Xiaoya said, it's safer to stay in an RV. Xiao Wu, where is the place to park an RV on such a steep mountain road? Everyone climbed the mountain and chatted, and before they knew it, the sky gradually darkened. They arrived at a relatively open flat area. Long Zimo stopped and said, let's stay here tonight. Luo Su looked around and said, this place is really nice, but it's a little small. I level it. Everyone, please step back. Luo Su took away the stones and debris around and leveled the surroundings. The place became much more spacious. Luo Su set up the RV and everyone got in to rest. At night, Luo Su tossed and turned, worried that Dao couldn't sleep. Long Zimo hugged her and patted her back gently. He could no longer say words of comfort, because he was also worried and couldn't sleep. They followed the clues that Dao gave before he disappeared, and they found themselves on a wasteland planet. This place is full of dangers, and no one in their team dares to take it lightly. If Dao really ends up on this wasteland planet, what will he do as a child? Before on Blue Star, he could keep checking Dao's life signs, so he wasn't that worried. But since entering this wasteland planet, his phone has lost signal, and there has been no news from Dao for a whole day, which makes him anxious. In a cabin deep underground, everyone was surprised to see a little boy chewing a chicken leg in front of them. Qingyun, are you sure this is the savior you summoned with the blood item? Lao Du asked. Yes. Lu Qingyun frowned. This time it was off the mark. She originally wanted to summon her daughter Luo Su, but she didn't know what went wrong and summoned such a little guy. This was her last item. After using it, she could teleport a player who was related to her by blood. She had kept it hidden for so many years, and didn't dare to use it. Until a while ago, her sensor prompted that the gift she left for her daughter many years ago had been taken away. She was very relieved that her daughter had grown up as she expected. If it wasn't for the last resort, she wouldn't call her daughter. But now she holds the secret core that her teammates exchanged their lives for, and the secret core is related to the survival of the entire human race. It must be sent back. But half a year ago, the energy of the cabin was exhausted, and they were trapped deep underground. She originally thought that Luo Su had space and had been to the wasteland planet, so he should have energy with him, so that he could restart the cabin and return to the 9 stars. Unexpectedly, this little boy was summoned. Lu Qingyun looked at the little boy in front of her. He looked at most 7 or 8 years old. There was a kind look between his eyebrows. Could he be Luo Su's child? Calculating the time, Luo Su is already 28 or 29 years old. It is possible for him to get married and have children. Lu Qingyun asked the little boy again, Little friend, we have met your conditions. Can you tell me the answer now? Dao's mouth was full of oil. He put down the chicken leg in his hand and said, Another cup of milk tea, I will tell you the answer. Milk tea? Tea made with milk. The 3 grandfathers in the quarantine center looked at each other. In their era, there was no such thing as milk tea. I think this little brat is just teasing us. He first wanted to eat roasted chicken. We finally roasted one for him, and now he wants to drink milk tea. Old Du was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Oh, Old Du, we have been wandering outside the department for many years. It's nice to have a little brat to relieve our boredom. Luo Hongwa patted Lao Du on the shoulder and said, Well, to relieve boredom and have some fun, it would be better to roast a few more chickens to use up our last bit of energy, and then this brat will be buried with us 3 old antiques. I wonder why you two are so careless? We sacrificed so many people to escape back here, and I don't know how many trackers are out there. Lao Du said unhappily. He felt that his health was getting worse and worse recently, and he was afraid that he could not hold on any longer, and he was very anxious. Chapter 335. Luo Su and Long Zimo didn't sleep well the whole night, because they were worried about Dao. They got up early at dawn to prepare breakfast. Come on, everyone, have breakfast. Today's plan has changed. Let's talk while eating. Luo Su asked everyone to sit down. What's the plan? Jiang Hao picked up a piece of sanming and asked while eating. In order to speed up the journey and get over this mountain quickly, I decided that the boss and I will stay behind to travel today. After you are full, you can go into the space to rest for a while. Luo Su said. Long Zimo added, There are few wild animals on this mountain. We can teleport more than 100 meters per second. At this speed, we can cross this mountain before dark. Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu were happy. It seems that we can win again. It's great to have the boss and Sister Luo Su here. Su Imo and Xiao Yao were also very tired from traveling these 2 days. They also agreed to have a day off. Only Jiang Hao was not happy. He finally came to the wasteland planet, and he also wanted to explore. I will stay and explore with you. My speed is also 120 meters per second. I guarantee that I will not fall behind. Jiang Hao finished the last sip of milk and patted his chest. Long Zimo said, "It's up to you, as long as you are not afraid of being tired." Luo Su did not object either. After all, it was good to have one more person to take care of him. His speed and combat power were not low. After everyone added status to Luo Su and the others, they followed Luo Su into the space to rest. Luo Su, Long Zimo, and Jiang Hao started their journey. With the prop shoes turned on and his own speed, Luo Su's speed reached 200 meters per second, and Long Zimo and Jiang Hao followed closely behind. On the way, they only stopped to cut down trees and collect white pulp when they saw trees with white pulp. This is a nutritious food for small animals and is very rare. The low ridge of the igneous rock mountain is only more than 3,000 meters high. If they go straight, it won't take much time, but the slope is steep and there is almost no road. Even if they teleport, they can't go straight up. It took 2 hours to climb the ridge, cross the ridge, and start to go down the other side. The vegetation on the other side of the mountain is lush, and looks quite lush. Although there are many trees here, they cut down dozens of them, and none of them have white pulp. It seems that the forest here is just ordinary trees, Luo Su said. At this time, a wild boar jumped out from the side. Long Zimo was quick, and killed a wild boar with one move. The forest here is so lush, there must be a lot of wild animals. We have to be careful. Luo Su locked his position for 2 kilometers, and activated the group attack skill. Super Harvest X10 combo. Ding! Kill wild animals in a group, get a batch of medicinal materials, 2,000 kilograms of fresh meat, and a batch of animal fur. There are a lot of medicinal materials in this space. She threw all the herbs to Su Mo to make medicine. Su Mo's medicine-making skill is also a portable skill, which can make medicine anytime and anywhere. She also brought them some food and water, so they can eat when they are hungry. Luo Su and Long Zimo continued to walk down. The forest was too dense, and they could not teleport. Fortunately, she had the space storage skill, so she could open a path while going down the mountain. She locked the area in front of her that was more than 1 meter wide and 1,000 meters long, turned on the storage, and temporarily opened a path down the mountain, which made her go down the mountain much faster. Luo Su threw out the weeds, trees, and soil in the space and piled them into a small hill. Each compartment in the space is independently closed, and the items and living things do not interfere with each other. Although Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu live in the space, they will not be affected by Luo Su's collection of trees. The beasts in the woods were harvested by Luo Su in advance, and they had no obstacles all the way down. It only took most of the day, and at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they successfully crossed the Fire Rock Mountain. Using the teleportation skill to travel consumes mental energy. With Luo Su's mental ocean and potion recovery, they did not feel too tired. After replenishing some food, they decided to continue on their way. It's still more than 600 kilometers away from the red circle. Luo Su looked at the map and said, "We should continue to teleport. It's faster than driving, and there are mutant beasts on the road again." Long Zimo's expression was full of anxiety that was hard to hide. The longer the time, the more worried he was about Daodu. She told him that the red circle on the map was the clue. Jiang Hao raised his hand in agreement. "I have no problem." The road ahead was relatively flat, with occasional wetlands and swamps. They carefully avoided them, and continued to teleport forward. 3 hours later. It's only a few kilometers away from the red circle on the map. Luo Su was excited. But it was already dark, and the night in the wild was really pitch dark. For safety reasons, let's rest here for a night, and continue our journey tomorrow, Jiang Hao suggested. Luo Su and Long Zimo were unwilling to give up. They were so close, and they were eager to see if Daodu was in the red circle. Jiang Hao, go back to the space and rest first. Let's hurry up, Luo Su said. Jiang Hao shook his head. No, if we want to hurry up, let's go together. Long Zimo, let's go, a few kilometers will be quick. After he said that, he set off a small fire to illuminate the way ahead. The few of them replenished each other's protective state again, and then they started to hurry at night. Chapter 336. Luo Su and the other two followed the molters and ran forward quickly. She harvested nearby monsters while moving forward quickly. Super Harvest X10 combo. A few minutes later, they came to the red circle indicated by the map. The molters began to circle in the air, illuminating the area. This is a stone mountain. There is no tree on the mountain, but it is covered with vines and weeds. The stone mountain is not high, about 500 to 600 meters above sea level. Will Dowda be on this stone mountain? Long Zimo looked up at the stone mountain. Luo Su locked onto the entire stone mountain area and activated a combo of group attack skills. A string of red damage values floated above the stone mountain. Minus 10,000, minus 10,000. Just then, the stone mountain moved. The whole mountain shook and made a booming sound. Then the whole stone mountain stood up and turned into a giant stone monster several dozen meters high. The three were surprised that this was not a mountain, but a sleeping giant stone boss. Luo Su opened his eyes and looked carefully. Monster information: Wasteland Boss Giant Tincture. Difficulty: 4 stars. Monster HP: 5 million HP. Monster weakness: Heart. Monster strength: perfect combination of vines and boulders. The attack can be soft or hard, very deadly. Luo Su looked at this giant monster made of stone and vines. Under the stone shell, there was a torso made of vines. Roar! The giant tincture roared, and the sound shook the surrounding area. Long Zimo quickly pulled up 10 layers of firewalls. Luo Su took out several strong camping lights from the space and placed them around to illuminate the area. She brought Xiao Dao, Xiao Wu, and the others out of the space. Let's fight the boss. After that, she released 3 combat pets, the panda Xiao Han, the little turtle, and the fire unicorn. Long Zimo also released the little turtle and the little calf, adding a group anti-injury and a protective shield. The others just recovered from their shock and hurriedly released their combat pets to join the battle. The 2 little turtles and 6 pandas attracted the boss's hatred. But the boss's damage was too high. One big move killed half of the pets on the field in seconds. Luo Su threw out a handful of energy balls, adding 10 layers of poison damage to the boss. At this time, Xiaoya's life tree finally took shape, and it could continuously restore health to all teammates and pets. Luo Su rode on the fire Kirin, and all damage was halved. She took out the magic cube and smashed it quickly at the boss. Bang! Half of the blood was damaged. The fire Kirin reduced the damage by half, and reduced 200,000 blood. Seeing that Luo Su's blood was reduced by a quarter, Xiaoya was shocked and hurried to give her blood and treatment. Luo Su smashed the Rubik's Cube again. Bang! The boss's HP was reduced by a quarter. Bang! The boss's HP was reduced by a fifth. Bang! The counter damage was half the HP. The fire Kirin reduced the damage by half, reducing 200,000 HP. Everyone opened fire and attacked the boss, and skills were flying all over the sky. Bang! Xiao Wu's frying pan hit the boss, reducing 8,000 HP. Xiao Dao's flying knife skill turned into dense ice blades, piercing the boss, 5,000 damage plus deceleration effect. Jiang Hao's fox and flaming tiger also had considerable critical damage. Roar! The boss roared, and a pile of boulders fell from the sky. Bang! 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 Long Zimo's firewall was smashed, and everyone was injured. The group attack caused the boss to lose 350,000 HP. The boss's HP was reduced by nearly half, and countless vines quickly grew out of the cracks in the rocks behind it, whipping it hard. Crackle! The group attack caused Luo Su and Long Zimo to lose 1/3 of their HP, and Xiao Dao and Xiao Wu to lose half of their HP. Fortunately, the 2 doctors immediately treated the group. Boom boom. Crackle. The boss used 2 skills, attacking alternately, with high and dense damage. Everyone lost a lot of blood. Suimo and Xiaoya felt a little tired. I can't add blood anymore. Everyone be careful, pay attention to avoid the boss's big move. Everyone revived the pandas, and stacked the continuous blood recovery state. Luo Su distributed the Battle Pet Resurrection Potion to everyone. He placed a bunch of bamboo shoots on the periphery, and the 5 pandas started the continuous blood recovery mode, and everyone's blood volume recovered. But when the boss's health was less than half, it began to go berserk. It furiously sent out a big move. Boom! It had a freezing effect. Except for Long Zimo and Luo Su, everyone else's health was reduced by half, and they were also frozen. The boss's second move was about to come. Everyone was unable to move, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 337. The boss's ultimate move was about to come. Everyone was shocked. Luo Su moved his mind, and put everyone into the space. At the same time, he quickly activated a protective item. Bang! With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed where Luo Su was. Luo Su's protective item was broken, resisting a fatal blow. All the pets on the field, except the fire Kirin, were killed. Of course, the boss also paid a heavy price. He was injured by 900,000 HP, and only a quarter of his HP was left. "Su, let me out," Long Zimo said anxiously in the space. Luo Su let everyone out. Long Zimo hurriedly pulled up 10 layers of firewalls, and revived the little turtle. Suimo and Xiaoyama continued to heal the group. Luo Su revived Xiaohan, and continued to heal. Her health was restored by 2/3. She smashed the Rubik's Cube. She was unlucky, and lost half of her blood. She quickly took a few bottles of medicine, and smashed the Rubik's Cube again. Miss. She actually dodged, hit again, miss, hit again, and injure half of the boss's health. Luo Su was depressed. How come this boss was possessed by the goddess of luck? At this time, she saw a state on the boss. When the health is less than 1/3, it enters a high defense, high attack, and high dodge state. This boss actually becomes stronger as its health decreases. At this time, other teammates also found something unusual. What's going on? My skills can't hit it 2 out of 3 times. Me too. I can't hit it all the time. The boss has entered a high defense, high attack, and high dodge state. Everyone pay attention. If it gets angry, you must flee immediately, Luo Su said. Luo Su remembered its weakness, the heart. She locked the boss's heart, activated the power of space, and started to store. Ding, half a meteorite was obtained. Ding, some vines were obtained. Luo Su kept picking things off the boss. The most picked were meteorites, and the boss's defense dropped a lot. The boss howled in anger. Luo Su took away the vines on its chest layer by layer, and a blue light shone from its chest. Everyone was amazed. Ah, a glowing heart? It's amazing. Luo Su was surprised, and locked the glowing heart with his mind, activating the power of space. Super Storage X10. I won't stop until I take it down. Roar. The boss let out a painful wail. Super Storage X10. Luo Su refused to give in, and 2 minutes later, a crisp voice came. Ping. The boss's chest suddenly darkened, and its heart disappeared. The boss's huge body instantly fell apart, and huge rocks fell one after another. Everyone scattered. Ding! Kill the Wasteland boss giant stone monster, get 10 million survival points, 100,000 immunity points, 1 energy blue core, and 50,000 game points. The boss's reward was so gratifying that everyone was excited. 10 million survival points? The boss reward here is so high. Mine is also 10 million, 100,000 immunity, 50,000 game points. I can level up 2 levels. Luo Su and Long Zimo didn't care about the reward at all. They were staring at the place where the boss fell. As expected, there was a blue portal in the pile of rocks. With the lesson learned last time, Luo Su and Long Zimo were not in a hurry to enter the portal, but began to check their equipment. Everyone take a 10-minute break, we are going to another place, Luo Su said. Everyone was nervously preparing. Luo Su opened her personal information interface. Now she had 16 million survival points, and her player level could be upgraded. She hesitated for a moment, and decided to cultivate the Fire Kirin first. She upgraded the Fire Kirin to the Supreme level, and the appearance of the Fire Kirin changed greatly. Supreme Fire Kirin. The whole body is golden, and it has grown a pair of wings. It can fly in the sky, and can also be the flying mount of the owner. Everyone was blinded by this golden Kirin. So cool. Chapter 338. Luo Su put away the Fire Kirin, and put 2 buckets of white pulp, and 10 bottles of milk for the little beast in the space. Xiao Dao and the others each leveled up 2 levels, and were already at the glory level 3. Jiang Hao is now at the glory level 5, and he can be promoted to the supreme level when he reaches level 10. Everyone was very excited. Luo Su took out a bunch of food and water for everyone. Everyone prepare some food for yourselves. I don't know if you can still open the space after entering the portal. As Luo Su said this, he also put some necessary supplies into the player's backpack. Everything was ready, and everyone walked into the portal together. When they came out again, they came to a dark corner, and the portal behind them disappeared immediately. In other words, there was no way out, and everyone couldn't help but get a little nervous. Luo Su hurriedly checked that the space and skills were all usable, except that the special space was disabled and could not go back to the novice village directly. Long Zimo said, "Here, skills and props can be used, and the points mall can also be opened. Whatever you want to exchange it now." Luo Su was surprised and said, "ZMO, I can share Daodu's skills here." What? Everyone was surprised. Long Zimo was immediately surprised. Daodu may be nearby. Everyone, hurry up. Luo Su said, Zmo, you go into my space and try to call Dowdu to see if he responds. Okay. Luosu took Long Zemo into a backpack into space. Dowdu, I'm Daddy, can you hear my voice? Dowdu, I'm Daddy, please reply if you hear me. After shouting 5 or 6 times, Dowdu responded again. Daddy. Dowdu, where are you now? Daddy, I'm with my grandparents. Long Zemo was shocked. You're with your grandparents? Are you okay? Luosu, who was standing by, was excited when she heard what Long Zemo said. Dowdu could share her space skills and bring people into her space. She said in a trembling voice, Zemo, let Dowdu bring Grandma into the space. 2 minutes later. Sue, Mom has come into the space, take her out quickly. Long Zemo said. Luosu moved his mind, and a woman in her 50s appeared in front of everyone. Luosu looked at the woman in front of him. Recalling the appearance of his mother in his childhood memory, his mother was obviously much older now, with many wrinkles and white hair. Luosu was happy and sad. Sue. Lu Qingyan burst into tears. After many years, she finally saw her daughter. Mom. Luosu threw herself into her mother's arms, tears streaming down her face. Sue, your parents haven't been by your side these years, and you've suffered. I'm sorry. Lu Qingyan hugged her daughter tightly, her eyes full of guilt. Mom, is my dad okay? Luosu asked, letting go of her arms. Your dad is okay, don't worry. By the way, is your grandma still here? Lu Qingyan asked. Grandma is fine, and in good health. If she knew you were back, she would be so happy. Luosu said. Lu Qingyan was very excited. After being away from home for many years, she came back and her family was still there. This was the greatest happiness. Mom, where have you been these years? Why haven't you heard from me? Luosu asked. It's a long story. I tell you slowly when I get home. The situation is urgent now. Our cabin is trapped deep underground, and the energy is exhausted. Do you have any fuel or energy crystals? Lu Qingyan said anxiously. Yes. Luosu put out a barrel of aircraft fuel and energy crystals of various colors. Mom, look, which one do you need? Lu Qingyan was overjoyed, pointing at the fuel and blue crystal in front of her, and said, both of them are fine. 5 barrels of fuel are needed, and 3 of these super blue crystals are enough. Although other people in the cabin can leave the cabin through space, Dowdu himself cannot enter the space backpack, so they have to open the cabin and bring Dowdu out from deep underground. Sue, this is the secret core. Mom gives it to you for safekeeping. Our cabin may be locked by the enemy, and it may take a long detour to get back, which will take a long time. Lu Qingyan said, handing her a fist-sized red walnut. Unexpectedly, the Star Master in her body swallowed the secret core directly, then quickly hid in her body and disappeared. Lu Qingyan was surprised. How do you have something from the Plunderers, and this is something only the top leaders of the Plunderers have? Have you joined that organization? Chapter 339. Luosu shook his head. Mom, I didn't join the Predator organization. I got this Star Master device by accident after I killed their 2 Star Masters. Lu Qingyan hurriedly reminded. The Star Master device is their core equipment for quickly improving their capabilities. You'd better destroy it. If you carry it with you, it will expose your position and attract their pursuit. Luosu nodded. I know, I will consider it. Mom, it's important for you to get out of trouble. You should take the energy and supplies back to the cabin first, and bring Dowdu back as soon as possible. In addition, the 9-star continent is now seriously polluted. If you go back, you must go back to China, which is still safe for the time being. Lu Qingyan nodded. You should also take care of yourself. This is the Plunderers' mining area, heavily guarded. You'd better leave here as soon as possible. Okay. Luosu said, taking her mother into the space, and then handed her 5 barrels of fuel, 10 blue crystals, and a treatment cabin. Mom, this treatment cabin can quickly restore the body. You take it with you as a backup. I have another one here. Okay. Lu Qingyan nodded. By the way, there are also food and water. You should take some too. Luosu said, and handed a pile of food and water, as well as Dowdu's clothes to her mother. Then he reluctantly left the space. Long Zemo called Dowdu and asked him to take Grandma and spare supplies out. He also reminded him, Dowdu, Brother Xiaodao will be guarding in the space. If you have any problems, just find Brother Xiaodao, okay? I know, Daddy. Dowdu responded. Luosu filled Dowdu's equipment inventory with various blood-recovering medicines, antidotes, and potions to restore mental strength. She brought the knife into the space again and replaced Long Zemo. This is the territory of the Plunderers, Heavily guarded, we have to rush out, Luo Su said, adding protective skills to everyone. She opened the points mall, with a total of 200 million points, and she exchanged some battle pet resurrection potions and protective props, which can resist one fatal injury, and distributed them to everyone. This is not a game copy. Death means permanent death. It is better to be cautious. Teammates add protective skills to each other. Everyone is ready. Long Zimo said, my protective shield can make the group invisible for 5 minutes. Everyone moved quickly. Long Zimo took the lead and walked out. This is a place where abandoned mine cars are parked. Almost no one passes by. They quietly walked out of the mine, turned around, and came to a fork in the road. They saw painful howls and whipping sounds coming from the other end of the mine. If you don't work hard, I beat you to death. You're always the last one to come down on the team, dragging down our entire team. I'd be punished by starving you. Just kill him. He's dragging us down. At this time, several vicious miners were beating a thin one-armed miner. The one-armed miner curled up on the ground, protecting his head with one arm, not daring to say a word. Long Zimo slapped the bullying miners away with one palm. Bang! Bang! Several miners hit the stone wall and fainted. The one-armed miner was surprised. He looked up and saw that the people who bullied him had fallen down. He was completely confused. Who is it? When Luo Su saw the one-armed miner's appearance, he was surprised. Isn't this the one-armed boy from the pair of brothers? Are you Dudley? Dudley was even more surprised when he heard someone calling his name. I am Dudley. Who are you? I am invisible now, you can't see me. But we used to form a team in the game. I remember you. You have a brother named Dannon, Luo Su said. Dudley's eyes widened in surprise, as if he remembered something, and asked, You are Luo Su. He remembered that the sister who beat the crocodile later saved him once in a game at a beach party. Yes, I can save you from here, but you have to tell me about the situation here, Luo Su said. Okay. Dudley was excited. He had been working in this mining area for several years, and he was bullied and no one helped him. He almost died several times. He never dared to think that he could leave here one day. Didn't you die in the game? What happened in the middle? How did you get here? What's going on here? Luo Su asked several questions in a row. Dolly answered them one by one. A few years ago, I died in a game, but I didn't expect to wake up later. After I woke up, someone used a star-shaped object to suck away all the energy in my body. I lost my game skills and talents and became an ordinary person. Later, I was sent here to work as a miner. Dudley was about to continue talking when someone suddenly shouted angrily. Dudley, you bastard, why are you mumbling over there instead of working properly? A uniformed supervisor came over, cursing. The light was a little dim, and he didn't notice the people lying on the ground. Luo Su moved his mind and quietly put those people into the space. Dudley whispered to Luo Su, Wait for me. He trotted over, took out 2 pieces of blue ore from his pocket, secretly stuffed them into the supervisor, and said, Seventh Foreman, please be kind, I'm just tired and want to rest for a while. The supervisor touched the ore in his pocket, sneered, and cursed. Why rest? Your ore output is always at the bottom. Why don't you hurry up and dig? Your team will beat you up again later. 2 ore today are not enough for protection fee. Dudley said, Yes, I will. Before Dudley finished speaking, the supervisor in front of him disappeared. He turned around and saw Luo Su and his group standing in the dim mine. Chapter 340. Dudley hurried over and asked anxiously, Sister Luo Su, did you kill the supervisor? Luo Su nodded, yes. We have to leave here as soon as possible. It's almost time for the supervisors to change shifts. If we are missing, they will find us soon, Dudley said. Long Zimo asked Dudley, was that blue ore you gave to the supervisor just now? Dudley nodded and said, yes, blue ore has the lowest output and is the most valuable among all ores. Usually, the supervisors take the blue ore to make money from the miners. Long Zimo nodded, turned to Luo Su and asked, it seems to be a rich resource point. Do you have any ideas? Luo Su raised the corner of her mouth and gave him a look that said must. She turned on the map mode, and the layout of the entire mining area was displayed. There was a green dot at their location. Luo Su touched his chin. The warehouse is quite far from here. If we want to escape, we must avoid the direction of the warehouse. It is heavily guarded, and it is easy to be discovered, Dolly said. Luo Su analyzed it and thought that if he was discovered, he would at most have to fight with the owner behind the mine. Dudley, have you seen the owner of this mine? What does he look like? Luo Su asked Dudley. Dudley recalled, I only saw him once, but he was wearing a mask at the time, so I couldn't see his appearance clearly. He had long eyes and a tall and strong body. However, I heard that they are not human beings. They can change their appearance at will, and they can become human when they are close to humans. Although I didn't see his appearance clearly, I remember that when he absorbed my energy, the star was glowing purple. Purple? Long Zimo and Luo Su asked in unison. They looked at each other, and saw a faint smile in each other's eyes. Luo Su nodded silently. Zixing's words were easy to deal with. She took things from her own mining area. Other Star Masters should have no objection, right? Dolly, lead the way. We are going to the warehouse. Luo Su finished speaking and invited Dolly to join the group. Although Dolly was very nervous, he decided to go all out when he saw that the two bosses looked confident. Follow me. Dudley led them to avoid the mining area, and after many turns, they saw the exit of the mine from a corner. There were 2 levels of checkpoints at the entrance, and it was unlikely to sneak through. We are a large group, and the target is too big. Everyone should go into the space to hide, and Long Zimo and I can just follow. Luo Su said. Okay. Everyone agreed. Luo Su took them into the space to rest, leaving only Long Zimo and Dudley to lead the way. She locked the checkpoint location, and the 6 guards disappeared out of thin air. Dudley led them out of the cave to change the card in a hurry. Just a few meters away, they met 5 supervisors who came to change shifts. Stop! Where are you going? The supervisor stopped Dudley. Isn't this the one-armed miner from the 7th shift? They recognized Dudley. It's not time to finish work yet. Why are they out? The 2 people following him are delicate and tender. They don't look like miners. The supervisor soon noticed their abnormality. Luo Su glanced around. There was an intelligent sentry point every 10 meters, and there was a patrol team in the distance. Luo Su quietly locked onto the 5 supervisors and started a group attack. Super Harvest X10 combo. The 5 supervisors disappeared out of thin air. Luo Su got all the items in their backpacks, including a lot of ores. It seems that supervisors are a lucrative job. Long Zimo activated a group protection shield, and the whole team became invisible. The 3 quickly headed towards the warehouse. There were indeed many guards around the warehouse, and there were 2 shooting towers. Luo Su and the others stopped 30 meters away from the warehouse and observed the situation outside the warehouse. Sister Luo Su, you see the warehouse is just ahead, so you don't need me to lead the way, right? Please take me into the space and hide. Dolly was really scared when he saw the heavy guards ahead. Okay. Luo Su took him in with everyone. Let's go, and make a quick decision. Long Zimo said, winking at her. Let's go. Luo Su followed him. There are still 3 minutes left in the invisible state. Super Harvest X10 combo. All the people around the warehouse disappeared. Luo Su and Long Zimo came to the side door of the warehouse, and directly took away the double iron door. Finally entered the warehouse. I saw rows of safes in the warehouse, all locked. If all the locks were opened, it would probably take most of the day. Luo Su locked one of the safes, and stored the contents remotely. Ding, 1,000 red crystal ores. Ding, 1,000 red crystal ores. This row of 20 safes are all filled with red crystal ores, a total of 20,000. Luo Su collected them. She chose the second row of safes, locked them in batches, stored them remotely, and harvested 18,000 green crystal ores. The 5th row, 10,000 blue crystal ores. There are 70,000 primary crystal ores in total. After synthesis, there will probably be 10,000 to 20,000 super crystals. Luo Su said. Long Zimo smiled and said, not bad. I won't have to worry about crystal energy in the future. Luo Su turned on wireless fusion, and wirelessly fused the primary crystal ores of the same color. Zimo, I have some fused intermediate meteorite iron in my backpack. Can you see if it can be used to make weapons? Luo Su said, taking out a piece of intermediate meteorite. Long Zimo took the meteorite and his eyes lit up. Good material, put it away first, and when I have enough skill proficiency and upgrade the crafting skills, I can make orange weapons. Luo Su asked puzzledly, what is the difference between the weapons I make and those dropped from the dungeon? The difference is huge. The attributes of the weapons dropped from the dungeon are fixed. The orange weapons I make will have a random number of melting holes, and can be inlaid with energy crystals to increase the power of the weapons. Long Zimo said. Luo Su's eyes widened, that is to say, the weapons you make can be strengthened. Long Zimo nodded, yes. Let me see what else is nearby. Luo Su opened the map, and found that there was an overlapping gray block where they were. Where is this place? Luo Su turned the 3D map, and found that the gray block was actually under the warehouse. It seems that there is another layer under this warehouse. Luosu looked at Long Zimo and said, "There's another floor, then let's look for the entrance." The two of them walked around the warehouse, but couldn't find the entrance. "Is it outside?" Long Zimo looked out the window. Just as they were about to go out, a group of people rushed in. Luosu was shocked. Where did all these people come from? "Star-Lord, it's them. I saw with my own eyes that the one-armed miner from Team 7 brought them to the warehouse. And the supervisor of Team 7 has disappeared, and so many guards here have also disappeared at the same time. They must have done it," a man in a supervisor uniform said to a man with a slick-back hair. Luosu threw a pile of corpses in front of them. "Are you talking about them?" Luosu and Long Zimo were shocked when the corpses came out. Except for the 4 miners who beat Dudley, the other supervisors and guards were all alien remains. Luosu remembered that Dudley said that aliens can copy the appearance of humans. It seems that these people in front of them are not humans, but aliens. "Kill them for me!" The man called Star-Lord gave the order.